Welcome to our cozy corner for bedtime tales, where you can let your worries drift away and journey with us to magical, peaceful places. Tonight's stories are brought to you ad-free, thanks to our wonderful Patreon supporters. As you relax and let the soothing sounds of our video envelop you, we hope you feel cherished and ready for a wonderful start to your upcoming day. We're so grateful you're spending your evening here with us. Now, snuggle in and let the magic begin. Story 1. Deep in the swirling nebula of the Andromeda sector, the space station Stardust Haven hummed like a contented cat. Its corridors bustled with beings from 1,000 worlds, gelatinous philosophers from Glaza, crystalline miners from Rigel 7, and feathery botanists from the floating forests of Kepler 186. Yet in observation deck 7, usually deserted during the gamma-ray showers, two souls huddled in accidental solitude. Leo, a small human boy with wide, earth-brown eyes, pressed his nose against the cool viewport. He'd wandered away from his xenobiologist parents, lured by the shimmering cosmic storm outside. Beside him, though he didn't realize it yet, was Krik. Krik resembled a six-limbed hedgehog woven from moonlight, covered in velvety silver fur that pulsed with soft blue bioluminescence when nervous. Krik was a linguist in training from the silent forests of Silva, a world where thoughts bloomed as intricate light patterns on skin, not spoken words. Beginning an unlikely meeting. Leo jumped when Krik's fur flashed like startled lightning. Whoa. Leo breathed, scrambling back. Krik flinched, limbs curling tight, their light dimming to a wary flicker. Leo saw only a strange, glowing creature. Krik saw a loud, unpredictable biped. Fear, thick and cold, filled the space between them. Are you lost too? Leo whispered, voice trembling. Krik tilted their head, light patterns swirling in confusion, a stormy sea of indigo and gray. Leo sighed, pulling a crumpled star map from his pocket. I can't find the hydroponics dome. My mom's studying the singing ferns there. He pointed at the map, then at the door. Krik's fur pulsed a hesitant yellow, the sylvan equivalent of curiosity. Slowly, one delicate limb extended, tapping the map near a symbol of a water droplet. Leo's eyes widened. You know where it is. But misunderstanding flared instantly. When Leo reached out to point again, Krik recoiled, light flaring crimson sylvan for danger. Humans to sylvans communicated through aggressive touch. Leo yanked his hand back, hurt. I was just showing you. Krik's light sputtered into anxious violet spirals. They were both adrift in a sea of alienness. Middle shared storms. A low thrum vibrated through the deck. The station lights flickered, plunging them into near darkness save for Krik's glowing fur and the nebula's eerie glow outside. Red emergency strips lit up along the floor. Power fluctuation in Sector Gamma, a calm, synthetic voice announced. Non-essential areas sealed. Please remain calm. Leo gasped. We're locked in. Cold seeped into their observation deck. Leo shivered in his thin jacket. Krik, sensing the temperature drop and Leo's distress, pulsed a warm, steady amber. They shuffled closer, radiating gentle heat like a living radiator. Hesitantly, Leo inched towards the warmth. Krik didn't retreat. Instead, their fur brightened, casting a cozy circle of light. Leo hugged his knees, the warmth easing his shivers. Thanks, he murmured. Krik's light shimmered in soft gold ripples comfort offered. Hunger gnawed at Leo next. He pulled a slightly squashed Nutri-Bar from his pocket. Breaking it in two, he offered half to Krik. The Sylvan recoiled, initially sharing food was a deeply intimate gesture on Silva. But Leo's earnest smile, the open palm, pulsed with a kindness Krik's light sense could feel. Tentatively, Krik took the bar. It tasted of strange minerals and sweetness. Krik's fur blossomed into delighted pink swirls. From a pouch in their harness, Krik offered Leo a small, gelatinous orb that smelled like rain-drenched violets. Leo took a brave bite, cool, refreshing, tasting of starlight. He grinned. Yum. Krik's light danced in joyful cerulean loops. They began to communicate. Leo drew pictures in the dust on the viewport, a stick figure woman, Mom, a fern. Krik responded with light patterns, a complex constellation for the hydroponics dome, a soft green pulse for plants. Leo mimed shivering, Krik glowed warmer. Leo pretended to eat, Krik offered another violet orb. Laughter, human and sylvan, a cascade of tinkling chimes Krik produced from a vocal sac, echoed softly. The cold, dark deck felt less frightening, warmed by shared snacks and clumsy, heartfelt gestures. Climax, the broken conduit. Suddenly, a panel near the ceiling sparked violently. Smoke hissed out, carrying the acrid tang of burnt wiring. Sparks rained down near Krik. Leo didn't think. He lunged, pulling Krik back just as a shower of sparks landed where they'd been. Krik's fur flared pure white sylvan terror. But seeing Leo shielding them, brushing smoldering embers off his own sleeve, Krik's light softened into a deep, grateful turquoise. Friend protects friend. The smoke thickened. Leo coughed. We need to call for help. He spotted the emergency comm panel, but it was high up, sparking ominously. Krik chittered urgently, pointing their slender limbs at a small access hatch beneath the panel. Sylvan script was etched beside it. Krik understood station schematics through light symbols. They gestured, access hatch, wiring conduit, fix connection. Leo boosted Krik onto his shoulders. Krik, surprisingly strong for their size, pried open the hatch. Inside, a bundle of optic fibers was severed, spitting angry sparks. Krik's fur pulsed rapidly, analyzing the patterns of the damage. They pointed emphatically at specific wires, then at Leo's hands, then mimed twisting. Leo understood. Reconnect the blue and green ones. Krik pulsed bright affirmation. Hands trembling, Leo reached into the tangle. Krik's steady light illuminated the wires, a calm beacon in the smoky gloom. Their soft chimes were a soothing counterpoint to the crackling sparks. Okay, blue to blue, green to green. Leo whispered, sweat beading on his forehead. He twisted the connectors together. A final spark fizzled, then died. The smoke thinned. The sparks stopped. The comm panel flickered, then glowed steady green. Emergency override accepted, the synthetic voice announced. Seal disengaging. Assistance en route. End, the warmth of understanding. The door hissed open. Leo's parents rushed in, followed by a tall, leafy sylvan diplomat, Krik's mentor. Leo, his mother cried, sweeping him into a hug. The sylvan diplomat trilled in relief, their own bark-like skin flashing complex patterns at Krik. Leo pulled back, pointing. Mom, Dad, this is Krik. They helped me. We fixed the wires. Krik shuffled forward, fur pulsing a shy, hopeful lavender. Leo knelt. This is my friend, he said softly to the diplomat. He turned to Krik, placing a hand gently over his own heart, a gesture he'd seen Krik use for trust. Krik's fur erupted in a breathtaking aurora of golds, pinks, and soft blues pure, radiant sylvan joy and friendship. The adults watched, astonished. The diplomat's patterns shifted to warm approval. The little one speaks of deep connection, they translated, their voice like rustling leaves. They call Leo heart light. Leo beamed. And Krik is my starlight friend. He held out the remaining violet orb. Krik took it, then carefully detached a small, luminous scale from their harnessed sylvan friendship tokens, imbued with the giver's unique light pattern. They placed it in Leo's palm. It glowed with a gentle, unwavering warmth. From that day on, Leo and Krik were constant companions aboard Stardust Haven. Leo learned sylvan light patterns, Krik learned human words and gestures. They tended the singing ferns together, Krik interpreting their soft melodies for Leo. They explored quiet corners, sharing nutri bars and violet orbs. The vastness of space felt smaller, warmer, held within the glow of their unlikely bond. Years later, when Leo became a xenolinguist and Krik a renowned ambassador, they still met at Observation Deck 7. They'd watch the nebula swirl, Leo's hand resting lightly near Krik's softly pulsing fur, the scale glowing warmly in his pocket. They knew deep in their hearts the truest map wasn't of stars or stations, but of the quiet understanding forged in shared cold and repaired wires of friendship that proved kindness was a universal language, brighter than any star, warmer than any sun, lighting the way home, no matter how far you roamed. And in that shared silence, filled only by the hum of the station and the soft chime of contentment from Krik, the universe felt perfectly, peacefully whole. Story 2. The forest behind Benji's house wasn't particularly grand, just a tangle of oak and birch whispering secrets on the edge of town. But to Benji, whose days felt filled with the loud clatter of school hallways and the quiet ache of feeling overlooked, it was a sanctuary. He spent hours there tracing the bark patterns with his fingertips, listening to the rustle of unseen creatures and dreaming of something more. He carried a smooth, river-polished stone in his pocket, a deep gray flecked with shimmering silver, found one misty morning near the old willow stump. It felt warm against his skin, humming with a quiet energy only he seemed to notice. One crisp autumn afternoon, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, Benji followed a path less trodden. Sunlight filtered gold through the thinning canopy, dappled the forest floor. He paused by the ancient willow stump, its gnarled roots twisting like sleeping serpents. The air shimmered strangely there, like heat rising off pavement, only cool. He pulled out his stone. It pulsed gently, the silver flecks glowing with an inner light. Almost without thinking, he pressed it against the largest root. The world didn't vanish, it deepened. The shimmer intensified, resolving into a gossamer curtain of light, woven from threads of dew and spider silk. It whispered, a sound like wind chimes made of crystal leaves. Heart-pounding, Benji stepped through. The breath caught in his throat. He stood on a moss-covered path, but the moss wasn't just green. It shimmered with emerald and sapphire hues, soft as velvet under his worn sneakers. Trees towered impossibly tall, their leaves not merely changing color, but glowing deep ruby, luminous amber, vibrant amethyst. Light drifted down like liquid jewels, catching on wings no larger than Benji's thumb. Tiny beings like hummingbirds woven from starlight and petals zipped through the air, leaving trails of iridescent dust. The air hummed with a deep, resonant music, the harmony of the forest itself, richer and more complex than anything he'd ever heard. This was the verdant vale, a world hidden within the heartwood of his ordinary forest. Before the wonder could fully settle, a frantic rustle came from a thicket of glowing ferns. Out stumbled a creature about knee-high to Benji. It resembled a hedgehog, but its spines weren't brown. They were crystalline, catching the light like prisms. Its eyes, wide and intelligent, were the deep green of moss agate. It clutched a woven satchel spilling glowing berries, and looked utterly terrified. "Please," it squeaked, its voice high and trembling like a plucked harp string. "You must help, the glimmer is fading." "Glimmer," Benji stammered, kneeling cautiously. "Who are you? What's fading?" "I am Thistle," the creature puffed, trying to straighten its spines. "A spindlekin, the glimmer, it's the life song of the vale. It flows from the heartstone deep within the whispering caves, but it's weakening. The colors dim, the music falters, and the shadow moss creeps. Thistle pointed a trembling claw towards the edge of the path. Where the vibrant moss met the darker undergrowth, a sickly gray, velvety substance was spreading, smothering the light and leaving a chilling silence in its wake. The guardian of the heartstone, she hasn't been seen without her. Thistle shuddered. Benji felt a surge of protectiveness for this strange, prickly creature and the luminous world he'd stumbled into. His stone pulsed warmly against his leg. "I'm Benji. I found this stone outside. It brought me here. Maybe it can help. I want to help." The words felt surprisingly solid. Thistle's large eyes widened further, focusing on the stone. "The keystone," he breathed. "Legend spoke of a bridge stone carried by an outsider when the veil is in peril, but you're so smooth-skinned and tall." "And you're prickly and small," Benji offered a tentative smile. "Doesn't mean we can't try." A reluctant spark lit in Thistle's green eyes. "True. Unexpected paths often lead to strong roots, as the elder oak says." "Very well," Benji the smooth-skinned. "We journey to the whispering caves. But beware the murk crawlers drawn by the fading glimmer and the treacherous silver thread river." He adjusted his satchel, offering Benji a glowing, sweet-smelling berry, sustenance for the journey. Their unlikely fellowship began. The path wound deeper into the veil, each step revealing new wonders. Waterfalls cascading liquid moonlight, flowers that chimed when brushed, trees whose bark pulsed with soft, rhythmic light. But the signs of decay grew more frequent. Patches of shadow moss spread like bruises, silencing the local song sprites and wilting the luminous flora. The air grew colder where it spread. They navigated carefully. Thistle, surprisingly agile despite his spines, proved invaluable, sniffing out safe paths and identifying edible glowing fungi. Benji's height and reach helped them cross crevices bridged only by thick, glowing vines. He learned to listen to the subtle shifts in the forest's hum. A skill Thistle taught him. The quickening pulse meant danger. The slow, deep thrum meant safety. One evening, as they sheltered under the vast, luminous canopy of a glow-cap mushroom, Thistle shared more. The guardian, Leora, is a woven one-part tree, part spirit. She tends the heartstone, channeling the earth's deep magic into the glimmer, but she is ancient and her connection requires stillness, if disturbed or if the heartstone itself is tainted. He trailed off, nibbling a glowing berry morosely. Benji held his keystone. It felt warmer near the patches of shadow moss, almost vibrating. He cautiously approached a small patch. Holding the stone near it, he concentrated, pouring his wish for the moss to retreat into the warm object. To his astonishment, the sickly gray receded slightly, revealing a patch of healthy, shimmering moss beneath. It was exhausting, like pushing against a heavy door, but it worked. "Look, Thistle," the spindlekin gasped. "The keystone, it resonates against the shadow, but it's only a temporary ward. We must reach the source." Their journey brought them to the Silver Thread River. It wasn't water, but a flowing ribbon of pure, liquid silver, humming with intense energy. Crossing it was essential. The only bridge was a precarious arch of solidified moonlight, shimmering and insubstantial. Worse, lurking in the shadows beneath the arch were murk crawlers, creatures of clinging darkness, like shadows given oily form and too many skittering legs. They sensed the fading glimmer and were drawn to it, their presence causing the shadow moss to writhe and spread faster. "We cannot fight them," Thistle whispered, spines rattling. "The bridge is fragile, one wrong step." Benji studied the murk crawlers. They shied away from the brighter patches of glimmer. An idea sparked. He gathered several large, fallen glowcap mushrooms, their light still strong. "Thistle, can you be very brave and very fast?" The spindlekin puffed up. "For the veil, always." Benji explained his plan. Holding his keystone high, its silver flecks blazing, he stepped onto the moonlight bridge. It felt cool and slightly yielding beneath his feet. Immediately the murk crawlers hissed, scuttling towards the base of the arch, drawn to the stone's power. Benji moved slowly, deliberately, projecting confidence he didn't entirely feel. He reached the midpoint. "Now, Thistle," he called. Thistle, a blur of crystalline spines, darted forward, not onto the bridge, but along the riverbank. He lobbed the glowing mushrooms Benji had gathered towards the clustered murk crawlers. The creatures recoiled violently from the sudden, intense light, hissing and scrambling back into the deeper shadows under the riverbank. Their distraction was momentary but crucial. Benji sprinted the remaining distance, the bridge trembling but holding. He reached the other side just as the crawlers recovered. Thistle, with astonishing agility, used a thick, low-hanging vine to swing across the river, landing beside Benji with a soft thump. Well thrown. Benji grinned, relief flooding him. And well led, Benji the clever. Thistle chirped, his green eyes bright. Their friendship, forged in shared purpose and trust, felt as solid as the ancient trees around them. Beyond the river, the air grew heavier, the vibrant colors dimmer. The shadow moss was thick here, a suffocating blanket. The whispering caves loomed ahead, their entrance a dark maw veined with faint, dying streaks of luminous crystal. The deep hum of the veil was reduced to a faint, struggling whisper. Inside the caves, the darkness was profound, broken only by the fading light of the crystalline veins and the soft glow of Benji's keystone. The air smelled of damp stone and something else, a cold, metallic tang. Thistle guided them through labyrinthine tunnels, his knowledge of the veil's deeper places evident. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the drip of water and the unsettling skitter of unseen things in the dark. Finally, they entered a vast cavern. In its center rested the Heartstone. It wasn't a jewel, but a massive, pulsating formation of deep emerald crystal, shot through with veins of gold and silver. Or rather, it should have been pulsating. Now it flickered weakly, its light dull. Worse, thick tendrils of shadow moss crept up its base, like dark veins poisoning it. And slumped against the Heartstone, almost indistinguishable from the roots curling around it, was the Guardian. Leora was magnificent even in her stillness. Her form seemed woven from living wood and starlight, bark-like skin patterned with glowing sigils, long hair like cascading silver moss. But her light was dim, her breathing shallow. Her eyes were closed, and a faint trace of the sickly gray shadow moss crept along one arm where it touched the stone. "She's bound to it," Thistle whispered, horrified. "The shadow is draining her, and through her the Heartstone." Benji approached cautiously, the keystone blazing like a tiny star in his hand, pushing back the nearby shadow moss. He placed his free hand gently on Leora's bark-like arm. It felt cold. He poured his focus into the keystone, willing it to push the shadow back from her. The gray tendrils retreated slightly from her skin, but they writhed angrily, anchored deep into the Heartstone itself. It wasn't enough. The source is the stone, Benji realized. The moss on her is just a symptom. We need to cleanse the Heartstone. But how? Thistle wailed. The Guardian is the only one who can channel the deep magic. Benji looked at the keystone, then at the dying Heartstone, then at Thistle. An understanding dawned, fragile but bright. The keystone was a bridge. It had bridged worlds. Could it bridge connections? He thought of the forest outside, the solid, quiet earth, the enduring strength of the oaks. He thought of the trust he'd found with Thistle. He thought of his own quiet longing for purpose. "Thistle," Benji said, his voice steady. "We need to be the bridge. The keystone connects things. Maybe it can connect us to the Earth's magic, like Leora does, together. Thistle looked from Benji to the Heartstone, his small face set with determination. He placed a clawed hand on Benji's arm, holding the keystone. For the veil, we stand together. Benji placed his other hand directly onto the Heartstone, near the thickest cluster of shadow moss. The cold was shocking, a deep, draining chill that seeped into his bones. Thistle placed his other hand on the stone beside Benji's. They closed their eyes. Benji focused everything. Not just on pushing the shadow away, but on the feeling of the forest outside, the crunch of leaves underfoot, the smell of pine resin after rain, the solid comfort of his river-polished stone before it was magical. He thought of the vibrant life of the vale, the singing flowers, the starlight sprites, the velvety moss. He thought of Thistle's bravery, his prickly kindness. He poured all of it, his love for the hidden and the ordinary, his newfound courage, his friendship, into the keystone. The stone blazed. Not just light, but pure, resonant energy surged through Benji and Thistle, a circuit completed. It flowed into the Heartstone. The deep, resonant hum of the veil, silent for so long within the cave, began again, faintly at first, then stronger, vibrating through the stone and up their arms. It was the song of roots delving deep, of leaves drinking sunlight, of life persisting. The shadow moss recoiled. It hissed like steam, shriveling and turning to harmless gray dust that floated away on an unseen current. The dark veins within the Heartstone dissolved. The great crystal pulsed once, twice, then settled into a strong, steady rhythm, its emerald light flooding the cavern, warm and vital. A sigh like wind through ancient branches filled the cavern. Leora stirred. Her eyes opened, deep pools of starlight that focused first on the restored Heartstone, then on Benji and Thistle, still connected through the keystone. A slow, radiant smile touched her bark-like lips. "The bridge," she murmured, her voice the sound of rustling leaves and flowing water. "The unexpected bridge has carried the song." She gently placed her own hand over theirs on the Heartstone. A wave of pure healing warmth flowed into them, erasing the bone-deep chill, filling them with profound peace and belonging. The journey back through the veil was a celebration. The glimmer was restored, brighter and more joyful than before. Colors blazed, music soared, and the shadow moss was gone, replaced by lush, vibrant life. Sprites danced around Benji and Thistle, showering them in iridescent dust. Word of their deed had spread. Creatures of all kinds, luminescent, butterflies the size of his hand, shy moss deer with antlers of woven vines, even a grumpy-looking badger whose fur glowed with soft amber light emerged to bow or chirp their thanks. At the shimmering veil near the willow stump, Benji felt a pang. Thistle looked up at him, his green eyes understanding. "The bridge remains open, Benji the bridge builder. For you, the veil knows its friend." Benji knelt. "And I know mine, Thistle the brave." He carefully placed his keystone back into his pocket. It felt warm, but no longer pulsed with urgent power. Its work for now was done. Stepping back through the veil felt like surfacing from a deep, wonderful dream. The ordinary forest greeted him, the familiar oaks and birches, the scent of damp earth, the ordinary chirp of a robin. The willow stump looked just like a willow stump. But Benji knew better. He touched the stone in his pocket. It was warm, a secret heartbeat against his palm. Life back home didn't magically change. School was still loud, he was still quiet. But Benji carried the veil within him now. He noticed the subtle hum of life in the park trees, the hidden beauty in a dewdrop on a spiderweb, the quiet courage in a small bird defending its nest. He felt connected, rooted, like the ancient trees themselves. He knew true friendship could be found in the most unexpected places, disguised by prickles or quietness. He understood that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite it, especially for others. And he knew deep in his bones that wonder wasn't lost. It was hidden, waiting for a curious heart and a willing hand to reveal it. That night as he lay in bed, the cool autumn air drifting through his window, Benji held the smooth gray stone. He closed his eyes, not to sleep immediately, but to listen. Faintly, ever so faintly, beneath the rustle of the wind in the trees outside, he could hear it. The deep, resonant hum of the verdant vale, a comforting lullaby of life and magic, promising that even in the quietest moments, wonder was just a heartbeat away. He smiled, the warmth of the stone and the memory of luminous moss and a brave spindlekin friend, filling him with perfect peace. The forest held its breath outside, a guardian of hidden realms, and Benji drifted into dreams filled with the colors of a world both discovered and cherished, knowing he was part of something vast and beautiful, forever changed by the journey within. Story 3. The little village of Willowbrook nestled between rolling hills and the ancient whispering woods, where chimney smoke curled into skies painted with twilight hues. In the attic of a cottage with ivy-laced windows, young Ben discovered a dusty copper teapot while searching for spare candle holders. Its surface, tarnished by time, bore intricate engravings of stars and winding vines. As Ben wiped the grime away with his sleeve, the teapot hummed softly, like a drowsy bumblebee. That night, while brewing chamomile tea for his ailing grandmother, Ben watched in wonder as steam rose not in wisps but in shimmering shapes, dancing rabbits, fluttering sparrows, and miniature oak trees that sprouted from the spout. When he poured the tea into Granny's cup, the liquid glowed with a soft amber light. With the first sip, color returned to her cheeks, and she sighed with relief. "Why, it tastes like sunshine and wildflower meadows," she murmured. The teapot, Ben realized, didn't just brew tea, it brewed hope. But days later, the teapot's magic began to fade. Its glow dimmed and the steam shapes dissolved into ordinary mist. A faint whisper seemed to echo from its belly, "Return me." So Ben wrapped the teapot in a woolen scarf and set out for the whispering woods, guided only by the teapot's occasional warm pulse against his chest. Deep in the woods, where sunlight dappled the mossy ground like scattered coins, Ben met his first helper, Thistle, a hedgehog with spectacles balanced precariously on his snout. Thistle tended a library of roots and mushrooms, deciphering stories written in lichen. "Ah, the heart's kettle," he exclaimed, tapping the teapot with a claw. "It draws power from the crystal spring at the wood's heart, but the path is guarded by the stone sentinel, a creature who freezes intruders with riddles." Further on, a brook giggled over polished stones. There Ben found Fern, a frog with velvety green skin and a lute strapped to her back. She sang ballads of forgotten rains and could hear the earth's heartbeat. "The sentinel isn't cruel," she croaked, plucking a melancholy tune. "It's lonely, its stone heart aches for stories it cannot remember." For 3 days the trio journeyed, Thistle navigating by starlight patterns on tree bark, Fern soothing snarling thickets with her music, and Ben warming their hands with tea that briefly sparked with courage-flavored steam. When they reached a clearing, the stone sentinel towered before them, a colossus of granite and quartz, its eyes hollow pits that swirled like storm clouds. "Who seeks the spring?" it boomed, frost crackling at its feet. A riddle spilled from its stony lips. "I am born in shadow, nurtured in silence, and given freely yet never held. What am I?" Thistle rustled his spines nervously. "A secret." The sentinel's gaze froze a nearby sapling solid. Fern strummed her lute. A melody. Icicles daggered down from branches. Ben stepped forward, the teapot warm against his palms. He thought of Granny's smile when the tea eased her pain, of Fern's songs melting brambles, of Thistle's gentle wisdom. "Kindness," Ben said softly. "It's born in shadowed hearts, nurtured in quiet acts, and given without keeping." The sentinel shuddered. Cracks webbed across its chest, not from breaking, but from thawing. "For centuries no one spoke my riddle's answer," it rumbled, voice like grinding glaciers. They sought force or trickery. As ice melted from its joints, it whispered, "I forget who I was before stone." Fern played a lullaby her grandmother taught her. Thistle recited tales of mountain winds and river songs. Ben poured tea into a mossy cup, steam swirling into the shape of a laughing child building stone cairns. The sentinel's eyes cleared, revealing not voids but memories. I was a guardian, it breathed. But time made me forget, even myself. With a grateful nod, it stepped aside, revealing the crystal spring, a pool where liquid light bubbled like liquid stars. Ben dipped the teapot into the waters. Engravings flared gold, and when he poured, the steam blossomed into a galaxy of fireflies. "Take this," Ben offered the sentinel a cup. As it drank, moss crept over its shoulders, and forget-me-nots sprouted at its feet, no longer a sentry, but a story-keeper rooted in life. On his return, Ben found Granny waiting by the fireplace, her knitting needles clicking like crickets. The teapot, now radiant, brewed tea that tasted of starlight and pine needles. Yet its truest magic lingered in Willowbrook, neighbors sharing tea and tales, Thistle teaching children to read lichen script, Fern's songs drifting from open windows. The sentinel, visible as a distant mossy hill, glowed softly at dusk, a beacon for wanderers seeking wisdom. Ben kept the teapot on the hearth. Some nights steam still curled into shapes, a spectacled hedgehog, a frog's winking eye, stones blooming with flowers. And as he sipped tea that warmed him to his toes, he knew magic wasn't in objects, but in the kindness that passed between open hands, like a cup offered in the dark. Outside, the whispering woods sighed contentedly, cradling the village in a cocoon of rustling leaves and quiet wonders. Story 4. Leo had always loved his grandmother's attic, a dusty, sun-dappled sanctuary smelling of cinnamon and old paper. While rummaging one drowsy afternoon, his fingers brushed against a forgotten tea tin tucked behind a moth-eaten quilt. Inside lay no tea leaves, but a small brass compass no bigger than a walnut. Its needle spun lazily, pointing not north, but toward Leo's own heartbeat. When he held it, warmth spread through his palm, and the air hummed with the scent of rain-kissed earth. That night the compass glowed softly beneath his pillow, whispering in a voice like rustling leaves, "Seek the whispering glen, bring light to the shadowed heart." Puzzled but enchanted, Leo packed a knapsack with gingerbread and a lantern, slipping out at dawn. The compass led him beyond the village, into the ancient silverwood forest where trees towered like cathedral pillars. Moss cushioned his steps, and dew-laden spiderwebs glittered like scattered diamonds. Soon he met Fig, a plump, spectacled badger balancing a tiny ledger on a tree stump. "Ah." Fig adjusted his glasses. "You're the one the compass chose. I'm the keeper of forgotten paths. That glen you seek, its song has faded. The shadowroot vine is choking it, grew from a lonely tear shed centuries ago." Fig's voice softened. "Force won't work. Shadowroot feeds on anger. It needs understanding." As they trekked deeper, the forest grew dimmer. Trunks twisted into gnarled shapes, and a chill seeped into Leo's bones. That's when Pip found them, a fiery-tailed squirrel with eyes like molten amber. "Lost the glimmer, have we?" she chirped, darting ahead. "Follow my tail, and don't mind the grumble bugs, they're all bluster." True enough, fist-sized beetles with grumpy faces clacked their jaws, but scattered when Pip blew raspberries at them. She taught Leo to listen, to the sighing ferns, the murmuring brooks, even the grumbles. "Every sound's a story," she winked. "Even shadows have something to say." The whispering glen was a crescent of wilted moonflowers, veiled by thorny shadowroot vines pulsing with oily darkness. At its center stood a petrified oak, its branches cradling a single, fading crystal, the glen's heart. The compass flared in Leo's hand, its needle trembling toward the oak. "Shadowroot's lonely," Fig murmured. It grew from sorrow, remember, show it what it's forgotten. Doubt prickled Leo. How could he heal something so vast? Then Pip nudged his ankle. Sing what the woods taught you. Taking a breath, Leo hummed the brook's lullaby. He imitated the grumble-bug's disgruntled clicks and the wind's gentle hush. The vines recoiled, then swayed as if listening. Remembering Fig's ledger, Leo whispered tales of sunlit clearings and badger cubs at play. The thorns softened. One vine uncurled toward him, its tip brushing the compass. In that touch, Leo felt centuries of isolation, the aching void left when the glen's last guardian vanished. You're not alone, Leo breathed. The forest remembers you. A tear welled in Leo's eye, falling onto the vine. Where it landed, the darkness dissolved, revealing emerald green beneath. Pip's tail flared brighter, weaving light through the branches. Fig opened his ledger, and glowing runes floated out, stitching the fractured crystal back together. As the shadowroot shrank, moonflowers bloomed, filling the glen with silver radiance and the scent of honeyed rain. The crystal pulsed, singing in voices of wind and water and stone, a chorus of belonging. The compass cooled in Leo's palm, its needle now pointing steadily home. Fig patted his leg. You carried the forest's light inside you all along, lad. Pip scampered up the revived oak, chattering, tell them we throw splendid acorn parties. Visit any time. Walking back, Leo realized the true magic wasn't in the compass, but in listening, to the world's hidden songs, to others' silent hurts, to his own gentle courage. That night, as fireflies danced outside his window, he placed the compass on his nightstand. It glowed softly, not with commands, but with contentment. And in his dreams, he wandered sun-dappled paths where badgers kept ledgers, squirrels told jokes, and every shadow had a story waiting to be heard. The glen's song echoed in his heartbeat, a lullaby of roots and stars, reminding him that even the smallest kindness could mend a fractured world. Sleep wrapped around him like a warm quilt, and he smiled, knowing wonders bloomed just beyond the edge of ordinary sight. Story 5. The old stone cottage at the edge of Willow Creek had always felt a little too big for Layla. She preferred the quiet corners, the window seat overlooking the wildflower meadow, the nook under the crooked oak tree, and especially the dusty, forgotten attic. It was there, one rain-slicked afternoon, while searching for a misplaced sketchbook, that Leela discovered the cup of whispers. It wasn't grand. Tucked behind a box of moth-eaten scarves and a broken clock, it was a simple teacup. Its porcelain was the color of cream, slightly chipped at the rim, and decorated with hand-painted forget-me-nots so tiny and delicate they seemed to tremble. Yet when Leela carefully lifted it, a warmth hummed through her fingertips, subtle as a sleeping cat's purr. Curious, she brushed away the dust. As her finger traced the rim, a faint, silvery light pulsed within the cup, like captured moonlight, and a sound like distant wind chimes sighed in the quiet air. That evening, sitting by her bedroom window, Layla held the cup. On impulse, she whispered into its depths, "Hello." The porcelain grew warm. From the cup rose a swirl of shimmering, opalescent steam, carrying with it not just the scent of rain-washed earth and blooming honeysuckle, but a gentle, curious presence. It felt like the cup itself was listening. Tentatively, Leela whispered her thoughts about the lonely feeling the big cottage sometimes gave her. The steam swirled gently, forming soft, comforting shapes, a warm hearth, a smiling sun, and a profound sense of quiet understanding washed over her. The cup of whispers didn't speak words, it spoke in feelings, scents, and fleeting images. Leela's days transformed. She'd whisper secrets to the cup, her fascination with the constellations, her worries about starting at the village school, her joy at finding a perfect blue jay feather. The cup responded with warmth, light, and gentle sensory echoes. It showed her the sparkle of stardust when she spoke of the sky, the scent of parchment and ink when she worried about school, and the feeling of soft down when she described the feather. She felt seen, truly seen, in a way she never had before. One morning a week later, the cup's usual warm glow was dim. When Leela whispered into it, the steam rose sluggishly, carrying only a faint, fading scent of lavender and a feeling like loss. A tiny, shimmering tear, like liquid starlight, formed at the cup's chipped rim and vanished. Leela's heart clenched. The cup was fading. Its magic, she somehow understood deep within, needed connection beyond just her whispers. It needed to share its whispers with others. This sparked a journey. Not across mountains or seas, but across the familiar, yet suddenly vast, landscape of her own shyness. The cup of whispers needed friends, and Leela had to find them. Her first stop was the ancient oak tree. Beneath its sprawling roots lived Barnaby, a gruff but kind-hearted badger with spectacles perched precariously on his snout and a passion for geology. Leela, heart pounding, held out the cup. "Barnaby, this is special, would you whisper to it?" Barnaby peered over his spectacles, his black nose twitching. HMPH, a teacup. But something in the cup's faint, pleading glow caught his eye. He leaned closer and rumbled, low and thoughtful, about the fascinating veins of quartz he'd discovered near the creek bed. The cup shimmered. Warmth radiated from it, and a tiny, perfect image of sparkling quartz crystals formed in the steam, accompanied by the scent of damp stone and deep earth. Barnaby's gruffness melted into wonder. "By my whiskers, it understands, it feels the rock." Next, Leela sought out Pip, a tiny, iridescent starling with feathers like oil on water and a voice like tinkling bells. Pip was perpetually curious and slightly scatterbrained. "Ooh, shiny." Pip chirped, landing on Layla's outstretched hand near the cup. "What does it do?" Leela encouraged Pip to whisper about her latest adventure, chasing sunbeams through the clouds. Pip trilled a dizzying account of dizzying heights and rushing winds. The cup responded with a burst of golden light. The steam swirled into the shape of a soaring bird, filled with the exhilarating scent of high altitude and the sound of wind whistling through feathers. Pip did a joyful little hop. It flew with me, it felt the sky. Word carried by a fascinated badger and an excitable starling began to spread. Old Mr. Hemlock, the retired carpenter with hands like gnarled wood, whispered about the scent of cedar shavings and the satisfaction of a perfect dovetail joint. The cup glowed with warm amber light, filling the air with the aroma of sawdust and showing the intricate beauty of wood grain. Shy Alara from the bakery whispered her secret dream of baking a cake shaped like a castle. The cup filled with the comforting scent of vanilla and cinnamon, and the steam formed tiny, perfect turrets. Leela became a quiet conductor of connection. She carried the cup of whispers to those who felt unheard, the lonely, the dreamers, the ones with quiet passions. With each shared whisper a child's secret about a hidden fairy ring, a gardener's love for a stubborn rose, a weaver's pride in a complex pattern, the cup's magic grew stronger, its light brighter, its warmth more encompassing. Leela herself changed. Her quiet nature remained, but it was no longer a barrier. It became a gentle strength, a listening space. She learned the profound wisdom in simply hearing, in truly understanding the unspoken feelings beneath the words, just as the cup did. The challenge came unexpectedly. A fierce storm swept down from the northern moors, battering Willow Creek. Trees groaned, the creek swelled, and a frightened cry pierced the howling wind. Young Finn, the miller's son, had chased his runaway kite into the old woods and was now trapped, terrified, clinging to a branch as the creek surged below. Panic rippled through the gathered villagers. The path was treacherous, the water too wild to cross. Layla stood at the edge of the churning creek, the cup of whispers warm in her hands. Force was impossible. Bravery alone wasn't enough. What was needed was calm, connection, understanding. Wisdom. She closed her eyes, blocking out the storm's roar, and focused. She poured into the cup not just her own fear for Finn, but the collective worry of the villagers, the frantic energy of the storm, and most importantly, a deep, unwavering sense of calm she willed into being. She whispered a plea for understanding, for the storm to relent just for a moment. The cup of whispers pulsed with a light so pure and bright, it cut through the gray gloom like a beacon. The light flowed outwards not as a beam, but as a wave of profound tranquility. It carried the scent of sun-warmed stone after rain, the feeling of a deep, steadying breath, and the image of roots holding firm in shifting earth. The effect was immediate, yet gentle. The wind didn't stop howling, but its fury seemed to lessen, swirling around the area near Finn rather than buffeting him directly. The creek's roar softened to a powerful hum. The villagers felt their panic ease, replaced by a focused calm. Seeing the shift, Barnaby, strong and steady, knew exactly where the safest footing was on the slippery bank. Pip, swift and agile, darted through the calmer air currents to land near Finn, chirping reassuringly, guiding him with her tiny presence. Mr. Hemlock saw a fallen log that could serve as a bridge with minimal shifting. Working together, guided by the shared calm the cup had woven, they formed a human chain. With steady hands and quiet encouragement, they reached Finn and guided him back to safety, moments before the storm surged back to full fury. It wasn't brute strength that saved him. It was shared calm, pooled wisdom, and the profound understanding that flowed from Leela and the Cup of Whispers. After the storm passed, leaving the world washed clean and sparkling, the villagers gathered at Leela's cottage. It wasn't a grand celebration, but a quiet gathering of gratitude. One by one they approached the Cup of Whispers, now placed on the old oak table, glowing with a soft, steady light. They didn't whisper secrets this time, but simple words, "Thank you, safe, together." The cup absorbed them all, radiating a warmth that filled the room, thick with the scent of rain-washed pine, sun-dried grass, and the sweet, comforting aroma of fresh-baked bread. Layla knew the cup didn't belong hidden in an attic or kept for herself. Its magic was in the sharing, the listening, the weaving of quiet connections. She placed it on a special shelf in the village library, a place of stories and quiet contemplation. Anyone feeling lost, lonely, or needing to share a quiet joy could come, whisper to the cup, and feel its warm, understanding presence. The forget-me-nots painted on its sides seemed to glow a little brighter whenever someone did. As for Leela, the girl who once preferred only quiet corners, she still loved her window seat and the nook under the oak. But now she also walked through Willow Creek with a quiet confidence. She truly listened to the rustle of leaves, the chatter of neighbors, the unspoken worries in a friend's eyes. She carried the cup's wisdom inside her, the gentle strength of understanding, the magic of shared whispers, and the profound comfort of knowing that even the smallest voice, the quietest feeling, held wonder and deserved to be heard. And sometimes on the quietest nights, she'd sit by her window, feeling the echo of the cup's warmth, a soft, contented hum in her heart, as comforting as a lullaby sung beside a crackling fire, reminding her that the greatest magic often begins with a simple, heartfelt whisper into the dark. The warmth lingered like a hug from the world itself, promising that wonder was always close, waiting to be shared. Story 6. The fire crackled softly, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Outside, a gentle rain whispered against the window pane. Nestled deep in the covers, listen closely now, for a tale of hidden wonders and quiet courage spun just for you. In a village hugged by rolling hills and ancient forests lived a boy named Silas. He wasn't the loudest or the boldest, but he possessed a deep, quiet kindness and eyes that noticed things others missed, the intricate pattern of a spider's web glistening with dew, the specific way sunlight dappled through oak leaves, the faintest rustle in the undergrowth. His favorite place was the edge of the Whispering Woods, a vast, old forest that seemed to breathe with secrets. Villagers spoke of it with hushed tones, sharing stories of strange lights and elusive creatures, warning children not to stray too deep. But Silas felt no fear there. He felt a curious sense of welcome, as if the trees themselves knew his gentle heart. One crisp autumn afternoon, while searching for particularly bright maple leaves near the forest's edge, Silas noticed something glinting beneath a gnarled, moss-covered root. It wasn't the flashy sparkle of a lost coin, but a soft, silvery shimmer, like moonlight captured in liquid. He carefully brushed away damp earth and fallen leaves to reveal a small, perfectly smooth object. It was a bell, but unlike any bell he'd ever seen. Crafted from a cool, pale metal that felt almost like polished stone, it had no clapper inside. Delicate, swirling patterns like frost on a window pane adorned its surface, and it seemed to hum faintly against his palm, a vibration more felt than heard. It felt ancient and alive. He brought it home, polishing it carefully with his sleeve. That night, tucked into his small bed, he held the silent bell. As he drifted towards sleep, a strange thing happened. The bell, resting on his pillow, began to emit a soft, pure light, filling his room with a gentle silver glow. And then he heard it. Not a ringing sound, but a melody. It was faint at first, like distant wind chimes, then clearer, a tune woven from the rustling of leaves, the gurgle of a hidden stream, the sigh of the wind through pine needles. It was the song of the whispering woods itself, playing directly into his dreaming mind. He slept more peacefully than ever before, cradled in the forest's lullaby. Night after night the bell sang its woodland song, bringing Silas deep, restful sleep and filling his days with a quiet sense of connection to the forest he loved. But with the melody came something else, fleeting images. Glimpses of towering, ancient trees he'd never seen, paths winding through ferns taller than himself, and a deep sense of sadness. It was a gentle melancholy, like a lost sigh carried on the breeze. The bell wasn't just singing, it was yearning. Silas understood, with a certainty that bloomed in his quiet heart, that this beautiful object did not belong in his room. It belonged in the woods. It was lost, and its absence caused the forest a subtle pain. With a resolve that surprised even him, Silas decided he must return the bell. He packed a small knapsack with a crust of bread, a wedge of cheese, his water flask, and carefully wrapped the silent bell in a scrap of soft flannel. He slipped out at dawn, the world painted in soft grays and pinks, the air cool and fragrant with damp earth and pine resin. He stepped beyond the familiar boundary tree, the one marked with the village symbol, and into the deeper embrace of the whispering woods. The forest changed immediately. The light became dappled and green, filtering through a canopy so thick it felt like twilight even at midday. Moss, thick and velvet soft, carpeted the ground, muffling his footsteps. Giant ferns unfurled like prehistoric fans, and the air hummed with unseen life. He followed the faint pull he felt from the bell in his pocket, a gentle tugging sensation towards the heartwood. He walked for hours, marveling at luminous mushrooms clinging to fallen logs, listening to the complex conversations of unseen birds, feeling the watchful presence of the ancient trees. As the shadows lengthened, Silas realized he was well and truly lost to the world he knew. A flicker of unease touched him, but the bell's soft hum in his pocket seemed to offer reassurance. He found a small clearing carpeted with soft moss beneath a towering oak and sat down to rest, eating his simple meal. The forest sounds deepened the chirp of crickets, the hoot of an owl far away, the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush. He unwrapped the bell. It lay silent and cool in his hand, its patterns catching the fading light. Suddenly, a pair of bright, intelligent eyes peered at him from behind a cluster of ferns. A fox, its coat a rich russet red, stepped cautiously into the clearing. It didn't flee. Instead, it tilted its head, studying Silas with curious amber eyes. Silas held very still, remembering his grandmother's words, "Wild things sense fear." Offer stillness and respect, he slowly extended his hand, palm open and empty, towards the fox. The fox took a step closer, then another. Its nose twitched. It wasn't looking at Sila's, but at the bell resting beside him. A soft whine escaped its throat, a sound of recognition and longing. Silas gently picked up the bell. "Do you know this?" he whispered. The fox dipped its head, almost a nod. It turned and took a few steps towards the denser part of the forest, then looked back at Silas expectantly. "You want me to follow you?" Silas asked, hope blooming in his chest. The fox gave another soft sound and trotted forward. Silas scrambled to his feet, carefully tucking the bell back into its flannel wrapping in his pocket, and followed. The fox moved with sure-footed grace, leading Silas along paths invisible to human eyes under low-hanging branches, across trickling streams on stepping stones worn smooth by time, through tunnels of intertwined rhododendron. Silas marveled at the fox's knowledge, feeling a burgeoning sense of trust. This creature wasn't leading him astray, it was guiding him home. The bell's home. They journeyed until the light was truly failing, painting the forest floor in deep blues and purples. Fireflies began to wink like tiny stars amongst the ferns. The fox stopped at the edge of a vast, moonlit glade. At its center stood the oldest tree Silas had ever imagined. It wasn't just tall, it was immense, its trunk wider than a cottage, its bark deeply fissured like the map of a forgotten world. Roots as thick as dragons snaked across the mossy ground, disappearing into the earth. High in its branches, nestled like a crown, was a structure woven from living vines and shimmering leaves, a dwelling. This, Silas knew with a bone-deep certainty, was the heartwood tree. The fox nudged Silas gently towards the massive roots, then melted back into the shadows with a soft brush of its tail against his leg. Silas approached the great tree with reverence. The air here thrummed with power, ancient and deep, like the slow heartbeat of the earth. As he neared the colossal roots, a voice, soft and resonant as wind through reeds, spoke from above. "Lost are we, little wanderer, or found?" Silas looked up. Perched on a lower branch, partially hidden by a curtain of silvery leaves, was a large, magnificent owl. Its feathers were the color of storm clouds and moonlight, streaked with silver. Its eyes, large and luminous, regarded him with ancient wisdom and a touch of amusement. I found something," Silas stammered, his voice small in the vastness of the glade. "I think it belongs here." He carefully drew out the wrapped bell. The owl's eyes fixed on the flannel bundle. A ripple seemed to pass through its feathers. "Ah," it breathed, the sound like dry leaves skittering. "The songkeeper's heart, so that is where it wandered." It tilted its head. "You heard its call, felt its sorrow." Silas nodded. "It sang to me at night. Beautiful songs, but sad ones. It showed me pictures of deep woods. I knew I had to bring it back." Perceptive, the owl murmured. Few human ears are tuned to such subtle frequencies. The heart's absence has muted the whispering wood's deepest harmonies. A discordance has grown. The owl shifted on its branch. "But returning it is not simply placing it back on the moss where you found it, young listener. The heart must be returned to its cradle, high within the heartwood's embrace." The owl gestured with its beak towards the dizzying heights of the tree. "The way is not without challenge." Silas looked up at their impossibly high branches, the woven dwelling gleaming faintly in the moonlight. Fear, cold and sharp, prickled his skin. Heights made his stomach swoop. He was just a boy, small and uncertain. How could he possibly climb that? Seeing his hesitation, the owl spoke again, its voice gentler. "Courage, little wanderer, is not the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite its whispers. The heart chose you to hear its song, it trusts you, and the owl added, its gaze drifting towards the shadows where the fox had disappeared, "You are not alone. Help often comes in unexpected forms if one has the eyes to see and the heart to accept." As if summoned, the russet fox emerged from the ferns at the base of the tree. It padded silently to Sila's and nudged his hand with its cool nose. Then it began to climb. Not straight up the trunk, but along one of the massive, gnarled roots that spiraled upwards, forming natural steps and platforms. The fox looked back, waiting. Taking a deep breath, the scent of ancient bark and cool night air filling his lungs, Silas placed his hand on the rough, warm bark of the heartwood. It pulsed faintly beneath his fingers, a slow, steady rhythm. He felt the silent bell hum in his pocket, a vibration of encouragement. He looked at the patient fox, then up at the watchful owl. He wasn't alone. He began to climb. The ascent was arduous. The bark was rough, the roots sometimes slippery with moss. His arms ached, and his fear of falling was a constant companion, fluttering in his chest like a trapped bird. But the fox was a sure guide, always finding the safest path, waiting patiently when Silas needed to catch his breath. The owl occasionally fluttered silently ahead, landing on a higher branch, its presence a silent beacon. And the bell, nestled close, seemed to lend him a quiet strength, its faint hum synchronizing with the deep thrum of the tree itself. Higher and higher they climbed, the forest floor receding into a carpet of deep shadow far below, punctuated by the soft glow of luminous fungi and fireflies. The air grew cooler, fresher. Stars began to pierce the velvety blackness of the sky through gaps in the canopy. Silas focused on each handhold, each foothold, on the russet fur of the fox just ahead. He learned to trust the tree, to feel its ancient strength supporting him. His fear didn't vanish, but it became a manageable thing, a whisper he acknowledged but chose not to let rule him. He was doing this for the woods, for the song. Finally, after what felt like hours, they reached the level of the woven dwelling. A broad platform of intertwined living branches formed a kind of terrace before an arched entrance woven from supple willow and draped with shimmering vines that glowed with a soft, internal light. The fox sat down, its task seemingly complete, watching Silas with calm eyes. The owl landed gracefully beside him. "The cradle awaits within, Songbird," the owl said softly. "Place the heart where it belongs, and the whispering woods will sing true once more." Silas stepped through the vine-draped arch. Inside, the dwelling was filled with a soft, green-gold light emanating from the living walls. The air was sweet and cool, smelling of honey and wild herbs. In the center of the single, round room, resting on a pedestal formed from a single, smooth knot of the heartwood itself, was a shallow indentation. It was the exact size and shape of the silent bell. It pulsed with a soft, golden light, like a heart waiting to be made whole. With trembling hands, reverence filling him, Silas took the bell from his pocket. He unwrapped it, the cool silver gleaming in the ambient light. The patterns on its surface seemed to swirl more actively. He stepped forward and gently, carefully, placed the songkeeper's heart into the cradle. The moment the bell touched the indentation, a profound silence fell, deeper than any Silas had ever known. It lasted only a heartbeat. Then a pure, clear chime resonated through the dwelling, not loud, but impossibly deep and rich, vibrating through the very bones of the great tree. It echoed outwards, a wave of sound that rippled through the whispering woods. Silas felt it pass through him, a wave of pure, harmonious energy. Outside, the forest responded. The trees seemed to sigh, a collective release of breath. Leaves rustled with renewed vigor, not just the sound of wind, but a melody. The distant hoot of the owl became a musical note, the chirp of crickets a rhythmic counterpoint. The gurgle of unseen streams joined the chorus. The whispering woods wasn't just whispering anymore, it was singing. A complex, beautiful symphony of life, ancient and joyful, filled the night air. The sadness he had felt through the bell was gone, replaced by an overwhelming sense of peace, wholeness, and profound gratitude. The bell itself sat in its cradle, glowing with a soft, steady silver light. The golden light from the pedestal intertwined with it, creating a gentle aurora around the object. The song of the woods flowed through it, amplified and purified. Silas stood bathed in the light and the song, tears of wonder and relief pricking his eyes. He had done it. He had faced his fear, climbed the impossible height, and brought the song back to the forest. The weight of the journey lifted, replaced by a lightness, a sense of accomplishment that warmed him from within. The owl glided silently into the dwelling, landing beside the cradle. "Well done, songbird," it said, its voice filled with warmth. "You have restored the harmony. The Whispering Woods remembers your kindness, your courage, and your quiet heart." The owl dipped its head towards him. "Such acts forge bonds that time and distance cannot break. You will always be welcome here, Silas." The russet fox padded in and sat beside Silas, leaning its warm body gently against his leg. Silas reached down and stroked its soft fur, a silent thank you passing between them. The journey back down the heartwood tree, guided by the owl's silent flight and the fox's sure path, felt effortless, bathed as they were in the renewed song of the forest. The moonlight seemed brighter, the path clearer. When they reached the forest floor, the fox nudged Silas's hand once more, then turned and vanished into the luminous undergrowth. The owl landed on a low branch nearby. "The path home is clear to you now, songbird," it said. "Follow the melody, it will guide your steps." With a powerful beat of its silent wings, the owl soared upwards and disappeared into the star-strewn canopy. Silas stood for a moment, breathing in the sweet, singing air. He knew the way. The melody of the woods wasn't just sound, it was a feeling, a gentle pull towards the village. He walked through the transformed forest, no longer a place of hushed secrets and potential fear, but a realm of vibrant, harmonious life. Ferns seemed to nod in time to the music, leaves shimmered with extra dewlight, and the very air hummed with contentment. He emerged from the Whispering Woods just as the first blush of dawn painted the eastern sky. The village lay quiet, still asleep. He slipped back into his small house and into his bed, weary to his bones but filled with a profound peace. He didn't need the bell to sing him to sleep anymore. The song of the forest, whole and beautiful, echoed softly in his heart. He slept deeply, dreamlessly, wrapped in the gratitude of an ancient world. Life returned to normal in the village. Silas didn't speak of his journey, knowing some things are too precious, too magical for ordinary words. But he was changed. His quiet kindness remained, but it was underpinned by a new layer of quiet confidence. He visited the edge of the Whispering Woods often, and sometimes, just sometimes, he would see a flash of russet fur amidst the ferns, or hear the soft, resonant call of an owl from deep within the green shadows. He would smile, knowing he had a friends in the hidden heart of the world. And on clear, quiet nights, when the wind was just right, the villagers would pause and listen. They would swear they heard a new, beautiful melody woven into the familiar sounds of the night, a harmony they couldn't explain but found strangely comforting, a lullaby sung by the ancient woods themselves. Only Silas knew the true source, the silent bell ringing in the heartwood, and the quiet courage it took to return a song to where it belonged. He carried the melody within him always, a reminder that even the smallest heart, guided by kindness and facing its fears with the help of unexpected friends, can change the world one pure, resonant note at a time. The fire has burned low now, just embers glowing like sleepy eyes. The rain has softened to a gentle patter, a soothing rhythm on the roof. The story is told, the song is restored, and courage has found its quiet reward. Let the melody of the Whispering Woods, safe and whole, drift you gently into dreams. Sleep well, little one. Sleep well. Story 7. The first frost hadn't yet silvered the window panes of Oliver's tiny attic room, but the air held the crisp, clear promise of winter. Below, the bustling city hummed its constant, distant song, the clatter of carts, the murmur of crowds, the occasional shrill whistle. Oliver, however, felt miles away, adrift in a sea of quiet loneliness. His parents worked long hours at the Grand Clockmakers' Guild, their hands skilled but their time scarce. Oliver's world was the attic, filled with fascinating cast-offs, gears that no longer turned, springs that had lost their bounce, and intricate brass pieces that gleamed like forgotten treasure in the lamplight. He loved them, but they were silent companions. One chilly twilight, as Oliver sorted a box of particularly delicate clock hands, his fingers brushed against something unexpected. Tucked beneath a coil of copper wire was a lens, not like the magnifying glass he used to inspect tiny cogs, but something altogether stranger. It was fashioned from a single, impossibly clear shard of amber, smooth and cool to the touch, and set within a simple band of woven, silvery spider silk. Holding it felt like holding a captured drop of sunset light. Curiosity sparked, replacing the familiar ache of solitude. Oliver lifted the lens to his eye and peered towards the dusty corner where the old oak wardrobe met the wall. The world didn't magnify, it shifted. The dust motes swirling in the fading light weren't just specks, they became glittering constellations. The grain of the wooden floorboards erupted into vast, rolling hills of warm, honey-colored wood. And there, where the wall met the floor, wasn't a mere crack, but a grand, arched gateway veiled in shimmering strands of cobweb, catching the last rays of sun like spun gold. Hesitantly, Oliver knelt. The lens remained cool against his skin. He focused on the gateway. The shimmering strands seemed to part, not physically, but to his perception, revealing a path beyond. He took a deep breath, the scent of old wood and dust suddenly layered with something else, the damp, rich smell of earth and growing things, and a faint, sweet hint of cinnamon. Driven by a yearning he couldn't name, Oliver crawled forward. He felt no resistance, only a subtle coolness as he passed through the veil of webs. When he blinked, the attic was gone. He stood at the edge of a forest, unlike any he'd ever imagined. Towering above him weren't trees of wood and leaf, but colossal stalks of feathery moss, their emerald fronds catching the perpetual twilight glow that seemed to emanate from the air itself. The ground was a thick carpet of velvety, deep purple moss, springy beneath his feet. Luminous mushrooms, no bigger than Oliver's thumb, clustered like tiny lanterns around the bases of the moss trees, casting pools of soft blue, green, and violet light. Overhead, the sky was a vast, intricate canopy of cobwebs, shimmering with captured moisture and refracting the mushroom light into 1,000 twinkling points. It was silent, profoundly so, but not empty. It hummed with a quiet, vital energy. He had stepped into the cobweb canopy. Oliver stood frozen, the amber lens clutched tightly. He felt impossibly small, yet strangely unafraid. The air was cool and moist, scented with that same earthy richness and the elusive hint of cinnamon. He took a tentative step onto the purple moss. It yielded softly, releasing a puff of sparkling spores that drifted like fairy dust. "Lost are we," a small, surprisingly resonant voice piped up. Oliver jumped, whirling around. Perched on a knot of glowing blue fungus was a creature no larger than his palm. It had sleek gray fur, bright, intelligent black eyes that shone like polished obsidian, and delicate, almost translucent wings folded neatly against its back. It twitched a long, whiskered nose. "Who are you?" Oliver stammered, lowering the lens slightly. "Thistlewick," the creature announced, puffing out its tiny chest. "Keeper of the lower vales, observer of oddities, and, well, mostly just Thistlewick. You're from the big above, aren't you? Smell like dust and metal. He sniffed the air critically. Oliver managed. And yes, I suppose I found this. He held up the amber lens. Thistlewick's eyes widened, reflecting the shimmering canopy. The weaver's eye, blimey, haven't seen one of those in, well, since the great moth migration got tangled up near the dewdrop spires. Wherever did you find it? In my attic, Oliver explained, feeling a bit foolish. Amongst some clock parts. Clock parts. Thistlewick chittered, a sound like tiny pebbles shaken in a velvet bag. Fascinating mechanisms, precise things. Not much call for precision down here except maybe for the dew spinners. They're finicky. He fluttered down, landing lightly on Oliver's outstretched hand. His tiny feet were surprisingly warm. Well, Oliver from the big above, bearer of the weaver's eye, what brings you trespassing in the cobweb canopy? Not many big ones find the gateways, fewer still with the key to see them truly. I was just curious, Oliver admitted. I was lonely. It looked beautiful. Thistlewick tilted his head. Lonely canopy's full of life, but it's quiet life, delicate life. Easy to feel alone even when surrounded, I suppose. He looked thoughtful. You've got the eye, that means you can see. Maybe you could see something important. Important, Oliver echoed. The heartwood sap, Thistlewick said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. It's the lifeblood of the oldest moss mother in the canopy. She anchors the veil between here and the big above, keeps things stable, but the sap's been stolen, vanished from her roots 3 moons ago. Without it, she weakens. The veil, it's starting to fray. Little tears, drafts getting through, very unsettling. Oliver felt a jolt of concern. Stolen by who? Thistlewick shivered, his wings rustling. No one knows for certain, but whispers speak of the silent gloom, the shadowed places near the roots where the light doesn't reach. And he hesitated, and some say they've seen her lurking. Morwenna. The shadow weaver, Thistlewick breathed, his voice barely audible. She spins webs that drink light, not reflect it. She covets the heartwood sap for its power, its permanence. She's not like us. She wants the canopy dark, still, silent forever. An ending. He shuddered. Without the sap, the moss mother will fade, the veil will tear completely, and Morwenna's gloom will spread. Oliver looked around the luminous, fragile beauty of the cobweb canopy. The thought of it swallowed by darkness was unbearable. He thought of his quiet attic, his silent clock parts, his own loneliness. He didn't want this place to be silent too. Can we find it, the sap, can we stop her? Thistlewick blinked, surprised. We, you mean you and me? You know the canopy, Oliver said, feeling a spark of determination ignite within him. I have the weaver's eye, maybe I can see what others miss. A slow grin spread across Thistlewick's tiny face. Well now, Oliver from the big above, that's the spirit, a keeper and a seer, against the shadow weaver herself. It's terrifically dangerous and probably quite mad. He puffed himself up again. I like it, but we'll need more than just pluck. We'll need help, and we'll need to follow the trail before it grows cold or dark. Their journey began beneath the colossal, luminous arches of the cobweb canopy. Thistlewick guided Oliver along paths invisible to the naked eye, thin strands of silk woven between giant fern fronds, bridges of hardened sap spanning bubbling streams of crystal-clear water that smelled faintly of mint. Oliver used the weaver's eye constantly. Through its amber clarity, the world transformed. He saw the intricate patterns of energy flowing through the moss trees, like slow, green rivers of light. He saw the tiny, jewel-bright insects that pollinated the luminous fungi, leaving trails of sparkling dust. He saw the subtle vibrations in the air, the whispers of the canopy itself. Their first ally came unexpectedly. As they navigated a particularly dense thicket of glowing violet mushrooms, a frantic buzzing filled the air. A large, iridescent beetle, its shell gleaming like polished amethyst, was hopelessly entangled in a thick strand of unusually sticky, grayish web. Its struggles only tightened the bonds. Ah, poor Lumos, Thistlewick sighed. Caught in one of Morwenna's snares, no doubt, nasty stuff, dissolves light. Without thinking, Oliver knelt. Through the weaver's eye, he saw the snare not just as sticky thread, but as a complex knot of dark energy. He remembered a tiny, intricate pair of tweezers he'd salvaged from the clock parts. He fished them out of his pocket. Focusing the eye, he saw the precise points where the dark energy knotted most weakly. With delicate movements guided by the lens, he carefully inserted the tweezers and began to unpick the snare, not by force, but by understanding its structure. The grayish web dissolved into harmless wisps of shadow. Lumos buzzed free, hovering before Oliver, its multifaceted eyes reflecting his face 1,000 times. It emitted a series of soft, chiming clicks. He says thank you, Thistlewick translated, impressed. And offers guidance. Lumos knows the hidden paths near the whispering roots where the moss mother sleeps. He's seen strange shadows gathering there. Lumos became their scout, zipping ahead, his iridescent shell flashing signals only Thistlewick seemed to fully understand. They traveled deeper, the air growing cooler, the light dimmer. The vibrant moss gave way to patches of tougher, darker lichen. The comforting scent of cinnamon faded, replaced by a damp mineral tang. The weaver's eye revealed faint traces, now not footprints, but lingering shadows, patches of cold absence in the warm flow of the canopy's energy. They reached the edge of a vast, slow-moving river, not of water, but of liquid light. Thousands upon thousands of tiny fireflies pulsed in unison, creating a flowing current of soft gold. The Firefly River. Crossing it seemed impossible. Morwenna's influence is strong here, Thistlewick whispered, his fur fluffed out in apprehension. The fireflies are restless. Normally they'd form a bridge if asked nicely. Now. Indeed, the fireflies swirled in agitated patterns, their light flickering erratically. Through the weaver's eye, Oliver saw why. Thin, almost invisible threads of shadowy silk were woven through their swarm, disrupting their harmony, making them fearful and confused. It was like a discordant note in a beautiful song. Lumos says there's an old stone downstream, Thistlewick relayed, part of the roots from the big above. We might ford there, but the shadows are thickest. Oliver looked at the panicked fireflies, then at the amber lens. An idea sparked. He remembered the gentle, rhythmic ticking of the old grandfather clock downstairs in the guild hall. A sound of order, of calm. He took a deep breath and began to hum. Not a tune he knew, but a low, steady vibration, mimicking the comforting rhythm of a well-made clock. He focused the weaver's eye on the discordant shadow threads, humming his steady pulse directly at them. At first, nothing happened. Then slowly, the agitated swirling of the fireflies began to lessen. The shadow threads seemed to recoil from the pure, rhythmic sound, vibrating out of sync and dissolving. The fireflies calmed, their pulsing light synchronizing once more. They flowed together, forming a shimmering, solid bridge of living light across the golden river. Thistlewick gaped. You sang to them, sang away Morwenna's shadows. I just thought they needed a steady beat, Oliver murmured, amazed himself. The bridge held firm as they crossed, the fireflies humming softly beneath their feet, a sound like warm honey. Beyond the river lay the whispering roots. Gigantic, ancient roots plunged from the unseen heights of the canopy ceiling, covered in thick, velvety moss the color of deep twilight. The air was thick with the scent of old earth, and a profound, resonant silence that felt like listening. This was the domain of the Moss Mother. But the silence was wrong. It felt thin, strained. Through the weaver's eye, Oliver saw the roots pulsing with a faint, fading green light. At their base, where the largest roots met the mossy ground, was a hollow space, the Moss Mother's heart chamber. It should have been glowing with the warm, golden light of the heartwood sap. It was dark, cold, empty. Scattered around the hollow were faint, lingering traces of the same cold shadow energy. And something else, tiny, sharp impressions in the moss, like delicate claws. The sap was here, Thistlewick said, his voice heavy with sorrow. Gone, taken. He fluttered down to the hollow, touching the cold moss. She's weakening, Oliver, can you feel it? The veil, it's trembling. Oliver did feel it. A subtle vibration, not in the ground, but in the very air, like the strained whine of an overwound clock spring. He scanned the chamber with the weaver's eye. The shadow traces were strongest leading away, deeper into a tangle of colossal roots that vanished into profound darkness. The silent gloom. As they prepared to follow, a chilling sound echoed through the root cavern, not a voice, but a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated in Oliver's bones. It was followed by the slow, heavy scrape of something massive moving through the shadows above. Stonebeak, Thistlewick breathed, terror in his tiny voice. He scrambled on Oliver's shoulder. The great root owl, guardian of the depths, he's blind, senses vibration, and he's always hungry. Morwenna must have stirred him up. A pair of enormous, sightless eyes, pale as moonstone, appeared high in the tangled roots. Then the massive owl emerged, its feathers the color of weathered bark in deep shadow. It turned its head slowly, listening. It let out another bone-shaking thrum. Panic seized Oliver. He wanted to run, but Thistlewick clung to his collar. "Don't move," the mouse fairy hissed. "Sudden movement is like ringing a dinner bell." The owl shifted, its head tilting. It was listening for the tremor of fear, the rustle of flight. Oliver's heart hammered against his ribs. He thought of the clock parts, of intricate mechanisms designed to absorb shock, to maintain balance. He thought of the steady hum that calmed the fireflies. He forced himself to take slow, deep breaths, willing his body to stillness, his frantic heartbeat to slow. He focused on the solidity of the earth beneath his feet, the deep, ancient presence of the Moss Mother, even in her weakness. He became, as much as possible, like a rooted thing, a steady stone. He held the weaver's eye up, not to see, but to be seen. He focused his calm, his stillness, projecting it not as sound, but as a steady, quiet light through the amber lens, a beacon of peaceful presence. Stonebeak paused. His massive head tilted the other way. He let out a softer, questioning thrum. He didn't sense prey, he sensed stability. Calm. Something unusual in the tense atmosphere Morwenna had created. The owl shuffled on its perch, then, with a soft rustle of feathers, it settled, its head tucking under a wing, becoming just another shadow among the roots. The immediate danger passed, leaving Oliver trembling but unharmed. "Remarkable," Thistlewick whispered, awestruck. "You didn't flee, you became part of the canopy." They slipped past the slumbering guardian, following the cold shadow trail deeper into the silent gloom. The light from the mushrooms grew sparse, replaced by an eerie, phosphorescent lichen that cast long, shifting shadows. The air grew colder, damper, smelling of decay and stagnant water. The comforting hum of the canopy's life was replaced by an oppressive silence, broken only by the drip of water and the skittering of unseen things. The weaver's eye revealed a landscape of jagged, dark rock formations and pools of oily black water. The shadow trail led towards a yawning cavern mouth, veiled by thick curtains of web that absorbed the light, leaving only deeper darkness beyond. This was Morwenna's lair. Peering through the eye, Oliver saw the webs weren't just sticky. They were woven with threads of pure shadow, pulsing with cold malice. Guarding the entrance were dozens of large, glossy black spiders, their multiple eyes gleaming like chips of obsidian in the gloom. Their movements were unnervingly silent and synchronized. There, Thistlewick pointed a trembling finger. Deep within the cavern, visible only through the eye's ability to pierce the gloom, was a soft, warm, golden glow emanating from a small, intricately carved acorn cup placed on a jagged stone pedestal. The heartwood sap. Its light seemed to push feebly against the oppressive darkness. "How do we get past them?" Oliver whispered, despair creeping in. The spiders looked formidable, and the shadow webs were impenetrable. Thistlewick studied the scene, his whiskers twitching thoughtfully. Morwenna's webs, they drink light, yes, but they also resonate. They carry sound, vibration, especially discord. That's how she controls her minions, with threads of shadow that vibrate her will. He looked at Oliver, a spark of his earlier boldness returning. "You calmed the fireflies with rhythm. What if we caused a different kind of vibration, something she can't control?" Oliver understood. He searched his pockets. He had a few small brass gears, a tiny loose coil spring, and a small, smooth river stone he'd picked up earlier. An idea formed. He carefully arranged the gears and the spring on the stone, creating a tiny, unstable structure. He placed it near the cavern entrance, hidden behind a rock. Then, taking careful aim with another small stone, he threw. Clink. The tiny structure collapsed. The gears clattered against each other, and the spring twanged. It wasn't loud, but in the oppressive silence of the gloom, it was startlingly sharp. More importantly, it was a burst of chaotic, unpredictable sound. The effect was instantaneous. The shadow webs guarding the entrance visibly shivered. The black spiders froze, their multiple eyes swiveling wildly, their legs twitching erratically. The discordant vibration traveled through Morwenna's control threads, jamming her signal, causing confusion among her minions. They began to move erratically, bumping into each other, their silent coordination shattered. "Now," Thistlewick hissed. Oliver didn't hesitate. Holding the Weaver's eye before him like a shield, focusing its power on projecting calm and light, he darted forward. The confused spiders recoiled from the sudden, focused beam of peaceful amber light piercing their gloom, skittering aside in disarray. He weaved through the chaotic spiders, Thistlewick clinging tightly, Lumos buzzing a frantic, encouraging chime beside them. They reached the pedestal. The golden glow of the sap was warm and reassuring against Oliver's skin. He reached for the acorn cup. A chilling voice, dry as dead leaves and cold as deep space, echoed from the shadows above. "You dare." Morwenna descended. She was larger than any spider Oliver had seen, her body a sleek, polished black that seemed to absorb the feeble light. Her 8 legs moved with terrifying grace. But her eyes, they were not multiple like her minions, but 2 large, intelligent orbs burning with a cold, violet light. She radiated an aura of stillness, of ending. "The Weaver's eye," she hissed, her gaze fixed on the lens. "A relic of a time that should have ended, and the big one. Meddlers, the sap is mine, it will feed my webs, extend my gloom. This place will finally know perfect, eternal silence." Oliver clutched the acorn cup, feeling its warmth seep into his hands. "It's not yours," he said, his voice surprisingly steady. "It belongs to the Moss Mother, to the canopy." Morwenna let out a sound like grinding stones. "The canopy is noise, light, chaotic life. I offer stillness, peace, an end to struggle." She advanced, her shadowy aura thickening, pressing in on Oliver. He felt a wave of cold despair, an urge to just stop, to be still. Forever. Thistlewick fluttered bravely in front of Oliver. "Your stillness is death, Morwenna. True peace comes from harmony, not silence, from life, not shadow." Morwenna ignored the tiny creature. Her focus was on Oliver, on the sap, on the eye. Give it to me, child, she whispered, her voice insidious, weaving threads of apathy into his mind. Give me the sap, lay down the eye, rest, it is so much easier. Oliver looked at the golden sap. He looked through the weaver's eye at Morwenna. He didn't just see a terrifying spider, he saw a profound loneliness, a deep, cold emptiness that craved only to extinguish everything else. She was a broken clock, frozen at midnight, wanting to stop all time. He felt a pang of unexpected pity, but also a fierce resolve. He remembered the steady rhythm that calmed the fireflies, the stillness that pacified Stonebeak, the intricate understanding that freed Lumos. He remembered the quiet companionship of his clock parts, the beauty he saw through the eye. He didn't want silence. He wanted the song. He raised the weaver's eye not as a weapon, but as a window. He focused all his feelings, his loneliness, his wonder at the canopy, his friendship with Thistlewick, his compassion for the Moss Mother, even his strange pity for Morwenna, and projected them through the lens, not as light, but as pure, resonant feeling. He projected the warmth of the sap, the vibrant hum of the fireflies, the deep, ancient song of the Moss Mother, the quiet tick of a well-made clock. He projected the beauty of connection, of life in all its noisy, messy, luminous glory. The beam of amber light that shot from the eye was warm, gentle, but immense. It struck Morwenna not with force, but with pure, undeniable presence. It was the opposite of her shadow. It was life, loudly, beautifully insisting on being. Morwenna recoiled as if scalded. Her cold violet eyes widened in shock, then confusion, then pain. The projected symphony of life was agony to her shadow-bound existence. The light didn't destroy her, it revealed her. It showed the stark, terrifying emptiness of her desired eternity. With a shriek that was the sound of tearing silk and breaking ice, she dissolved, not into nothing, but into 1,000 wisps of harmless, drifting shadow that dissipated in the projected warmth of the weaver's eye. Her minions, freed from her control, skittered away silently into the deeper gloom, seeking their own quiet corners. The oppressive silence lifted. The cavern felt lighter. Oliver lowered the lens, trembling. Thistlewick landed on his shoulder, patting his ear gently. You did it, Oliver. You showed her something else. They hurried back through the gloom, past the still slumbering Stonebeak, back to the whispering roots. The Moss Mother's chamber still felt weak, but the oppressive cold had lessened. Oliver carefully placed the acorn cup back into the hollow at the base of the largest root. As the golden sap touched the ancient moss, a warm, radiant pulse spread outwards. The faint green light within the roots flared brightly, steadying, strengthening. The strained vibration in the air smoothed into a deep, contented hum, like the purr of a vast, slumbering creature. The veil settled. The journey back through the cobweb canopy was a celebration. Fireflies formed glowing arches over their path. Lumos buzzed joyful circles around them. Even the moss beneath their feet seemed springier, the air sweeter, the light brighter and warmer. Word of their deed, carried by Thistlewick's excited chattering and Lumos's chiming flight, seemed to ripple through the canopy. Tiny, shy creatures Oliver hadn't noticed before peeked from behind fronds and fungi, their eyes wide with wonder and gratitude. They reached the gateway beneath Oliver's attic. The shimmering cobweb veil pulsed with renewed strength. It's time, I suppose, Thistlewick said, his voice suddenly small. He perched on Oliver's palm. The canopy is safe, the Moss Mother rests easy, the veil is strong. Oliver felt a pang. He looked at the tiny, brave mouse fairy, at the iridescent Lumos hovering nearby. Will I ever see you again? Thistlewick grinned. You hold the weaver's eye, Oliver. You can see the gateways now. And, he winked, I might know a keeper who wouldn't mind a visitor. Someone who appreciates a steady beat and a clever trick. He patted Oliver's thumb. You're not alone, you know, not up there, not down here. Remember what you saw, remember what you felt. Lumos chimed softly, a sound like a tiny, friendly bell. With a final, warm look, Oliver stepped back through the shimmering gateway. He found himself kneeling on his familiar attic floor, the weaver's eye cool in his hand. The box of clock parts sat nearby. The city sounds drifted up from below. But everything felt different. The dust motes still danced in the lamplight, but now they looked like tiny, drifting stars. The grain of the wood held the memory of vast, mossy hills. The silence of the attic wasn't empty loneliness anymore. It was a quiet space holding the echo of chiming fireflies and the deep hum of ancient roots. Oliver smiled. He carefully placed the weaver's eye on his small work table beside the salvaged gears and springs. He picked up a tiny, intricate gear, holding it up to the light. It wasn't just a broken piece anymore. It was a part of a vast, interconnected mechanism, a reminder of delicate balances, of steady rhythms, of unseen worlds humming with life just beyond the veil. He climbed into his narrow bed, pulling the quilt up to his chin. The attic felt cozy, a familiar harbor after an incredible journey. He closed his eyes, not seeing darkness, but the luminous glow of the cobweb canopy. He heard not silence, but the soft chime of lumos, the gentle rustle of thistlewick's wings, and the deep, contented hum of the moss mother, strong and steady once more. The loneliness was gone, replaced by a warm sense of connection to worlds seen and unseen, and the quiet knowledge that kindness, understanding, and a steady heart could mend even the deepest shadows. As sleep gently pulled him under, Oliver knew he was home, and he was never truly alone. And somewhere beneath the floorboards, a tiny gateway shimmered, waiting. Story 8. The twin moons of Signaria cast silver ribbons across the whispering dunes, painting the vast, rust-colored sands in ethereal light. Deep within a particularly tall dune, nestled in a burrow lined with soft, luminescent moss, lived Kip. Kip wasn't like the sturdy, rock-dwelling grumblers or the swift, sky-skating windrunners. Kip belonged to the stardust moths, a small, fur-covered species known for their gentle nature, shimmering antennae that pulsed with soft light, and an uncanny knack for finding lost things. Kip loved the quiet of the dunes, the scent of ozone after a sand shower, and the comforting hum of the planet's deep core vibrations. One night, while following a particularly strong pull of feeling like a persistent tug, behind his navel Kip discovered something extraordinary. Not a lost trinket or a rare crystal, but a vessel. It wasn't Signarian. It was sleek, angular, and made of a material that seemed to drink in the moonlight rather than reflect it. It had crashed silently, buried nose first in the sand, its surface cold and unnervingly smooth. Hesitantly, Kip approached. A low whine emanated from the craft, a sound of distress. Using his delicate claws, he brushed sand away from a circular seam. With a soft hiss, a portal slid open, revealing not a ramp, but a shimmering energy field. And slumped just inside, radiating waves of confusion and sharp, crystalline fear, was a being unlike any Kip had ever seen. The being was tall and slender, composed of interlocking facets of what looked like pure, pale blue ice, though it felt warm to Kip's sensitive fur when he cautiously touched a trembling arm. Its head was a multifaceted gemstone, glowing faintly from within. 2 points of intense white light pulsed where eyes might be. It shivered not from cold but from shock, emitting faint chimes that sounded like broken glass. Hello. Kip chirped, his antennae pulsing a soft, reassuring amber. Are you hurt? The crystalline being recoiled, a sharp, discordant chime slicing the air. Equals intrusion. Primitive life form. System integrity compromised. The words weren't spoken aloud. They resonated directly in Kip's mind, sharp and clipped, filled with alarm and disdain. It tried to stand, its long limbs clicking, but stumbled, a network of fine cracks spiderwebbing across one leg facet. Kip flinched at the harsh mental voice, but didn't retreat. The pull he felt was strongest here, centered on this frightened creature. "My name is Kip," he projected back, trying to mimic the mental speech, focusing on warmth and calm. "I mean no harm. You crashed. Are you injured?" The being Zara, as Kip would later learn, focused its luminous gaze on the small, furry creature. Designation, Zara 7, Surveyor Caste, Glamirian Collective. Assessment, minor structural compromise. Environment, hostile particulate, unknown atmospheric composition. Threat level, uncertain. The communication was cold, factual, devoid of emotion Kip could sense, yet Zara's physical trembling and the faint, panic chimes told a different story. Zara saw Kip as a potential contaminant, a chaotic element in its meticulously ordered existence. Kip saw Zara as cold, frighteningly alien, and painfully rude. Their first days were a symphony of misunderstandings. When Kip offered a woven cup of dew collected from dawn-kissed moss, Zara scanned it suspiciously, declaring it biologically incompatible. Potential biohazard. Zara's attempts to repair its ship involved projecting complex holographic schematics that made Kip's head spin and emitted high-pitched whines that sent shivers down his spine. Kip's intuitive explanations of the dune's moods, the way the sand sang before a storm, the safe paths known only by the shifting light, were dismissed by Zara as illogical sensory noise. Superstition. The true challenge came not from each other, but from Signaria itself. A rare meteor shower, far heavier than predicted, began pelting the planet. Sandstone ridges groaned under impacts, and the whispering dunes lived up to their name, emitting terrified shrieks as kinetic energy rippled through them. A particularly large fragment slammed into the dune above Kip's burrow, causing a partial collapse. Sand poured in, threatening to bury Kip's cozy home and the strange angular ship. Panic surged through Kip. He scrambled, trying to dig, his small claws ineffective against the torrent. He projected a desperate plea towards Zara's ship. "Help the sand, it's coming in." Zara, analyzing the structural stress on its vessel, felt the vibrations as a critical threat. Its initial impulse was to seal the portal, prioritize self-preservation. But the raw, unfiltered terror in Kip's mental cry was unlike any data stream it had processed. It bypassed logic protocols. With surprising speed, it activated external manipulators' energy tendrils that lashed out, not with destructive force, but with precise, cutting beams. They vaporized the incoming sand flow directly above Kip's burrow entrance, creating a temporary shield. Temporary stabilization achieved. Probability of secondary collapse, 87%. Evacuation imperative. Kip stared wide-eyed as the terrifying energy beams saved his home. Thank you, he stammered mentally. Logical necessity. Your location compromised my vessel's stability, Zara retorted, but the sharp edges of its mental voice were slightly dulled. It had acted, not just calculated. The meteor shower intensified. Zara's sensors detected a much larger fragment on a collision course, not just for their dune, but for the fragile underground aquifer that fed the luminescent moss fields Kip's species depended on. Destruction meant ecological collapse. Impact trajectory calculated. Yield sufficient to vaporize local aquifer. Time to impact 17.3 Signarian minutes. Zara's usual flat tone carried a new resonance urgency, perhaps even dread. Its ship was damaged, its main thrusters were offline. It couldn't stop the meteor. Kip felt the planet's distress like a physical ache, a deep, mournful thrumming in his bones. "The Heartstone," he whispered aloud, his antennae flaring bright blue. "The old stories, they say it sings to the sky stones, guides them away." It was a legend, a fragment of Stardust Moth lore, dismissed by most as fanciful. Zara scanned Kip. Reference, Heartstone. Location unknown. Composition unknown. Probability of efficacy, 0.0001%. Proposal, evacuate immediately. But the moss, the water, my people. Kip's mental voice trembled. The pull, it's stronger than ever, towards the Starfall Canyon. That's where the stories say the Heartstone lies. Zara processed the conflicting data, near certain destruction versus a minuscule chance based on primitive folklore. Yet Kip's earlier intuition about safe paths in the dunes had proven accurate against Zara's initial predictions. And Kip had saved Zara from the sand. Analysis, alternative solutions absent. Proposing joint expedition. Navigate to Starfall Canyon. Utilize your pull. My sensors may detect geological anomalies correlating to your legend. Time constraint critical. It was a desperate gamble. They raced against time, Kip leading the way, guided by an inner compass that flared brighter with each step, his furry form scrambling over shifting sands. Zara hovered beside him on anti-grav pads salvaged from the ship, its crystalline form glinting under the chaotic sky, scanning the ground relentlessly. Communication was still fraught. Kip's directions veer left, the sand feels sad here, were baffling to Zara. Zara's constant updates == velocity optimal. Sand density decreasing by 2.3%. Were overwhelming noise to Kip. Entering Starfall Canyon was like stepping into a cathedral carved by ancient impacts. Towering cliffs of fused glass rose around them, echoing with the distant booms of falling meteors. Kip's antennae blazed like blue stars. It's close. Beneath us. But it's sleeping. How do we wake it? Zara scanned the canyon floor. Detecting unusual energy signature. Subterranean. Resonant frequency. Low harmonic. Matching historical geological survey anomalies previously classified as background noise. It focused its internal processors, attempting to replicate the frequency. A low, pure hum emanated from its core, vibrating through its facets. Kip closed his eyes, focusing on the planet's deep song, the thrumming he always felt. He began to hum too, a soft, wordless melody passed down through generations of stardust moths, a lullaby for the planet. His hum wove around Zara's pure tone, not matching it, but harmonizing, creating a richer, more complex resonance. The ground beneath them began to glow. A soft, golden light seeped through the glassy sand, growing brighter. A warmth spread not of fire, but of deep, comforting energy. A massive crystal, shaped like a multifaceted heart, pulsed slowly into view just below the surface. It resonated with their combined song. Above, the massive meteor fragment screamed through the atmosphere, a fiery harbinger of doom. Kip and Zara poured their focus into the song, Kip's intuitive melody born of love for his home, Zara's precise frequency born of analytical discovery. The Heartstone pulsed brighter, its light shooting upwards in a brilliant, silent beam. It didn't destroy the meteor. It gently nudged it, altering its trajectory by mere fractions. The massive stone screamed past the canyon, impacting harmlessly miles away in the barren salt flats with a distant, ground-shaking thud. Silence descended, broken only by the fading echoes and the gentle hum of the Heartstone settling back into slumber. The light faded, leaving them in the moonlight once more. Kip collapsed onto the warm sand, exhausted, his fur matted. Zara hovered silently, its facets reflecting the twin moons, the frantic chimes replaced by a soft, almost melodic hum. It extended a crystalline hand, not to scan, but in a gesture Kip instinctively understood. He placed his small, furry paw against the warm, smooth surface. Designation. Kip Zara projected, the mental voice softer, warmer than Kip had ever heard it. Assessment. Friend. The simple word carried immense weight, breaking through layers of protocol and prejudice. Designation. Zara, Kip sent back, warmth flooding his thoughts. Assessment. Friend. The journey back was different. Zara, its anti-grav pads repaired enough for slow travel, carried Kip gently. They didn't need constant mental chatter. Comfortable silences stretched between them, filled with the shared memory of the canyon and the song. Zara helped Kip reinforce his burrow entrance with salvaged energy fields. Kip showed Zara how to collect dew, and using purified materials from the ship, helped create a safe, nourishing solution for its crystalline structure. Weeks passed. Zara painstakingly repaired its ship, but the urgency was gone. It spent more time outside, observing the dunes not just as data points, but through Kip's eyes learning the language of the shifting sands, the beauty of the luminescent moss blooming after a sand shower, the comforting rhythm of Signeria's core hum. Kip learned about the vastness of the Glamirian collective, not as cold facts, but through Zara's quiet awe at the diversity of life it was only beginning to appreciate. The day Zara's ship was finally spaceworthy arrived. It stood at the portal, the angular craft humming softly. Kip sat on a nearby rock, his antennae dimmed. Mission parameters require my return, Zara projected. Data on Heartstone phenomenon crucial. Must report. Kip nodded, a small lump in his throat. I know, the stars need you too. Zara hesitated. It extended a crystalline hand, and from its core it projected not words, but a complex, beautiful pattern of light, a visual representation of the harmony they had created in the canyon, intertwined with the melody of Kip's planet song. It was a gift, a memory made tangible. Connection established. Frequency known. Communication possible. Kip's antennae flared bright blue. He reached into his fur and pulled out a small, smooth stone he'd found the day they met a piece of fused glass from Starfall Canyon, warmed by the Heartstone's energy. He placed it in Zara's hand. So you remember the warmth, he whispered. Zara held the stone, its facets reflecting the warm light. Affirmative. I will remember. The warmth. The song. The friend. The portal shimmered. Zara stepped through. The ship rose silently, a dark silhouette against the twin moons, then vanished into the star-strewn velvet of the night sky. Kip sat on his rock for a long time, watching the stars. He felt the familiar thrum of Signeria beneath him, the scent of ozone on the breeze, the soft glow of his moss-lined burrow. He also felt a new sensation, a faint, warm resonance in his mind, like a distant, familiar chime carrying not data, but a simple, profound feeling, connection. Friendship. Home is not just a place, but a bond across the stars. He hummed his planet song a little richer now, knowing that somewhere out in the vast, glittering dark, a crystalline friend was humming too, its facets catching the starlight, forever warmed by a small stone and the memory of a song shared under a meteor shower. And in that shared resonance, under the watchful gaze of Signeria's twin moons, the universe felt a little smaller and infinitely warmer. Story 9. The evening mist curled around the village of Willowbrook like a silvery blanket, tucking the thatched roofs and cobblestone lanes into twilight's embrace. In a cottage near the ancient woods, young Leo traced frost patterns on his window pane, feeling as invisible as the breath fogging the glass. While other children chased fireflies, Leo preferred quiet corners, his heart attuned to the rustling leaves and distant owl calls drifting from the whispering woods, a forest rumored to speak secrets to those who listened. no one ever noticed Leo listening. One crisp autumn afternoon, while gathering acorns near the tree line, Leo stumbled over a gnarled root. As he brushed damp earth from his knees, a soft, amber glow pulsed beneath a carpet of crimson ferns. He pushed the fronds aside, revealing a stone the size of his palm, warm as fresh bread and humming with a gentle vibration. Its surface swirled with veins of liquid gold, casting dappled light on the moss. When Leo tucked it into his pocket, the stone nestled against him like a contented heartbeat. That night beneath his quilt, the stone's glow intensified, painting his ceiling with dancing constellations. A whisper, featherlight yet clear, brushed his mind. "Come, finder, the woods await," heart drumming. Leo slipped outside. Moonlight silvered the path as the stone flared brighter near a colossal oak. Its trunk shimmered, revealing a hidden archway woven from ivy and starlight. Holding the stone aloft, Leo stepped through. Air, sweet with jasmine and damp soil, washed over him. He stood in Lumina, a hidden realm where trees bore lantern-like fruits, casting pools of violet and emerald light. Mushrooms glowed like scattered coins, and streams flowed with liquid sapphire. Yet beneath the beauty, a sorrow lingered. Flowers drooped, their light dimming, the air hummed with a weary sigh. Before Leo could marvel further, a creature scurried from behind a toadstool. No taller than his forearm, it had bark-like skin, eyes like dewdrops and twiggy fingers. It chirped, a sound like wind chimes. "I'm Twig," it said, voice rustling like autumn leaves. "You bear the heartstone fragment, Lumina fades without it." Twig explained that the great crystal, source of all magic, lay fractured in a distant cavern. Without its light, Lumina and the whispering woods beyond would wither into eternal shadow. The stone Leo found was a missing shard. "But the way is perilous," Twig warned, pointing a slender finger toward mist-shrouded mountains. "And the guardian of shadows blocks the crystal's heart." Their journey began at dawn's first glow. Lumina's wonders unfolded, bridges spun from spider silk, groves where butterflies sang in harmonies, and pools reflecting dreams instead of faces. Yet decay crept at the edges, patches of gray moss devouring color, streams running sluggish and silent. Leo shared his bread with Twig, who nibbled it delicately. "Why help me?" Leo asked. Twig's eyes softened. "The stone chose you, and kindness is a language even shadows understand." Their first trial came in the Canyon of Echoes. Towering cliffs amplified every whisper into a cacophony. "Turn back, you're too small, the shadows will swallow you." The voices twisted Leo's doubts into paralyzing fear. Clutching the warm stone, he closed his eyes. "Listen deeper," it seemed to murmur. Beneath the chaos, he heard Twig's steady breath and the stone's soft hum. "Follow my voice," Leo called, cutting through the noise. Step by step, they navigated the labyrinth, Leo realizing true direction came from within. Days later, they faced the river of reflections. Its waters showed not their faces, but their fears. Leo saw himself ignored in a bustling village square, his words dissolving unheard. Twig saw Lumina crumbling to dust. "I'm nobody special," Leo whispered, tears pricking his eyes. Twig clasped his hand, Twig's surprisingly strong. "You crossed worlds with courage, you see what others overlook. That is your magic." Wading through the icy water, Leo faced his reflection. "I am enough," he declared. The river stilled, clearing like glass. Exhausted but resolute, they entered the grove of whispers. Ancient trees murmured temptations. "Leave the stone, its light is a burden," doubt coiled around Leo's heart. Twig shivered beside him. "They feed on loneliness," the creature murmured. Leo knelt, placing the glowing stone on a root. "We carry our light together," he said firmly. The whispers faded, replaced by a single warm breeze carrying the scent of blooming night blooms. Friendship, they learned, was armor against despair. At last, they reached the crystal cavern. Inside, the fractured great crystal pulsed weakly, its light choked by swirling tendrils of darkness. Before it stood the guardian, a towering figure of shifting shadows, its form echoing with hollow whispers of a lone forgotten. Twig trembled, but Leo stepped forward, heartstone blazing. "We don't want to fight you," he called, voice steady. "We want to help." The shadow recoiled, hissing. Light burns, light abandons. Understanding dawned on Leo. This wasn't a monster, it was loneliness made manifest. He recalled his own invisibility, the ache of being unseen. "I know what it's like to feel forgotten," he said softly, extending the stone not as a weapon but an offering. "But you're not alone now. Lumina needs you. We need you." The shadows wavered. Twig added, "Be the guardian, not the gloom." Slowly the darkness dissolved, revealing a being of starlight and smoke, with eyes like captured moonlight. It bowed, melting into the cavern walls as a protective silhouette. Leo placed the heartstone fragment into the crystal's core. Light erupted, a silent, radiant explosion that flooded the cavern, then surged through Lumina. Flowers straightened, blazing with color, rivers sang, the very air sparkled with renewed magic. The guardian solidified into a luminous sentinel, nodding gratefully to Leo and Twig. Returning through the shimmering archway, Leo found Willowbrook unchanged. Yet he carried Lumina within him, the stone now a warm pendant around his neck, its glow hidden beneath his shirt. Days later, when the village council debated clearing the wood's edge for a new pasture, Leo stood. "The Whispering Woods protects us," he said, voice clear and sure. "Its roots hold the hills steady, its whispers warn of storms." Silence fell. For the first time they truly saw Leo, not invisible but insightful. The woods remained untouched. Now, as dusk settles over Willowbrook, Leo often sits beneath the great oak. Sometimes a small figure with dewdrop eyes emerges, sharing stories of Lumina's restored glades. Leo smiles, tracing his pendant. He tends a hidden garden where Lumina's glowing seeds bloom softly, a bridge between worlds. And when villagers ask why the woods seem brighter, why the winds carry melodies instead of howls, Leo simply says, "Some magic thrives when we listen." He knows now that every heart holds a hidden world, every kindness a fragment of light, and that friendship, whether with a twig-limbed guide or a lonely shadow, can mend even the deepest fractures. As stars pepper the sky, Leo whispers his gratitude to the woods, its rustling leaves a lullaby of secrets kept and wonders shared, promising that no one who carries light is ever truly alone. And in that certainty, wrapped in the forest's gentle sigh, he finds peace deeper than any dream. Story 10. Deep within the Whispering Woods, where sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, and the air hummed with the scent of damp earth, pine resin, and something indefinably old, lived a community unseen by human eyes. Here, beneath gnarled roots carpeted with emerald moss, within hollow logs lined with velvety lichen, and high in branches woven with cobweb lace, thrived the keepers of the vale. They were the small folk, hedgehogs with wise, dark eyes, badgers whose silvered fur spoke of countless seasons past, industrious squirrels with tails like plumes of smoke, watchful owls whose feathers mimicked the bark of ancient oaks, and countless more beetles polishing their iridescent shells, moths dusted in pollen, and shy voles peering from fern-shrouded doorways. At the heart of this hidden realm stood the grandfather oak, a colossal tree whose roots formed archways, and whose trunk held a warm, dry hollow large enough for gatherings. Its bark felt like warm, weathered stone under tiny paws, and its leaves whispered secrets carried on the breeze from distant lands. Tonight, a sense of quiet anticipation hung in the air, thick as the scent of honeysuckle drifting from a nearby thicket. Fern, a young hedgehog with quills the color of autumn bracken, nestled close to her brother, Bramble, their noses twitching. Before them sat Thistle, the eldest badger, his fur a map of silver streaks, his voice a low rumble like stones shifting in a stream. "The veil, little ones," Thistle began, his breath misting slightly in the cool twilight air, "is the breath of the forest itself. It's the shimmer you see when sunlight hits the morning dew just right, the hum you feel beneath your paws when the earth is dreaming. It binds root to rock, leaf to sky, and all of us within its gentle embrace." He gestured with a heavy paw towards the canopy, where the first stars were beginning to prick the darkening blue. "And the veil dances to the rhythm of the turning wheel, the great cycle of sun, moon, wind, and rain." Fern's eyes widened. "But Grandfather Thistle," she piped up, her voice small but clear, "what happens if the wheel wobbles?" A ripple of concern passed through the gathered creatures. Willow, the great gray owl, shifted on her perch high in the grandfather oak. "A wise question, young Fern," she hooted softly, her large eyes luminous in the gloom. "The wheel turns true, guided by the ancient pacts. The spring blossom brings renewal, coaxed by the Lady of the Dew. The summer sun ripens the berries and grains, tended by the Lord of Light. The autumn gale scatters the seeds and paints the leaves, called by the Weaver of Winds, and the winter hush blankets the land in silence, woven by the Keeper of Frost. Each season, each weather is a thread in the veil's tapestry, if one thread frays. The whole tapestry weakens," finished Moss, an old squirrel whose tail was more gray than brown, his paws deftly polishing an acorn cap. "I remember a time long ago when the autumn gale blew too fierce and too early. It snatched the unripe nuts, scattered seeds onto barren rock, and the winter hush came hungry. The forest sighed for many moons after." The creatures murmured, remembering tales passed down. The air grew cooler, carrying the cline, sharp scent of distant rain. But it felt unsettled. Not the gentle promise of a summer shower, but something sharper, tinged with an unfamiliar metallic tang. For days, the unease grew. The sun, usually a warm, golden presence filtering through the leaves, felt harsh and brittle. Flowers that should have been drinking in the light drooped, their petals curling like shy fists. The stream, usually chuckling over smooth stones, ran thin and listless, its song reduced to a murmur. Worse, the birdsong changed. The cheerful morning chorus became fragmented, anxious chirps and whistles replacing harmonious melodies. The comforting drone of bees was absent. "The wheel is wobbling," Willow declared one evening, her voice tight with worry as she surveyed the parched forest floor from her branch. "The Lord of Light sleeps too deeply. The threads of heat are tangled, pulling too tight." Fern felt the discord deep in her tiny bones. The earth beneath her paws felt dry and unyielding. The air crackled with static, tasting faintly of dust. The vibrant greens of the leaves seemed muted, as if covered by a thin, invisible film. The comforting scent of pine was now overlaid with the dry, papery smell of stressed vegetation. She saw the worry in Bramble's eyes, the droop in Moss's usually bushy tail. "We must mend it," Fern announced, surprising herself. Her voice trembled, but her quills bristled with determination. "The stories say the veil listens to harmony, to the voices of the forest." Thistle regarded her gravely. "You speak truth, young keeper, but the harmony is broken. How do we sing when the wind carries only discord?" Fern thought of the stories Thistle told by firefly light, stories of the first rain summoned by the drumming of woodpeckers, of frost patterns coaxed by the silent flight of owls, of seeds carried by the gentle breath of sleeping badgers. "We remember," she said slowly, the idea forming like a dewdrop on a spider web. "We remember what each season sounds like, feels like. We remember the songs." A spark ignited in Willow's eyes. "The echoing the old way, when the keepers gather their voices, their hearts, their very essence, and offer it back to the veil, a reminder of the true pattern." Hope, fragile as a dragonfly's wing, fluttered through the hollow. Word spread through the whispering woods on butterfly wings and beetle clicks. To the deep burrow where the badgers slumbered, to the high canopy where the squirrels leapt, to the moonlit glade where the moths danced, to the crystal spring where the frogs sang the call went out, gather at the grandfather oak under the fullest moon. The night arrived. The moon, round and luminous as a pearl, bathed the forest in silver light, casting long, intricate shadows. It felt cool and calming against the lingering heat of the day. Creatures emerged from every nook and cranny, filling the clearing around the grandfather oak. Fireflies drifted like living stars, their soft, rhythmic pulses adding to the ambient glow. The air was thick with the scent of night-blooming jasmine and damp moss, and the gentle rustle of countless small bodies settling. Thistle stood at the base of the mighty tree, Willow perched above him on a low branch, moss beside her. Fern and Bramble sat near the front, their hearts pounding like tiny drums. "We gather," Thistle's voice resonated, deep and steady, rolling over the assembly like a comforting wave, not as hedgehog or owl, squirrel or moth, but as keepers of the veil. The wheel stumbles, the heat binds too tight, let us weave the memory of balance, let our voices be the threads that mend. He closed his eyes. A deep, resonant hum began in his chest, a sound like the earth itself breathing, warm and grounding. It vibrated through the roots of the grandfather oak, up through its trunk, and out into the air. Willow tilted her head back. From her throat poured a series of low, resonant hoots, smooth and cool as moonlight on water, each note hanging in the air like a silvery droplet. Moss joined in, a rapid, rhythmic chittering that mimicked the sound of rain pattering on dry leaves, light, hopeful, refreshing. Fern took a deep breath. She closed her eyes and remembered. She remembered the feeling of cool, damp earth after a gentle spring shower, the scent rich and life-giving. She remembered the sound of that rain, a soft sigh on the canopy. She didn't sing words, but a feeling. A soft, high-pitched hum, pure and clear, rose from her, carrying the essence of quenching rain. Bramble beside her remembered the deep, cool shadows under ferns, the quiet hush of a forest glade, and added a lower, softer drone, like the earth cooling. One by one, the creatures added their voices. The squirrels rustled their tails in a complex rhythm like wind stirring the leaves. The beetles clicked their shells in a counterpoint that spoke of hidden moisture. The moths fluttered their wings, creating a soft susurration like distant, gentle wind. The frogs, gathered near the diminished spring, began a low, croaking chorus that resonated with the promise of returning water. The fireflies pulsed brighter and dimmer in time, a silent, visual heartbeat. It wasn't a song in the human sense. It was a tapestry of sound, vibration, and pure intention woven from the hearts of hundreds. The air shimmered visibly around the grandfather oak, like heat haze, but cool and alive. The discordant crackle in the atmosphere softened, replaced by a profound, resonant harmony that seemed to sink into the very bones of the trees and the bedrock below. Fern felt it thrumming through her quills, a vibration that spoke of deep roots, cool streams, and refreshing breezes. The metallic tang vanished, replaced by the pure, clean scent of ozone before a benevolent storm, mingled with the deep, loamy perfume of the forest floor. High above, unnoticed by the small folk, the shimmer intensified. A single fat cloud, silvered by the moon, drifted across the sky. Then another. They gathered, drawn by the resonance emanating from the whispering woods. A cool breeze, the first truly cool breeze in weeks, sighed through the leaves, carrying the delicious scent of approaching rain. It rustled the canopy, a sound like 1,000 soft sighs of relief. A single heavy drop splashed onto Fern's nose. Cold and sweet. Then another. And another. Not a torrent, not a storm born of chaos, but a gentle, steady rain. The kind that sinks deep into thirsty earth, that washes dust from leaves, that fills streams with a joyful murmur. It pattered on the grandfather oak's leaves, a soothing lullaby. It kissed the parched moss, turning it instantly emerald green and plump. It filled the air with the most glorious scent petriture, the breath of the earth rejoicing. The creatures didn't stop their song. They sang with the rain now, their harmonies blending with the rhythmic patter. The fireflies danced in the glistening air, their light reflecting off countless raindrops like scattered diamonds. The frogs sang louder, a jubilant chorus celebrating the returning water. Fern felt the cool water trickle down her quills, washing away the dust and worry. She looked at Bramble, his eyes wide with wonder, then up at Thistle, Willow, and Moss. Their faces, illuminated by the moon and the fireflies, were serene, etched with deep contentment and the quiet pride of generations who knew how to listen and how to heal. The rain continued, steady and kind, through the night. By dawn, the whispering woods was transformed. Every leaf glistened, every blade of grass stood tall and vibrant. The stream chuckled happily over stones polished clean. The air was cool, crisp, and impossibly fresh, laden with the scent of wet earth, pine, and blooming honeysuckle. Birdsong erupted clear, confident, and filled with pure, unadulterated joy, weaving melodies more beautiful than ever before. Gathered once more in the sun-dappled hollow of the grandfather oak, the creatures basked in the restored harmony. The oppressive heat was gone, replaced by the gentle warmth of a balanced sun. Thistle looked around at the young faces, Fern's bright eyes meeting his. "The wheel turns true once more," he rumbled, his voice warm as the morning sun on stone. "Remember this night, little keepers. Remember the feel of the rain born of harmony. Remember the scent of the earth drinking deep. The veil is strong, but it listens. It feels our care, our remembrance. When the threads feel thin, when the song falters, we must gather. We must weave the memory of balance with our hearts, our voices, our very being. For we are the whispers in the woods, the keepers of the dew, the menders of the threads. This wisdom," he placed a gentle paw on Fern's head, "is your inheritance, passed down root and branch, stone and stream. Guard it well." Fern snuggled deeper into the soft, dry moss lining the hollow, the scent of rain-washed forest and warm oak wood wrapping around her like a blanket. Outside, the forest hummed its peaceful, contented song, the drip of water from leaves, the chirp of crickets, the distant murmur of the happy stream. The grandfather oak felt solid and safe, radiating ancient, protective warmth. The discord was healed not by force, but by shared memory, gentle voices, and the deep, abiding love for their home. As the golden morning light filtered through the leaves, painting dancing patterns on the floor of the hollow, Fern closed her eyes, the soothing rhythm of the forest's restored heart lulling her into a deep, peaceful sleep, safe within the mended veil of the whispering woods. The wisdom was nestled deep within her, as natural and enduring as the roots of the grandfather oak itself, ready to be passed on when the wheel turned again. Story 11. The first frost had painted silver lace across the window panes of Oliver's small, cluttered attic room. Below, the bustling city of Bramblewick hummed with ordinary life carts rattling, neighbors calling greetings, the warm scent of baking bread drifting upwards. But Oliver, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart full of quiet longing, felt the world held more. He spent hours sorting through the dusty treasures left behind by his great-aunt Alara, chipped teacups, bundles of yellowed letters, and boxes overflowing with buttons, thimbles, and forgotten trinkets. It was among these ordinary things that Oliver found the extraordinary. Tucked inside a small, velvet-lined box beneath a tangle of mismatched cufflinks lay a compass. Not a typical compass, mind you. Its casing was warm, dark wood, polished smooth by countless hands. The glass face was slightly clouded, and instead of the usual cardinal points, the dial bore 4 delicate symbols: a tiny carved oak leaf, a spiraling seashell, a flickering flame, and a single perfect teardrop. The needle, thin as a spider's thread, shimmered faintly, not pointing north, but spinning in slow, lazy circles whenever Oliver held it. he'd found it 3 days ago. Since then, its soft, persistent humming, like a contented bee, had filled his quiet moments. Tonight, as the moon painted a silver path across his floorboards, the humming grew louder, more insistent. The needle stopped its circling and settled, trembling, pointing firmly towards the carved oak leaf. A warmth spread from the compass into Oliver's palm, tingling up his arm. It wasn't a command, but a gentle, irresistible invitation. Follow. Wrapping a thick, scratchy woolen scarf around his neck and pulling on his worn boots, Oliver slipped out into the frosty night. The city streets were quieter now, bathed in the cool blue glow of gas lamps. The compass led him away from the familiar rows of brick houses, down winding lanes he'd never explored, past shuttered shops smelling faintly of leather and spices. The oak leaf symbol seemed to glow faintly on the dial. He followed the needle until the cobblestones gave way to a dirt track, and the city sounds faded, replaced by the sighing of wind through bare branches and the crunch of frost underfoot. The track led into the Whispering Woods, a place usually spoken of with hushed voices by Bramblewick's elders. "Mind the Whispering Woods, child," they'd say. "Things aren't always as they seem there." Oliver hesitated at the tree line, the woods stretching before him like a wall of shadow and silvered bark. The compass pulsed warmly in his hand, the humming soft and reassuring. Taking a deep breath of the crisp, pine-scented air, he stepped beneath the ancient canopy. The woods did whisper. Not with voices, but with sounds, the creak of old trees settling, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, the distant hoot of an owl that sounded strangely like a question. The compass needle remained steady, pointing deeper in. Oliver walked for what felt like hours, guided only by the compass and the faint moonlight filtering through the dense branches. His feet grew cold, and a shiver that wasn't entirely from the cold crept up his spine. Doubt began to whisper too. "What are you doing? Go back to your warm attic." Just as he was about to turn, a soft, melodic voice broke the silence. "Lost little wanderer." Oliver jumped, whirling around. Perched on a low, moss-covered branch was a creature no taller than his knee. She had skin like dappled moonlight, large, luminous eyes the color of moss agate, and delicate wings like spun sugar that shimmered even in the dim light. She wore a tiny tunic woven from dried leaves and cobwebs. I have this," Oliver stammered, holding out the compass. Its needle pointed directly at the tiny being. The creature tilted her head, her wings giving a soft flutter. "Ah, the Heartseeker compass. Alara's treasure found its way to you. I am Flicker, a moss sprite. The compass points to what matters most, you see." Right now, she peered at the oak leaf symbol. "It seems what matters most is finding the Heartwood glade. And you look like you could use a guide." Her voice was like the tinkling of wind chimes, instantly easing Oliver's fear. Flicker flitted ahead, her wings leaving faint trails of light. She knew every route and hollow, every hidden path. "The woods aren't scary," she explained, "just shy. They whisper because they remember everything, and sometimes they like to share." As they walked, Flicker pointed out wonders Oliver would have missed. Bioluminescent mushrooms glowing softly like tiny lamps, a badger family snuffling peacefully under a holly bush, and the intricate frost patterns on spiderwebs that looked like frozen lace. The woods felt less intimidating, more like a grand, slumbering creature. After another hour of walking, the path opened into a small, moonlit glade. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wider than Bramblewick's town well, its branches stretching like gnarled arms towards the stars. But the glade wasn't peaceful. Standing near the mighty oak was another creature tall, slender, with bark-like skin and eyes like knots in wood. He held a long, smooth staff and looked deeply troubled. Beside him, radiating palpable heat, stood a smaller figure seemingly made of glowing embers, his form shifting like a contained campfire. They were arguing, their voices low but intense. Flicker landed on Oliver's shoulder, whispering urgently, "That's Elder Root, the guardian of the Heartwood Oak, and Cinder, the fire spirit who tends the forest's hidden warmth. They never argue. The Heartwood Oak is sickening. Its leaves are falling out of season and its roots feel weak. Elder Root believes Cinder's warmth is scorching its roots, drying the earth. Cinder insists he's only trying to protect the roots from the deepening frost. That Elder Root is stifling the tree by refusing his help. They're both so worried. They've stopped listening." The compass in Oliver's hand vibrated, humming louder than ever. The needle still pointed at the oak leaf symbol, but now it also seemed to pulse towards the troubled spirits. The challenge wasn't a monster or a maze. It was this misunderstanding, this fear between friends. The lesson whispered from the compass's warmth, "Listen." Oliver took a hesitant step forward, the frost crunching under his boot. Both Elder Root and Cinder turned, startled. Elder Root's bark-like face creased with surprise, while Cinder flared brighter for a second. "Who approaches the Heartwood?" Elder Root's voice was deep and resonant, like roots shifting deep underground. "I'm Oliver," he said, his voice small but clear in the silent glade. He held up the compass. This led me here. It points to what matters most. Right now it points to the oak leaf, and it seems to be pointing to you both too." He took a deep breath, remembering the warmth the compass offered. "It feels worried, like the tree." Cinder crackled softly, his ember-bright eyes fixed on Oliver. "The Heartwood suffers, the frost bites deep. I offer warmth, but—" He gestured towards Elder Root, a shower of harmless sparks falling like tiny stars. "And too much heat," Elder Root rumbled, his staff thumping the earth gently, "will bake the life from its roots. The Heartwood needs cool, deep earth, not fire." Oliver walked closer to the mighty oak. He placed his small hand against its ancient, ridged bark. It felt tired. Cold seeped into his palm in places, while other patches felt strangely warm, almost brittle. He closed his eyes, thinking of the compass's gentle hum, its insistence on listening. He wasn't an expert on trees or spirits, but he understood worry, and he understood how fear could make people stop hearing each other. "Elder Root," Oliver said softly, turning to the tall guardian, "the ground feels very cold here, near the surface." He pointed to a patch of exposed root. "And Cinder," he looked at the fire spirit, whose glow dimmed slightly, "the bark feels too warm over here, like it's drying out." He moved his hand between a cold patch and a warm patch. Maybe the cold is deep, and the warmth isn't reaching where it needs to go. Or the warmth is too strong in one place. A silence fell, deeper than before. Flicker fluttered down, landing on a root near Oliver. Elder Root knelt, placing his large, root-like hand where Oliver had indicated the cold. He closed his eyes, his expression one of deep concentration. Cinder drifted closer to the warm patch Oliver had shown him, his fiery form flickering thoughtfully. "The frost, it has sunk deeper this year," Elder Root murmured, a note of surprise in his voice. "Deeper than I realized. The cold is gnawing at the taproot. And my heat." Cinder said, his voice softer now, less crackling. "I was concentrating it near the trunk, thinking to protect it directly. But I see it's making the surface roots too dry, while the deep cold remains." He sounded ashamed. The wisdom wasn't in knowing the answer, Oliver realized. It was in asking the question that helped them see it. Could the warmth, he ventured, be shared more gently, spread out like a blanket, not a bonfire, to warm the earth slowly from within, chasing away the deep frost without hurting the surface? Elder Root and Cinder looked at each other. The anger and fear had vanished, replaced by dawning understanding and shared concern. "Yes," Elder Root breathed. A slow, deep warmth, not fire but gentle earth heat. "I can do that," Cinder said, his glow softening to a warm, golden light. "I can weave the heat through the deeper soil, carefully, slowly. like threading light through roots. "And I," Elder Root said, standing tall again, his voice regaining its strength, "can guide the moisture, ensure the soil stays receptive, not parched. We must work together." They moved towards the great oak. Cinder sank slowly into the earth near its base, his light dimming but not disappearing, becoming a soft, pervasive glow that seemed to seep into the ground. Elder Root placed his hands on the trunk, humming a low, soothing melody that vibrated through the roots. Oliver watched, the compass humming contentedly in his hand, its needle finally still. The oak leaf symbol glowed softly. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, a change began. The brittle patches on the bark seemed to soften. The deep chill Oliver had felt radiating from one root lessened. A single green bud, impossibly out of season, unfurled near the base of the trunk. A sigh, like the rustling of 1,000 leaves, seemed to move through the entire glade, a sigh of relief. Flicker danced in the air. "You did it, Oliver. You helped them listen." The journey back through the whispering woods felt different. The trees still whispered, but now it sounded like gratitude. Flicker guided him, her light a cheerful beacon. Elder Root had gifted him an acorn from the heartwood oak, warm to the touch and humming with quiet life. Cinder had given him a tiny, smooth stone that radiated a gentle, comforting warmth, perfect for cold hands. The compass, nestled safely in his pocket, was silent now, its work done. Dawn was painting the sky with streaks of rose and gold as Oliver slipped back into his attic room. He placed the Heartseeker compass back in its velvet box, alongside the warm stone and the humming acorn. He wasn't just the quiet boy in the attic anymore. He was Oliver, who had followed a humming compass into the whispering woods, who had helped ancient spirits find their way back to friendship, and who understood that the greatest magic often lay not in force, but in listening with a kind heart. He crawled back into bed, the comforting warmth of Cinder's stone in his hand, the memory of the Heartwood's relieved sigh in his mind. The ordinary sounds of Bramblewick waking up drifted through the window, the clatter of milk pails, the distant call of a rooster. But now Oliver heard the extraordinary within the ordinary. He heard the potential for wonder in a dusty box, the language of trees in the wind, and the quiet hum of connection that bound everything together. He closed his eyes, a small smile on his face, safe in the knowledge that the world was vast and kind and full of secrets waiting to be understood, not conquered. And as sleep gently claimed him, the last thing he felt was the deep, peaceful warmth of the forest and the comforting pulse of the acorn on his bedside table, a gentle reminder of wisdom found and friendship restored. The whispers of the woods had become a lullaby, and the extraordinary felt beautifully, peacefully, like home. Story 12. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of velvet moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. Here, beneath gnarled roots and within hollow logs, thrived a family of moss folk, small beings woven from lichen, patience, and the deep green heart of the forest itself. Their home, Fernhaven, nestled in the embrace of a colossal, lightning-scarred oak, was a haven of soft shadows and gentle rustling. Fern, a young moss folk with eyes like polished river stones and hair like delicate maidenhair fern, loved nothing more than listening to her grandmother, Elder Willow. Willow's bark-like skin held the wisdom of centuries, her voice a soothing murmur like wind through dry leaves. On this crisp autumn afternoon, as the air smelled sweetly of decaying leaves and ripe blackberries, Fern sat nestled beside Willow on a cushion of emerald moss, watching the forest prepare for the change. "Grandmother," Fern whispered, her voice barely louder than the skittering of a beetle, "why do the shimmer birds leave before the cold comes? Their songs are the color of dawn." Willow smiled, her eyes crinkling like old parchment. She pointed a gnarled finger towards the canopy, where shafts of honeyed light pierced the gloom. "Ah, little sprout, the shimmer birds, they are creatures of warmth and light, woven from the first rays of spring sun. When the air giants stir in their mountain homes and breathe frost upon the world, the shimmer birds must follow the sun southward, towards lands where the giants sleep. It is the great balance, child. The forest breathes in and breathes out. Seasons turn like the pages of an old, familiar book. Fern shivered not from cold, but from the thought of the silent giants. The air giants, are they fierce? Not fierce, little one, Willow reassured, patting Fern's hand. Her touch was dry and gentle, like a falling leaf. They are ancient and powerful, like the roots of the oldest tree. Their breath brings the cold sleep, the time of rest. Without their frost, the seeds wouldn't slumber deep, the streams wouldn't replenish, and the shimmer birds would tire, their light dimming forever. Their departure is a sign, a turning page. We prepare. As if summoned by Willow's words, a sudden shift stirred the air. The usual symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves hushed. A deep, resonant hum, felt more than heard, vibrated through the earth beneath Fern's bare feet, a sensation like the purring of a slumbering mountain cat. The dappled sunlight seemed to flicker, casting longer, cooler shadows. High above, the sky, visible through the thinning canopy, began to swirl with bruised purple and iron-gray clouds, moving with unnatural speed. The giants are waking, Willow murmured, her voice grave but calm. Quicker than I expected, a storm is coming, Fern, not a gentle autumn shower, but the kind that tests the forest's bones. Fern's heart fluttered like a trapped moth. She remembered the last great storm, the terrifying roar of the wind, the groaning of trees, the frantic scurrying of creatures. Will Fernhaven be safe? The old oak protects us, child, Willow said, her gaze fixed on the swirling sky. But the forest itself needs our help. The balance is delicate. Such a fierce awakening so early, it can cause harm. Roots may tear, young saplings may fall, nests may be lost. She rose with surprising agility. Gather the others, tell Bramble, Hazel, and Sorrel. We must do what we can. Fern scrambled to her feet, the soft moss yielding beneath her. She darted through familiar tunnels formed by intertwined roots, the air thick with the damp, earthy scent of the forest floor. She found Bramble sturdy and practical, reinforcing a weak spot in their root wall with strands of strong spider silk. Hazel was collecting precious stores of dried berries and nuts, her movements quick and efficient. Sorrel, the youngest besides Fern, was wide-eyed near the entrance, watching the darkening sky. The giants wake early. Fern gasped, her breath puffing in the suddenly cooler air. Grandmother says a storm comes, we must help the forest. Word spread quickly among the moss folk. They were small, but they understood the intricate web of life that sustained them. As the first fat, cold raindrops began to patter on the leaves far above, sounding like distant drum beats, they ventured out, cloaked in waterproof capes woven from giant, waxy rhododendron leaves. The forest was transforming before their eyes. The gentle whisper of leaves had become a frantic roar. Wind, the breath of the waking giants, tore through the canopy, sending showers of golden and crimson leaves swirling like a blizzard of fire. Branches groaned and creaked, their protests echoing through the woods. The scent of ozone, sharp and metallic, cut through the earthy aromas. Rain lashed down, drumming a frantic rhythm on the forest floor, turning paths into muddy rivulets. To the saplings, Willow called over the gale, her voice surprisingly strong. The young ones are most vulnerable. They scurried, small figures against the towering chaos. Fern spotted a slender silver birch sapling, barely taller than herself, whipping violently in the wind, its roots loosening in the sodden earth. Bramble was already there, digging his strong fingers into the mud, packing it firmly around the exposed roots. Hazel arrived with long, flexible strands of vine, deftly weaving them around the trembling trunk and anchoring them to a sturdy holly bush nearby. "Hold fast, little one," Hazel murmured to the sapling, her voice lost in the wind but her intention clear. Fern saw a family of field mice, their nest of dried grass threatened by a growing puddle. Working together with sorrel, they gently scooped the shivering mice into a dry, hollow log nearby, lining it with soft moss fern quickly gathered. Nearby, a cardinal's nest, precariously balanced on a thin branch, was threatening to tip. Willow, using a long, fallen twig like a staff, carefully nudged the branch towards a sturdier fork in the oak it rested on, steadying the cradle of woven twigs and feathers. Inside, Fern glimpsed speckled eggs, safe for now. The storm raged, a cacophony of wind, rain, and thunder that shook the very ground. Lightning flashed, illuminating the forest in stark, terrifying relief for fleeting seconds, casting long, dancing shadows. Fern felt the raw power, the wildness of the giant's breath. It was frightening, yes, but seeing her family work, seeing the ants building earthen walls around their hills, the squirrels reinforcing their drays with extra twigs, she understood Willow's words. The forest endured together. Hours passed, marked only by the relentless fury outside and the tireless work within. Slowly, imperceptibly at first, the wind began to lose its edge. The drumming rain softened to a steady patter, then a gentle drizzle. The oppressive gray light began to lift, replaced by the bruised, watery light of late afternoon. The storm had passed, leaving the forest dripping, battered, but breathing. Exhausted, the moss folk gathered back at the entrance to Fernhaven. The air was cool and clean, washed free of dust, heavy with the rich, loamy scent of petrichor, the smell of rain on dry earth. Droplets clung to every leaf and needle, sparkling like scattered diamonds where the weak sunlight filtered through. The forest floor was littered with fallen branches and a thick carpet of colorful leaves. Fern saw snapped twigs, exposed roots, and several small trees leaning precariously. But she also saw resilience. The silver birch sapling stood firm, supported by hazel's vines. The cardinal's nest remained secure. The mice peeked cautiously from their new log home. Willow surveyed the scene, her face etched with fatigue but serene. See, little sprout, the storm tested us, it caused hurt, but the forest heals. The balance always seeks to restore itself. They spent the following days tending to the storm's wounds. Fern learned how to gently straighten a leaning hazel bush, packing mud around its roots. Bramble showed her how to carefully clear debris from a spider's intricate web, respecting the delicate work. Hazel taught her which fallen leaves made the best mulch to protect tender roots from the coming frost. Sorrel discovered a family of earthworms churning the mudded soil, aerating it for new growth. One morning, a week after the storm, Fern woke to a profound silence. The frantic energy of autumn had settled. Frost painted delicate lace patterns on the moss outside Fernhaven. The air was crisp and sharp, smelling of ice and wood smoke from some distant, unseen hearth. As Fern emerged, her breath puffing white in the still air, she saw it. High, high above, in the clear, pale blue sky, a shimmering ribbon of light was forming. It started as a faint, ethereal glow like captured moonlight, then solidified into hundreds, no, thousands of tiny, iridescent forms. They moved in perfect, fluid harmony, a river of living light flowing southward. Their wings caught the low winter sun, refracting it into dazzling rainbows that danced across the frosted forest floor. A soft, collective hum, like the vibration of crystal bells, filled the air, pure and sweet and achingly beautiful. The shimmer birds, Willow whispered, appearing beside Fern, her voice thick with emotion. She wrapped a comforting arm around Fern's shoulders. They go to their winter home, following the sun, trusting the balance. They leave the forest to the quiet wisdom of the frost and the deep sleep. Fern watched, mesmerized, as the river of light flowed gracefully over the ancient trees. The hum wasn't sad, it was a promise, a lullaby for the slumbering woods. She thought of the storm, the fear, the frantic work, and then the slow, patient healing. She thought of the mice safe in their log, the sapling standing tall, the worms turning the earth. She felt the deep, quiet strength of the forest settling into its winter rest, the giant's breath now a gentle, sleeping sigh. The last of the shimmer birds passed overhead, their light fading into the southern horizon. The forest was quiet again, but a peaceful quiet, filled with the soft crunch of frost underfoot, the distant call of a lone jay, and the comforting creak of the ancient trees settling. "They will return, little sprout," Willow said softly, leading Fern back towards the warm, earthy scent of their root home. "When the air giants slumber deeply once more, and the sun's touch grows warm, the shimmer birds will bring the spring light back with them. The forest rests, gathers its strength, and trusts the turning wheel." Inside Fernhaven, surrounded by the deep, quiet heartbeat of the old oak, Fern felt a profound sense of peace settle over her. The storm had been fierce, the change abrupt, but the wisdom of generations, the gentle strength of her family, and the enduring balance of the whispering woods had held. The scent of damp earth and wood smoke, the soft glow of foxfire moss illuminating their burrow, the deep, resonant silence of the forest wrapped around her like a warm blanket. Outside, the first gentle flakes of snow began to drift down, covering the forest floor in a soft, white quilt, tucking the ancient woods into its long, restorative sleep. And as Fern closed her eyes, lulled by her grandmother's soft breathing and the deep, steady pulse of the forest, she knew, with the quiet certainty of roots reaching deep into the earth, that all was well, and spring would come again. Story 13. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where summers were long and golden, and winters, though crisp, held a cheerful sparkle. This winter, however, had brought a cold deeper than memory. Frost didn't just lace the windows, it clawed its way across the panes in thick, feathery patterns. Chimney smoke hung heavy and low, like frozen gray wool. Inside their snug stone cottage, young Lena shivered despite the roaring hearth. Her grandfather, Silas, known for his worn boots and endless patience, stoked the fire, his face etched with a worry Lena had never seen before. "Grandfather," Lena whispered, her breath puffing white in the frigid air even indoors, "why is the cold biting? It feels different." Silas sighed, the sound like dry leaves skittering across stone. "Aye, little sparrow, different indeed. This chill, it feels old, unnatural, like the heart of the forest itself has grown weary and cold." He gazed towards the dark line of the whispering woods, barely visible through the frost-furred window. "Long ago, when I was no taller than you, my own grandfather told tales of the winter's heart. Not a bad thing, mind you, but a source, deep within the oldest part of the woods. It balanced the seasons, but if its light dimmed, could it be dimming now?" Lena asked why died, picturing a great, frozen gem hidden in the woods. "Perhaps," Silas murmured. He walked to the old oak chest in the corner, the one Lena was forbidden to open. With a key that glinted like frozen starlight, he unlocked it. Inside, nestled in folds of blue velvet, lay a lantern. It wasn't grand. Made of hammered copper, weathered green in places, its glass panes were cloudy with age. But nestled within, unlit, was a single candle stub, pure white and strangely untouched by time. "This," Silas said, lifting it with reverence, "is the moon-petal lantern. My grandfather's grandfather found it long ago near the standing stones deep in the whispering woods. It's said to hold a spark of moonlight, a gentle warmth against unnatural cold. It's only ever been lit once in a winter much like this, and then only by someone pure of heart on a quest of true need." He placed the cool metal of the lantern into Lena's small hands. It felt surprisingly heavy, humming with a faint, dormant energy she could feel in her fingertips. "Could I?" Lena breathed, the weight of the moment settling on her shoulders like snow. Silas looked at her, his eyes reflecting the flickering firelight. "The woods are perilous, Lena, more so now. The cold twists things, makes paths treacherous, shadows deeper. But—" he touched her cheek, his calloused thumb warm. "I see the kindness in you like sunshine on snow, and the woods, they whisper to those who listen with their heart, not just their ears. If the winter's heart truly fails, Willowbrook won't survive another moon. This task, it asks much, too much perhaps." Lena looked from the lantern to the window, to the oppressive gray sky pressing down on the frosted world. She thought of Mrs. Thistleby's frail cough, of the icicles hanging like fangs from the mill roof, of the silence where birdsong should be. "I have to try, grandfather," she said, her voice small but firm. "For everyone." Silas nodded, a mixture of pride and profound fear in his eyes. He helped her bundle into layers of wool-thick socks, a scarf wound twice around her neck, mittens over gloves. He packed a small pouch with nuts, dried apples, and a flask of steaming mint tea. Lastly, he handed her a smooth river stone, warm from resting near the hearth. "For courage," he whispered, pressing it into her mitten. "Remember, Lena, the woods see, listen, and trust kindness, even when it wears a strange face. The moon-petal lantern will guide you, but your heart must light." Stepping outside was like walking into a wall of solid ice. The air stole her breath. Frost crunched deafeningly loud under her boots in the unnatural stillness. The familiar path into the whispering woods, usually dappled with friendly sunlight, was a tunnel of skeletal trees, their branches encased in thick, clear ice that groaned and cracked ominously. The comforting rustle of leaves was gone, replaced by an eerie silence broken only by the moan of wind through frozen branches. Lena lifted the moon-petal lantern. "Please," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Please light, we need warmth." Nothing happened. She walked on, deeper into the crystalline prison. The cold seeped through her layers, numbing her toes and fingertips. Shadows stretched long and blue, twisting familiar landmarks into menacing shapes. Fear, cold and sharp, began to prickle at her resolve. She stumbled upon a clearing she knew well, usually home to a carpet of bluebells. Now it was a frozen pond, unnaturally smooth and black as obsidian. Standing on the ice, perfectly still, was a creature unlike any Lena had ever seen. It seemed woven from shadow and frost itself slender, perhaps her height, with skin like polished birch bark overlaid with intricate patterns of hoarfrost. Long, delicate limbs ended in fingers like icicles. Its hair flowed like spun moonlight, catching the weak gray light. Large, almond-shaped eyes, the color of deep glacier ice, watched her with an unsettling stillness. It held a staff topped with a single, perfect frozen rose. Lena froze, her heart hammering against her ribs. This must be one of the twisted things grandfather feared. She clutched the unlit lantern tighter, the stone warm against her palm inside her mitten. The creature tilted its head, a movement like cracking ice. A sound like wind chimes made of frost filled the air, forming words Lena felt rather than heard directly in her mind. Coldwalker. Why trespass? The deepwood sleeps, and its sleep is cold. I'm Lena, she stammered, forcing her voice not to shake. From Willowbrook, the cold, it's unnatural, it's hurting everyone. My grandfather said something about the winter's heart failing. I have this lantern. She held up the moon-petal lantern. The creature's icy eyes flickered towards the lantern. A ripple passed over its frost-patterned skin. The sun-touched child carries the old moon's vessel. The mental voice held a note of surprise, perhaps even awe, layered with deep sorrow. I am Frostleaf, keeper of the frozen glade. The winter's heart, yes. Its light dims. A shadow has touched it, a grief so deep it turned to ice within the heartstone. A shadow, what shadow? Lena asked, taking a cautious step forward. Frostleaf didn't retreat, but its grip tightened on its staff. Long ago, Frostleaf chimed, the sound mournful. A great tree, eldest of the deepwood, fell in a storm. Not just wood, but a spirit. The heartstone felt the loss, a deep sorrow. Over time, unchecked, that sorrow festered, turned cold and hard. It spread, feeding the unnatural winter. Now it threatens to extinguish the heart's light forever, freezing this world solid. Frostleaf gestured around the desolate clearing. Even we, born of frost, feel the wrongness. The cold bites without purpose, without the promise of spring's return. Lena felt a pang of empathy cut through her fear. This creature wasn't menacing, it was grieving, trapped in a winter it hadn't chosen. Can we help it? Can we warm the Heartstone? Frostleaf regarded her, the ice-blue eyes searching. The old moon's vessel, it holds gentle warmth, moonlight made tangible. But its light alone may not be enough against the frozen grief. The shadow must be soothed, the sorrow acknowledged before warmth can return. The path to the Heartstone is perilous, guarded by the cold's fiercest servants, the Shiverwinds and the Frostfangs. My kin, they are lost to the cold's bite, their thoughts frozen sharp. They will not listen. But you are listening, Lena said softly. You feel the wrongness too. Could we go together? You know the Deepwood, I have the lantern, maybe together. A long silence stretched, filled only by the groaning trees. Frostleaf seemed to shimmer, frost patterns shifting like disturbed snow. Together. The chime held disbelief, then a fragile hope. Sun-touched and frost-touched. The Deepwood has not seen such a thing since the first snow. The risk is great. The frozen kin will not spare you. Willowbrook will freeze if we don't try, Lena said, her voice gaining strength. She pulled the warm river stone from her mitten. My grandfather gave me this for courage. Maybe the Heartstone needs warmth, but it also needs someone to remember its sorrow, someone who understands cold, and someone who remembers warmth. She held the stone out towards Frostleaf, not offering it, but showing it. A symbol of simple, human warmth. Frostleaf reached out a delicate, icicle finger. It didn't touch the stone, but hovered near it. A faint sigh, like a breeze melting snow, escaped it. A small sun held in the hand. The frost patterns on its face softened imperceptibly. Your courage, it burns. Faint, but it burns. Very well, sun-touched Lena. We journey together to the Heartstone. But know this, if the lantern fails or your heart falters, the cold will claim us both. Keep your stone close. An unlikely alliance was forged in that frozen glade. Frostleaf moved with an eerie grace, silent on the ice, its presence seeming to calm the worst of the biting wind swirling around them. Lena walked beside the frost spirit, the unlit moon-petal lantern held before her. Frostleaf guided her off the known paths, deeper into the whispering woods than Lena had ever dreamed of going. The trees grew taller, older, their trunks massive and gnarled, encased in thicker, bluer ice. Strange, frozen fungi glowed with an internal, cold light. The silence became profound, oppressive. Suddenly, the air itself seemed to scream. A whirlwind of razor-sharp ice shards, a shiver wind, descended upon them from the canopy. Frostleaf raised its staff, the frozen rose glowing faintly. A shield of shimmering cold air formed around them, deflecting the worst of the shards, but the force of the wind knocked Lena off her feet. The lantern tumbled from her grasp, clattering onto the ice-hard ground. Panic seized her. If it broke... Before she could scramble for it, dark shapes detached from the tree trunks. Frostfang's creatures like skeletal wolves woven from shadow and jagged ice, their eyes burning with cold blue fire, slunk forward, growls like grinding glaciers vibrating through the frozen earth. Frostleaf stood protectively over Lena and the fallen lantern, its chime voice sharp and commanding. Halt, kin. This is not the way. The sun-touched bears the old moon's vessel. The lead Frostfang, larger than the others, bared icicle fangs. Frostleaf turns traitor. Brings the warmth thief. The cold is pure. The cold is strength. The Heartstone sleeps, and we guard its icy rest. It lunged. Frostleaf met the charge, staff flashing. Ice met ice in a shower of frozen splinters. Lena saw her chance. She scrambled on her hands and knees towards the lantern. A frost fang snapped at her heels, its breath freezing the hem of her coat solid. She grabbed the lantern, rolling away just as icy jaws snapped shut on empty air. Huddled behind a massive, ice-bound root, she clutched the lantern, the cold stone, and thought desperately of Willowbrook of Mrs. Thistlebee's smile, of the crackle of her grandfather's fire, of the scent of baking bread. She thought of Frostleaf risking itself for her, for a village it didn't know. She poured all her hope, all her fierce, protective love for her home and her new, strange friend into the lantern. Please, she begged silently, not just for light, but for warmth, for understanding, for a way through the frozen grief. Light for Frostleaf. Light for the Heartstone. Light for us all. A soft, silvery glow emanated from within the cloudy glass. It wasn't a fierce flame, but the gentle, persistent radiance of a full moon seen through mist. It spilled onto the frozen ground around her, not melting the ice, but making it shimmer with captured light. The glow touched the battling frost fang nearest her. It didn't burn, but the creature hesitated, its burning blue eyes flickering towards the light, a confusion breaking through its frozen rage. Frostleaf, seeing the light, let out a chime that was almost a song pure and clear. It pushed back its attacker with a surge of cold energy. See, the old moon's gentle warmth. It does not destroy the cold, it remembers the light within it. Remember the Heartstone's true purpose: balance, not endless winter. The moonpetal lantern's light spread, a pool of soft silver in the oppressive blue gloom. It didn't drive the frost fangs away, but it made them pause, their growls turning to uncertain rumbles. The shiverwind whirled less violently. The lead frost fang stared at Lena, huddled with her glowing lantern, then at Frostleaf standing defiant. A low whine escaped it, a sound less of anger and more of confusion. Loss. The grief Frostleaf chimed softly, stepping back, lowering its staff slightly. The grief froze your hearts, kin. But the sun-touched remembers warmth. She reminds us. It gestured towards Lena and the light. The frost fangs didn't attack again. They watched, wary, as Frostleaf helped Lena to her feet. The lantern's light now illuminated a path deeper into the woods, revealing an archway formed by two immense, ice-encased trees that Lena hadn't noticed before. The air beyond the arch hummed with a deeper, more ancient cold. The way to the Heartstone, Frostleaf chimed. They will not hinder us further. The lantern's light in your heart gave them pause. But the deepest cold lies ahead. They passed through the archway. The world changed. They entered a vast, cavernous space beneath the roots of the oldest trees. The air was still and heavy, thick with cold that felt ancient. In the center of the cavern rose a colossal crystal formation, the winter's heart. It should have pulsed with a soft, blue-white light, a gentle radiance. Instead it was dark, opaque, shot through with veins of deepest black ice. A palpable wave of sorrow emanated from it, so profound it made Lena's chest ache. Frostleaf shuddered beside her, frost patterns dimming. Lena approached, the moonpetal lantern held high. Its silvery light seemed feeble against the overwhelming darkness within the crystal. The black veins pulsed faintly. She could almost hear a whisper, a lament for the lost elder tree spirit, a grief turned hard and icy over centuries. What do we do? Lena whispered, her voice swallowed by the cavernous silence. Frostleaf moved closer to the Heartstone. It placed a hand not on the crystal, but on the frozen ground where the roots of the Heartstone met the earth. The sorrow needs voice, sun-touched. It needs to be heard, not fought. The spirit closed its ice-blue eyes, and a low, haunting melody began to emanate from it, not through sound, but through the air itself, a song of frost and starlight, of long winters and the deep, slow pulse of the earth beneath the ice. It was a song of loss, mirroring the Heartstone's grief, but also a song of remembrance for the fallen tree, a celebration of its long life, not just its end. Lena understood. She knelt beside Frostleaf, placing the glowing lantern on the ground near the base of the Heartstone. She closed her eyes, not knowing the songs of the Deepwood, but remembering Silas's words, "Listen with your heart." She thought of her own losses, a lost kitten, her grandmother's passing. She didn't push the sadness away. She held it gently, like the warm stone in her hand. She poured that feeling of quiet acceptance, of love persisting through loss, into the space around her, focusing it towards the dark crystal. She imagined the warmth of her grandfather's hand on her shoulder, the shared warmth of a story by the fire, the comforting warmth of community in Willowbrook. The moonpetal lantern's light flared, not brighter, but deeper. The silvery glow deepened into a rich, moonlit gold, warm as honey. It flowed across the cavern floor, touching the roots, climbing the base of the Heartstone. Where it touched the black veins, they didn't melt, but they softened. The oppressive wave of sorrow lessened, replaced by a gentle melancholy. Frostleaf's song shifted. It became softer, sweeter, weaving threads of the coming spring, the drip of melting icicles, the first green shoot pushing through snow, the return of birdsong. Lena added her own silent thoughts, the smell of thawing earth, the laughter of children freed from winter's grip, the promise of bluebells returning to the glade. The golden light from the lantern seeped into the Heartstone. Deep within the dark crystal, a tiny, fragile point of blue-white light flickered. Once. Twice. Then it steadied, growing, pushing back against the black ice veins. The veins didn't vanish, but they receded, becoming faint scars rather than choking darkness. A soft, rhythmic pulse began to emanate from the Heartstone, a slow, deep thrum of returning life and balance. A gentle wave of pure, natural cold radiated outwards, crisp and clean, washing away the unnatural, biting chill that had filled the cavern. It felt like the first deep breath after a long illness. Frostleaf opened its eyes, the glacier blue now sparkling with captured moonlight. It is done. The grief is soothed, not erased. The balance returns. The spirit touched the Heartstone gently. Welcome back, old friend. Lena felt exhaustion wash over her, deep and warm. The lantern's light dimmed back to its soft silver glow, the candle within now visibly smaller. She looked at Frostleaf. Thank you. I couldn't have done it without you. Nor I without you, sun-touched Lena, Frostleaf chimed, a sound like happy icicles tinkling. You brought the memory of warmth to a place lost in frozen sorrow. You showed my kin another way. The spirit looked towards the cavern entrance. The Deepwood will awaken slowly. The unnatural cold will lift. Your village will know spring again. The journey back through the whispering woods felt different. The ice still coated the trees, but it sparkled under a sky that seemed a fraction less gray. The groaning of the branches sounded less like pain and more like stretching after a long sleep. The shiverwinds were gone. They saw Frostfangs in the distance, but they merely watched, their eyes no longer burning with hostility, just a watchful stillness. The frozen rose on Frostleaf's staff glowed with a soft, internal light. They reached the edge of the woods as the true dawn began to blush the eastern sky. Frostleaf stopped at the tree line. Our paths part here, sun-touched. You belong to the world of sun and seasons. I belong to the heart of frost and starlight. But the forest remembers. I remember. Lena felt a lump in her throat. Will I ever see you again? Frostleaf tilted its head, a gesture now familiar and comforting. When the first frost paints the leaves, or when the moon is full and bright, look into the woods. you may see a glimmer of frost where none should be. Remember the song. Remember the shared warmth. The spirit placed an icy, but not unkind, finger lightly on the moon-petal lantern. Keep the old moon's vessel safe. Its light is gentle but powerful. Then, with a chime that was both farewell and a promise, Frostleaf melted back into the shadows between the trees, becoming one with the glittering frost. Lena walked back towards Willowbrook, the lantern cool in her hands. She noticed it immediately. The air, while still cold, lacked that vicious, biting edge. It was the clean, expectant cold before a thaw. Smoke rose properly from chimneys, swirling upwards instead of hanging low. As she neared her cottage, the door flew open. Silas stood there, his face etched with sleepless worry that melted into disbelief, and then overwhelming relief as he saw her. "Lena, you're safe, and in the air it feels." He breathed deeply. Different, lighter. Lena rushed into his arms. She told him everything: the frozen woods, Frostleaf, the frost fangs, the shiverwind, the cavern, the sorrowful heartstone, the song, and the lantern's golden light. She showed him the lantern, the candle now half its original size. Silas listened, his eyes wide with wonder, tears glistening at the corners. "You did it, little sparrow," he whispered, holding her tight. "You found the warmth within the cold, you and your unexpected friend." Over the next days, the change was undeniable. The sun gained strength, its pale yellow light holding real warmth. The thick, clawing frost on the windows receded, replaced by delicate, lacy patterns. Icicles began to drip, creating cheerful music on the cobblestones. Birds, tentative at first, then bold, returned with hesitant songs. People emerged from their cottages, blinking in the sunlight, faces turning upwards with expressions of profound relief and dawning joy. The unnatural winter was retreating, defeated by an unlikely friendship and the gentle power of remembered warmth. Lena kept the moon-petal lantern on her windowsill. It no longer glowed on its own, but in the moonlight the cloudy glass seemed to hold a soft, silvery sheen. She often looked towards the whispering woods, now returning to its familiar, friendly green. Sometimes, on the clearest frosty mornings, or under the brightest full moon, she thought she saw a fleeting glimmer of frost light deep among the trees, or heard the faintest echo of wind-chime laughter on the breeze. She would smile, touching the warm river stone she kept in her pocket, and remember the frost spirit who taught her that even the deepest cold holds a memory of light, and that the most unexpected friendships can melt the hardest ice. And wrapped in her quilt, listening to the comforting crackle of the fire and the drip-drip of melting snow outside, she knew that true warmth always came from the heart. Story 14. Oliver had always been a quiet child, finding more companionship in rustling leaves than rowdy classmates. His favorite escape was the ancient whisperwood bordering his village, where moss swallowed footsteps and sunlight fell in dappled coins. One crisp autumn afternoon, while exploring the attic's forgotten corners, his fingers brushed against cold metal beneath a moth-eaten quilt. He unearthed a silver compass, its surface etched with constellations he didn't recognize. Unlike any compass he'd seen, it had no marked directions, just a single, luminous needle that quivered like a living thing. The moment Oliver's palm closed around it, warmth spread up his arm. The needle spun wildly before settling, not toward north, but insistently pointing toward the deepest part of Whisperwood. Curiosity, sharp and bright, pricked at him. Packing a small satchel with bread, cheese, and his worn sketchbook, he followed the compass's silent tug into the forest's emerald embrace. Hours melted into twilight's lavender haze. Just as the path vanished into thick bracken, the compass needle flared like captured moonlight. Oliver pushed aside a curtain of weeping willow branches and gasped. Before him sprawled the valley of murmuring light, a hidden world pulsing with magic. Trees bore leaves of spun gold and amethyst, their trunks shimmering with embedded crystals. Butterflies with stained glass wings drifted on air scented like honey and rain-damp earth. But beneath the beauty thrummed a discordant note. Patches of the valley floor lay gray and brittle like ash. Flowers drooped, their colors muted, and the very air felt thinner, colder. A soft chime echoed nearby. Perched on a toadstool was a creature no taller than Oliver's hand, woven from living vines and dandelion fluff. Its eyes were chips of amber, wide with surprise. "You see me," it piped, its voice like wind through reeds. Human eyes usually pass right through. "I see you," Oliver breathed, kneeling. "I'm Oliver. Why is the valley sick?" The creature, Pip as it introduced itself, fluttered to his shoulder, leaves rustling with sadness. "The Heartstone is failing. Deep in the crystal caves it feeds life to the valley, but its light dims, stolen piece by a shadow that fears the light. Without it—" Pip gestured at the withering flowers. "Silence." Oliver held up the compass. Its needle now pointed unwaveringly toward distant, jagged peaks. "This led me here. Maybe it can light us to the Heartstone's thief." Hope flickered in Pip's amber eyes. An unlikely pact was forged, a boy who spoke more to trees than people, and a forest spirit smaller than a sparrow, united by a magical compass in a dying world. Their journey unfolded through landscapes of impossible wonder. They crossed rivers of liquid moonlight on lily-pad rafts guided by courteous, bioluminescent frogs. They navigated the forest of whispers, where sentient trees hummed ancient lullabies that made Oliver drowsy, forcing Pip to pinch his ear with a thorny fingertip. They encountered a badger with fur like polished obsidian, keeper of forgotten paths, who traded safe passage for a sketch Oliver drew of his long-lost mate. Each encounter revealed the valley's intricate web of life and deepened Oliver's bond with Pip, whose tiny form held boundless courage and wisdom. The compass guided them true, its needle glowing brighter as they neared the crystal caves. The entrance yawned like a frozen scream, radiating unnatural cold. Inside, geodes pulsed with faint, dying rainbows. Deep within the labyrinth they found the Heartstone, a towering crystal spire on a dais. But its light was siphoned away by thick, viscous shadows clinging to its base, flowing toward a hunched figure in the gloom, Thorn, a creature of petrified wood and sorrow. Once a guardian tree spirit, isolation and envy at the valley's joy had twisted him. He fed on the Heartstone's energy, believing it the only warmth left in the world. "Leave," Thorn rasped, shadows coiling like serpents. "The light is mine, it mocks my darkness." Oliver stepped forward, compass warm in his hand. "It doesn't have to be this way, Thorn. The light isn't just warmth, it's connection. Look." He held up his sketchbook, filled with drawings of the valley's wonders, the glowing frogs, the singing trees, Pip laughing on his shoulder. "This beauty exists because of the Heartstone. It exists with you, not against you. You're part of it, too." Pip fluttered close to Thorn's gnarled face. "We miss your songs in the high branches, Thorn. The forest feels your absence." Thorn recoiled, shadows flickering uncertainly. He saw the sketches, the badger's mournful eyes, the intricate patterns of a spiderweb he used to admire at dawn, and remembered belonging. A single tear, like liquid obsidian, traced a path down his bark-like cheek. The shadows recoiled from its purity. "I forgot," he whispered, the sound like dry leaves crumbling. "Forgot the sun on my leaves, the roots entwined below. Forgot I was never truly alone." With a shuddering sigh, Thorn stretched a gnarled hand toward the Heartstone. The clinging shadows dissolved like smoke in sunlight. Pure, radiant energy flooded back into the crystal spire, then pulsed outward in a wave of iridescent light. It washed over Thorn, softening his jagged edges, sprouting tiny emerald buds across his form. It surged through the caves, reigniting the geodes into blazing constellations. It swept out into the valley, turning gray earth verdant, restoring flowers to jewel-bright hues, filling the air with the vibrant hum of restored magic. Oliver and Pip emerged from the caves into a valley reborn. Sunlight, warmer and brighter than before, gilded every leaf. Creatures Oliver had sketched emerged, drawn by the renewed energy, their joyous songs weaving a tapestry of sound. Thorn, now adorned with living ivy and shy blossoms, stood taller, his presence no longer cold, but a deep, grounding warmth. He placed a newly green hand on Oliver's shoulder. "You return the light," he rumbled, his voice rich with life. "Not just to the stone, but to me." The return journey felt like walking through a dream. Pip rode on Oliver's hat, humming a tune the whispering trees had taught them. The compass needle, its purpose fulfilled, now rested peacefully, pointing nowhere and everywhere, a silent silver star in Oliver's palm. As they reached the weeping willow vale, Oliver hesitated. Pip nestled into his cupped hands. "You'll always find the valley, Oliver. Just listen and remember." Stepping back into the familiar woods felt different. The ordinary trees seemed to hum a softer tune. The sunlight held a warmer gold. The compass nestled securely in his pocket, no longer tugging, but a comforting weight. Back in his room, as moonlight painted silver stripes on the floor, Oliver opened his sketchbook to a fresh page. He drew the valley of murmuring light in full bloom, Pip perched on Thorn's newly green shoulder, the heartstone radiating pure light. He didn't need the compass to find magic anymore. He carried it within him, the memory of courage found in small places, the strength of kindness offered to shadows, the profound truth that even the deepest loneliness could be healed by the gentle light of friendship. As sleep finally claimed him, the scent of honey and rain-damp earth seemed to linger in the air, a soft, comforting whisper of a hidden world, forever alive in his heart. Story 15. Deep within the whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore beards of silver moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, the boundaries between the solid world and the shimmering one were thin as dragonfly wings. Here the creatures lived lives hidden from hurried eyes, lives woven into the very fabric of the seasons and the quiet magic that pulsed beneath the roots. Fern, a small hazel dormouse with fur the color of toasted acorns and eyes like polished river stones, lived in a cozy burrow tucked beneath the gnarled roots of grandfather oak. Her world was one of intricate detail, the velvety softness of moss cushions, the sharp, clean scent of pine needles after rain, the comforting crinkle of dried leaves lining her nest. Her days were spent gathering hazelnuts and sweet berries, listening to the gossip of the wind through the leaves, and watching the dance of dust motes in shafts of afternoon light. But this autumn felt different. The air, usually crisp with the scent of apples and wood smoke, hung heavy and still. The stream that chuckled merrily through the heartwood glade, the lifeblood of the whisperwood, had dwindled to a mere trickle. Its stones, usually polished smooth by clear water, lay exposed and dry, coated in a film of gray dust. The leaves, instead of turning in a fiery celebration, seemed to wither prematurely, falling silently like tired sighs. Fern felt a prickle of unease deep in her tiny chest. She scurried to the Moss Council, a gathering place beneath a vast, ancient yew where the eldest and wisest of the small folk met. Old Mother Moss, a venerable badger whose silver-streaked fur held the scent of damp earth and wisdom, presided. Her voice was a low rumble, like stones shifting in a deep riverbed. "The balance is disturbed, little Fern," Old Mother Moss murmured, her dark eyes gazing into the distance. "The stream sleeps too deeply, the breath of seasons grows faint." The breath of seasons, Fern knew, was the ancient magic that flowed through the whisperwood. It wasn't wielded, but lived. It was the unfurling of a fern in spring, the deep slumber of roots in winter, the vibrant pulse of summer, and the gentle letting go of autumn. It flowed strongest where all parts of the forest lived in harmony, their hidden lives interconnected like threads in a grand tapestry. The stream's weakness was a symptom, a warning sigh from the forest itself. "But what can we do?" piped Pip, a bright-eyed robin, his usual cheerful song subdued. The water just stopped. Old Mother Moss shifted, her claws gently tracing patterns in the soft loam. "Long ago, before even my grandmother's time, the breath faltered like this. The story is woven in the roots, whispered on the wind. It was tied to the sky song, the music of the stars that falls with the autumn rains." Fern tilted her head. "The sky song, but the stars are so far away." "Magic bridges distances, little one," the badger replied softly. "The stars sing a song only the purest waters can hear, a song that stirs the deep springs and calls the rain. But for the water to hear it, the path must be clear. The harmony between earth and sky must be true." Fern remembered the stories told on chilly evenings, tales of the starlight weavers, tiny, luminous beings who lived amongst the moonflowers and only emerged on the clearest autumn nights. They were said to catch the falling star song in their silken webs and let it drift down to the earth like shimmering dew. But they were shy, vanishing at the slightest disturbance. "The weavers need peace," Fern realized aloud, her voice small but certain in the quiet circle. "But the forest feels worried. The worry is like a noise. It might scare them away." Old Mother Moss nodded slowly, a spark of approval in her deep eyes. "Wisdom speaks, young Fern. Fear and discord muddy the quiet waters of perception, even for the starlight weavers. The harmony must be restored within the whisperwood first. Only then can the sky song reach the springs." A sense of purpose, warm and bright, bloomed in Fern's chest. She wasn't the biggest or the loudest, but she understood the quiet things. She knew the hidden paths, the secret glades, the language of rustling leaves, and the comforting scent of damp bark. She knew her friends. She began with Pip the robin. "Pip," she whispered, meeting him on a low hazel branch, "your song is the sound of dawn. Can you sing, not loudly but steadily, a song of the forest as it should be, of cool streams and rustling leaves?" Pip puffed his chest, understanding dawning. He flew to the highest branch of Grandfather Oak and began a melody, pure and clear, a gentle counterpoint to the anxious silence. It was a song of dewdrops on spider webs, of acorns nestled in moss, of the promise held within a tiny seed. Next, Fern sought out Bramble, a sturdy hedgehog known for his grumbling but deep kindness. "Bramble," she said, nudging him gently with her nose near a patch of sweet woodruff, "the forest floor is littered with brittle leaves and broken twigs. It feels untidy, sad. Can you and your kin help smooth it, make it soft and welcoming again?" Bramble snorted, but his little eyes gleamed. He trundled off, gathering other hedgehogs and industrious beetles. Together they gently pushed fallen leaves into neat drifts against tree roots, cleared pathways of snapping twigs, and smoothed the dusty earth until it looked inviting, ready to receive a blessing. Fern scurried to the whispering reeds by the dwindling stream. She spoke to the water boatmen skimming the scant surface, and the patient frogs wading in the muddy shallows. "Remember the coolness," she urged them softly. "Remember the sound of the water laughing over stones. Hold that feeling. Send it down into the earth to the sleeping springs." The frogs closed their eyes, their throats pulsing silently. The boatmen skimmed patterns that spoke of deeper currents, remembered. Word spread through the hidden networks along gossamer threads strung by spiders, carried by the industrious ants, rustled by the ferns themselves. The squirrels stopped their frantic, worried caching and instead sat quietly, grooming their tails, radiating calm. The deer in the deeper glades moved with deliberate, graceful slowness. The badgers dug their set entrances wider, letting the scent of clean earth rise. Even the usually boisterous foxes trod softly, their fiery coats like moving embers in the dimming light. Fern worked tirelessly, a small, determined blur of toasted brown fur. She visited every corner, reminding the beetles of the sweetness of decaying leaves enriching the soil, reminding the spiders of the beauty of their dew-jeweled webs catching the first light, reminding the owls that their soft hoots were the lullabies of the night forest. She gathered fallen petals, purple violets, white wood anemones long past their spring bloom, golden hawkweed, and scattered them along the dry stream bed, a fragrant offering of hope and memory. As the days passed, a palpable shift occurred. The frantic energy of worry dissipated, replaced by a deep, collective calm. The air itself seemed to soften, becoming easier to breathe. The scent of damp earth and leaf mold grew stronger, underscored by the faint, sweet perfume of the scattered petals. Pip's song wove through it all, a constant, gentle thread of reassurance. The forest wasn't ignoring the problem. It was gathering its strength, its quiet harmony like a deep, centering breath. One evening, as the last rays of the sun stained the high clouds the color of ripe peaches, and the first brave stars pricked the darkening violet sky, the air grew incredibly still. A profound hush descended, deeper than any ordinary quiet. It was a listening silence. Fern, Pip, Bramble, Old Mother Moss, and countless unseen eyes gathered at the edge of the heartwood glade, near the dry stream bed. Then it began. Not with sound, but with light. Tiny points of silver-blue light flickered into existence amongst the moonflowers that climbed Grandfather Oak. More appeared like distant stars descending, settling on the broad leaves of foxgloves and the feathery fronds of ferns. The starlight weavers. They were smaller than Fern's paw, their bodies shimmering like captured moonlight, their delicate legs moving with impossible grace. Silently, they began their work. Fine, luminous threads, finer than spider silk and glowing with an inner light, stretched between stems and leaves. They wove intricate, glimmering nets that seemed to hang suspended in the cool air, catching not insects, but the very essence of the night. As the net grew, a faint, ethereal sound began to permeate the glade. It wasn't heard with ears, but felt in the heart a high, pure, crystalline melody. The sky song. It was the music of distant suns and ancient cold, of vast distances and timeless cycles, yet it resonated with the deep, slow pulse of the earth below. The song drifted downwards, like snowfall made of sound and light. It touched the dry petals Fern had scattered. It touched the smoothed earth Bramble and his kin had tended. It flowed over the listening frogs and boatmen. It seeped into the parched stones of the stream bed. Fern held her breath. She could feel the song vibrating through the soles of her tiny paws, a gentle thrumming that traveled deep into the roots below. It was a call, a reminder, a key turning in a lock long undisturbed. Deep, deep beneath the whisperwood, in secret caverns where ancient water slept, the sky song found its echo. A tremor, soft as a sigh, ran through the earth. Then another, stronger. The frogs opened their eyes wide. The boatmen skittered excitedly. With a sound like 1,000 tiny sighs of relief, a bubble of clear, cold water welled up from between the dry stones in the stream bed. Then another, and another. Tiny rivulets formed, weaving around the stones, finding the path they knew so well. The water gurgled, hesitant at first, then gaining strength, chuckling happily as it flowed over the smooth stones, washing the dust away, reflecting the shimmering nets of the starlight weavers above. It carried the scent of deep earth and renewal, cool and impossibly sweet. The weavers, their task complete, slowly faded, their light winking out one by one like distant stars at dawn, leaving only the soft glow of the moonflowers. A collective sigh, warm with wonder and relief, swept through the gathered creatures. Pip burst into his most joyous dawn song, now perfectly in tune with the chuckling stream. Bramble gave a satisfied grunt and nudged a smooth pebble into the flowing water. Old Mother Moss rested her chin on her paws, her eyes reflecting the moonlight on the reborn stream. "Harmony restored," she murmured, the sound blending with the water's music. "The forest remembers its song." Fern sat on a cool, damp stone at the water's edge, her tiny heart full. She dipped her paw into the flowing stream, feeling the incredible coldness, the vibrant life returning. She saw the reflection of the stars above, now singing their silent song directly into the water they had awakened. She smelled the wet earth, the crushed petals releasing their final fragrance, the clean, cold air. She heard Pip's song, the water's laughter, the gentle rustle of leaves in a soft night breeze that now carried the scent of approaching rain, the breath of seasons flowing strong once more. The lesson wasn't shouted, it was felt in the cool water, heard in the stream's chuckle, seen in the interconnected work of the forest. True strength lay not in force, but in harmony. Solutions bloomed from listening, from each creature offering its unique gift, the robin's song, the hedgehog's diligence, the frog's memory, the dormouse's quiet understanding and connection. Wisdom was passed down not just in stories like old Mother Moss's, but in the very act of living gently, attentively together. It was woven into the roots, carried on the wind, sung by the stars, and remembered by the water. As the first fat drops of rain began to fall, whispering through the leaves like a benediction, Fern scurried back to her burrow beneath Grandfather Oak. The scent of petrichor rain on dry earth filled the air, rich and comforting. She snuggled deep into her nest of soft leaves and moss, the sound of the steady rain on the leaves above, and the constant, cheerful gurgle of the stream below weaving a lullaby of profound peace. The whisperwood breathed deeply, its hidden lives once again moving in perfect, magical balance with the turning sky and the ancient, singing earth. And in her cozy den, Fern drifted into sleep, a small keeper of harmony, cradled by the forest's restored song. The magic wasn't gone, it was simply resting, waiting for the next gentle heart to listen and remember. Story 16. The first snowflake landed on Finn's mitten just as the last sliver of sun vanished behind whispering pines. It was a perfect, intricate star, shimmering faintly before melting into the dark wool. Finn, a boy whose quiet nature often saw him observing the world rather than plunging into it, tucked his hands deeper into his pockets, his breath puffing white in the gathering twilight. He'd been exploring the forgotten corner of his grandmother's attic earlier, a place thick with dust motes dancing in slanting afternoon light, and beneath a faded tapestry depicting mythical ice bears, he'd found a small wooden box. Inside, nestled in velvet softer than a chick's down, lay a snow globe unlike any he'd seen. It wasn't filled with glittering flakes swirling around a miniature scene. Instead, within the thick, flawless glass, lay a perfect miniature forest sculpted entirely from ice. Tiny crystalline trees, sparkling rivers frozen mid-flow, and jagged mountains that caught the light like fractured diamonds. At its heart stood a tiny, perfect cottage, smoke curling from its chimney in a plume of captured frost. It felt impossibly cold to the touch, yet holding it filled Finn with a strange, deep calm. He'd slipped it into his coat pocket, a secret talisman against the encroaching winter night. Now, trudging home through the thickening snow, the weight of the globe felt significant. The path through the woods was familiar, yet tonight it felt different. The snow muffled every sound, turning the world into a hushed, monochrome dreamscape. Tall pines, heavy with fresh powder, leaned in like silent, watchful sentinels. Finn paused, feeling the peculiar urge to shake the globe. He pulled it from his pocket. The ice forest inside seemed to glow with an inner light, casting faint, dancing blue patterns on the snow around his boots. He gave it a gentle swirl. Instead of flakes, a shimmering cascade of impossibly tiny, glowing ice crystals erupted within the globe, swirling faster and faster. The light intensified, a brilliant sapphire beacon in the dim woods. Suddenly, the air directly in front of Finn cracked. Not a loud, violent sound, but a sharp, crystalline snap, like ice breaking underfoot on a deep pond. A fissure appeared in the very air, shimmering with the same cold blue light as the globe. Beyond it, Finn saw not the familiar path home, but a vista that stole his breath, towering trees sculpted from living ice, their branches laden with diamond-like leaves that chimed softly in an unfelt breeze. A landscape straight from the snow globe, impossibly vast and breathtakingly real. Before he could step back, a powerful gust of wind, smelling of pine needles and deep, ancient cold, surged from the fissure. It tugged at his coat, lifted the snow around him in a glittering vortex, and pulled him forward. Finn stumbled, clutching the globe tightly, and fell through the shimmering crack. He landed softly on a bed of deep, powdery snow that glittered like crushed diamonds under a sky filled with swirling, iridescent auroras. The air here was crisp and clean, so cold it pinched his lungs but somehow felt invigorating, not painful. The trees around him were magnificent ice sculptures, their trunks swirling with captured light, their leaves chiming like 1,000 tiny bells. He was inside the snow globe. Panic fluttered in his chest like a trapped bird. He scrambled to his feet, looking back. The fissure was gone. Only the endless, breathtakingly beautiful, and utterly alien ice forest stretched in every direction. He was alone. Truly, terrifyingly alone. He clutched the snow globe, now warm against his chilled fingers, its miniature landscape mirroring the impossible world around him. It was his only connection to home. A soft sound broke the crystalline silence. A faint, high-pitched chittering, like tiny icicles tapping together. Finn froze, heart pounding. From behind a towering ice fern, a small creature emerged. It was about the size of a squirrel, but its body seemed formed from delicate, frosted glass. Two large, luminous eyes, the color of frozen forget-me-nots, regarded him with intense curiosity. Its wings were intricate structures of spun ice, shimmering with refracted aurora light. It tilted its head, emitting another series of soft chitters. A frost sparrow. Grandmother had told him tales of them, elusive spirits of the deepest winter, said to guard hidden places. "Hello," Finn whispered, his voice swallowed by the vastness. The frost sparrow hopped closer, unafraid. It peered at the snow globe in his hands, then back at him, its large eyes seeming to understand his fear. It chirruped again, a sound like wind chimes, then fluttered its wings, sending a shower of sparkling frost motes into the air. It flew a short distance towards a path winding deeper into the ice forest, then perched on a low-hanging branch, looking back at him expectantly. "Are you helping me?" Finn asked, disbelief warring with a desperate hope. The sparrow chirped once firmly. It seemed to be offering guidance. With no other plan, no sense of direction in this bewilderingly beautiful prison, Finn took a hesitant step forward. The frost sparrow chirped again, a sound that felt strangely encouraging, and flitted further down the path. Finn followed. The journey through the frost realm was unlike anything Finn could have imagined. They traversed forests where trees groaned and shifted like living glaciers, crossed rivers frozen solid but humming with an inner energy, their surfaces etched with swirling patterns that seemed to tell stories. They skirted fields of luminous snowflowers that bloomed with soft blue light, their petals chiming softly as Finn passed. The frost sparrow was a constant companion, flitting ahead, sometimes landing on his shoulder, its touch like a gentle brush of cold silk. It communicated through complex melodies of chimes and clicks, and Finn found he could understand its intent warnings of unstable ice bridges, directions around deep, bottomless crevices disguised by snow, alerts to distant, rumbling movements of colossal ice bears whose shadows darkened the aurora-streaked sky. One afternoon, as they navigated a narrow ledge overlooking a chasm filled with swirling, sapphire mist, the ledge trembled. A large chunk of ice broke away, plummeting silently into the depths. Finn stumbled, his foot slipping. He cried out, grabbing desperately at the smooth ice wall. The snow globe slipped from his grasp, tumbling towards the abyss. Despair washed over him, his only way home gone. But the frost sparrow darted like a bolt of icy lightning. It swooped beneath the falling globe, its fragile-looking wings beating furiously. With a tremendous effort, it nudged the globe upwards, catching it on its back for a split second before straining to carry it towards Finn. The weight was clearly immense for the tiny creature. It strained, dipping perilously low over the chasm, its chimes becoming frantic. Finn lunged, his fingers brushing the cold glass just as the sparrow faltered. He snatched it back, clutching it to his chest, pulling himself fully onto the ledge. The frost sparrow landed beside him, panting tiny puffs of frost, its wings trembling. "Thank you," Finn breathed, his voice thick with emotion. He looked at the small creature, no longer just a guide, but a friend who had risked everything. He gently touched its frosty head, and a spark of warmth, pure and unexpected, passed between them. The sparrow nuzzled his finger, its eyes soft. Their bond deepened after that. Finn learned the frost sparrow's language of chimes and whistles. He learned its name wasn't a sound, but a feeling, a crisp, clear note of pure air. Zephyr. Zephyr showed him hidden springs where the water, though liquid, was colder than ice and tasted like starlight. It led him to sheltered groves where soft mosses, the color of moonlit snow, grew warm against the ice, perfect for resting. Finn shared stories of his world of warm summer days, of his grandmother's baking, of the bustling town square. Zephyr listened, its head cocked, its chimes expressing wonder and a touch of longing. Finn changed. The constant, gentle companionship of Zephyr, the need to navigate the frost realm's subtle dangers, the sheer awe of its beauty, chipped away at his ingrained timidity. He learned to read the subtle shifts in the ice, the meaning behind the wind's song through the crystal leaves, the warnings in the aurora's dance. He discovered a quiet courage within himself, not the roaring kind, but a steady, resilient strength born of necessity and friendship. He learned that bravery wasn't the absence of fear, but moving forward despite it, especially when someone else depended on you. One evening, as they rested near the miniature cottage Finn recognized from the globe, though life-sized here, it was clearly long abandoned, Zephyr became agitated. It flew frantic circles around Finn, chiming a complex, urgent melody. Finn understood danger. Coming. Fast. He felt it too, a deep, rhythmic thrumming through the ice beneath him, growing steadily louder. Peering through the shimmering trees, he saw it, an ice sentinel. Grandmother's tales spoke of these towering constructs, ancient guardians of the frost realm, animated by pure elemental cold. This one was easily 3 times Finn's height, its body a shifting mass of jagged ice plates, its eyes burning pits of blue flame. It moved with surprising speed, its massive fists carving deep gouges in the frozen ground. It hadn't seen them yet, but its path would bring it right through the grove where they hid. Finn's old fear surged, cold and paralyzing. Run. But where? The sentinel would easily track them. Hide. The grove offered little cover. He clutched the snow globe. It felt warm, pulsing softly against his palm. He looked at Zephyr, trembling on his shoulder. He couldn't let harm come to his friend. He had to protect them. An idea sparked, fragile as a snowflake. The snow globe responded to his emotions, his intent. When he'd shaken it with fear and confusion, it had opened the way here. Could he use it with focus and a different feeling to create something else? He remembered the warmth of Zephyr's trust, the courage he'd found on the ledge, the deep, protective love he felt for his tiny companion. He poured all of that into the globe, focusing not on escape, but on protection, on creating a barrier of warmth and safety. He held the globe aloft, not shaking it, but pouring his newfound strength and fierce affection into it. A soft, golden light, warm as a hearth fire, bloomed from within the icy miniature forest. It spread outwards in a gentle wave, washing over Finn and Zephyr. Where the light touched the surrounding ice, it didn't melt it, but caused it to shimmer with a sudden, intense inner radiance, becoming momentarily blinding. The ice sentinel lumbered into the grove. It paused, sensing the anomaly. Its burning eyes fixed on the source of the golden light Finn, holding the glowing globe. It raised a massive, crystalline fist, ready to smash this intrusion of warmth. Finn stood his ground, Zephyr a small, fierce ball of frost on his shoulder, chiming defiance. Finn focused everything: his courage, his friendship, his desperate wish to shield Zephyr into the globe. The golden light pulsed outwards again, stronger this time. It struck the sentinel. The creature didn't shatter or melt. Instead, it froze mid-motion. The chaotic, shifting ice plates of its body stilled, aligning into perfect, harmonious facets. The burning blue flames in its eyes softened, cooled, transforming into deep, calm sapphire pools. The thrumming menace ceased. The sentinel lowered its fist slowly. It tilted its massive head, studying Finn and Zephyr not with hostility, but with a profound, ancient curiosity. It made a sound like deep glacial ice shifting, resonant and strangely peaceful, then turned and walked away, its steps now measured and calm, leaving a trail of softly glowing footprints in the snow. Finn sagged, trembling with relief and exertion. The golden light from the globe faded, leaving the familiar blue shimmer of the frost realm. Zephyr nuzzled his cheek, its chimes filled with awe and gratitude. They continued their journey, their encounter with the sentinel a turning point. Finn felt a deeper connection to the realm, a sense of belonging he hadn't expected. Yet the longing for home, for his grandmother's warm kitchen, remained a quiet ache. Zephyr seemed to sense it. One night, under a canopy of auroras weaving tapestries of violet and emerald across the sky, Zephyr led Finn to a high plateau overlooking the entire realm. The miniature cottage from the globe stood below, nestled in the valley. Zephyr landed on Finn's outstretched hand, looking at the snow globe, then out towards the distant, shimmering horizon. Its chimes formed a complex, poignant melody Finn understood perfectly. Home. Warmth. Belonging. Both places. Heart knows. Zephyr was telling him it was time to go back, but that this place and their friendship would always be a part of him. Tears, warm against the cold air, pricked Finn's eyes. He nodded, unable to speak. The next morning, Zephyr led him to a secluded grove, dominated by a single, massive tree made entirely of clear, blue ice. At its base was a natural archway formed by entwined roots. Zephyr perched on the arch, its chimes soft and deliberate. Finn understood. This was the way back. He held the snow globe tightly, focusing this time not on fear or protection, but on the deep warmth of home, the love for his grandmother, the familiar scent of pine needles and wood smoke. He poured his gratitude for Zephyr, for the lessons learned, the courage found into the globe. The air within the ice archway shimmered, then fractured with the same crystalline snap he remembered. Through it, Finn saw the familiar path through whispering pines, bathed in early morning sunlight, the snow on the branches glittering like the frost realm's diamonds. He turned to Zephyr. The little frost sparrow chirped, a sound like breaking icicles and chiming bells mixed with profound affection. It flew to him, brushing its frosty wing against his cheek one last time, leaving a fleeting coolness that felt like a blessing. Then it flitted back, perching on the ice arch, watching him. "Thank you, Zephyr," Finn whispered, his voice thick. "I'll never forget you." Zephyr chirped once, brightly. "Go. Be warm. Be brave." Finn stepped through the shimmering fissure. The transition was instantaneous. The deep, resonant cold vanished, replaced by the milder chill of his own world's winter morning. sunlight, weak but golden, filtered through the pines. The fissure sealed behind him with a soft sigh, leaving no trace. He stood on the path, the snow globe cool in his hand. It looked ordinary again, just a beautiful paperweight. Yet when he tilted it, the tiny ice forest inside shimmered with a familiar blue light, and for a fleeting second, he thought he saw a miniature frost sparrow flit between the crystal trees. He tucked it safely into his pocket, the weight of it now carrying the weight of an extraordinary secret and an unbreakable bond. He hurried home. His grandmother was at the door, worry etched on her face. "Finn, there you are. I was about to send out a search party. Where have you been all night?" Finn flung his arms around her, burying his face in her warm shawl, breathing in the comforting scent of lavender and baking bread. "I got lost, Grandma," he murmured, the truth feeling both vast and simple. "But I found my way back." Later, sitting by the crackling fireplace, a mug of hot cocoa warming his hands, Finn told his grandmother about his dream. He spoke of a beautiful, icy land, of shimmering trees and singing auroras. He described a brave little frost sparrow who guided him and taught him about quiet courage and the warmth of friendship. He didn't mention the snow globe's magic, the sentinel, or stepping through the air. Those secrets were his and Zephyr's to keep, nestled safe beside the snow globe now sitting on his bedside table, catching the firelight. His grandmother listened, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of someone who knows that the best stories often hold hidden truths. She stroked his hair. "It sounds like a remarkable journey, my dear, and this frost sparrow, it sounds like a very special friend indeed. Remember, Finn," she added softly, "the greatest adventures sometimes happen close to home, and the bravest hearts are often the quietest ones." Finn looked at the snow globe, glowing faintly blue in the firelight. He thought of Zephyr, of the icy paths and the dazzling auroras, of the fear he'd faced and the strength he'd found. He felt different inside, warmer somehow, even as the fire crackled. The timid boy who had ventured into the attic was gone, replaced by someone who knew the quiet power within himself and the unshakable warmth of a true friend, even one made of frost and starlight. As he drifted off to sleep that night, lulled by the familiar sounds of his grandmother tidying the kitchen and the wind sighing in the pines, he held the snow globe gently. He didn't shake it. He simply held its comforting coolness, a tangible link to a hidden world and a friendship forged in ice and courage. And in his dreams he flew alongside a shimmering frost sparrow through forests of singing crystal, under skies ablaze with silent, dancing light, forever warm, forever brave, forever home in both worlds of his heart. The gentle chime of distant ice bells echoed softly in the quiet room, a lullaby only he could hear, a promise that true friendship, like magic, never truly ends. Story 17. The village of Glimmerbrook nestled in a valley where twilight lingered a little longer each evening, painting the cobblestone lanes in hues of lavender and gold. Chimneys puffed cinnamon-scented smoke into the air, mingling with the aroma of baking rye bread from Mrs. Honeysuckle's bakery. Yet lately a peculiar chill had settled over the village. Not the crisp bite of approaching autumn, but something stranger, a coldness that seeped into doorways and made teacups rattle on shelves. Strangest of all were the shimmering ice flowers blooming overnight on windowsills, delicate as lace but cold enough to numb fingertips. Young Benji noticed them first. With eyes wide as saucers and a mop of chestnut hair perpetually tousled, he traced the frosty patterns each dawn, his breath puffing white in air that shouldn't be so cold in a place warmed by hearths and kindness. "Papa," he whispered one morning, pointing at the frozen ferns creeping across their kitchen window, "why is winter visiting early?" His father, the village woodcarver, could only shake his head, rubbing his chilled hands. The mystery deepened. Milk jugs left on porches developed icy skins. Berry pies cooled too fast, their crusts brittle. Even the village's friendliest stray cat, Marmalade, refused to leave the warmth of the bakery's ovens, her fur fluffed against the unseen chill. Whispers fluttered like fallen leaves. Had someone offended the hearth spirits? Had the mountain's ancient ice awakened? Benji decided to investigate. Armed with a woolen scarf knitted by his grandmother and a notebook bound in buttery leather, he became Glimmerbrook's smallest detective. He observed that the cold pockets danced, never near roaring fires, but always where shadows pooled deepest, under the arched stone bridge, behind the mill's water wheel, and most often near the ancient willow tree by the brook, whose leaves now tinkled like crystal wind chimes. One evening, as indigo dusk settled, Benji sought Old Man Hemlock. The village's oldest resident lived in a cottage shaped like a teapot, its walls covered in living ivy that glowed softly at night. Hemlock wasn't a wizard, but a keeper of small magics, a gentle soul who spoke to bees and mended broken robins' wings. His shelves held jars of starlight dust and thunderstorm tea. "Ah, young seeker," Hemlock murmured, stirring a pot of lavender-infused honey. "You feel the shiver in the world's bones, too." He listened as Benji described the ice flowers, the skittering cold, and Marmalade's complaints. Hemlock's eyes, deep as forest pools, grew thoughtful. "Cold seeks warmth, Benji, always, but this cold, it's lonely, lost." He handed Benji a smooth, sun-warmed stone. "Hold this when you near the willow tomorrow. Listen deeper than your ears allow." At dawn, Benji crept to the brook. The willow's branches wept frost, and the air hummed with a soft, melancholic chime. He gripped Hemlock's stone. Warmth spread through his palm, and suddenly he heard it, not with his ears but his heart. A tiny, shivering song, like icicles tapping glass. Peering into the willow's hollow roots, Benji gasped. There, huddled on a bed of frozen moss, lay three creatures no bigger than thimbles. Their bodies were spun from starlight and hoarfrost, with wings like crystallized dragonfly silk. They trembled violently, each shudder sending out ripples of cold that frosted the grass. Frost sprites. Benji remembered Hemlock's tales. They nurtured the first frost of autumn, gentle weavers of winter's lace. But these sprites weren't weaving, they were fading, their light dim as guttered candles. "Hello," Benji whispered, his voice a cloud of steam. One sprite lifted its head, eyes like frozen dewdrops. Through the stone's magic, their thoughts brushed his mind, a flurry of images. A rockslide high in the mountains had crushed their ice crystal nest. Blown off course by a storm, they'd tumbled into Glimmerbrook, too weak to fly home. Their sorrow and fear leaked into the world as this creeping, misplaced winter. Benji raced back to Hemlock. "They're not making the cold to be Maine, they're scared and lost." The old man nodded, stroking his silvery beard. "Ah, refugees of frost, to heal them, we must mend their connection to the season's rhythm." Together they devised a plan. That night, under a moon like a pearl, the village gathered at the brook. They brought no lanterns, only warmth woven from intention. Mrs. Honeysuckle carried a basket of just-baked rolls, steaming gently. Benji's father brought wood shavings from his workshop, fragrant as cedar. Children hummed lullabies their grandmothers had sung. Hemlock placed a bowl of liquid moonlight, dew collected from moonflowers, at the willow's base. Benji approached the hollow. "We want to help," he murmured through the stone. He placed a warm roll near the shivering sprites. One stretched a delicate hand, and as it touched the steam, a sigh like melting snowflakes filled the air. The sprites' wings brightened from gray to shimmering silver. Villagers added their offerings, a scarf's fringe for a blanket, a pottery shard filled with honey. Marmalade even padded over, purring a resonant rumble that vibrated through the earth like a tiny earthquake of comfort. As warmth and kindness pooled around them, the sprites stopped trembling. They sipped moonlight dew, their forms glowing brighter with each drop. Then, rising on sparkling wings, they spiraled upward, weaving frost not of loneliness but of gratitude. Intricate snowflakes drifted down, each one a miniature masterpiece that melted the moment it touched skin, leaving behind a tingle of joy. The unnatural chill vanished, replaced by Glimmerbrook's familiar, golden warmth. Windows stayed clear, pies cooled properly, and Marmalade resumed her porch patrol. But something lingered, a deeper coziness, as if the village itself now held its breath a little softer, its heart a little fuller. Days later, Benji found a gift at the willow's roots. 3 perfect ice flowers, blooming in the noon sun without melting. At their center lay a single, radiant dewdrop that held all the colors of dawn. Hemlock smiled when Benji showed him. "They've gone home to the high ice caves," he said. "But they left a promise, to weave Glimmerbrook's first frost extra gently this year, as soft as a lullaby." That night, as Benji snuggled under his quilt, he watched the window. No ice flowers formed, but the glass held a faint, contented shimmer, like a smile reflected in starlight. And far away in the silent mountains, 3 tiny lights pulsed in harmony with the village's sleeping breaths, a reminder that even the coldest sorrows thaw when met with warmth, and that mysteries, however frosty, often hide nothing more than a plea for kindness. Story 18. The salt-kissed wind whispered secrets through Mira's unruly curls as she combed the twilight beach. Her small, sturdy boots crunched on the pebbles worn smooth by endless tides, and the fading sun painted the sky in strokes of lavender and tangerine. She was searching for driftwood for her grandfather's fireplace, but her keen eyes, the color of stormy seas, caught a glimmer unlike any shell she'd ever seen. Nestled between 2 dark, seaweed-draped rocks, it pulsed with a soft, internal light, a seashell, but not ordinary. It was large as her palm, spiraling inwards like a captured galaxy, its surface pearlescent, shimmering with colors that shifted from deep ocean blue to the palest moonlit silver. When her fingers brushed it, a wave of profound calm washed over her, and a faint, haunting melody seemed to vibrate through the shell itself, a sound felt more than heard, like the distant sighing of whales. Intrigued, Mira tucked the shell carefully into her pocket. That night, nestled under her patchwork quilt, the shell hummed gently beside her pillow. Its song grew clearer, more insistent, a melody of longing and deep water. Sleep claimed her, but her dreams were not her own. She swam effortlessly through cool, sun-dappled depths, past forests of swaying kelp taller than ancient trees, and coral castles teeming with fish like living jewels. A figure watched her from the shadow's large, dark eyes, filled with a profound loneliness that mirrored the melody. She woke with a start, the shell warm against her skin, the melody echoing in the quiet room. The pull was undeniable. Before dawn kissed the horizon, she packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and her grandfather's worn compass, leaving a note on the kitchen table, "Gone beachcombing. Back soon. Love, Mira." She followed the shell's silent song back to the rocky cove where she'd found it. As she waded into the shallows, the cool water swirling around her ankles, the shell's light intensified. Holding it tightly, Mira took a deep breath and stepped towards a deeper channel where the waves crashed against a towering cliff face. Instead of meeting solid rock, the water seemed to part before her, revealing a hidden archway veiled by cascading curtains of luminescent seaweed. Stepping through felt like passing through a curtain of cool silk. The roar of the ocean faded, replaced by an immense, echoing silence. She was inside a colossal underwater cavern. Bioluminescent plankton drifted like constellations overhead, casting an ethereal blue glow over towering pillars of coral, smooth as polished marble. Strange, glowing plants unfurled feathery fronds, and the water itself felt alive, thrumming with a gentle, ancient energy. She was breathing easily, as if the air above hadn't been replaced by water at all. The shell's melody resonated perfectly with this hidden world. She was inside the dream. Her awe was interrupted by a flicker of movement near a cluster of giant, glowing anemones. Peering closer, she saw the source of her dream vision, a creature unlike any she'd ever imagined. Roughly her own height, it had the sleek, streamlined body of a large seal, but its skin shimmered with iridescent scales like a balloon shell. Instead of flippers, it possessed 4 long, dexterous limbs ending in webbed fingers. Its large, dark eyes dominated a face that held an expression of startled fear. It shrank back, pressing itself against the coral. Mira felt a pang of recognition. The profound loneliness she'd sensed in her dream radiated from the creature. Remembering the shell's calming energy, she held it out slowly, palm open, projecting warmth and curiosity through her gaze. The creature tilted its head, its large eyes fixed on the glowing shell. Tentatively, it reached out a webbed hand. As its fingers brushed the shell, a jolt of understanding passed between them. Images flooded Mira's mind, vast, empty coral palaces, watching others from the shadows, the haunting melody of the shell echoing its own isolation. The creature's name blossomed in her thoughts, Kalin. Through the shell's strange magic, a fragile bridge of understanding formed. Kalin communicated not in words, but in vivid impressions, emotions, and images. He showed Mira glimpses of Aqualaria, this hidden kingdom once vibrant and teeming, now strangely subdued. The bioluminescent lights were dimmer, the water currents sluggish and cold, the coral looking brittle. The heart of the tides, a colossal, singing pearl that pulsed with the life force of Aqualaria and regulated the currents that warmed their world, had been stolen weeks ago. Without it, the kingdom was slowly dying. Fear and suspicion had fractured the community. Kalin, always solitary and different, had become an easy target for blame. He'd been searching for the heart when he felt the resonance of Mira's shell, a resonance that promised connection, a resonance that felt like hope. He needed an ally, someone who saw him, not the outcast. Mira understood. Her own quiet nature, her preference for observing the world rather than being at its center, resonated with Kalin's isolation. She held up her grandfather's compass. "We'll find it together," she whispered, the conviction ringing clear even underwater. Kalin's eyes widened, then softened with a gratitude so deep it made Mira's throat tighten. Their unlikely friendship, forged in shared loneliness and kindled by the magical shell, became their compass. Kalin knew the hidden pathways and currents of Aqualaria. He guided Mira through crystalline tunnels lined with softly glowing crystals, past meadows of seagrass where luminous seahorses danced, and over plains of white sand dotted with ancient, carved stones. Mira, with her human perspective and problem-solving mind, noticed things Kalin, accustomed to his world, might overlook. Subtle disturbances in the sand, patterns in the coral's distress, the fearful whispers carried on the currents by schools of tiny, silver fish. Their journey led them deeper into the twilight zones of Aqualaria, where the light grew dimmer and the water colder. The shell's glow became their guiding star. They navigated treacherous fields of razor-sharp black coral, where Kalin used his strength and agility to clear a path, carefully shielding Mira. They encountered a colossal, grumpy garden eel who blocked their path, convinced they were thieves. Mira, remembering her grandfather's stories about patience, sat quietly nearby, sharing a small piece of her bread, which miraculously didn't dissolve. The eel, intrigued by the unfamiliar offering and Mira's gentle presence, eventually grumbled but allowed them passage, offering a cryptic warning about shifting shadows near the whispering abyss. They faced a swirling vortex of conflicting currents near a thermal vent field. Kalin, understanding the water's language, found the rhythm, guiding Mira through the chaotic flow by clasping her hand tightly, their combined trust acting as an anchor. One evening, resting in a sheltered cove lit by drifting jellyfish lanterns, Kalin shared his deepest fear through the shell's connection. The suspicion wasn't just painful, it was isolating him from the very world he longed to help save. He showed her an image of a vibrant coral spire where young aqualarians used to gather, a place he'd never felt welcome. Mira shared her own story, feeling different on the surface, finding solace in the quiet rhythms of the shore, understanding things others missed. Being different, she projected, the shell amplifying her conviction, lets you see what others don't, like how the heart was stolen not by you but by someone else who maybe felt lost too. Kalen's scales shimmered brighter for a moment, a silent acknowledgement of her words. The trail grew colder until they reached the Whispering Abyss, a vast, dark trench on the edge of Aqualaria. The water here was icy and oppressive. Following the garden eel's warning, Mira noticed unnatural gouges in the trench wall, like something large and clumsy had scraped against it. Kalen detected a faint, discordant vibration beneath the abyss's mournful song, a vibration that resonated with the stolen heart's absence. Descending cautiously, they discovered a hidden crevice, partially obscured by a landslide of dark rock. Inside, nestled on a bed of scavenged trinket smooth stones, bits of colorful coral, a tarnished silver fork sat the heart of the tides. It was smaller than Mira expected, a perfect sphere of milky white pearl, radiating a soft, rhythmic pulse that felt weak and strained. Huddled miserably beside it was the thief. He was an enormous, ancient hermit crab. His shell was a colossal, barnacle-encrusted conch, cracked and worn with age. One massive claw was raised defensively, but his small, stalked eyes held not malice, but a profound, aching sadness that mirrored Kalen's own loneliness. When he saw them, he flinched, shrinking deeper into his shell, radiating waves of fear and shame through the water. The shell in Mira's hand hummed, not with the heart's resonance, but with the crab's deep sorrow. Mira approached slowly, holding the glowing seashell like an offering of peace. She projected images, not accusation, but curiosity. Why? The old crab, whose name surfaced as Barnacus, recoiled at first. But the shell's magic, amplified by Mira's genuine empathy and Kalen's quiet presence, gently breached his defenses. Images flooded back, Barnacus, ancient and slow, watching the vibrant life of Aqualaria from the lonely depths of the abyss. He saw the gatherings around the heart, the warmth, the connection. He felt an emptiness as vast as the trench he called home. In his ancient, muddled mind, he thought if he possessed the heart, its light and song would draw others to him. He would finally have friends, warmth, belonging. But instead, the heart's song had grown weak away from its place of power, and its absence was chilling the entire kingdom. His loneliness had deepened into despair, trapped with the very thing he thought would save him. Kalen, feeling Barnacus's profound isolation as sharply as his own had once been, moved forward. He didn't speak with anger, but projected an image of his own solitary watchfulness, then an image of Mira offering him bread. He projected the feeling of her hand clasping his in the turbulent current's trust, connection, not things stolen, but shared. Mira added her own impression, the vibrant coral spire, empty not just of Kalen, but perhaps missing an ancient, wise presence like Barnacus too. She projected the warmth of her grandfather's fireplace, the comfort of simply being together. Barnacus trembled. The defensive claw lowered slowly. A wave of understanding, tinged with regret and a dawning, fragile hope, washed over them. He hadn't wanted to hurt Aqualaria, he'd just been desperately, terribly lonely. He nudged the heart of the tides gently towards them with a massive, clumsy claw. He took the warmth, his thoughts rasped, ancient and weary. Thought it would give some back to me. The journey back to the heart's plinth in the center of the coral palace was a silent procession. Barnacus moved slowly, his massive shell scraping softly on the sand. Kalen swam beside him, radiating quiet support. Mira carried the glowing heart, its pulse strengthening as they neared the palace. Word spread like ripples through the kingdom. Aqualarians, creatures of shimmering scales, flowing fins, and gentle demeanors emerged from their dwellings, their large eyes wide with disbelief and cautious hope. They saw not a thief and an outcast returning with the stolen heart, but Kalen guiding the ancient Barnacus, and Mira, the strange surface dweller, holding their world's heart aloft, glowing with renewed light. Suspicion melted into murmurs of awe. Placing the heart back onto its ancient, coral pedestal was like fitting the final piece of a puzzle. A deep, resonant thrum pulsed outwards, visible as a wave of pure, golden light. Instantly, the water grew perceptibly warmer. The bioluminescent plankton overhead blazed like captured stars. Brittle coral softened, regaining its vibrant hues. Sluggish currents quickened, carrying warmth and life back through the hidden caverns. A collective sigh, a sound of pure relief and joy, echoed through Aqualaria. The kingdom breathed again. Mira stood beside Kalen and Barnacus, bathed in the heart's golden light. She saw the Aqualarians looking at Kalen with newfound respect, their gazes lingering on his shimmering scales, no longer with suspicion but curiosity. She saw them cautiously approach Barnacus, not with blame, but with gentle questions about the whispering abyss. The shell in her pocket pulsed with a warm, satisfied hum. The lesson wasn't shouted, it was woven into the fabric of the moment. True warmth comes not from taking, but from connection. Friendship defies expectations. It can bloom between a quiet girl and a lonely sea dweller, or even extend kindness to a lost soul who made a terrible mistake. Growth isn't always loud. Sometimes it's the quiet courage to reach out, the wisdom to understand, and the strength to offer a second chance. As the celebration began, a symphony of clicks, whistles, and shimmering dances in the revitalized currents, Mira knew her time here was ending. The pull of the surface of her grandfather waiting grew stronger. Kalen understood. He pressed a smooth, deep blue scale into her hand, a token of their bond. Barnacus, with surprising gentleness, nudged a perfect, tiny pearl towards her, formed from the tears of relief he'd shed. At the hidden archway, veiled by the luminous seaweed, Mira turned for one last look. Kalen waved, his dark eyes bright. Barnacus gave a slow, solemn nod. The heart of the tides pulsed steadily, bathing the entire kingdom in its warm, golden song. Stepping back through the archway felt like surfacing from a profound dream. She stood once more on the twilight beach, the familiar roar of the surf filling her ears, the salt wind tugging at her hair. The sky was dark now, pricked with the first stars. The magical seashell in her pocket was warm, its internal light soft and steady, no longer humming its lonely melody, but resonating with a quiet, contented peace. Her grandfather's lantern bobbed towards her down the beach, his voice calling her name with gentle concern. Inside, by the crackling fireplace, she told him everything. Not as a wild fantasy, but as a true story: the hidden archway, the dying kingdom, the lonely creature, the misunderstood thief, the glowing heart. She showed him Kalen's scale, shimmering like captured moonlight, and Barnacus's tiny pearl, cool and perfect. Her grandfather, a man who understood the sea's deep secrets, listened with quiet wonder, his eyes reflecting the firelight. He didn't dismiss it. He saw the new depth in her storm-colored eyes, the quiet confidence that hadn't been there before. Later, tucked beneath her patchwork quilt, Mira held the magical shell. It no longer pulled her towards the depths, but it pulsed softly, a comforting reminder of the hidden world below and the bonds forged there. She thought of Kalen, no longer watching from the shadows, but perhaps swimming beside others under the restored golden light. She thought of Barnacus, his ancient loneliness perhaps beginning to thaw in the warmth of the kingdom he'd inadvertently helped save. The vast ocean, once just a beautiful mystery, now felt like a friend, holding secrets and connections beyond imagining. The shell's gentle light bathed her room, a miniature echo of the heart of the tides, a symbol that even the quietest soul, armed with kindness and understanding, could navigate hidden worlds, mend broken things, and find friendship in the most unexpected currents. As sleep finally claimed her, the last thing she felt was the shell's warm pulse against her palm, a silent lullaby of deep water, golden light, and the enduring comfort of connection, rocking her gently into dreams as peaceful as the Aquilarian tides, restored and whole once more. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, painting dancing shadows on the wall, a perfect counterpoint to the quiet pulse of the sea's hidden heart, held safe in the palm of a girl who had learned that the greatest magic often begins with a simple act of kindness and the courage to dive beneath the surface. Story 19. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the air always smelled faintly of honey and lavender. Mist clung gently to the ground each morning, and the ancient willow trees lining the main path seemed to whisper secrets to anyone who walked slowly enough. In a cottage with blue shutters and a roof thick with moss lived a kind-hearted girl named Cora and her grandmother. Cora loved nothing more than helping her gran with her knitting, the rhythmic click-clack of the needles a familiar, comforting sound, and listening to stories by the crackling hearth fire. But lately a quiet mystery had settled over Willowbrook like the morning mist. Small, useful things were vanishing without a trace. Not gold or jewels, but everyday treasures, Granny's favorite bone-knitting needle, the baker's special wooden spoon with the carved handle, the cobbler's sharpest awl, and even the gardener's tiny trowel for planting seedlings. It started slowly, one item every few days, leaving the villagers scratching their heads and feeling a little unsettled. There were no broken windows, no muddy footprints, just an absence where something useful had been. Gran, Cora asked one evening, her brow furrowed as she sorted through the knitting basket, where could Mrs. Thimbleton's silver thimble have gone, and Mr. Oakley's little hammer? It doesn't make sense. Gran peered over her spectacles, her own needles momentarily still. Indeed it doesn't, my dear, it feels peculiar, not like ordinary thievery, more like someone or something has a very specific need. She picked up a skein of soft, sky-blue wool. Perhaps, she mused, her voice soft as the firelight, it requires a different kind of looking. Cora pondered this. A different kind of looking. The next morning, instead of rushing about, she decided to walk slowly through the village, her senses wide open. She breathed in the scent of freshly baked bread from the bakery, where the baker sighed, stirring his dough with a plain spoon. She listened to the cheerful chirping of sparrows in the hawthorn hedge. She felt the cool, damp moss beneath her fingertips on the old stone wall near the cobbler's shop, where he was muttering about misplaced tools. And she really looked at the ground, at the trees, at the spaces between things. Near the edge of the whispering woods, where the willows grew thickest, Cora noticed something unusual. Tiny, glimmering specks of light, like miniature stars, danced near the base of the grandest willow. They weren't fireflies, it was daylight. Curious, Cora crept closer. The lights resolved into tiny, shimmering creatures, no bigger than her thumb. They had delicate, translucent wings like dragonflies and bodies that glowed with a soft, golden light. They were luminous sprites, creatures Gran had spoken of, known for their gentle light and shy nature. One sprite, bolder than the others, zipped closer to Cora, leaving a faint trail of sparkling dust. "Hello," Cora whispered, holding out a finger. The sprite landed lightly, its glow pulsing warmly. It didn't speak, but a feeling washed over Cora, a feeling of urgency, of quiet pleading. The sprite then flitted towards the massive willow trunk, hovering near a knothole barely visible behind a curtain of trailing leaves. Cora gently pushed the leaves aside. The knothole was larger than it seemed, a dark opening. And poking out from the edge of the hole was something unmistakable, the very tip of Granny's missing bone-knitting needle. Cora gasped softly. So this is where they went. But why? The sprites buzzed around the hole, their light flickering with concern. She needed to understand, not just find the things. Remembering Gran's words about a different kind of looking, she sat down on a mossy root, determined to be patient and observe. She watched the sprites. They didn't go into the hole. Instead, they seemed to be guarding it, their light illuminating the entrance. Cora listened. From deep within the ancient tree, she heard faint, rustling sounds. Not threatening, but busy. And then a tiny, plaintive cheep. Then another, like baby birds. Suddenly it clicked. Babies. Cora whispered. Something inside the tree had babies. And it wasn't stealing tools, it was collecting them because they were the perfect size and shape for what? Just then a slow, deliberate shadow fell across the moss. Cora looked up to see Old Man Thuron, the village's oldest resident, leaning on his gnarled walking stick. Thuron wasn't magical, but he knew the woods and its ways like no other. His eyes, sharp and kind, took in the sprites, the knothole, and Cora's expression. Seeking answers among the whispers, young Cora, he rumbled, his voice like stones gently tumbling in a stream. I think I found where the missing things are, Mr. Thuron, Cora said, pointing to the knothole. Inside the willow, and I think there are babies in there, but what kind of creature uses knitting needles and spoons? Thuron's weathered face crinkled into a thoughtful smile. He knelt slowly, his joints creaking like old branches, and peered at the knothole. He inhaled deeply, closing his eyes. Ah, he murmured. Not stolen, borrowed, with the best of intentions, but causing quite the stir nonetheless. He opened his eyes and looked at Cora. Tell me, what do you know of stickletails? Cora shook her head. The name was unfamiliar. Rare little things, Thuron explained, settling more comfortably on the root beside her. The Lumina sprites settled nearby, bathing them in soft light. Like a cross between a squirrel and a magpie, but with fur as soft as dandelion down and a passion for smooth, straight objects. They build the most intricate nests for their young, weaving twigs and moss together, but for the inner cradle where the newborns sleep, they seek something perfectly smooth and strong. Usually they use fallen twigs smoothed by the stream, but this year... He gestured towards the village. Perhaps the stream didn't offer the right pieces. Or perhaps a new mother stickletail saw your grandmother's beautiful bone needle glinting in the sunlight and thought it the finest cradle spindle in the world. Cora's eyes widened with understanding. So she took the knitting needle and the spoon handle and the awl and the trowel, because they were smooth and straight and perfect for her nest. Exactly so, Thuron nodded. She meant no harm, only to make a safe, comfortable nest for her little ones. The Lumina sprites, good neighbors that they are, sensed her need and have been keeping watch, trying to reassure her, but also trying to figure out how to explain to the villagers. The mystery was solved, and the resolution was far more wonderful than Cora could have imagined. It wasn't malice, but motherly love. We have to tell everyone, Cora said, so they won't be worried or cross. Thuron patted her hand. We shall, but gently, and perhaps, he added, his eyes twinkling, we can offer a solution that helps both the stickletail mother and the villagers. Cora and Thuron returned to the village square. Cora, with Thuron's quiet support, explained what she had discovered, the watchful Lumina sprites, the hidden nest, the cheeping babies, and the resourceful stickletail mother gathering smooth treasures for her cradle. The villagers listened, their initial confusion melting into amazement and then warm understanding. Poor dear, murmured the baker, thinking of the frantic mother. No wonder she took my spoon handle. It is beautifully smooth. My awl would make a fine support, the cobbler chuckled. And my trowel, added the gardener, just the right size for little ones. Granny smiled, her eyes soft. My knitting needle, I'm honored it was chosen for a cradle. Instead of anger, a wave of kindness swept through Willowbrook. Led by Cora and Old Man Thuron, they gathered smooth, straight items that weren't essential tools. Polished river stones, smooth lengths of driftwood collected from the nearby stream, even a few spare wooden dowels from the carpenter. Cora carefully placed the little bundle near the willow's roots as dusk painted the sky in lavender and peach. The lumina sprites glowed brighter, zipping happily around the offering. The next morning, the mystery was fully resolved. Outside the knothole of the great willow, neatly stacked, were all the missing items. Granny's knitting needle, the baker's spoon handle, the cobbler's awl, the gardener's trowel, Mrs. Thimbleton's thimble, and Mr. Oakley's little hammer. They were slightly worn but undamaged. And in their place, nestled amongst the smooth stones and driftwood Cora had left, was a perfect, tiny braid woven from the softest willow twigs and dandelion fluff, a thank-you gift from the Stickletail mother. Life in Willowbrook returned to its peaceful rhythm, sweeter now for the shared secret. The villagers took extra care to leave smooth, unused sticks near the Whispering Woods, just in case. Cora often visited the great willow, sometimes catching a glimpse of sleek, dandelion-furred creatures darting through the branches, or hearing the happy cheeps of growing Stickletail kits. The Lumina sprites became familiar friends, their gentle light a comforting presence in the evenings. And Granny, her bone needle clicking peacefully once more, would often say as Cora drifted off to sleep, "Remember, my dear, sometimes what looks like trouble is just someone trying to build a nest. A little patience, a little looking with the heart, and the world reveals its gentlest wonders." The fire crackled, the scent of lavender hung in the air, and Cora, wrapped in the warmth of understanding and the soft glow of sprites outside her window, slipped into dreams filled with whispering willows and clever, kind-hearted creatures, knowing that even mysteries could end with cozy, comforting peace. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. Story 36. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered through the old oak tree beside the cottage, where young Ben lived. Ben wasn't particularly loud or adventurous, but he noticed things. He noticed the way sunlight caught dust motes, making them look like tiny stars. He noticed the different songs the wind sang through the chimney. And one chilly autumn afternoon, while helping his grandfather clear out the dusty attic, Ben noticed something else entirely. Tucked away in a forgotten corner, behind a box of moth-eaten scarves and a broken rocking horse, sat a small, unassuming wooden crate. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, was a teacup. It wasn't grand or gilded. It was simple porcelain, painted with delicate, faded blue forget-me-nots. But as Ben carefully lifted it, a strange warmth spread through his fingers, not the warmth of the sun, but a gentle, comforting glow that seemed to hum softly against his skin. "Granddad," Ben called softly, his voice echoing slightly in the dusty space. "Look at this teacup, it feels different." His grandfather, wiping grime from his spectacles, peered at it. "Ah, the forget-me-not cup, belonged to your great-aunt Millicent. Always said it was special, but never said why. Bit of an odd duck, Millicent, bless her. Probably just like the pattern." He chuckled, returning to his sorting. Ben wasn't so sure. He carried the cup downstairs, washed it gently, and set it on his windowsill. As dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Ben decided to try it. He filled it with warm milk and a drizzle of honey, just as he imagined great-aunt Millicent might have done. As he lifted the cup to his lips, he didn't just smell the sweet honey and warm milk. He smelled something else entirely: damp earth, wood smoke, and the faint, sweet scent of unfamiliar flowers. And when he took a sip, the world didn't dissolve, but it shimmered. Suddenly, the steam rising from the cup wasn't just steam. It swirled and coalesced, forming a miniature, glowing landscape right above the rim. Tiny, luminous mountains rose, veiled in mist. A path no wider than a thread of silk wound through a forest of impossibly small, glittering trees. And standing on that path, looking impossibly real yet impossibly tiny, was a creature. It resembled a badger, but its fur shimmered like moonlight on snow, and it wore a tiny, worried frown. "Hello," Ben whispered, utterly astonished. The tiny badger jumped, clutching a minuscule satchel. "Oh, you can see, most can't, you know, not unless the cup truly chooses. I'm Thistle." His voice was like the rustle of dry leaves, yet clear as a bell. "And you, big one, you hold the cup of echoes." "The cup of echoes," Ben breathed. "Indeed," Thistle nodded gravely. "It doesn't hold tea, not really. It holds echoes of places lost or forgotten, echoes of journeys not taken. Right now, it holds the echo of the Whispering Glen, my home. But—" his small shoulders slumped. "The glen is fading, the great echo is weakening. Without it, the glen will vanish entirely, and all its echoes, memories, stories, little bits of quiet magic will be lost forever." Ben felt a pang of deep sadness, as if he'd heard a beloved story end too soon. "The great echo, what is it? How can it fade?" "It's the heart song of the glen," Thistle explained, pacing the tiny path in the steam. "A deep, resonant sound that holds everything together, but it's grown faint, muffled. Something is silencing it. We need to find the source and restore the song. But the path is perilous for one so small, and the silencer, well, it's big and loud and terribly unlistening." Ben understood the unspoken plea. "Can I help? Can I go there through the cup?" Thistle's eyes, like polished obsidian, widened. "Through the cup. Only if the cup allows it. But you felt its warmth. You saw the echo. Perhaps you are allowed. Take another sip, Ben. Think of the glen, think of helping." Ben closed his eyes, picturing the tiny mountains, the glittering trees, the worried badger. He took another sip of the honeyed milk. This time the warmth wasn't just in his hands, it spread through his whole body. The room seemed to stretch and blur. When he opened his eyes, he was standing on the thread-like path, surrounded by towering, luminous ferns that hadn't been there a moment before. He was Ben-sized, but the world around him was Thistle-sized. The trees soared like skyscrapers, the pebbles were boulders. Thistle, now reaching Ben's knee, beamed. "You did it, oh splendid. Welcome to the Whispering Glen, Ben." The glen was breathtaking. Light didn't just shine, it danced soft blues and greens, filtering through leaves that chimed like crystal bells when touched. The air hummed, but it was a faint, strained hum, like a distant choir singing through wool. Ben could feel the sadness Thistle had spoken of, a gentle melancholy clinging to the shimmering moss and the glowing mushrooms. "We need to follow the fading song to its source," Thistle said, leading the way down the winding path. But we shouldn't go alone. Echo places are tricky. We need friends. Their first helper appeared near a brook that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny chimes. A creature like a large, iridescent dragonfly perched on a glowing reed. Her wings were stained glass mosaics, and her large, multifaceted eyes sparkled with curiosity. Greetings, Thistle, and a very large greeting to you, stranger. I am Zephyr. Are you lost or found? Both, perhaps, Zephyr, Thistle chuckled. This is Ben. He's come to help restore the great echo. We need to find what's silencing it. Zephyr buzzed excitedly. Silence, how dreadful. I know all the currents of the glen, the paths the winds take. The silence feels thickest near the old stone bridge where the deep roots gather, but it's guarded by Grumble, the stone toad. He hasn't listened to anyone in ages, too busy being grumpy. She fluttered onto Ben's shoulder, her touch light as dandelion fluff. I can guide you. Further along, beneath a canopy of luminous weeping willow fronds, they met their second helper. Moss, a creature resembling a very old, very wise tortoise, moved with deliberate slowness. His shell was covered in glowing lichen that pulsed softly. He blinked slowly at Ben. A groundwalker in the glen, how curious and troubled. I feel the echo's pain. His voice was the deep rumble of shifting earth. We seek the source of the silence, Moss, Thistle explained. Moss pondered, the lichen on his shell dimming and brightening. The deep roots beneath the old stone bridge hold ancient memories. They might know, but Grumble guards the bridge fiercely. He fears noise, you see, thinks it cracks the stones. Moss sighed, a sound like pebbles tumbling. He forgets that silence can crack the soul. I know the old ways, the language of stone and root. I will come. The journey through the whispering glen was wondrous and strange. Zephyr darted ahead, her wings humming, scouting paths and whispering warnings about patches of shimmer quicksand or gloom vines that tried to dampen sound. Moss plodded steadily behind, his deep voice occasionally murmuring to the earth, causing glowing stepping stones to rise from glowing streams or stubborn roots to gently lower themselves. Thistle kept up a constant, reassuring chatter, pointing out echo fireflies that carried snippets of forgotten lullabies and whispering blossoms that sighed stories into the air. Yet, the underlying hum remained distressingly faint. Finally, they reached the old stone bridge. It arched over a chasm filled not with water, but with swirling, silent mist. And sitting squarely in the center of the bridge, blotting out the soft light, was Grumble. He was immense, a toad carved from rough, dark granite, his eyes like dull, heavy pebbles. A low, continuous grumble vibrated from him, a sound that seemed to actively push away the glen's gentle music. Go away. Grumble boomed, the sound waves making the bridge tremble. Too much noise, cracks the stones, silence is safe. He shifted his massive bulk, blocking their path completely. Ben felt the grumble in his bones, a physical pressure trying to force him back. Fear prickled him. How could they move this mountain of grumpiness? Zephyr buzzed anxiously near Ben's ear. See, told you, all boom and no listen. Moss slowly moved forward, placing a gentle, clawed foot on the bridge stone. Grumble, old friend, he rumbled, his voice a counterpoint to Grumble's harsh tone, deep but soothing. The stones are strong, they remember the song. Song is vibration, vibration is cracks. Grumble bellowed, refusing to look at Moss. Silence is solid, safe. Ben watched, his heart pounding. Force wouldn't work. Shouting back would only make Grumble louder, more stubborn. Thistle had said the challenge required wisdom. Ben remembered the cup's warmth, the feeling of listening to an echo. He thought of Grey Tant Millicent, who everyone thought was odd but who had known this cup was special. He thought about how sometimes the quietest things held the deepest truths. Grumble wasn't just guarding the bridge, he was guarding his fear. Ben took a deep breath. Instead of speaking, he knelt down on the bridge, ignoring the vibration through his knees. He placed his hand flat on the cool stone, just like Moss had done. He closed his eyes, trying to push aside his own fear, trying to truly listen, not just to the grumble, but to the stone beneath it. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth Moss had spoken of, a rhythm far older and steadier than Grumble's fear. He felt tiny vibrations, not cracks, but the gentle thrum of the deep roots Moss had mentioned, far below, like a slow, sad heartbeat. And beneath Grumble's oppressive grumble, Ben sensed something else, a deep, aching loneliness. He didn't shout. He didn't argue. He simply spoke, his voice as soft as the glen's fading hum, directed not at Grumble's ears, but at the stone beneath his hand, hoping the roots would hear. "The stones are strong," he murmured, echoing Moss. "They remember the song that held them together. The silence isn't making you safe, Grumble, it's making you alone, and the glen is fading without its song." He poured all his understanding, all his quiet empathy into those words, picturing the warmth of the teacup, the kindness he felt for Thistle and his fading home. For a moment, nothing happened. Grumble just grumbled louder. Then Moss rumbled again, his voice weaving with Ben's quiet plea, speaking directly to the stone and the roots below. "Hear the truth, old friend, the song is strength, not weakness, the silence, it hurts." Zephyr, understanding, flew not at Grumble, but down towards the swirling mist of the chasm. She darted and danced, her wings creating a soft, intricate hum, a counter-melody to Grumble's drone. She hummed the song of the wind currents, the chime of the brook, the sigh of the whispering blossoms, tiny fragments of the glen's true voice. Thistle added his own voice, not loud but clear and steady, telling a simple story of sunlight on moss and the comfort of shared burrows. Sound connects us, Grumble, silence isolates. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the deep, continuous grumble faltered. Grumble shifted. One heavy pebble-like eye cracked open slightly, looking not at Ben shouting, but at Ben kneeling, hand on the stone, his face earnest and kind. He looked at Moss, steadfast and ancient. He listened to Zephyr's delicate hum, Thistle's gentle story. He felt the deep roots below stir, sending a faint, questioning pulse up through the bridge stones, a pulse of remembered music. A deep, shuddering sigh escaped Grumble, like boulders shifting. The oppressive pressure lessened. "Alone," he rumbled, but the sound was less harsh, more questioning. The song hurt. "No," Ben said softly, still kneeling. "The wrong sounds can hurt. Loud, angry sounds. But the glen's song, it's gentle. It's the sound of belonging. It holds the stones together like the warmth holds the tea in the cup." He thought of the cup's comforting glow. It doesn't crack, it comforts. Grumble was silent for a long moment. Then, with a sound like distant thunder softening, he slowly, ponderously, shifted his massive bulk to one side of the bridge, clearing the path. "Gentle," he rumbled, the word unfamiliar on his tongue. "Comfort." Moss nudged Ben gently. The deep roots beneath the bridge center, they hold the echo of the first heart song, touch them, remember for them. Ben walked carefully to the center of the bridge. Kneeling again, he saw a cluster of thick, glowing roots emerging from the stone, pulsing with a very faint, slow light. He placed both hands upon them. They were warm, vibrating with a deep, almost inaudible frequency. Closing his eyes, he poured his feelings into the roots, the wonder of the glen, the kindness of Thistle, Zephyr, and Moss, the newfound understanding for Grumble, and the comforting warmth of the forget-me-not cup. He thought of connection, of gentle sounds, of belonging. He didn't force a song, he offered a memory of what song felt like. The roots beneath his hands began to glow brighter. The faint pulse grew stronger, steadier. From deep within the earth, a sound began to rise. It wasn't loud, it was profound. A deep, resonant hum, pure and clear, like the lowest note of a cello played under starlight. It resonated through the stones of the bridge, through the air, through Ben's very being. The effect was instantaneous. The swirling mist in the chasm below began to sparkle with trapped light. The leaves on the luminous trees chimed more brightly. The faint melancholy lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and wholeness. The great echo, the heart song of the whispering glen, had been remembered. Zephyr danced in the air, her wings creating joyous harmonies with the renewed echo. Moss let out a deep, contented rumble that harmonized perfectly. Thistle jumped up and down with pure delight. And Grumble, the stone toad, simply sat. But his grumble had ceased. He tilted his head, his heavy-lidded eyes half closed, listening. A low, soft sound, almost like a purr, vibrated from his stony chest. It wasn't silence. It was the sound of deep contentment, a bass note joining the glen's symphony. Ben felt the teacup's warmth surge within him, not pulling him back, but acknowledging the completion. He looked at his new friends. "It's time for me to go," he said softly, the heart song filling him with serene joy. Thistle nuzzled his hand. "Thank you, Ben, the glen remembers, we all remember." Zephyr landed gently on his head, humming a farewell tune. Moss blinked slowly, a silent blessing. Grumble merely rumbled softly, a sound that now felt like a bedrock deep "thank you." Ben closed his eyes, holding the image of the singing glen, the feeling of the heart song, and the warmth of friendship. He felt the world shimmer once more. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his room, the empty forget-me-not cup cool in his hands on the windowsill. The last sip of honeyed milk was gone. Outside, the wind in the old oak tree sounded different, richer, deeper, as if carrying an echo of a faraway song. He carefully placed the cup back on the sill. It no longer glowed, but it held a deep, quiet warmth, like a cherished memory. Ben knew the Whispering Glen was safe, its stories and magic preserved. He knew that sometimes the greatest strength wasn't in being loud, but in listening deeply, not in force, but in kindness and understanding. And he knew that the most extraordinary magic could be found in the quietest, most ordinary of things, like a teacup painted with forget-me-nots, holding echoes of wonder. As he climbed into bed, the wind sang its lullaby through the eaves, a gentle, resonant sound that soothed him to his core. He smiled, picturing Thistle in his burrow, Zephyr dancing on moonbeams, Moss dreaming deep earth dreams, and Grumble, contentedly rumbling on his bridge, part of the song once more. The cup sat on the sill, a silent guardian of echoes, and Ben drifted into a sleep filled with the peaceful hum of a world where kindness had mended what fear had silenced. The fire crackled its own warm agreement, and the night held only gentle dreams. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. The distant star system of Lyra 7 held worlds as different as snowflakes in a nebulous storm. On the frozen, crystalline plains of Xylos, where auroras sang in silent ribbons of blue and silver, lived Vel. Vel was a Xylosian, tall and slender, their bodies seemingly carved from living ice that shimmered with internal light. Their thoughts were precise, logical, and flowed like glacial rivers, slow, deep, and immensely powerful. Communication for Vel was a series of intricate light patterns emitted from their core, a language of pure information. On the opposite side of the system, bathed in the perpetual golden hour glow of twin suns, orbited Florin. It was a world of immense, whispering forests, bioluminescent flowers, and warm, humid air thick with the scent of alien pollen. Here lived Kip, a Florinite no taller than Vel's knee, covered in soft, moss-green fur with large, luminous eyes the color of amethysts. Kip communicated in chirps, whistles, and expressive vibrations that resonated through their fur, conveying a kaleidoscope of feelings instantly. Fate, or perhaps a bureaucratic error in the Interstellar Exploration Guild, threw them together. Both were junior researchers assigned to survey the uncharted moon, Elysium Drift, a place of serene meadows, floating islands, and ancient, silent ruins. Their transport pod malfunctioned upon entry, crash-landing them gently but decisively in a field of giant, soft-glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle lavender light. Vel emerged first, their crystalline form clicking softly as they scanned the unfamiliar, warm environment. The air felt thick and damp, uncomfortable against their normally frigid skin. Kip tumbled out next, chirping excitedly, immediately captivated by the glowing fungi and the sweet, honey-like scent on the breeze. Kip vibrated with pure delight, a low hum filling the air. Vel emitted a sharp, staccato burst of light, equals query, status. Damage assessment protocol initiated. Kip, mistaking the bright flashes for a friendly greeting, bounced closer, emitting a cheerful series of high-pitched whistles, equals friend. New place. Beautiful. Safe. Vel took a step back, their internal light flickering with confusion. The Florinite's proximity radiated uncomfortable warmth, and their chaotic sounds lacked any discernible data structure. Equals alert, unidentified organism, exhibiting erratic behavior. Maintain distance. Kip, sensing the retreat, tilted their head, their large eyes dimming slightly. Their vibrations shifted to a questioning, hesitant thrum. Equals cold one, scared. Sad. They cautiously held out a tiny, three-fingered hand, offering a piece of glowing blue lichen they'd scooped from a mushroom stalk. Vel analyzed the offering. Organic matter. Non-toxic. Illogical gesture. Equals negative, offering unnecessary. Priority, repair communication array. They turned their back, focusing on the damaged pod, emitting frustrated pulses of orange light as their delicate tools sparked against unfamiliar components. The silence felt heavy, punctuated only by the soft hum of the mushrooms and Kip's quiet, confused chirps. The misunderstanding deepened as they tried to work. Kip, eager to help, tried to hand Vel tools based on what felt right: a smooth, warm stone when Vel needed a cold conductor, a fragrant flower when they needed insulation. Vel's light patterns grew sharper, colder. Equals inefficiency. Disruption. Cease interference. Kip retreated to a large mushroom cap, their fur drooping, emitting soft, mournful vibrations like the sigh of a distant wind. They didn't understand the cold one's anger. They only wanted to be friends in this strange, beautiful place. Night fell on Elysium Drift, bringing not darkness, but a breathtaking transformation. The floating islands above began to glow with soft internal light, casting shifting patterns on the meadow below. The air cooled slightly, carrying the scent of night-blooming crystal vines. Then, a low rumble echoed through the valley. Not thunder, but something deeper, more resonant. The ground vibrated. Vel's sensors spiked. Equals warning, seismic activity detected. Origin, subterranean geothermal vent instability. Probability of surface rupture, 87.4%. As if on cue, the ground nearby cracked open with a sound like shattering glass. Steam hissed out, superheated and dangerous. Glowing orange fissures snaked across the meadow towards their pod. Panic, a cold, sharp sensation Vel rarely experienced, flared within them. Their logical mind calculated escape routes, all too slow. A frantic chirping erupted. Kip. The small Florinite was dashing towards the largest cluster of glowing mushrooms near the encroaching fissure. Equals foolishness. Vel pulsed, believing Kip was panicking blindly. Equals evade. Evade. But Kip wasn't fleeing. They skidded to a halt beside a particularly large, pulsing mushroom with thick, fibrous roots sunk deep into the soil. With surprising strength, Kip began to push against the massive stalk, vibrating intensely. Equals help. Push. Strong roots hold. Safe ground. Understanding dawned on Vel, cutting through the panic like a laser. Kip wasn't acting erratically. They were sensing the stability of the ground through the interconnected root systems of the giant fungi, something Vel's sensors couldn't perceive. The Florinite wasn't offering random gifts. They were trying to communicate comfort and help in their own way. The lichen, it had been a peace offering. Shame, warm and unfamiliar, washed over Vel. They abandoned the pod and surged forward, their crystalline body surprisingly strong. Together, Vel pushing with glacial strength and Kip vibrating with focused energy, they shifted the massive mushroom just enough to reveal a solid shelf of bedrock beneath its roots, untouched by the fissures snaking around it. They scrambled onto the safe ground just as the area where the pod sat cracked open, swallowing it with a hiss of steam. Safe but stranded, they huddled on the small rocky island, surrounded by glowing steam vents and pulsing lavender light. Their initial silence was heavy. Vel's internal light flickered erratically, processing the near disaster and their own misjudgment. Kip shivered slightly, the adrenaline fading, leaving exhaustion and residual fear vibrating through their small frame. Slowly, hesitantly, Vel extended one crystalline hand. Not a tool, not a demand. Just an open gesture. They emitted a soft, steady pulse of pale blue light. Equals gratitude. Assistance acknowledged. Error, misinterpretation. Kip looked up, their large amethyst eyes wide. They cautiously reached out a small, furry hand and placed it gently on Vel's cool, smooth surface. A wave of warmth, not physical, but emotional relief, forgiveness, and tentative understanding flowed through Kip's vibrations into Vel's perception. Equals friend. Kip chirped softly. Equals affirmative, equals Vel pulsed, the light warming to a gentle gold. Equals friend. The shared challenge had shattered the walls of misunderstanding. In the days that followed, working to salvage what they could and signal for rescue, their communication transformed. Vel learned to interpret the subtle shifts in Kip's vibrations, the quick trill of discovery, the low hum of concentration, the soft purr of contentment. Kip learned to recognize the meaning in Vel's light patterns, the steady blue of focus, the soft green of approval, the warm gold of reassurance. Vel used their logical mind to devise solutions. Kip used their innate connection to the moon's vibrant life to find edible glowing berries that replenished energy and soothing sap from the crystal vines that healed minor scrapes from salvaging. One chilly evening, as they huddled under a makeshift shelter woven from giant, flexible fern fronds, Kip's design, Vel's structural reinforcement, Kip shivered violently. The Florinite body, built for Florin's warmth, struggled with Elysium Drift's cooler nights. Vel observed, their core light dimming with concern. Logic dictated preserving their own energy. But something else, a new, warm current flowing beside the glacial rivers of thought, prompted action. Vel carefully positioned themselves beside Kip. Then, with a deep, resonant hum, they focused their internal energy. Slowly, the air immediately around Vel warmed, radiating gentle, dry heat like sun-warmed stone. Kip's shivering subsided. They looked up, their eyes glowing softly, and emitted a deep, resonant vibration of pure, profound gratitude and comfort. Equals warm, safe, a thank you, friend. They leaned gently against Vel's side. Vel pulsed a soft, steady gold. Equals preservation of vital unit, friend. Priority. When the rescue ship finally descended, drawn by the homing beacon they'd painstakingly repaired together, the guild officers found them sitting side by side on a sun-warmed rock. Vel was patiently holding components steady while Kip, vibrating with focused intensity, used their natural resonance to fuse microscopic fractures in a salvaged communicator circuit, a technique Vel had calculated and Kip instinctively executed. Back on the guild station, they became something of a legend, the ice and the moss. Where Vel went, Kip was often perched on their shoulder or tucked into a specially woven pouch, radiating warmth. Where Kip explored vibrant hydroponics gardens, Vel was a steady, watchful presence nearby, their cool light a comfort in the artificial heat. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship not in their similarities, but in the beautiful, challenging space between their differences. It was the warmth offered in the face of cold logic, the steady light provided in moments of chaotic fear, the patience to learn a new language of the heart, and the profound understanding that sometimes the strongest bonds are forged not in ease, but in the shared warmth of a campfire on a strange, glowing moon, where an open hand and a soft pulse of light said more than any shared language ever could. Their friendship, like the singing auroras of Xylos and the honey light of Florin, became a beacon, a quiet testament to the universe that understanding, kindness, and warmth could bridge any distance, melt any ice, and make even the vast, starry unknown feel like a place called home. And as they sat together in the station's observation deck, watching the swirling colors of the Lyra Nebula, Vel's core pulsed a serene gold, and Kip snuggled closer, purring a soft, contented vibration that echoed the peaceful hum of the stars themselves. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. In the sleepy village of Eldergrove, nestled between verdant hills and cloaked in the gentle embrace of ancient oaks, there existed a whisper of magic that danced on the crisp, cool air. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to linger, where the seasons drifted slowly through the landscape, painting it with hues of emerald and gold. The villagers lived simple lives, touched by the subtle magic that flowed like an unseen river beneath their world. In this quaint village, a young girl named Leora found solace in the natural world that surrounded her. With eyes as curious as the morning sun peeking over the horizon, Leora spent her days wandering the meadows, her heart in tune with the rhythms of the earth. Her auburn hair cascaded down her back, catching glimmers of sunlight that danced like fireflies at dusk. She possessed a gentle spirit, one that seemed to draw the whispers of the wind and the secrets of the forest into her being. One fateful afternoon, as the golden light of the setting sun bathed the landscape in a warm embrace, Leora discovered a peculiar object nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the fading light. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Leora knelt beside the tree, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings that spoke of forgotten tales and hidden wonders. As she opened the lid, a soft, ethereal glow emanated from within, casting a gentle light upon her face. Inside, nestled upon a bed of moss, lay a tiny silver key. It was unlike anything Leora had ever seen, its surface glinting with a luminescence that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. With a sense of awe and wonder, she gently lifted the key, feeling a warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. From that moment on, Leora felt a change within her, as if the key had unlocked a door to a hidden world just beyond the reach of ordinary sight. The air seemed thicker with mystery, the colors of the forest more vibrant, the songs of the birds more melodious. It was as if the very essence of nature had revealed itself to her, inviting her to explore the depths of its magic. Emboldened by this newfound connection, Leora ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, her footsteps light upon the leaf-strewn path. As she walked, she noticed the world around her transforming, the trees whispering secrets in a language she could almost understand, the brook singing a melody that resonated with the rhythm of her heart. Her journey led her to a secluded glen, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor. There she encountered a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, luminescent fox with fur that shimmered like moonlight on water. Its eyes, deep pools of understanding, gazed into hers, and Leora knew that this creature was a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its ancient magic. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its movements as fluid as the breeze that stirred the leaves. Leora knelt, extending her hand in a gesture of friendship and trust. To her delight, the fox nuzzled against her palm, a soft warmth spreading from its touch, filling her with a sense of belonging and peace. As they sat together in the glen, the fox shared its story through images and feelings that flowed into Leora's mind. She learned of the hidden world within the natural environment, a realm where magic thrived in harmony with the earth, where creatures of wonder and wisdom lived unseen by those who hurried through life without noticing the miracles around them. The fox revealed that the silver key Leora had found was a gift, a token of trust from the spirits of the forest. It granted her the ability to see beyond the veil of the mundane, to experience the world in its truest form. But with this gift came a responsibility, a duty to protect the magic of the forest and ensure its secrets remained safe. Days turned into weeks as Leora and the fox explored the hidden wonders of the forest together. They discovered groves of whispering trees that shared stories of the past, pools of crystal-clear water that reflected the dreams of those who gazed into their depths, and fields of wildflowers that bloomed with colors unseen by ordinary eyes. Each new discovery deepened their bond and strengthened their resolve to protect the magic that thrived within their world. As the seasons changed, so too did Leora. She grew wiser, her heart attuned to the delicate balance of nature, her spirit intertwined with the ancient magic that flowed through the forest. She learned to understand the language of the wind, to listen to the wisdom of the stars, and to dance with the rhythms of the earth. One moonlit night, as they rested beneath the protective canopy of the trees, Leora confided in the fox her dreams of understanding more about the origins of the forest's magic. The fox, in response, led her to an ancient, hidden library, where the walls were made of entwined branches and the shelves were lined with books and scrolls filled with knowledge of the land's history and magic. In the library, Leora immersed herself in the rich tapestry of stories and lore. She read about the ancient guardians of the forest, legendary creatures who had once roamed the earth, and the delicate balance that sustained the magic around them. She discovered tales of courageous souls who had defended the forest in times of peril, and she felt a kinship with these protectors of old. But with knowledge came challenges. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves of amber and gold carpeted the forest floor, Leora sensed a disturbance, a shadow that crept upon the edges of her awareness, a chill that whispered of danger. The forest spoke in hushed tones, warning of an impending threat that could unravel the delicate threads of magic that bound their world together. Determined to protect the hidden realm she had come to love, Leora set out with the fox by her side, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the silver key. They ventured to the heart of the forest, where an ancient stone circle stood as a sentinel against the encroaching darkness. The air crackled with energy, the stones humming with a power that resonated deep within Leora's soul. As they approached, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, cloaked stranger whose presence seemed to draw the light from the very air. His eyes glinted with a cold, calculating gleam, and his voice was a low, menacing whisper that curled around Leora's heart like a tendril of smoke. "You possess something that does not belong to you," the stranger intoned, his gaze fixed upon the silver key that hung around Leora's neck. "It is a power too great for one so young, so inexperienced." Leora felt the weight of his words, the doubt they sowed in her heart. But she drew strength from the warmth of the fox by her side, from the ancient magic that thrummed through the stones beneath her feet. She met the stranger's gaze with unwavering resolve, her voice steady and clear. "This key was entrusted to me by the spirits of the forest," she declared, her heart burning with the courage that comes from knowing one's purpose. "I will protect the magic of this world, and I will not allow you to harm it." The stranger's eyes narrowed, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. "You are but a child," he sneered, "and you cannot hope to stand against me." But Leora knew she was not alone. She felt the presence of the forest around her, the strength of the trees, the wisdom of the creatures, the power of the earth itself rising to support her. She reached for the silver key, feeling its warmth spread through her fingertips, its magic flowing into her being. In that moment, Leora understood the true nature of the gift she had been given. The key was not a weapon, but a bridge, a connection between her and the magic of the forest, a conduit through which she could draw upon its strength. She closed her eyes, feeling the energy of the forest pulse through her, filling her with light and certainty. When she opened her eyes, the stranger recoiled, his expression shifting from arrogance to fear. The air around Leora shimmered with a radiant glow, the light of the forest shining from within her, banishing the shadows that had crept into their world. "You are not alone," Leora whispered, her voice carrying the strength of the forest, the wisdom of the trees, the courage of the fox by her side. "I stand with the magic of this world, and together we will prevail." The stranger's form wavered, his image dissolving like mist before the rising sun. With a final, defiant snarl, he vanished into the ether, leaving behind only the whisper of his defeat. As the light faded, Leora felt the forest's gratitude surrounding her, a warm embrace that filled her heart with joy and contentment. She turned to the fox, her faithful companion and guide, and they shared a moment of understanding, a bond forged in the fires of adversity, tempered by the shared love of the world they had vowed to protect. With the threat vanquished, Leora and the fox returned to their exploration of the forest, their hearts light and their spirits unburdened. Together, they continued to discover the hidden wonders of the natural world, delighting in the magic that flowed through every leaf, every stone, every whisper of the wind. As the years passed, Leora grew into a wise and gentle guardian of the forest, her bond with the hidden realm deepening with each passing season. She learned that true strength came not from power, but from understanding, from friendship, from the willingness to stand for what was right. To deepen her understanding, Leora embarked on a journey beyond Eldergrove. She traveled to distant villages and met with other guardians of the natural world, each with their own unique connection to the magic that intertwined their lives. Through these interactions, Leora gained insight into the vastness of the magic that permeated the land, realizing that Eldergrove's enchantment was part of a larger tapestry that spanned the world. During her travels, Leora encountered a wise elder named Thalion, who had spent his life studying the ancient lore of the earth. Thalion spoke of the Great Convergence, a time when all the magical energies of the world would align, allowing those attuned to their power to glimpse the very fabric of creation. Intrigued, Leora listened intently as Thalion shared his knowledge, his words weaving a vision of a world brimming with potential and wonder. Eager to witness this event, Leora made her way to the sacred gathering place, a vast plateau overlooking the convergence of 5 great rivers. As the day of the Great Convergence dawned, guardians from across the land assembled, their presence a testament to the enduring bond between the natural world and those who cherished it. As the sun reached its zenith, the air shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, a radiant tapestry woven from the threads of magic that bound their world. Leora felt the energy coursing through her, a symphony of light and sound that resonated with the deepest part of her being. In that moment, she understood her place in the grand design, the interconnectedness of all things, the unity of purpose that linked every guardian, every creature, every leaf and stone. She realized that the true magic of the world lay not in the objects or the powers they wielded, but in the connections they forged, the harmony they nurtured, the love they shared. And so the magic of the forest endured, its secrets safe in the hands of those who cherished them, its wonders preserved for generations yet to come. Leora's journey had transformed her, not only in her understanding of the world, but in her understanding of herself, a journey of discovery, of friendship, of courage and compassion. In the end, Leora knew that the true magic of the forest lay not in the mysterious objects or the hidden powers, but in the connections forged between those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, to embrace the extraordinary, and to protect the beauty and wonder that surrounded them. And so, under the gentle light of the moon, with the forest as her eternal companion, Leora's heart swelled with gratitude, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic that had changed her life. She sat beside her fox friend, the crackling leaves beneath them a comforting symphony, and whispered a promise into the night, a vow to cherish the magic of their world, to guard it with all her heart, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. With the stars as her guide and the forest as her home, Leora found peace in the knowledge that she was part of something greater, something timeless and beautiful. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the world, she closed her eyes, the warmth of the fox by her side, and drifted into a dreamless sleep, content in the certainty that she was exactly where she was meant to be. For in Elder Grove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there was always a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home. On a particularly golden autumn afternoon, while the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Leora felt a stirring within her heart, a call to return to the ancient oak where her journey had begun. With the fox at her side, she retraced her steps through the woods, the path familiar yet ever-changing in the dance of light and shadow. As they approached the oak, Leora noticed a gathering of creatures, deer, birds, and even a curious squirrel assembled around the tree, as if drawn by the same mysterious force. The air was thick with anticipation, a gentle hum of energy that vibrated through the ground beneath her feet. Leora knelt before the oak, the silver key in her hand, and placed it gently upon the mossy earth. The creatures watched in silence, their eyes reflecting the glow of the setting sun. As the key touched the ground, a ripple of light spread outward, weaving through the roots and branches, illuminating the tree from within. In that moment, Leora understood the true purpose of the key. It was not merely a token of power, but a symbol of unity, a reminder of the bond between all living things. The magic of the forest thrived on this connection, nourished by the love and respect of those who called it home. With a soft sigh, the oak released a single leaf, its surface etched with delicate patterns that shimmered like gold. The leaf drifted down to Leora, settling in her open palm, a gift from the heart of the forest. Touched by the gesture, Leora felt tears of joy welling in her eyes, a profound gratitude swelling in her chest. She understood now that her journey had come full circle, that her role as a guardian was not to wield power, but to nurture and protect the fragile web of life that bound them all together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Leora stood with the fox by her side. The creatures of the forest gathered around them in a silent vow of solidarity. Together they watched as the stars emerged, each one a beacon of hope, a reminder of the magic that flowed through their world. And in the quiet of the night, with the forest as her witness, Leora whispered a promise to the stars, a vow to cherish and protect the magic of Elder Grove, to honor the connections that gave it life, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. For in Elder Grove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there would always be a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home, her purpose, and her peace. Story 48. Story 49. In the heart of the whispering woods, where silver birches stood like sentinels and ferns curled into emerald trumpets, there existed a glade known only to its most tender guardians. Here the air hummed with the secrets of centuries, and the streams carried melodies older than memory. It was in this glade that a young girl named Leela tended to the moss grove, an ancient tree whose roots cradled 1,000 stories and whose branches held the fragile magic of the seasons. Leela had been chosen as the moss grove's keeper by the creatures of the forest, the rabbits who wove moonlight into their burrows, the owls with star-speckled feathers, and the foxes whose tails flickered like candle flames. Her days were spent listening to the tree's murmurs, learning the language of rustling leaves and creaking bark. But one crisp autumn morning, the moss grove's usual song faltered. Its leaves, usually a tapestry of amber and scarlet, began to curl and gray at the edges. A chill seeped into the air, sharper than the season warranted, and the brook that trickled beside the tree's roots slowed to a syrupy crawl. A plump hedgehog named Thistle, his spines dusted with dew, trundled to Layla's side. "The frostfang stirs early," he warned, his voice a gravelly whisper. It gnaws at the roots of balance. If the moss grove fails, winter will claim the woods before its time and never loosen its grip. Leela knelt, her breath clouding in the unnatural cold. How do we stop it? Seek the emberleaf, Thistle said. A relic from the time when fireflies were born from sunbeams. It lies hidden in the Chamber of Echoes, deep within the Stonemire caves. But the path is perilous, and the chamber guards its secrets jealously. Determination kindled in Leila's chest like a tiny flame. She packed a satchel with honeyed chestnuts, a vial of glowshroom light, and a cloak spun from moth silk. As she set off, the forest rallied around her. Arya, a red squirrel with a tail like a maple seed, scampered ahead to scout the trails. Orlin, a badger whose fur shimmered with the pearly sheen of dawn, shouldered through thorny thickets. And Wynn, a firefly with wings like stained glass, lit their way with constellations of gold. Their journey carried them through valleys where mist clung to the earth like a lover, over hills where heather buzzed with drowsy bees, and into the shadow of the Stonemire caves, a labyrinth of jagged rock where the air tasted of iron and old storms. The entrance yawned like a stone throat, and within, the walls pulsed with faint, bioluminescent lichen. The Chamber of Echoes remembers, Orlin rumbled, his claws clicking against the stone. Speak only truths here, lest the shadows twist your words. The group pressed deeper, their footsteps echoing in eerie harmony. Strange whispers coiled around them, fragments of long-ago conversations, the laughter of forgotten creatures, the sigh of seasons past. At last they reached a vast cavern where stalactites dripped liquid crystal into pools below. At its center, floating atop a plinth of quartz, was the emberleaf, a single leaf forged of molten copper, its veins glowing with captured sunlight. But as Leela reached for it, the ground shuddered. From the shadows emerged a creature of living obsidian, the chamber's guardian, its eyes two smoldering coals. Why do you seek the emberleaf? It intoned, its voice like grinding tectonic plates. Leela stood tall, though her heart fluttered. To save the moss grove, the frostfang threatens the balance. Without the tree, the seasons will unravel, and all who depend on them, the blooming flowers, the hibernating bears, the migrating geese, will suffer. The guardian tilted its head, sending cracks of orange light spiderwebbing across its form. And what will you sacrifice to protect this balance? She hesitated, then drew a small wooden flute from her satchel, a gift from her grandmother, carved from the moss grove's own branches. This, she said softly, it's the first thing the forest ever gave me. Without the moss grove, its song would be silence anyway. The guardian's fiery gaze softened. Your heart understands reciprocity. It stepped aside, and the emberleaf floated into Leela's palms, warm as a sun-baked stone. Returning to the glade, they found the frostfang's blight spreading. Icicles clawed at the moss grove's trunk, and the air bit with glass-sharp cold. Working quickly, Leela placed the emberleaf against the tree's heartwood. Arya gathered last autumn's acorns, planting them in a circle to anchor the magic. Orlin dug channels in the soil, guiding the brook's thawing waters to the roots. Wynn and his kin swarmed above, their light merging with the emberleaf's glow until the glade blazed like a captured sunrise. The moss grove shuddered, then sang, a deep, resonant note that shook loose the ice. New leaves unfurled, tender and green, as the tree drew strength from its allies. The frostfang recoiled, its grip shattered by the warmth of shared purpose. By dawn, balance was restored. The first snowflakes of true winter drifted down, gentle and timely, melting into the moss grove's roots without malice. The creatures gathered, sharing a feast of roasted hazelnuts and elderberry wine, their breath mingling in grateful plumes. The forest thrives not by one will, but by many, Thistle said, toasting Leela with a thimble of dewdrop cider. You reminded us that even the smallest light can banish the deepest cold. As seasons turned, the tale of the emberleaf wove itself into the moss grove's bark, a new ring in its eternal story. Leela still plays her flute at dusk, its melody a lullaby to the woods, a reminder that harmony is never a solitary act, but a chorus of rustling leaves, trickling streams, and hearts brave enough to kindle light in the dark. And on the coldest nights, when the frostfang's breath nips at the edges of the glade, the creatures nestle close to the moss grove, warmed by the truth that no winter lasts forever, so long as there are hands to hold the flame. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. The little town of Bramblewood nestled in a valley where mist curled like sleepy cats around the chimneys each morning. In this quiet place lived a boy named Leo, whose greatest joy was exploring the dusty corners of his grandmother's sprawling, cluttered attic. While others saw only old furniture and forgotten things, Leo saw possibilities. He believed quite firmly that every object held a whisper of a story, a secret waiting to be discovered. One rainy afternoon, while searching for a missing jigsaw puzzle piece, Leo pushed aside a heavy trunk draped with a faded tapestry. Behind it, tucked into a shadowy nook, sat a small, unassuming object. It was a wooden music box, no larger than Leo's hand. Its dark wood was smooth with age, inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like captured moonlight, even in the dim attic light. There was no key, no visible winding mechanism, just a simple latch. Intrigued, Leo lifted it gently. It felt surprisingly warm. He carried it to the dormer window, where gray light filtered through the rain-streaked glass. With a soft click, he opened the lid. Inside, instead of a metal cylinder with pins, lay a bed of smooth, deep blue velvet, like a tiny night sky. And nestled within that velvet was a single, perfect, iridescent feather, shimmering with colors Leo couldn't quite name: blues, purples, and hints of gold. It looked impossibly soft. Leo frowned. No music. He touched the feather lightly. As his fingertip brushed against the impossibly soft barbs, a sound filled the air. But it wasn't music from the box itself. It was music inside Leo. A melody sweet and clear as a mountain stream sprang unbidden into his mind. It was a tune he'd never heard before, yet it felt instantly familiar, warm, and comforting, like sunlight on his face. He gasped, pulling his hand away. The melody stopped. He touched the feather again, and the song resumed, weaving through his thoughts like a silken thread. This, Leo realized with a thrill that chased away the rainy day gloom, was no ordinary music box. It played the music of feeling, of pure, unspoken joy. He named it the Heart Song Box. For days, Leo experimented. The feather played different melodies depending on what he felt. Happiness brought bright, dancing tunes. Quiet contentment summoned gentle, flowing harmonies. Even a flicker of frustration produced a low, rumbling counterpoint before resolving into something calmer. The box didn't amplify his feelings. It translated them into beautiful sound. It was a secret he treasured, a private symphony. But one evening, as Leo held the box after a particularly happy day spent building a model ship, the melody shifted unexpectedly. A single pure high note pierced the joyful tune, sharp and clear, like a bird's call. Then another, lower, mournful note followed. It wasn't Leo's feeling, it felt like a message from the box. The feather itself seemed to glow faintly. A wave of longing washed over him, a deep, resonant ache that wasn't his own. It was the box's longing. It wanted to go home. This began Leo's journey. He knew the box was special, and its home couldn't be the dusty attic. He showed it to his grandmother, who peered at it with her kind, faded eyes. She murmured, tracing the mother of pearl. That pattern reminds me of the starwood glade deep in the whispering hills. Folks say things there are different. Old Mrs. Thimblewick, who lives near the edge of the woods, knows more about such things than anyone. Her eyes twinkled. But mind the roots, Leo, they trip the unwary. So, with the heart song box tucked safely in his worn satchel, Leo set off towards the whispering hills. His first helper appeared almost immediately. As he crossed the old stone bridge marking the town's edge, a small, scruffy terrier with one floppy ear trotted up to him. He had bright, intelligent eyes and smelled faintly of damp earth and biscuits. Lost, the dog asked, his voice a cheerful rasp. Leo jumped. Talking dogs weren't common in Bramblewood. Going to the Starwood Glade, Leo stammered. Ah, excellent choice, name's Digby, the dog announced, tail wagging furiously. I know every sniff and snuffle path through those hills. Also excellent at digging up interesting things and avoiding nettles, mostly. Digby became Leo's cheerful guide, his keen nose leading them along hidden animal trails, his boundless optimism a counterpoint to Leo's growing nervousness as the woods grew thicker and the light dimmed. Deep within the hills, where the trees grew tall and moss hung like ancient beards, they met their second helper. Perched on a gnarled branch was a tiny owl, no bigger than Leo's fist. Her feathers were the color of dusk, and her large, round eyes gleamed with startling wisdom. You carry a song that seeks its source, young one, she hooted softly, her voice like wind through dry leaves. She introduced herself as Lumina. The glade is near, but its heart is guarded by silence. Listen not just with your ears, but with your spirit. Lumina flitted silently ahead, her dark eyes seeing paths invisible to Leo and Digby, guiding them around treacherous sinkholes disguised by ferns, and warning them with a soft hoot when the air grew too still. Finally, after a day of walking guided by Digby's nose and Lumina's sight, they reached the edge of the Starwood Glade. It was unlike any place Leo had ever seen. Ancient trees, their bark silvered and smooth, formed a wide circle. The air shimmered faintly, smelling of ozone and crushed pine needles. Sunlight, dappled and golden, streamed through the canopy, illuminating motes of dust dancing like tiny stars. In the very center stood a pedestal of pure, polished moonstone, waiting. But between Leo and the pedestal stood the challenge. The glade wasn't empty. Standing sentinel around the moonstone pedestal were 3 figures carved from living wood tall, elegant guardians with faces like wise, ancient masks. They didn't move, but the air around them hummed with a palpable energy. It wasn't hostility, Leo sensed through the heart song box, which now played a complex, questioning melody. It was vigilance. Deep, unwavering protection. Digby growled low in his throat. Guardians, look fierce, Leo, show 'em your teeth. He bared his own small, sharp ones. Lumina landed softly on Leo's shoulder. Force will only make them roots you to the spot, young one. Remember the silence, remember the song. Leo looked at the silent wooden figures, then down at the heart song box in his hands. It was playing a melody of yearning now, pure and strong, directed towards the pedestal. The guardians remained impassive. How to reach them? Wisdom, not force. Leo closed his eyes, shutting out Digby's nervous panting and the shimmering light. He focused on the box. Not just on the melody it played for his feelings, but on the song within it, the song of the feather itself, the pure note of longing he'd first heard. He poured his understanding into that feeling, his recognition of its purpose, his desire to help it find its home. He didn't just listen, he felt the feather's story, its separation, its deep connection to this sacred place. Slowly, he opened the box. He didn't try to approach the pedestal. Instead, he simply held the open box towards the silent guardians. The feather glowed softly. The melody that flowed out wasn't just in Leo's mind this time. It resonated in the very air of the glade, a pure, wordless song of homecoming, of belonging, woven with Leo's own empathy and respect. The air hummed louder. One of the wooden guardians shifted, its head turning slowly towards the sound. Its eyes, deep knots in the wood, seemed to soften. The rigid posture relaxed. A low, harmonious hum, like the deepest note of a cello, emanated from the guardian, harmonizing with the heart song box's melody. The other two guardians followed suit, their wooden forms seeming less rigid, more fluid. The humming grew, filling the glade with a sound that vibrated in Leo's bones, a sound of ancient approval and welcome. The path to the moonstone pedestal was clear. Leo walked forward slowly, reverently, Digby quiet at his heels, Lumina watching from his shoulder. The air felt warm and welcoming now. He placed the open heart song box gently onto the smooth moonstone. The iridescent feather seemed to pulse with light. The melody swelled, triumphant and achingly beautiful, filling the glade completely. Then the feather detached itself, lifted gently by an unseen breeze. It floated upwards, spinning slowly, shedding tiny motes of iridescent light like falling stars, before dissolving into the shimmering air above the pedestal. The music faded, leaving a profound, peaceful silence. The box remained, the blue velvet empty. But Leo felt no sadness. He felt a deep, resonant peace. The box had fulfilled its purpose. The song was home. As he looked at the empty box, a new, gentle warmth spread through him, the warmth of gratitude, of connection, of having helped something precious find its place. The wooden guardians bowed their heads slightly towards Leo. A sense of ancient blessing settled over him. He picked up the now ordinary, yet still beautiful, wooden box. It felt lighter. Lumina hooted softly. A song returned, a balance restored. Well done, listener. Digby nudged Leo's hand. Right mission accomplished. Now, about those biscuits I smell back in Bramblewood. The journey back felt different. The wood seemed friendlier, the sunlight warmer. Leo carried the empty box, but his heart felt fuller than ever. He understood now that the real magic wasn't just in the feather, but in the connection it fostered, the connection to his own feelings, to the ancient magic of the glade, and to the helpers who had guided him. He had learned to listen deeply, not just to music, but to the silent language of longing and the wisdom found in stillness and empathy. That night, back in his room, Leo placed the empty heart song box on his windowsill. Moonlight streamed in, catching the mother of pearl. It was just a box now, beautifully made. But when Leo touched the smooth wood, a faint warmth remained. And sometimes in the quietest moments just before sleep, he thought he could hear the faintest echo of pure, joyful melody, not in his mind, but carried on the night air, a lullaby from the starwood glade, a reminder that kindness and listening unlock the deepest magic, and that even an empty vessel can hold the profound comfort of a journey completed and a song finally home. He drifted to sleep, wrapped in the peaceful resonance of understanding, knowing that wonder often hides in the quietest corners, waiting for a gentle heart to discover it. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. The starship Stardust Weaver hummed through the velvet expanse of the Sombrero Nebula, its polished hull reflecting swirling clouds of interstellar dust. Inside, amidst the quiet thrum of engines, two beings sat in uneasy silence. Xylac, a diminutive creature from the perpetually twilit forests of Glimmerfell, resembled a cross between a silver-furred squirrel and a wise old owl. Large, luminous eyes dominated his small face, sensitive to light and attuned to the faintest vibrations. His delicate paws, currently fidgeting with a complex diagnostic tool, were renowned throughout the quadrant for their ability to mend the most intricate machinery. He preferred soft sounds, dim lights, and the quiet company of circuits. His companion, Borvak, was a hulking crystalline entity from the gravity-heavy world of Obsidian Core. Standing nearly 8 feet tall, his body was composed of interlocking plates of deep violet amethyst that refracted light into mesmerizing patterns. His voice, when he used it, resonated like stones grinding deep underground. He communicated primarily through subtle shifts in the hue and intensity of his internal light. Borvak valued strength, stoic silence, and the predictable rhythms of deep space navigation. He found Xylak's constant, almost imperceptible movements and need for near darkness deeply unsettling. Their assignment was simple: deliver vital terraforming components to the fledgling colony on Epsilon Eridani 4. Their partnership was less simple. Assigned by a well-meaning but overworked logistics AI, they were deemed complementary skill sets. So far, the only thing they complemented was each other's profound discomfort. The misunderstanding, the beginning. Their journey began with friction. Xylak dimmed the bridge lights to a level Borvak found functionally blind. Borvak, moving with the subtlety of a meteor strike, accidentally knocked over Xylak's meticulously organized toolkit, sending tiny components skittering across the floor with sounds that felt like screams to Xylak's sensitive ears. "Please," Xylak whispered, his voice a soft rustle of leaves. "The resonance, it disrupts my focus." He gestured helplessly at the scattered parts. Borvak's internal light flared a brief, annoyed crimson. Equals excessive fragility. Illogical sensitivity. The thought pulsed through his crystalline structure, though he remained outwardly silent, merely stooping with surprising grace to clumsily gather the tools, his heavy fingers threatening to crush the delicate instruments. Xylak flinched with every clatter. Later, Borvak attempted to communicate a course correction. He pulsed a complex pattern of indigo and emerald light across his chest, the intricate visual language of his people. Xylak, head buried in an engine conduit, saw only distracting, chaotic flashes. "Could you perhaps dim that?" he ventured timidly. "The brightness, it overwhelms." Borvak's light dimmed, but a frustrated, cold blue flicker ran through his core. Equals ignorance. This one cannot perceive basic communication. He resorted to punching coordinates into the console with unnecessary force, the thumps vibrating painfully through Xylak's small frame. The silence thickened, heavy with mutual incomprehension. The shared challenge, the middle. Disaster struck near the volatile gravity well of a rogue pulsar. A micrometeor shower, invisible on their scanners until the last moment, peppered the Stardust Weaver. Alarms shrieked a harsh, jagged sound that sent Xylak curling into a ball, paws clamped over his large ears. Lights flickered erratically, stabbing at his eyes. Borvak, momentarily stunned by the sensory assault, reacted with instinctive strength. He lunged for the controls, his massive hands surprisingly deft as he wrestled the bucking ship. Stabilizers failing, engines fluctuating, his deep voice boomed, each word a physical blow to Xylak. The ship shuddered violently. A secondary explosion ripped through the lower decks. The main power conduit severed with a shower of sparks and a deafening crackle. Artificial gravity failed. Lights died completely, plunging them into utter blackness save for the frantic red glare of emergency beacons and Borvak's own panicked, pulsing internal light, a chaotic stroboscope in the dark. The Stardust Weaver wasn't destroyed, but it was crippled. Life support was minimal. Navigation was offline. They were adrift in a dead ship, the pulsar's gravitational pull slowly, inevitably dragging them towards oblivion. Xylak uncurled, trembling. The utter darkness, paradoxically, was a relief after the strobing lights. He could think. He could feel the vibrations of the dying ship. "The main power conduit," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the groaning hull. "It's severed near junction Gamma 7 without it." He didn't need to finish. Without it, they couldn't restart the engines, couldn't escape the pulsar's pull. Borvak's light shifted from panicked strobes to a steady, grim ochre. He understood the words, understood the death sentence. Equals junction Gamma 7. Deep in engineering. Radiation levels likely critical from the breach. They looked at each other through the gloom. Xylax saw the ochre light not chaotic, but steady, resolved. Borvak saw the large, luminous eyes fixed on him, wide with fear but also determination. They needed each other. Survival depended on it. Mutual support and understanding, the growth. The journey to engineering was a nightmare. Twisted metal blocked corridors. Flickering emergency lights cast long, menacing shadows. Radiation warnings blared intermittently, another agonizing sound for Xylax. Borvak, his natural crystalline structure offering some radiation resistance, moved ahead. He used his immense strength to clear debris, his body casting a protective, albeit intensely glowing, shield around Xylax. The light was still painful, but Xylax understood its purpose now: protection, not aggression. He focused on the vibrations underfoot, mapping the safest path through the treacherous wreckage. "Left 20 paces, Xylax directed, his voice strained but clear, close to Borvak's leg. "There's a pressure differential, unstable plating." Borvak halted, his light dimming slightly as he processed the information through tactile sensors Xylax couldn't perceive. He adjusted his course, his heavy steps becoming deliberate, careful. Reaching Gamma 7 was worse. The conduit spat angry blue arcs of energy into the scorched darkness. Radiation counters screamed. The repair required precision work in a cramped, hazardous space, a task impossible for Borvak's large hands and impossible for Xylax to endure unprotected for long. Borvak pulsed a slow, rhythmic pattern of deep blue and soft green light onto the wall beside the conduit. It wasn't his complex language, but a simple, repeating sequence. Steady. Calm. Safe. He positioned his massive body between Xylax and the worst of the radiation leak, his crystalline form absorbing a significant amount of the harmful energy, his light providing the only illumination. Xylax took a shuddering breath. The rhythmic light was soothing. It wasn't chaotic flashes, but a deliberate, gentle beacon. He understood the unspoken message: "I am here. You are shielded. Do your work." Trust, fragile but real, bloomed in the radioactive dark. With paws that didn't tremble, Xylax wriggled into the cramped space. He worked with breathtaking speed and dexterity, guided by touch and the steady, rhythmic glow Borvak cast. He felt the heat, the residual radiation prickling his fur, but the crushing fear was replaced by focus. Borvak remained an unmoving bulwark, his internal light a constant, calming presence, a silent anchor. When a secondary energy surge threatened, Borvak shifted minutely, taking the brunt of the blast on his shielded side, a low rumble of pain vibrating through him. Xylax didn't pause, but his heart clenched with a new feeling concern for the giant who was his shield. Minutes felt like hours. Finally, with a final, delicate twist of a micro-spanner, Xylax connected the last filament. "It's done," he rasped, scrambling back. Borvak's light surged bright gold pure, unadulterated relief and triumph. He carefully lifted Xylax away from the conduit, just as the repaired system hummed back to life. Emergency lights stabilized. The groaning of the hull lessened. The slow drag towards the pulsar ceased. The true meaning, the end and resolution. Back on the bridge, power restored but system still fragile, they sat not in silence but in a comfortable quiet. The bridge lights were set low, comfortable for Xylac. Borvek sat nearby, his internal light a soft, warm amber, pulsing slowly and rhythmically a silent, soothing lullaby Xylac now understood. Xylac looked at the giant crystal being. "Your light," he said softly, "during the repair it helped. It was steadying." Borvak shifted, his plates making a soft, melodic chime. He pulsed a gentle green. Equals understood. Your perception guided. Your courage necessary. He then did something new. He focused a narrow beam of soft, warm light onto the console between them, forming a simple, stable shape, a circle. Equals friendship. Tears, warm and unexpected, welled in Xylac's large eyes. Not tears of fear or pain, but of profound understanding. He reached out a small, silver-furred paw and gently placed it on the console within the circle of light. It felt warm, solid, safe. "Yes," he breathed. Friendship. The journey to Epsilon Eridani 4 continued, but the ship was transformed. Xylac learned to interpret the subtle shifts in Borvak's light, finding meaning and emotion in the hues and rhythms. He even crafted a small, light-dampening visor that allowed him to observe Borvak's full communication without discomfort. Borvak learned the value of quiet, the language of small sounds, and moved with a new, deliberate gentleness. He discovered that Xylac's sensitivity allowed him to detect engine harmonics and structural stresses long before the ship's sensors registered them. They faced other minor challenges, navigating an ion storm, negotiating with a skeptical colony director, but they faced them together. Xylac would perch on Borvak's broad shoulder, whispering observations, while Borvak's imposing presence and calm, resonant voice conveyed their combined will. They repaired the colony's failing atmospheric processor not just with their skills, but with an easy, wordless collaboration that amazed the settlers. One evening, under the twin moons of Epsilon Eridani 4, they stood looking up at the unfamiliar stars. The delivery was complete. Their mission was over. "The Weaver is repaired," Xylac said softly, the scent of alien pine and damp earth filling the cool air. "We return to different sectors tomorrow." Borvak pulsed a soft, deep blue, tinged with a hint of violet, a color Xylac now recognized as contemplation mixed with a touch of melancholy. Equals journey shared. Understanding gained. Xylac looked up at the towering crystalline form, his friend. "The meaning wasn't just in delivering the parts," he said, understanding dawning fully. "It was in the delivering of ourselves. In the dark, we found light in each other." Borvak lowered his massive head, focusing his internal light onto Xylac. It wasn't blinding, but a gentle, encompassing warmth, like sunlight filtered through leaves. Within the light, he pulsed a complex, beautiful pattern, a story of darkness, fear, strength offered, trust given, and a bond forged. It was the story of them. Equals friendship. Light in the void. Strength in the small. Shared. Forever. Xylac didn't need the visor. He understood. He placed his paw against Borvak's cool, smooth crystal leg. No more words were needed. Under the alien sky, the small forest mechanic and the giant crystal navigator stood in perfect, peaceful silence, a testament to the universe's most unexpected and enduring magic, the quiet, resilient light of true friendship, discovered not in similarity, but in the brave, kind-hearted bridging of worlds. The stars above seemed to twinkle a little brighter, mirroring the warm, steady glow that now and always connected them across the vast and wondrous dark. Story 82. Story 83. The soft hum of their emergency pod's engines faded into the twilight as Kip, a lanky human botanist with perpetually dirt-smudged glasses, stumbled onto the mossy surface of an uncharted planet. The air smelled of lavender and ozone, and the sky rippled with curtains of emerald light that made his wrist computer flicker uselessly. He'd been collecting atmospheric samples near their Andromeda belt when his shuttle malfunctioned, and now his only company was the chirping of unseen creatures and the uneasy knowledge that his oxygen reserves would last precisely 72 hours. 3 valleys away, a small amphibious being named Tull pressed all 6 of her suction-cupped hands against the cracked windshield of her own crashed vessel. Her people communicated through bioluminescent patterns that danced across their skin, but the swirling colors beneath her opalescent scales had dimmed to a worried gray. The Gretharians had warned her about solo missions to primitive worlds, yet how could she resist studying the rumpled green planet that local traders called the world where time naps? Now her translation pendant was shattered, her hydration tanks were leaking, and the strange pink sun made her gills itch. Their meeting happened at dawn near a crystalline stream, where Kip was testing edible fungi and Tull was seeking biocompatible water. When the human tripped over a half-buried rock and sent his specimen jar clattering into the shallows, Tull's frilled head emerged from behind a waterfall, her neck spines flaring cobalt blue with alarm. Kip froze, one hand hovering near his rusted multi-tool. Back on Earth, first contact protocols had been a mandatory seminar, but nothing had prepared him for the reality of a 4-foot-tall alien resembling a cross between a seahorse and a living watercolor painting. Hello," Kip ventured, palms raised. Tull blinked her lidless eyes, the patterns on her skin stuttering between cerulean curiosity and sunflower yellow caution. She trilled a series of notes that shimmered in the air like liquid glass, then gestured emphatically at the stream. When Kip didn't respond, she huffed a bubble of iridescent mist and pointed at his spilled jar, then at a cluster of violet mushrooms growing nearby. "You know about fungi." Kip adjusted his glasses, heart racing. Slowly he reached into his pack and withdrew his prized possession, a terraforming manual with pictographic diagrams. The pages fluttered open to an illustration of symbiotic root systems. Tull's scales bloomed peach pink. She waded ashore, water cascading off her translucent robes, and tapped a 3-fingered hand against the diagram. With the other 5 limbs, she began sculpting the damp soil into a miniature landscape, her touch making the dirt sparkle faintly. Kip watched in awe as mushrooms sprouted from her sculptures, releasing spores that glowed in time with her skin patterns. Their first misunderstanding came at sunset, as Kip attempted to share his protein rations. Tull recoiled from the offered meal bar, her scales flushing deep indigo, a color Kip would later learn signaled profound disgust. In her haste to retreat, she knocked over their collaborative soil model, destroying hours of work. That night, as twin moons rose, they sat on opposite sides of the stream, Kip nibbling his rejected snack and Tull sulking in a self-made bubble of briny mist. The breakthrough arrived via rainstorm. When fat, warm droplets began pelting the valley, Kip scrambled to waterproof his oxygen recycler, only to notice Tull standing perfectly still, her frills spread wide to catch the downpour. Where water touched her, the gray streaks in her scales revived into peacock hues. Emboldened, Kip placed his water collection tarp beneath her, multiplying the rainfall's effect. Tull's resulting chromatic display, swirls of gratitude in gold and silver, made his chest ache with unexpected joy. Over the next 2 days, their survival dance became a language. Tull taught Kip which lichens could purify air, her 6 hands demonstrating filtration techniques with ballet-like precision. Kip rigged a solar still from his shuttle's wreckage, grinning when Tull used the distilled water to grow an edible coral garden. They developed inside jokes. Tull would mimic the beeping of Kip's failing oxygen sensor, scales flashing crimson alarm, while Kip invented silly names for the planet's odd creatures, fluffle snoots for the fuzzy marsh dwellers, glow rumps for the bioluminescent tree climbers. the crisis struck on the third morning. While exploring a cave system, Kip's foot plunged through what appeared to be solid ground. Tull lunged, gripping his wrist with 3 hands, while anchoring herself to a stalagmite with the others. As the human dangled over a bottomless crevasse, he noticed the cave walls were breathing, pulsing gently like a colossal lung. "Let go," Kip gasped. "You'll fall too." Tull's scales blazed ultramarine determination. With a sound like wind chimes made of ice, she hauled him upward inch by inch, her muscles quivering. When they finally collapsed onto safe ground, Kip's glasses sat crookedly on his nose, revealing tears he'd never admit to. Tull's normally iridescent skin had dulled to the color of weathered stone. That afternoon, as they limped back to camp, Kip noticed Tull's gills flaring irregularly. Her steps left faint scorch marks in the moss. Remembering his botany training, he gathered armfuls of the jelly-like lichen she'd shown him, pressing it against her overheating skin. Tull responded by sculpting an emergency oxygen extractor from clay and glowing spores, her movements sluggish but precise. As the planet's green auroras danced overhead that final night, their inventions hummed in harmony, Tull's bioreactor cleaning the air while Kip's jury-rigged cooling system regulated her temperature. They sat shoulder to frill, passing Kip's sketchbook back and forth. He drew the constellations as seen from Earth. She painted their patterns in bioluminescent algae. When Tull began sketching a star map with trembling fingers, Kip finally understood. Her people navigated by scent trails in the solar winds, and she'd been trying to chart a path home. The rescue came at dawn's first light, though neither expected it to arrive simultaneously. A Grotharian scout ship descended in a whirl of perfumed mist, just as a human salvage cruiser broke through the atmosphere. The companions stood between their respective rescuers, the ground beneath them carpeted with flowers that had bloomed overnight in response to Tull's restored health. Kip pressed the lichen-purified water capsule into Tull's primary hand. "For your next adventure," he said, knowing she couldn't understand the words but hoping she'd catch the meaning. Tull responded by plucking a scale from her wrist, a Grotharian gesture of kinship, and embedding it in the cover of his sketchbook. Where it touched the paper, tiny star maps bloomed like silver ink. Years later, when Kip's students asked about the framed scale in his laboratory, or Tull's crew inquired about the odd Earth book in her navigation suite, neither could fully explain the bond forged in those 3 days. But every harvest moon, when Earth's atmosphere rippled with auroras and the Grotharian scent trails aligned, they'd meet on that repaired planet, now officially named Silent Tongue's Bridge, to replenish the lichen gardens and add another page to their shared sketchbook beneath the naps of time. Story 84. The first crisp breath of autumn stirred the leaves of the whisperwood, painting the familiar green canopy in strokes of gold, russet, and flame. In a snug cottage nestled between ancient oaks lived a young gardener named Finn. Finn loved the steady rhythm of summer, the predictable unfurling of petals, the constant hum of bees, the way his beloved moon petals bloomed faithfully each dusk, their silver faces turned towards the rising moon. Change, especially the grand shift into autumn, filled him with a quiet unease. He'd watch the leaves flutter down like fallen stars, a tightness forming in his chest. "Why must it all go?" he'd murmur to his faithful terrier, Pippin, who merely thumped his tail against the warm hearthstones. Finn's garden, usually a riot of summer color, felt like a stage waiting for the curtain to fall. His prized moon petals, sensing the shortening days, began to droop, their luminous glow dimming. One evening, as a cider-scented breeze carried the first whispers of frost, Finn found a peculiar package on his moss-covered doorstep. It was wrapped in paper that shimmered like a dragonfly's wing, tied with a cord spun from dried lavender stalks. Inside lay a single seed, unlike any he'd ever seen. It was the deep, velvety purple of twilight, flecked with tiny points of light that seemed to shift and dance when touched by the firelight. A note written in elegant, looping script read simply, "Plant where the heart fears to tread, water with courage." Finn puzzled over it. Where did his heart fear to tread? Not the dark forest paths, he knew them well. Not the high meadow. It was the idea of the garden changing, of letting go of the summer's bounty, that truly unsettled him. He realized the seed was meant for the bare patch of earth at the very center of his garden, a spot he'd always avoided replanting since his cherished starblooms had faded the previous autumn. It felt like a wound, a reminder of loss. Planting there felt like inviting more change, more inevitable loss. He confided in his two dearest friends. There was Bramble, the sturdy woodcutter with hands like gnarled roots and a laugh as deep as a well. Bramble saw change as simply the forest breathing necessary, natural, and full of its own rugged beauty. "Seasons turn, Finn," he rumbled, sipping spiced cider by Finn's fire. "The oak sheds its leaves not to die, but to gather strength for new growth. Seems to me that seed's asking you to trust the turnin'." Then there was Layla, the quiet potter whose eyes held the calm depth of still ponds. She rarely spoke much, but her presence was a soothing balm. She simply placed a warm, clay-smelling hand over Finn's, where it clenched on the seed packet. "Sometimes," she whispered, "the deepest magic needs space made by letting go." Their gentle words, spoken in the warm, firelit cocoon of his cottage, eased the knot in Finn's chest, though it didn't vanish entirely. Taking a deep breath filled with the scent of wood smoke and damp earth, Finn took the twilight seed to the bare patch. The earth felt cool and strangely expectant beneath his fingers. He dug a small hole, placed the seed with trembling hands, and covered it. "Courage," he whispered, pouring not just water from his watering can, but pouring out his fear of the unknown onto the dark soil. He wasn't sure if he felt courageous, but he felt less alone. Days turned into weeks. Autumn deepened its hold. The moon petals finally closed their silver faces for the season, retreating into their roots. Finn felt the familiar pang, but now, alongside it, was a flicker of curiosity directed towards the bare patch. He tended it diligently, whispering words of encouragement, remembering Bramble's strength and Leela's quiet faith. Yet nothing happened. The patch remained stubbornly bare, a dark eye staring up at the gray sky. Doubt crept back in. Had he misunderstood? Had he failed? One frosty morning, Finn awoke to find the world transformed. A delicate lacework of ice covered every surface, sparkling like scattered diamonds under the pale sun. He pulled on his thick woolen socks and shuffled to the window, Pippin at his heels. His breath caught. In the very center of the bare patch, where the twilight seed lay buried, a single, impossibly slender shoot had pushed through the frozen earth. It was no taller than his thumb, yet it glowed with a soft, internal amethyst light, defying the frost clinging to its stem. It was fragile, yet undeniably there. As the days grew shorter and colder, the shoot grew with astonishing resilience. It didn't fear the frost, it seemed to draw strength from it. Tiny buds formed, encased in shimmering ice crystals, that refracted the weak winter sun into rainbows on the snow-covered ground. Finn watched in awe, tending it with warm water melted by the fire and whispers filled with newfound wonder. Bramble would stop by, stamping snow from his boots, to marvel at the icy bloom. "See, Finn, told ya, tough as old roots, that one." Leela would sit silently on the garden bench, her breath misting in the air, simply observing the plant's quiet defiance, a small, contented smile on her lips. The plant, which Finn began to call the frostbloom, didn't replace the moon petals. It existed alongside the sleeping garden, a testament to a different kind of beauty. Its blooms unfurled on the longest, coldest nights not petals, but intricate structures of living ice, shaped like crystalline stars and delicate snowflakes. They emitted a soft, chiming sound when the wind stirred them, like tiny bells, and a scent as clean and sharp as mountain air. The light they cast was cool and silvery, illuminating the dormant garden in an ethereal glow. Watching the frostbloom thrive where he had feared only barrenness taught Finn profound lessons. He saw that change wasn't an ending, but a transformation. The garden wasn't dying, it was resting, gathering strength, and within it, new, unexpected magic was waiting to emerge, magic that required the cold, the quiet, the letting go. He learned that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the act of tending to something precious, even when fear whispered in his ear. Bramble's sturdy acceptance and Leela's quiet faith had been the water and sunlight for his own wilting spirit. One particularly clear, frost-laden night, with the stars blazing like icy pinpricks overhead, Finn stood beside the fully grown frostbloom. Its crystalline branches reached towards the moon, chiming softly. Pippin snuffled contentedly in the snow nearby. Finn no longer felt the tight dread of autumn's arrival. Instead, he felt a profound sense of peace, a deep belonging to the endless, beautiful cycle. He understood now that he was like the garden. His fear of change was the bare patch, the necessary space needing to be made. Planting the seed, tending it despite doubt, had been his own inner growth mirrored in the earth. The frostbloom's magic wasn't just in its icy beauty. It was the magic of resilience, of finding light in the dark, of discovering that within vulnerability lay the deepest strength. He looked back at his cottage, warm light spilling from the windows, where Bramble and Leela sat sharing stories by the fire, waiting for him. The scent of wood smoke mingled with the frostbloom's crisp perfume. The gentle chime of the icy blossoms was a lullaby for the sleeping earth. Finn smiled, a genuine, peaceful smile that started deep within his thawing heart. The seasons would keep turning, the garden would keep changing, and so would he. But now he knew he wasn't merely enduring the changes. He was growing alongside them, discovering new, unexpected blossoms within himself with every turn of the year. He bent down, touched a glowing crystalline petal, cool and vibrant under his fingertips, and whispered into the hushed, starry night, "Thank you." The frostbloom chimed softly in reply, a sound like comfort itself, echoing through the peaceful, sleeping whisperwood. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The fire crackled softly, painting dancing shadows on the walls as the scent of cedar logs filled the air. Outside, the wind sighed through the ancient oak trees, a lullaby for the night. Tonight we journey to a place hidden just beyond the edge of sight, where magic whispers in the rustling leaves and true friendship can bloom in the most unexpected soil. Leo often felt like a shadow in his own bustling home. With 3 boisterous older brothers whose laughter echoed like thunder and a baby sister whose cries demanded constant attention, Leo's quiet nature seemed to vanish into the background. He wasn't loud, nor was he particularly athletic like his brothers. He preferred the company of his sketchbook, capturing the intricate veins of a fallen leaf or the determined path of a beetle across a sun-warmed stone. He felt most days as invisible as the dust motes swirling in the afternoon sunbeams that slanted through the kitchen window. One crisp autumn afternoon, driven by a longing for stillness, Leo wandered further into the woods behind his house than usual. The familiar paths gave way to tangled undergrowth, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled gold coins. The air grew cooler, smelling richly of damp earth and decaying leaves, a comforting ancient scent. He pushed through a curtain of cascading willow branches, their long tendrils brushing his cheeks like cool fingers. He stumbled into a clearing unlike any he'd ever seen. It wasn't large, but it hummed with a quiet, vibrant energy. Moss, thick and velvet soft, carpeted the ground in shades of emerald and jade. Tiny star-shaped flowers glowed with a soft, internal light, scattered amongst the moss like fallen constellations. A crystal-clear stream, no wider than Leo's hand, chuckled merrily over smooth, multicolored pebbles. Ancient trees, their bark etched with patterns that seemed almost written, formed a protective circle around this hidden sanctuary. Sunlight, somehow warmer and gentler here, bathed everything in a golden haze. It felt alive and peaceful, deeply, profoundly peaceful. Leo named it Whisperwood Glade in his heart. In the very center of the glade, nestled amongst the glowing star flowers, lay an object. It was a simple locket, oval-shaped, forged from a metal that wasn't silver or gold, but seemed to shift in the light, holding hints of both sunset and moonlight. It felt warm to the touch when Leo carefully picked it up, thrumming with a faint, steady pulse, like a tiny heartbeat. Intrigued, he gently pried it open. Inside, instead of a picture, lay a smooth, polished stone the color of deep twilight. It seemed to hold swirling galaxies within its depths. As Leo touched the stone, a wave of pure, calming energy washed over him, a sense of being deeply understood. He fastened the cool chain around his neck, the locket resting comfortably against his chest. It felt right. Like finding a piece of himself he hadn't known was missing. He returned the next day and the next, drawn back to the glade's tranquility. He sketched the glowing flowers, the ancient trees, the laughing stream. He felt seen here, his quiet presence welcomed by the whispering leaves and the gentle hum of the place. The locket against his skin pulsed softly, a constant, comforting companion. He discovered its first magic almost by accident. Sitting by the stream, feeling a familiar pang of loneliness, he absent-mindedly touched the twilight stone. Suddenly the babbling water seemed to form distinct sounds, not words exactly, but clear feelings, contentment, joy in the journey, the cool delight of flowing over smooth stones. He gasped, pulling his hand away. The sound returned to its usual murmur. Touching the stone again, the gentle feelings flowed back. The locket of understanding, he thought with awe. It let him hear the simple, pure emotions of the natural world around him. His peaceful solitude was shattered one misty morning. A rustle, far too large for a squirrel or bird, came from the far side of the glade, near the thickest stand of ancient, knotted oaks. Leo froze, his heart hammering against his ribs. Slowly, cautiously, a creature emerged from the mist-shrouded shadows. It was unlike anything Leo had ever imagined. Taller than him, it moved with a surprisingly graceful gait on long, slender legs, ending in broad, padded feet that made no sound on the moss. Its body was covered in thick, shaggy fur the color of storm clouds, shifting from deep charcoal to soft silver gray. Two large, spiraling horns, like polished ebony, swept back from its broad head. Its face was long, with large, luminous eyes the color of amber, currently wide with a mixture of curiosity and profound wariness. It had a long, prehensile tail that twitched nervously. To Leo, raised on tails of woodland beasts, it looked like something straight out of a frightening legend, a creature of the deep woods, a potential monster. Fear, cold and sharp, flooded him. He scrambled back, tripping over a root and landing hard on the soft moss. The creature flinched at his sudden movement, letting out a soft, rumbling sound that vibrated deep in its chest. It didn't advance, but those huge amber eyes watched him intently, filled with an intelligence that surprised Leo. It looked scared. Scared of him. The thought was so unexpected, it momentarily pierced his own fear. Remembering the locket, Leo's trembling fingers fumbled for the twilight stone. He pressed it, focusing desperately on the creature. Instead of hearing words, a wave of complex emotions washed over him. A deep, aching loneliness that mirrored his own, a profound protectiveness towards the glade, and a sharp, stabbing fear of the small, unfamiliar being before it. Leo felt a jolt of surprise. This wasn't a monster's mind, it was the mind of a guardian, feeling just as vulnerable and uncertain as he did. Hesitantly keeping his movements slow, Leo pushed himself up. He didn't run. He met the creature's amber gaze. "Hello," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the stream's chuckle. The creature tilted its great head, the rumbling sound softening. Leo felt a flicker of cautious curiosity through the locket's connection. Emboldened, he slowly held out his empty hand, palm open. "I'm Leo, I didn't mean to scare you. I just found this place. It's beautiful." A long moment stretched, filled only by the rustle of leaves and the stream's song. Then, incredibly slowly, the creature took one step forward. Then another. It stopped just a few feet away, its warm breath puffing gently in the cool air. It lowered its head slightly, sniffing cautiously at Leo's outstretched hand. Through the locket, Leo felt the fear recede, replaced by a hesitant, fragile hope. The creature gently nudged his hand with its broad, velvety nose. The touch was surprisingly soft. Tentatively, Leo reached out and touched the thick, soft fur on the creature's shoulder. It didn't pull away. Instead, a deep, resonant purr vibrated through its chest, a sound like distant thunder softened by rain. A feeling of cautious acceptance, warm as sunlight, flowed from the locket. Leo smiled, a genuine, wide smile. "I'm glad I met you," he said softly. "Do you live here? Do you have a name?" The creature couldn't speak, but Leo felt a complex impression through the locket. The ancient oaks, the scent of damp moss after rain, the sharp tang of pine needles. It felt like belonging. Like home. "Thistle," Leo murmured, thinking of the tough, resilient plant often hidden amongst softer things, yet beautiful in its own way. "Can I call you Thistle?" A wave of warm agreement washed over him. Thistle nudged him again, a little more playfully this time. Thus began an extraordinary friendship. Leo visited Whisperwood Glade every chance he got. With Thistle as his gentle guide and the locket of understanding as his bridge, Leo explored the hidden wonders of the glade. He learned which glowing starflowers bloomed only under the light of the crescent moon, and which patches of moss held the sweetest dew. Thistle showed him a hidden spring whose water tasted like liquid sunlight, and a hollow tree where luminous moths, wings like stained glass, rested during the day. Leo shared his sketches with Thistle, who would examine them with deep interest, rumbling softly. He talked about feeling invisible at home, and through the locket he felt Thistle's deep empathy, a shared understanding of solitude. He learned Thistle was the guardian spirit of the glade, connected to its life force, nurturing the plants and ensuring its delicate balance. The loneliness Leo sensed wasn't just Thistle's own, but also a reflection of the glade's long isolation from the human world. Their peaceful days were interrupted when Leo arrived one morning to find the glade changed. The air felt heavy and still, the comforting hum muted. The usually vibrant moss looked dull, and several patches near the stream's edge were brown and withered. The starflower's glow was dimmed. Thistle paced anxiously, her large amber eyes clouded with worry. A low, distressed rumble came from her chest. Leo touched the locket and felt it immediately, a deep unease emanating from the glade itself, a sense of sickness. The stream's usual joyful babble felt sluggish and sad. "What's wrong?" Leo asked, his heart sinking. Thistle nudged him towards the stream's source, deeper into the protective circle of ancient trees than Leo had ever ventured. They pushed through a curtain of thick, hanging vines into a smaller, even more sacred-feeling space. In the center stood an ancient, gnarled tree, its trunk wider than Leo could embrace. Its bark shimmered with faint silver veins. This was the heartwood tree, Thistle conveyed through feelings and images the source of the glade's magic, its lifeblood. But now one of its massive roots, exposed near the surface, was dark and oozing a viscous, foul-smelling black sap. The ground around it was barren and cold. The sickness Leo felt radiated powerfully from this spot. Thistle nudged the blackened root, letting out a mournful sound. Leo felt her helplessness and fear. She knew the glade was sick, but the cause was hidden, a mystery poisoning the heartwood. Without understanding the source, she couldn't heal it. The glade's magic and Thistle's strength as its guardian were fading. Leo knelt by the afflicted root, the locket warm against his skin. He focused, pouring his concern and determination into the twilight stone, asking it to show him the truth. The locket pulsed strongly. As his fingers brushed the dark, sticky sap, a jumble of sensations flooded him not from the tree, but carried within the sickness itself. He felt confusion, a sharp sting of pain, and then a deep, resonating hum. A familiar hum. It was the same vibration he felt when touching the stones in the stream, but twisted, distorted, and amplified 1,000-fold. And beneath that, a feeling of being trapped, buried, and suffocated. The stones, Leo murmured, looking towards the laughing stream. Something's wrong with the stones. But the stones in the stream felt joyful and healthy when he touched them. The answer lay deeper. He remembered Thistle showing him the hidden spring, the source of the stream. It bubbled up from deep underground, fed by hidden currents. The source, Leo exclaimed, looking at Thistle. The sickness comes from underground, near the spring. Something's poisoning the water deep down, hurting the stones there, and it's spreading up to the heartwood. Thistle's eyes widened with understanding. She nudged Leo urgently towards the spring, hidden behind another cascade of ferns. The water bubbled clear and bright, but touching the locket while near it, Leo felt the faintest echo of that distorted hum beneath the spring's natural song. The source of the poison lay beneath the spring, but how could they reach it? They couldn't dig, the ground was thick with roots, and the glade's magic was too weak. Thistle paced, radiating frustration. Then, Leo remembered the heartwood's silver-veined bark. He touched the locket, focusing his question, how do we heal what's hidden? The locket pulsed and an image formed clearly in his mind, the deep twilight stone inside the locket, resonating, its gentle energy flowing down like roots, seeking the source of the discord. The locket, Leo breathed. Maybe it can reach it. Like it lets me understand. Maybe it can send understanding, healing, down. Thistle lowered her great head, looking at the locket, then at the spring. She rumbled softly, a sound of agreement and encouragement. She placed one large, padded foot gently on the ground near the spring's source, closing her eyes. Leo felt a surge of her remaining strength, a protective energy flowing into the earth, trying to guide the locket's power. Leo took a deep breath. He knelt by the spring, the heartwood's distress a palpable ache in his chest. He opened the locket, cradling the twilight stone in his palm. He closed his eyes, shutting out the world. He focused everything, his love for the glade, his friendship for Thistle, his own longing to be seen and to help, his deep understanding of the glade's life gained through the locket. He poured all of it into the stone, imagining its gentle, deep blue light flowing like liquid starlight down through the moss, through the roots, deep into the earth beneath the spring. He imagined it seeking the trapped, humming stones, washing over the source of the poison with compassion and clarity. He pictured the distorted hum softening, untwisting, returning to its natural, joyful vibration. He imagined the black poison dissolving, washed away by the pure light of understanding. He poured all his quiet strength, all the empathy the locket had nurtured in him, into that stream of light. Time seemed to stretch and blur. Sweat beaded on Leo's forehead. Thistle's rumbling grew softer, more focused, a steady anchor beside him. The locket grew warm, almost hot, in his palm, pulsing with a light he could feel even behind his closed eyelids. He felt a tremendous resistance deep below, a knot of darkness and pain. He didn't push against it, he simply surrounded it with the light of understanding, acknowledging its presence, offering peace instead of force. Suddenly, there was a shift. A deep, resonant chime vibrated up from the earth, pure and clear, like a giant crystal bell struck once. The distorted hum vanished. Leo felt a surge of pure, cool energy rush upwards through the ground. He opened his eyes. The black sap oozing from the heartwood roots shimmered, then dissolved like smoke, vanishing into the air. The dark stain on the root faded, replaced by healthy, silver-veined bark. The barren patch of earth around it softened, and tiny, glowing green shoots pushed through the moss almost instantly. A wave of pure, vibrant life energy washed through the glade, strong and sweet. The starflowers blazed with renewed light. The stream's chuckle deepened into a joyful song. The heavy, sickly feeling vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of wellness and profound peace. Thistle threw back her great head and let out a sound Leo had never heard, a deep, booming trumpet of pure joy that echoed through the trees. She danced, a surprisingly graceful stomp on her broad feet, her shaggy fur seeming to shimmer. She lowered her head and nuzzled Leo fiercely, her amber eyes glowing with gratitude and affection that flowed powerfully through the locket, warm as sunshine. Leo laughed, pure relief and happiness bubbling up inside him. He hugged Thistle's massive neck, burying his face in her soft, storm-cloud fur. They had done it. Together. As Leo walked home later, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of apricot and lavender, he felt different. The familiar feeling of invisibility was gone, replaced by a quiet warmth radiating from his core. He hadn't shouted or fought, he'd listened, understood, and offered quiet strength. He had faced fear with empathy, solved a mystery with perception, and helped heal a hidden world. He had a true friend in Thistle, a friendship built on seeing past appearances to the gentle heart beneath. The locket of understanding rested against his chest, cool and comforting, a reminder of the magic found in quiet connection. That night, as he lay in bed, the sounds of his busy house settling down around him, he didn't feel lost in the noise. He felt anchored. He thought of Whisperwood Glade, vibrant and healed, and of Thistle standing guard under the starlight. He remembered the deep chime of the earth healing, a sound he now carried within him. He knew he wasn't invisible. He was Leo, the boy who understood the whispers of the world, the friend of the storm cloud guardian, the keeper of a quiet magic. A deep sense of peace, as soft and enveloping as the moss in the glade, settled over him. He closed his eyes, a small smile on his lips, and drifted into sleep filled with the gentle glow of starflowers and the comforting rumble of a friend's purr, knowing that true strength and belonging bloomed in the quietest, most unexpected places. The crackling fire seemed to sigh in contentment, its warm light guarding his dreams. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced through the canopy in delicate patterns, there lay a quaint village known as Mistwood Hollow. This village was unlike any other, nestled snugly between towering oaks and whispering pines. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook provided a constant, soothing lullaby. Mistwood Hollow was home to a small, tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls. Among them was a young boy named Finn. Finn had eyes the color of the forest after a rainstorm, deep and vibrant, with a spirit as gentle as the morning dew. He was a curious child, always eager to explore the hidden nooks and crannies of the forest that surrounded his home. One crisp, golden morning, Finn set out for an adventure, his heart brimming with the promise of discovery. The forest was alive with the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves underfoot. Finn loved these sounds. They were like the voice of an old friend, comforting and familiar. As he wandered deeper into the woods, Finn stumbled upon a clearing he had never seen before. In the center of this clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with branches that stretched towards the sky like welcoming arms. It was unlike any tree Finn had ever seen, its bark shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Intrigued, Finn approached the tree, his footsteps light and respectful. As he drew nearer, he noticed something peculiar nestled among the roots, a small, intricately carved box. It was made of polished wood, with delicate engravings that seemed to shift and change in the dappled sunlight. Finn's heart raced with excitement and a hint of trepidation. He knelt beside the box and gently lifted the lid. Inside, he found a beautiful iridescent stone that pulsed with a soft, warm light. As Finn held the stone in his hands, a gentle breeze swirled around him, carrying with it a whisper that seemed to speak directly to his heart. "Guardianship," the voice murmured. "With this stone you shall unlock the secrets of the forest. It will guide you, reveal the unseen, and teach you the true meaning of friendship and courage." Finn's eyes widened with wonder and a sense of responsibility. He slipped the stone into his pocket, feeling its comforting warmth against his skin. Little did he know that this discovery would set him on a journey that would change him forever. As days turned into weeks, Finn found himself returning to the ancient tree and its clearing. With the stone in his possession, the forest seemed to come alive in new and wondrous ways. He could hear the whispered conversations of the trees, feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath his feet, and see the hidden world that thrived within the natural environment. One misty afternoon, as Finn sat beneath the old tree, he met a peculiar creature. It was a small, sprightly being with eyes that gleamed like polished amber and wings as delicate as a butterfly's. The creature introduced itself as Lyra, a guardian of the forest. Finn and Lyra quickly became friends, united by their shared love for the woods and its mysteries. Lyra was wise beyond her years, her knowledge of the forest's secrets vast and profound. She taught Finn about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting it. Together, they embarked on countless adventures, exploring hidden groves and babbling brooks, uncovering the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. Finn learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds, each note a piece of the forest's intricate symphony. But not all was harmonious in Mistwood Hollow. A shadow loomed over the village, a mysterious blight that threatened to wither the trees and silence the songs of the forest. The villagers grew worried, their once vibrant spirits dimmed by fear and uncertainty. Finn, determined to help his beloved home, turned to Lyra for guidance. Together, they decided to seek out the source of the blight, hoping that the stone's magic would reveal the answers they sought. Their journey led them deep into the heart of the forest, to a place where the air was thick with magic and mystery. It was there that they discovered an ancient grove, its trees twisted and darkened by a malevolent force. In the center of the grove stood a figure cloaked in shadows, its presence both commanding and ominous. Finn felt a shiver run down his spine, but he stood firm, his resolve unwavering. The figure spoke, its voice a low, rumbling echo. "Why have you come, child of the forest? This is not a place for the likes of you." Finn took a deep breath, feeling the stone's warmth spread through him like a comforting embrace. "I have come to protect my home," he replied, his voice steady, "to heal the forest and restore its harmony." The shadowy figure chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "And what makes you think you can do that? The forest is dying, and there is nothing you can do to stop it." But Finn, with Lyra by his side, refused to give in to despair. He closed his eyes and focused on the stone, feeling its magic pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat. He thought of the forest's beauty, its resilience, and the love he held for its every creature and leaf. As his thoughts flowed through him, the stone began to glow brighter, casting a warm light that banished the shadows and revealed the grove's true form. The twisted trees began to straighten, their leaves unfurling with renewed life. The shadowy figure recoiled, its power waning in the face of Finn's unwavering spirit. "You may have won this time," it hissed, "but remember, the forest's fate is ever in your hands." With those parting words, the figure vanished, leaving Finn and Lyra standing in a grove now filled with light and hope. The blight was lifted, the forest's harmony restored. As they made their way back to Mistwood Hollow, Finn felt a profound sense of peace and accomplishment. He had learned that true strength came not from power or magic alone, but from love, friendship, and the courage to stand up for what he believed in. The villagers welcomed Finn and Lyra with open arms, their joy and gratitude boundless. The forest thrived once more, its songs echoing through the trees like a promise of brighter days to come. And so Finn's journey came to an end, but his heart was forever changed. He had discovered the magic that lay within him, the power of friendship, and the beauty of the world around him. And in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, beneath the ancient tree that had started it all, Finn found his place, a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its secrets, and a friend to all who called it home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft golden glow, Finn sat beneath the ancient tree, the iridescent stone in his hand. He watched as the stars began to twinkle in the sky, each one a reminder of the vast, wondrous world he was a part of. Beside him, Lyra perched on a low-hanging branch, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "You did well, Finn," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "The forest is alive and thriving because of you." Finn smiled, a warmth spreading through his heart. "I couldn't have done it without you, Lyra. Thank you for being my friend and guide." Lyra fluttered down to sit beside him, her eyes sparkling with affection. "We make a good team, don't we?" Finn nodded, feeling a deep sense of contentment. The forest was safe, its harmony restored, and he had found a friend in Lyra, someone who understood and shared his love for the natural world. As they sat together beneath the stars, Finn realized that his journey was far from over. There were still countless mysteries to uncover, lessons to learn, and adventures to embark upon. But he knew that with Lyra by his side and the magic of the forest in his heart, there was nothing he couldn't face. And so, in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, surrounded by the beauty and magic of the forest, Finn found his place in the world, a place where he belonged, where he was loved, and where he could make a difference. With a deep sense of peace and gratitude, Finn closed his eyes, the soft murmur of the forest lulling him into a gentle slumber. And as he drifted off to sleep, he knew that he was home, in the heart of the forest, in the company of friends, where dreams and reality intertwined in a tapestry of magic and wonder. The end. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. I see you are curious about the lights. Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are? Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless. Why are they restless? Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods, Selwyn explained, a hidden sadness that needs healing. The light seeks someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony. Mira's eyes widened with determination. I want to help. How can I do that? Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way. Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the whispering woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help. The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage. Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it. Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. Deep within the whisperwood, where ancient trees stretched moss-draped limbs towards a sky perpetually dappled with starlight, the boundaries between the seen and unseen thinned like morning mist. Here, beneath a canopy of emerald and gold, lived creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the forest's magic. The air hummed with the scent of damp earth, pine resin, and the faint, sweet perfume of moon-kissed night-blooming jasmine. Sunlight, when it filtered through, painted shifting patterns on the forest floor, warm as honey on the skin. In the hollow root of a grandfather oak, a small rabbit named Sorrel nestled her young kits. Their fur was the soft gray of twilight clouds, and their eyes held the wide wonder of the forest itself. Sorrel's own eyes, deep and knowing, held the quiet wisdom passed down from her mother and her mother before her. "Listen, little ones," she murmured, her voice a soft rustle like dry leaves. "The forest breathes, each rustle, each sigh of the wind, each drop of dew is part of a great song. We are its keepers." Nearby, perched on a branch veiled in velvet moss, a bright-eyed finch named Finch tuned his song. His melody wasn't just sound, it was a shimmering thread of light, visible only to those who truly belonged. It danced in the air, weaving with the scent of wild thyme crushed under delicate paws, and the cool, clean taste of the crystal stream that chuckled over smooth stones. Finch sang the sunrise, the gentle rain, and the promise of ripening berries, a chronicle of the forest's rhythm. High above, in the uppermost branches where sunlight was strongest, lived Thistle, a squirrel whose fur held the fiery hues of autumn. His movements were quick and sure, his paws expertly navigating the intricate lattice of branches. He collected stories whispered by the wind and secrets held in the rings of ancient trees. "The heartstone sleeps deep," he would chatter to Finch, his voice like pebbles tumbling in a brook. "But its dreams are the seasons. When it stirs, the magic flows." The heartstone was the forest's secret core, a luminous crystal buried deep beneath the oldest oak, pulsing with the slow, steady rhythm of the earth itself. It was the source of the Whisperwood's magic, the wellspring that tied the lives of all its creatures to the turning seasons and the subtle shifts in weather. Its energy manifested as the luminescent glow on fireflies, the sudden bloom of flowers overnight, and the gentle guidance of breezes that always seemed to lead lost creatures home. Balance was everything. Too much sun without rain or frost before its time, and the delicate harmony could fray. One crisp evening, as the first blush of autumn painted the maple leaves crimson and gold, a creeping chill descended unlike any Sorrel remembered. It wasn't the gentle, expected coolness of approaching fall, but a sharp, unnatural frost that bit deep. It painted the ferns silver and brittle, silenced Finch's luminous song mid-note, and made the stream's chuckle turn to a sluggish groan. Thistle, scampering down, found Sorrel huddled close to her shivering kits, her breath puffing white in the unnaturally cold air. "Thistle," Sorrel whispered, her voice tight with worry, "this frost, it feels wrong, it bites too deep too soon. The heartstone's rhythm, it feels faint." Finch fluttered down, his usual bright energy dimmed. "The song is fading," he peeped mournfully. "The light threads are thin and cold." A deep, resonant voice, like stones grinding slowly together, echoed through the roots. It was Old Oak, the ancient tree who had witnessed countless seasons. "The frost comes from beyond the Whisperwood," he rumbled, his leaves trembling despite the lack of wind. "A sickness in the wider world, a chill born of broken balance far away. It seeks to numb the heartstone, to silence the forest's song." Fear, cold and sharp as the frost itself, prickled through them. But Sorrel remembered her mother's tales. "The heartstone's strength is ours," she said, her voice gaining strength. "Its magic flows through every root, every leaf, every creature. We are its song." Thistle's eyes sparkled with determination. "We need to remind the heartstone of its own warmth. We need to sing the forest back to life." He recalled the stories, how the collective warmth and harmony of the creatures could bolster the stone's power. Finch took flight, his small chest puffing out. "I will sing the sun," he declared. He flew to the highest branch, braving the biting air. He poured his heart into a melody, not of light threads now, but of pure, desperate sound, a song of golden warmth, of dappled sunlight on moss, of the drowsy heat of summer afternoons. It was thin against the pervasive cold, but it was a start. Sorrel nudged her kits gently. "Come, little ones, think of the warmest burrow, the softest moss, the sweetest clover." Together they closed their eyes and focused. A soft, gentle warmth began to radiate from their small bodies, not fire, but the comforting heat of shared life, like the sun-warmed earth. They pressed close to old oak's massive roots, where the connection to the deep earth was strongest. Thistle didn't sing, he moved. He darted through the frost-laden branches, shaking loose clumps of snow, revealing resilient green leaves beneath. He gathered dried moss in the last warm autumn leaves, carrying them down to pile near Sorrel and her kits, adding their stored, earthy warmth to the growing pool. He chattered instructions to the field mice and the shy voles who peeked from their holes, encouraging them to stir, to move, to generate their own small warmth. "Remember the turning," Sorrel murmured to her kits, her voice a steady anchor. "Remember the spring rains, the scent of wet earth waking. Remember the summer sun, generous and golden. Remember the gentle fade into autumn's rest. This frost is not part of the true cycle. The heartstone knows the true rhythm. Help it remember." Finch's song grew stronger, joined now by the tentative chirps of other birds roused by his courage. A wood thrush added a rich, mellow note, a wren a bright trill. The combined melody wove through the cold air, a tapestry of sound yearning for warmth. The warmth radiating from Sorrel, her kits, and the small creatures gathered grew more tangible. It wasn't a roaring fire, but a deep, pervasive glow, like the first hint of dawn, spreading outwards from old oak's roots. Deep below, the faint pulse of the heartstone seemed to hesitate, then strengthen. A tremor ran through the earth, subtle as a sigh. Where the creature's combined warmth touched the frost-laden ground, tiny beads of water appeared, sparkling like diamond dust. The brittle silver coating on the ferns began to soften, revealing vibrant green beneath. The stream's groan lessened, replaced by a tentative trickle. High above, a single shaft of actual weak autumn sunlight pierced the heavy gray clouds, striking the forest floor where they gathered. It felt like a benediction. Finch's song soared, now threaded again with faint, shimmering light. Thistle whooped, scampering up to catch the sunbeam on his fur. Sorrel nuzzled her kits, their shivering finally easing. The unnatural, biting edge of the frost melted away, leaving behind the crisp, clean chill of a true autumn morning. The frost that remained was delicate, beautiful, adorning spiderwebs like lace, and dusting fallen leaves without harming them. The heartstone's pulse settled back into its deep, steady rhythm, stronger now, resonating through the roots and into the bones of every creature. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, the scent of damp earth and pine resin returning, rich and comforting. Old Oak's voice rumbled again, warm and deep as the earth itself. "You see, little ones, the magic isn't just in the stone. It lives in the harmony of all who call the Whisperwood home. When we remember our connection, when we share our warmth and our song, the forest endures. Balance is not stillness. It is the constant, gentle dance of giving and receiving, of singing and listening. Remember this wisdom as it was remembered for you." As the true autumn day unfolded, crisp and golden, Sorrel watched her kits explore the renewed forest, their tiny paws leaving prints in the softened earth. Finch sang a song of gratitude, the light threads dancing strong and clear. Thistle scampered, gathering nuts beneath a properly frost-touched oak. The stream chuckled merrily once more. The Whisperwood stood, ancient and resilient, its hidden life vibrant beneath the dappled light. The creatures had woven their small strengths together, a tapestry of warmth and song against the unnatural chill, guided by the wisdom of the seasons and the generations. They had touched the Heartstone's magic, not as separate beings, but as part of the forest's living, breathing whole. And as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky, a profound peace settled over the woods, deep and comforting as a well-loved blanket, whispering that all was well, all was in balance, and the forest's gentle song would play on through the long, safe night. The lantern light trembled in the crisp autumn air as Milo paused at the edge of the Whisperwood, his breath making little clouds that danced with the falling maple leaves. He'd followed the peculiar map etched into the old library desk, the one that only appeared when moonlight struck the wood at precisely 8:03 p.m., and now stood before a path paved not with stones, but with luminous mushrooms arranged in spiral patterns. Their caps glowed softly in hues of periwinkle and primrose, casting long shadows that seemed to beckon with wiggling fingers of light. The forest exhaled a melody as he stepped onto the mushroom path. Not music exactly, but the creak of ancient trees swaying in conversation, the rustle of ferns unfurling silver fronds, and somewhere distant, the liquid chuckle of water over smooth stones. Milo's boots sank into moss so thick and springy it felt like walking on grandmother's feather quilt, each step releasing the scent of rain-soaked earth and something sweeter, vanilla, honeycomb. That made his stomach rumble despite the butterflies flapping within it. He nearly tripped over the first creature, a hedgehog no larger than his palm, its quills shimmering like polished hematite. It blinked up at him with eyes like molten amber, tiny paws clutching a bundle of acorns wrapped in cobweb thread. "Mind the step," it piped in a voice like wind through reeds, gesturing with its snout toward a root that had indeed begun to rise from the path. Milo crouched, fascinated, as the root reshaped itself into a small archway threaded with bioluminescent lichen. "Thank you," he whispered, but the hedgehog had already vanished, leaving behind a single acorn tied with golden thread. Milo pocketed it carefully, the shell warm against his fingers. Deeper into the wood, the air grew thicker with magic, not the scary sort from storybooks, but the kind that made his sweater sleeves tingle as if full of static. He paused by a brook where the water flowed upward, droplets catching starlight as they defied gravity to water clusters of upside-down violets growing on the underside of a granite shelf. It was there he met Lila, a fox whose fur shifted colors like oil on water, her tail tipped with what appeared to be actual stardust. "You're here for the moonlight market," she stated more than asked, patting circles around him. When Milo nodded, too awestruck to form words, she nosed a birch leaf into his hand. "Trade this at the third stall, and don't pet the willow cats, they shed prophecies and you're not ready for those." The market materialized as he crossed a bridge of woven ferns, lanterns blooming to life one by one like fireflies answering a summons. Stalls lined the clearing, tended by creatures both familiar and fantastical, an owl with books nested in its feathers haggling with a frog wearing a waistcoat, a badger stirring a cauldron of soup that smelled like every good memory Milo had ever tasted. At the third stall, a towering moth with antennae like crystal chandeliers accepted his birch leaf gravely, exchanging it for a compass whose needle pointed not north, but toward needed truths. The challenges came gently, as the forest tested not his might, but his heart. He helped reunite a lost moonbeam with its constellation, discovering the beam was actually a mischievous rabbit made of solidified light. He soothed a weeping sapling by humming the lullaby his mother sang when thunderstorms rattled their farmhouse windows. When faced with a stone door carved with riddles, he realized the answers weren't words but actions, sharing his last walnut cookie with a trio of pebble mice, offering his scarf to a shivering cluster of glowworms. In the grove at the wood's heart, Milo found the source of the map's promise, a tree older than time, its bark etched with stories that shifted as he tilted his head. The roots cradled a pool where the water showed not reflections but possibilities, himself teaching the hedgehog to knit with spider silk, reading poetry to the upside-down violets, learning the language of rain from Leela. As he gazed, the compass grew warm in his hand, its needle spinning wildly before settling on his own chest. "You've always known the way home," murmured the tree, though its leaves didn't move. "Adventure isn't about finding new places, but seeing with new eyes." The return journey felt shorter yet richer, the forest now waving farewell with branches heavy with ripe persimmons, the path offering up a perfect heart-shaped stone that fit snugly in his palm. When Milo emerged from the whisperwood, dawn pinkening the sky like the inside of a seashell, he found the strange acorn from the hedgehog had sprouted in his pocket, a tiny sapling with leaves that chimed when the wind stirred them. He planted it by his bedroom window, where on quiet nights, if he presses his ear to the trunk, he can hear distant fox laughter and the splash of upward-flowing streams. The compass lives on his desk, needle quivering whenever he faces a choice, pointing steadfastly toward kindness. And sometimes, when the moon hits his window at precisely 8:03, the sapling's shadow casts a new map on his wall, but that, as they say, is a story for another night. In the quiet village of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into shapes like sleeping cats and every garden gate squeaked in its own peculiar melody, there was a mystery brewing as soft as the steam from a teacup. It began on a crisp autumn evening when young Milo, the clockmaker's apprentice, noticed something odd. The village sundial, which had always pointed faithfully to the sun's position, now spun lazily clockwise every time a cloud passed overhead. By the next morning, whispers fluttered through the cobblestone lanes like autumn leaves. Baker's bread turned lavender overnight, the mill pond rippled in perfect geometric patterns, and every third stair in the library staircase had gone mysteriously silent underfoot. Milo, a boy with a mop of chestnut hair and a pocket watch that ticked in time with his curiosity, decided to investigate. His first clue came from old Mrs. Thistledown, the village knitter, who claimed her yarn had begun knitting itself into tiny sweaters for the mice in the walls. "It's not mischief," she insisted, her silver needles clacking like crickets. "It's lonely magic, like something's trying to talk but doesn't know the words." Guided by the scent of cinnamon drifting from the hearth of the village's wise apothecary, Master Corwin, Milo found himself in a cozy shop where jars of starlight and dried thunder hummed on shelves. Corwin, a man whose beard seemed to hold constellations in its tangles, listened gravely. "Magic always has a reason," he murmured, stirring a copper pot of soup that smelled like forgiveness. "Look for patterns, lad. Even whispers leave footprints." The next day Milo noticed the anomalies followed a rhythm. The sundial spun fastest at noon, the bread turned lavender only when the wind blew east, and the library's silent stairs formed a perfect spiral. That night, under a moon the color of buttercream, he followed the trail of a glowing moth, a creature with wings like stained glass, to the edge of the whispering wood. There, beneath an ancient oak with roots like knuckles, he found a small, shivering creature, a dust hare, a rare magical being made of powdered starlight and autumn thistledown. Its ears drooped like wilted petals, and its eyes held the ache of 1,000 unsung songs. "I didn't mean to cause trouble," it hiccuped, voice like a rustling diary. "I was looking for a home. My old burrow was washed away by rains, and when I'm sad, my magic leaks." It gestured weakly to the air, where motes of its stardust swirled into shapes, a spinning sundial, a lavender loaf, a silent stare. "I just wanted someone to notice." Milo's heart folded like a well-loved letter. With Corwin's guidance, the village rallied. Children gathered acorn caps to catch the dust hare's runaway magic, weavers spun a nest from thistle silk, and the baker crafted a honeycake steeped in welcome. On the night of the harvest moon, the dust hare, now named Pippin, burrowed into its new home beneath the oak, its magic settling into gentle hums that made the sundial chime at noon and the library stairs sing lullabies. Years later, travelers would remark on Willowmere's enchantments, clocks that ticked in haiku, bread that tasted like cherished memories, and stairs that carried tired feet like a mother's arms. But the villagers simply smiled, sipping cider by firesides, and said, "The best magic isn't in the wonders you see. It's in the listening." And in the heart of the whispering wood, under an oak tree that glowed softly on lonely nights, a little creature who'd once been lost sighed contentedly, its stardust weaving dreams for every soul who'd learned to hear the world's quietest, kindest whispers. Once upon a starlit night, a young girl named Lily stood by her bedroom window, gazing wistfully at the velvety sky. Though only 9 years old, she felt a yearning for something more, a pull towards the great unknown that echoed in her restless heart. In the small village where Lily lived, changes came rarely. and life followed the steady rhythm of the seasons. But Lily's curious spirit longed to spread its wings and explore the vast world that lay beyond the rolling hills and ancient forests surrounding her home. Little did she know, a magical journey awaited her, one that would teach her the true meaning of growth and transformation. One evening, as Lily wandered through the woods, she stumbled upon an enchanting sight, a glittering pool nestled among the towering oaks. Mesmerized by its ethereal beauty, she knelt beside the water's edge, and that's when she saw it, a tiny glowing speck dancing upon the surface. With a delicate touch, Lily cupped the speck in her hands, and it unfurled into a dazzling sprite, no bigger than her thumb. The sprite's gossamer wings shimmered like crystal, and its eyes twinkled with ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young one," spoke the sprite in a voice as soft as moonbeams. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of these woods, and I sense the yearning in your heart." Lily gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "How is this possible? Are you magic?" Zephyr chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Magic exists all around us, dear child, if only we open our eyes to its wonders." From that moment on, Zephyr became Lily's guide, introducing her to the hidden magical realms that coexisted with the world she knew. Together they explored enchanted glades where pixies danced among the wildflowers, and ancient trees whispered secrets of bygone eras. Yet as wondrous as these experiences were, Lily's true transformation unfolded within her heart and mind. Zephyr's gentle teachings helped Lily understand that growth was not merely a physical change, but a journey of the spirit. With each new adventure, Lily learned valuable lessons: patience from the steady trickle of a stream, resilience from the oak that weathered storms, and courage from the brave little sparrow that took flight. And just as the natural world around her shifted with the seasons, so too did Lily's perspectives and dreams evolve. Lily's dearest friend, a kind-hearted boy named Ethan, bore witness to her remarkable journey. Though he could not see the magical beings, he supported Lily's explorations, offering a listening ear and a shoulder to lean on when the path grew challenging. One autumn day, as the leaves turned to fire and the air grew crisp, Zephyr appeared with a somber expression. "My time in these woods is nearing its end," the sprite said, her voice tinged with melancholy. "But fear not, little one, for the true magic lies within you now." Lily's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but she nodded, understanding that all things must change and grow. With a tender smile, Zephyr continued, "The seeds of wisdom I have planted in your heart will blossom into something extraordinary. Embrace the uncertainties of life, for they are windows to new discoveries and personal growth." As the sprite faded into the dappled sunlight, Lily felt a warmth blossoming in her chest, a newfound confidence and appreciation for the journey that lay ahead. In the years that followed, Lily's thirst for knowledge and experience only deepened. She pursued her dreams with unwavering determination, yet always remained grounded in the lessons Zephyr had imparted: to embrace change with grace, to find beauty in the smallest wonders, and to nurture the magic within her own heart. And though the enchanted realms faded from her sight, the magic lived on in Lily's open mind, her compassionate spirit, and her unwavering belief in the transformative power of growth and self-discovery. In the heart of the whispering woods, where silver birches swayed in conversations only the oldest roots could understand, autumn arrived in a sigh of cinnamon and wood smoke. The forest floor became a tapestry of crimson and gold, each leaf crunching like the turning of a well-loved storybook page. It was here, beneath the gnarled branches of the guardian oak, a tree whose trunk bore faces of seasons long past, that a young fox kit named Thistle first noticed the world trembling on the edge of imbalance. Thistle's paws itched with restless energy as he trotted through the amberlit groves, his russet fur dusted with dew. The air hummed with the absence of something vital, the soft, pulsing glow of the moonlit lichen that usually adorned the stones near Brook's Song Hollow had dimmed to a faint shimmer. Worse still, the brook herself ran thin and quiet, her laughter muted as if choked by sorrow. "Grandmother Moss told tales of this," Thistle murmured, recalling the elderly tortoise who dozed by the Cadale marshes. "When the lichen fades, the threads between seasons fray." His worry led him to the bramble gate, a archway of interwoven thorns where fireflies spelled out riddles in the dusk. There he found Sorrel, a pine marten with emerald-tipped ears, kneading clay into tiny pots. The earth's grown lighter, she fretted, her nose twitching. Even the clay won't hold shape, it crumbles like old bread. Together they ventured to the starlight meadow, where the air shimmered with pollen that glowed like captive stars. The meadow's keeper, an owl named Lumen with feathers like frosted velvet, perched atop a quartz monolith. "Ah," Lumen intoned, his voice a low cello note, "the weavers are troubled." He spread one wing toward the northern horizon, where the sky hung heavy, with clouds the color of unripe plums. "The frost spinners have not come to weave winter's first tapestry. Without their needles, autumn cannot end, and spring will never wake." The revelation sent Thistle's mind whirling like a sycamore seed. Every creature knew the frost spinners, ethereal beings who danced on the first freeze, stitching ice blossoms into the earth to cradle sleeping seeds. But no one knew where they dwelled in the off-seasons. "Perhaps the guardian oak remembers," Sorrel suggested, her claws tracing the ancient map of bark. As twilight deepened, the trees' knotted faces stirred, their wooden lips creaking open. "Seek the chamber of echoing roots," whispered the face carved with summer vines. "But mind the hollow's breath," warned the winter-scarred visage. "It hungers for warmth." Guided by glowworms strung like living lanterns, the trio descended through a labyrinth of roots into a cavern where time dripped from stalactites in honeyed droplets. The air smelled of petrichor and forgotten memories. There, pulsing in the gloom, hung the heartvine, a living cord woven from every plant that had ever taken root in the woods. Its usual jade radiance was sickly pale, its tendrils drooping. "Look," breathed Sorrel. A jagged crack split the cavern wall, leaching darkness that swallowed the heartvine's light. Thistle crept closer, ears flat. The hollow's breath, a creeping chill that numbed his whiskers, oozed from the fissure. "This is why the frost spinners stay away," Lumen realized. "Their magic is born of clean cold, not this emptiness." Grandmother Moss arrived at dawn, her shell etched with runes of binding. "To mend the hollow we must sing the binding song," she rasped. "But the song requires 4 voices, root, rain, feather, and fur." Thistle trembled. How could a fox kit contribute to ancient magic? Yet as Sorrel pressed her paw to the heartvine, as Lumen beat his wings in rhythm, as Grandmother Moss chanted words that shook loose stones into dust, Thistle understood. Closing his eyes, he poured his yearning for the forest's laughter into a wordless melody. The response was immediate. Moss bloomed over the crack, violets erupting through its edges as if stitching a wound. The heartvine blazed anew, its light rippling outward through the soil. High above, the clouds broke. Not with rain, but with a shower of crystalline threads, the frost spinners descending at last, their needle-like fingers trailing frost that glittered like diamond dust. By the next moonrise, Brooksong Hollow brimmed with water clear as liquid sky. The moonlit lichen glowed like earthbound constellations, and Thistle sat with friends beneath the guardian oak, sharing a feast of honeyed acorns and elderberry tart. Lumen hooted softly as the first snowflakes, each one a tiny, frozen poem, settled on the branches. "Seasons are a conversation," Grandmother Moss mused, her eyes reflecting the aurora now shimmering above. "To listen is to hold the world together." Thistle curled his tail over his nose, watching his breath make ghosts in the air. The woods hummed with restored magic, a symphony of rustling leaves and distant owl song. Somewhere deep in the earth, the heartvine throbbed in time with every heartbeat under its care. And as the snow wrapped the world in silence, Thistle dreamed not of heroics, but of dappled sunlight through new leaves, and the gentle certainty that come spring, he'd have more stories to share. The air in Oliver's small attic bedroom held the crisp, clean scent of laundered sheets mingled with the faint, comforting aroma of old paper from the books stacked precariously on his shelves. Rain tapped a gentle rhythm against the window pane, blurring the view of the sleepy village below, its lanterns glowing like captured fireflies in the damp twilight. Oliver, a boy with thoughtful eyes the color of storm clouds and hair perpetually escaping its neat combing, traced the raindrops with his finger. He felt a familiar restlessness, a yearning for something beyond the quiet predictability of his days. He turned from the window, his gaze falling upon the forgotten corner of his room, where a dusty wooden chest sat beneath a worn tapestry depicting a swirling nebula. His grandmother, a woman whose laughter had sounded like wind chimes and whose stories had painted galaxies on the ceiling, had left him the chest. "For when your heart seeks a different kind of map, Oliver," she'd whispered on her last visit. He hadn't opened it since her passing, the memory too tender. But tonight the rain's whisper and the quiet ache in his chest nudged him forward. Kneeling, he brushed away the dust. The chest opened with a soft sigh, releasing a scent of cedarwood and dried lavender. Inside, nestled in folds of faded velvet, lay an object that made his breath catch. It was a compass, but unlike any he'd ever seen. Its casing was crafted from a deep, warm wood, polished smooth by time, inlaid with swirling patterns of mother-of-pearl that seemed to shift in the dim light. The glass covering the face was thick, slightly convex, and beneath it lay not a simple north-seeking needle, but a complex arrangement of delicate, interlocking golden rings. At its very center, instead of a pivot, rested a single, perfect pearl that glowed with a soft, internal light, like captured moonlight. The cardinal points were marked not with letters, but with tiny, intricate symbols: a budding leaf, a snowflake, a sunburst, and a crescent moon. And around the edge, etched in a flowing script, were the words, "Seek the heartwood, find the light." Oliver's fingers trembled as he lifted it. The compass felt warm, alive almost, humming with a subtle vibration against his palm. As he held it, the central pearl pulsed brighter, and the golden rings began a slow, graceful dance, independent of each other, aligning and realigning in complex patterns. It wasn't pointing north, it seemed to be pointing inward towards the dense, ancient whisperwood forest that bordered the village, a place adults spoke of with hushed tones and warnings. A thrill, part fear and part irresistible excitement, shot through him. The restlessness coalesced into a single, clear impulse. He needed to follow it. Quietly he pulled on his sturdiest boots, a thick, knitted jumper the color of moss, and a waterproof cloak. He slipped the compass into his deepest pocket, its warmth a constant, reassuring presence against his leg. Creeping past the slumbering forms of his parents, he eased open the back door, stepping into the rain-kissed night. The whisperwood at night was a different world. Raindrops pattered on the canopy high above, creating a constant, soothing murmur. The air was cool and damp, thick with the scent of wet earth, decaying leaves, and the sharp, clean tang of pine. Moonlight, fractured by the dense foliage, painted shifting silver patterns on the forest floor. Guided solely by the warm pulse in his pocket and the soft, guiding glow he saw when he occasionally checked the compass, Oliver moved deeper than he ever had. The golden rings spun and settled, pointing unerringly towards a massive, ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots forming arches like the entrance to a cathedral. The compass pulsed strongly now, the pearl blazing like a tiny star. As Oliver approached the oak, he noticed something strange. Between two enormous roots where the earth should have been dark, there shimmered a faint, silvery light, like water reflecting moonlight, but it wasn't water. It was an opening, a tear in the very fabric of the forest. The compass hummed, urging him forward. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped through the shimmering veil. The sensation was like walking through a curtain of cool silk. On the other side, the world changed utterly. The rain stopped. The air was warm and still, filled with a fragrance that was both floral and deeply earthy, unlike anything Oliver had ever smelled. He stood in a valley bathed in perpetual twilight, but a twilight alive with its own luminescence. Giant mushrooms taller than him glowed with soft blues, greens, and purples. Flowers with petals like spun glass shimmered, casting prismatic light. Trees with bark that looked like polished silver and leaves, like beaten copper, rustled gently. Overhead, instead of stars, thousands of tiny bioluminescent insects drifted like living constellations, their light a soft, continuous pulse. This was the Heartwood Vale, the place the compass had named. He stood mesmerized, the compass warm and quiet in his hand now, its journey seemingly complete. But his wonder was short-lived. A sharp, irritated voice shattered the serene silence. "Oi, what's this then, trampling my night-blooming moon moss, clumsy great oaf?" Oliver jumped, nearly dropping the compass. From beneath a cluster of luminous blue ferns, a creature emerged. It was about the size of a large cat, covered in spines that shimmered like polished obsidian. It had bright, intelligent eyes like chips of amber, and walked upright on surprisingly delicate hind legs. Its tiny front paws were planted firmly on its hips in a posture of profound indignation. A small woven reed satchel was slung over one shoulder. I'm sorry," Oliver stammered, instinctively stepping back. "I didn't see any moss." "Didn't see." The creature huffed, puffing out its chest, which made its spines rattle faintly. "Too busy gawping at the scenery, I suppose, typical outsider. No respect for the delicate ecosystems of the Vale. That moss takes decades to cultivate. Do you know how many phases of the glow moths it takes just for one patch?" It gestured dramatically with a tiny paw at the patch of ground Oliver had stepped on, where velvety moss emitted a faint, pearly light. "I truly didn't mean to," Oliver said earnestly, kneeling down to get closer to the creature's level. "My name's Oliver. I followed this compass." He held out the strange device. The creature's eyes widened, its bristling stance softening slightly as it peered at the compass. "The Heartwood Seeker," it breathed, its voice losing some of its sharpness. "Haven't seen one of those in, well, longer than your little legs have walked. Name's Quill." It gave a small, grudging nod. "Keeper of the moon moss and, apparently, reluctant guide to clumsy outsiders." It sighed dramatically, but Oliver saw a flicker of curiosity in its amber eyes. Quill proved to be prickly, pessimistic, and obsessed with the precise care of the Vale's luminous flora. Yet beneath the spines and grumbling, Oliver sensed a deep love for his home and a surprising loneliness. He learned that Quill was a thornkin, one of the few guardians of the Heartwood Vale, a hidden sanctuary sustained by the natural magic of the world, a magic anchored in the legendary Heartwood tree deep within the valley. The Vale was a refuge for gentle, often overlooked creatures, glowing moths the size of butterflies, shy rock sprites that hummed melodies, and silent, moss-covered guardians that watched over ancient groves. "But things aren't right," Quill confided later, as they sat sharing a meal of sweet, glowing berries Oliver had found under Quill's strict supervision. "The glow moths are dimming, the starlight lilies aren't blooming as brightly, even the silverwood leaves are losing their shine. It's as if the Vale's light is draining away." Quill's small face was etched with worry. "The Heartwood tree must be weakening if it fails." He shuddered, unable to finish the thought. The living constellations above seemed to dim momentarily, as if echoing his fear. Oliver felt a pang of deep concern. This place, so wondrous and fragile, was in peril. He pulled out the compass. It felt warm, but the pearl's light was steady, not pulsing. The intricate rings were still. "Their inscription says seek the Heartwood, find the light," he said slowly. Maybe it brought me here to help." Quill snorted, but it lacked its usual bite. "Help? What can an outsider do against a fading of ancient magic? The Heartwood is deep within the crystal caves, dangerous place, full of echo wraiths that feed on doubt and lost memories. Even Thornkin avoid it." But Oliver remembered his grandmother's words, for when your heart seeks a different kind of map, he looked at Quill, small and spiny, burdened with worry for his home. He looked at the fading light of the veil. His own restlessness had found purpose. "I have to try, Quill," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "The compass led me here for a reason. Will you show me the way?" Quill stared at him for a long moment, his amber eyes searching Oliver's storm-gray ones. He saw not just clumsy feet, but a determined heart. He sighed again, a softer sound this time. "Oh, botheration, fine, but step lightly, and for the love of luminescence, watch where you put those oversized feet." Their journey deeper into the veil was a revelation. Quill, despite his grumbling, was a knowledgeable guide. He showed Oliver how to listen to the whispering stones that told of ancient paths, how to avoid the patches of dreamvine whose scent induced deep sleep, and how to navigate the luminous canals where boats made of solidified light ferried silent, glowing fish. Oliver learned the delicate art of tending the moon moss under constant critique, and even managed to soothe a frightened rock sprite with a gentle hum, mimicking the sounds Quill taught him. He discovered a quiet courage within himself, facing the strange beauty and subtle dangers of the veil without flinching, his initial fear replaced by a profound respect and a growing desire to protect it. The crystal caves loomed ahead, their entrance a jagged maw in the side of a shimmering quartz mountain. As they approached, the air grew colder, and the comforting glow of the veil dimmed. An unnerving silence fell, broken only by the faint, discordant echo of dripping water. The compass in Oliver's pocket grew cold, then abruptly hot, the ring spinning wildly before locking, pointing straight into the darkness. The pearl pulsed erratically. "Echo wraiths," Quill whispered, his spines rattling nervously. "They sense strong emotions, fear, sadness, doubt. They'll try to amplify it, feed on it until you're lost in your own shadows. Stay calm, Oliver. Focus on the compass. Focus on why you're here." Stepping into the caves was like entering a frozen geode. Walls, floor, and ceiling were encrusted with crystals in every conceivable color, but their light was weak, flickering erratically. Strange, distorted reflections moved in the facets. The air hummed with a low, unsettling vibration that seemed to seep into Oliver's bones. Shapes flitted at the edge of his vision, insubstantial, smoky figures that whispered fragments of thought directly into his mind. "Lost, always lost," hissed one voice, echoing his childhood fear of getting separated in the market. "Pointless, you can't help," murmured another, mirroring Quill's initial doubt. "Cold, so cold, alone," a third voice sighed, touching the deep loneliness he'd felt since his grandmother died. Oliver faltered. The voices felt true, scratching at old wounds. Doubt, cold and heavy, began to coil around his heart. He saw fleeting images in the crystals, himself wandering lost in the dark, Quill turning away in disappointment, the veil fading into utter blackness. The compass grew icy in his hand. Quill nudged his leg. "Don't listen, Oliver, they're lies, thieves of light. Remember the veil, remember the glow moths, remember the heartwood." Oliver squeezed his eyes shut, gripping the freezing compass. He focused not on the fear, but on the warmth he'd felt holding it the first time. He thought of the wonder in Quill's eyes when he saw the seeker, the gentle hum of the rock sprite, the sweet taste of the glowing berries, the breathtaking beauty of the living constellations. He thought of his grandmother's kind eyes and her belief in magic. He thought of his own determination to help. "Seek the heartwood, find the light," he repeated silently, like a mantra. "I am here to help." The warmth began to seep back into the compass. Its light strengthened, pushing back the oppressive gloom immediately around them. The whispering voices receded, becoming faint, frustrated hisses. "That's it." Quill encouraged, his own voice stronger. "Your light drives them back, keep going." Pressing forward, guided by the compass's steady glow and Quill's sharp directions, "Left, no, your other left, you great lump," they navigated the treacherous, echoing caverns. The compass led them through narrow fissures, across bridges of pure crystal spanning fathomless dark chasms, and finally into a vast, central chamber that took Oliver's breath away. In the center stood the heartwood tree. It wasn't a tree of wood and leaves, but a magnificent, intricate structure woven from pure, solidified light roots of deep gold, a trunk of swirling silver and emerald energy, branches like frozen lightning reaching towards the cavern roof, where points of light mimicked stars. But its radiance was sickly, flickering. Great sections seemed dim, almost translucent. Tendrils of thick, viscous shadow snaked up from cracks in the crystal floor, clinging to the trunk and branches, draining its light. The source of the veil's fading magic was painfully clear. As they approached, the shadows writhed, coalescing into larger, more defined forms, not just echo wraiths, but something stronger, darker. They pulsed with cold malice, sensing the intruders. The air crackled with hostile energy. What do we do? Oliver whispered, awed and terrified by the corrupted majesty before them. The compass in his hand blazed. The pearl shone like a tiny sun, and the golden rings spun faster than ever before, aligning with the symbols, the leaf, the snowflake, the sunburst, the moon. It grew almost too hot to hold. Oliver understood. The seeker wasn't just for finding, it was for mending. Its magic resonated with the heartwood, but it needed a conduit, a focus for its power to push back the shadows. But the dark forms were detaching from the tree, gliding towards them with chilling speed. Oliver's courage wavered. He was just a boy. How could he fight this? Oliver. Quill's voice was sharp, urgent, but not afraid. The compass, it needs your light, your heart's light. Remember why you came. Remember the veil. Quill's words cut through the fear. Oliver thought not of the darkness, but of the luminous moss, the shimmering fish, the worried thornkin beside him, the fading constellations. He thought of the kindness he'd found here, the friendship forged with the prickly guardian. He poured all his hope, his determination, his newfound love for this hidden world into the compass. He held it aloft towards the ailing heartwood tree. "Find the light," he cried out, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. The compass erupted, not with destructive force, but with pure, brilliant, life-giving radiance. A beam of warm, golden-white light shot from the pearl, striking the heartwood tree. Where the light touched, the clinging shadows hissed and recoiled, dissolving like smoke in a strong wind. The beam intensified, fed by Oliver's unwavering focus and the compass's ancient magic. It washed over the heartwood, seeping into the dim areas, reigniting the silver and emerald energy within the trunk, making the branches blaze like captured sunbeams. The dark forms shrieked, a sound of pure negation, as the light consumed them, banishing them back to the cracks from which they'd oozed. The oppressive cold lifted. The erratic flickering of the crystals in the chamber walls steadied into a soft, harmonious glow. The heartwood tree pulsed once, powerfully, sending a wave of warm energy radiating outwards through the stone, through the veil, unseen but deeply felt. The beam from the compass softened, then faded. The pearl still glowed, but softly, steadily. The golden rings settled into a peaceful alignment. The heartwood tree stood restored, its light strong, pure, and vital, bathing the chamber in serene luminescence. The tendrils of shadow were gone. Only peace remained. Oliver lowered the compass, trembling with exhaustion and awe. It was warm again, humming contentedly. Quill stared, his amber eyes wide with disbelief and burgeoning joy. You did it," he breathed, his voice thick with emotion. The heartwood, it's singing again, can you feel it? Oliver could. It was a gentle thrum in the air, a vibration in the stone beneath his feet, a sense of profound well-being washing over him. The veil was saved. Their journey back through the crystal caves was different. The echo wraiths were silent, the path illuminated by the heartwood's renewed energy reflecting brilliantly in the crystals. When they emerged into the veil, the change was immediate and breathtaking. The glow moths blazed with renewed vigor, their light painting vibrant patterns in the air. The starlight lilies had unfurled enormous, luminous blooms, filling the air with their sweet, heady perfume. The silverwood trees shimmered like molten metal. The very air seemed brighter, warmer, humming with restored magic. Creatures emerged, blinking in the renewed light. Rock sprites hummed joyous melodies, luminous fish leaped higher in the canals, and the moss-covered guardians seemed to stand taller. News of the outsider who had reignited the heartwood spread through the veil like wildfire. Oliver and Quill were welcomed as heroes. Shy creatures Oliver had only glimpsed before approached, offering gifts of glowing nectar, polished river stones that held captured light, and woven garlands of luminous flowers. A celebration, quiet and profound, unfolded under the newly vibrant constellations. Sitting beside Quill on a bed of radiant moon moss, carefully chosen, Quill assured him, sharing sweet fruits, Oliver felt a deep sense of peace and belonging he'd never known. "You know," Quill said, uncharacteristically quiet, poking at a glowing berry, "I thought all outsiders were clumsy oafs with big feet. Turns out, some have rather large hearts to match." He offered Oliver a berry with a gruff gesture that couldn't hide his affection. Oliver smiled, the compass warm and quiet in his pocket. He knew his place was not permanently in the veil, wonderful as it was. His family, his world, awaited him. But he also knew he carried the veil within him now, and a friend in the most unexpected form. "Will you be okay, Quill, now that the light is back?" Quill puffed out his chest. "Of course, the moon moss needs vigilant tending, the starlight lilies require precise pruning schedules, and someone has to keep an eye on those frivolous glow moths." Busy, but he hesitated, then added softly, "The seeker found its purpose, and perhaps you could visit through the old oak if you promise not to step on the moss." Oliver grinned. "I promise." When it was time to leave, the veil creatures gathered near the ancient oak. The heartwood seeker, its purpose fulfilled for now, glowed softly in Oliver's hand. He knew it would guide him back. Quill stood beside him, trying to look stern but failing miserably. "Remember," Quill instructed, tapping Oliver's boot, left at the whispering stone that sounds like a sigh, right at the twin glow fungi, "and watch your step." "I will, Quill," Oliver said, crouching down. "Thank you for everything." Quill shuffled his feet. "Yes, well. Just don't be a stranger, clumsy oaf. And take this." He pulled a small, perfectly round stone from his satchel. It was cool and smooth, and within its depths tiny points of light pulsed gently, a piece of the veil's starlight. "To remind you." Oliver clasped the stone, feeling its gentle pulse. "I'll treasure it." He pocketed the stone beside the warm compass. With a final wave to the gathered creatures, their lights blinking like friendly fireflies, Oliver stepped back through the shimmering veil in the oak roots. He emerged into the whisperwood just as dawn was breaking. The rain had stopped. Birdsong filled the air, and the rising sun painted the sky in streaks of pink and gold. The forest looked ordinary, beautiful, but no longer holding a hidden secret he was excluded from. He knew the secret now. He touched the smooth stone in his pocket and felt the compass, now dormant but still warm, resting beside it. Walking home, the scent of damp earth and pine was familiar, yet infused with a new layer of meaning. He felt different. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a quiet confidence and a heart full of wonder. He had faced darkness, not with force, but with the light of kindness and courage. He had found a friend in the unlikeliest of places, and saved a world of fragile, beautiful magic. He slipped back into his house as quietly as he'd left. Up in his attic room, he placed the heartwood seeker back in its velvet nest within the cedarwood chest. He set the glowing stone on his windowsill, where it caught the first rays of the morning sun, pulsing softly. It was a beacon, a promise. As he crawled back into bed, the familiar scent of clean sheets and old books wrapped around him. The village below was waking up, the ordinary world beginning its day. Oliver closed his eyes, the images of the luminous valley, the brave little thornkin, and the radiant heartwood tree filling his mind. He had journeyed to a hidden world, faced a mystery, forged an unexpected friendship, and found his own light. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it, the gentle pulse of the Vale's starlight on his sill, and the quiet hum of the compass in its chest promised that magic was never truly far away. It lived just beyond the Vale, in the kindness of friends, and most of all within his own, newly discovered brave heart. Sleep, deep and peaceful and filled with shimmering dreams, claimed him as the sun rose fully, bathing his room in golden light. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where seasons painted the world with gentle strokes. Spring brought carpets of bluebells, summer hummed with drowsy bees, autumn cloaked the hills in fiery hues, and winter tucked everything under a soft white quilt. Yet within this constant dance of change, young Silas felt like a stone in a rushing stream. He watched the world transform around him, buds bursting, leaves swirling, snow melting, with a quiet ache in his heart. Change felt overwhelming, unpredictable, and he clung fiercely to the familiar comfort of routine, his small cottage garden a meticulously ordered sanctuary against the valley's wild beauty. Silas possessed a peculiar magic, though he rarely used it beyond coaxing his prize-winning roses to bloom a week early. He could sense the inner life of plants, a gentle hum in his fingertips when he touched a leaf, a whispered feeling of thirst from the soil. But lately his magic felt stuck, like sap hardened in winter. It mirrored his own stillness, his resistance to the shifts within himself as he grew older. He longed for the simplicity of childhood, a time that now felt as distant and unchanging as the old oak on the hill. His closest friends, Kaelin and Mara, noticed his quiet withdrawal. Kaelin, whose laughter was as bright as sunbeams, bounced with the energy of a mountain stream, always eager for new adventures. Mara, thoughtful and serene like the deep forest pools, observed the world with quiet wisdom. One crisp autumn afternoon, as they sat beneath the ancient oak, its leaves shimmering gold and crimson, Kaelin nudged Silas gently. "You've been quieter than a hibernating hedgehog, Silas," Kaelin remarked, tossing an acorn into the air. "Even the squirrels are chattier. Is it the garden? Did those prize cabbages finally stage a rebellion?" Silas managed a small smile, tracing the rough bark of the oak. "No rebellion, it's just everything feels so loud. The leaves changing, the geese flying south, even Mistress Alara talking about turning her herb garden into a winter greenhouse. It's all movement. It makes my head spin." Mara reached over and placed a cool, smooth stone she'd found into Silas's palm. "Change is the valley's breath, Silas. It's how it lives. Like this stone," she said softly. "It seems unchanging, but look closer." She pointed to tiny flecks of mica catching the light. "Even the stillest things hold shifts within them, reflections of the world around." Silas sighed, closing his fingers around the stone. "I wish my magic felt like that. It used to feel flowing. Now it's thick like mud, and trying to make anything new happen." He shuddered, remembering a recent failed attempt to encourage a late-blooming clematis. The vine had merely trembled and dropped a few leaves, echoing his own frustration. "The whispering glade," Mara said suddenly, her eyes thoughtful. "Grandmother used to say it's a place where the valley's heart speaks, where magic listens to what's inside, not just what you try to force out. Maybe it could help you understand yours." The Whispering Glade was a place of legend, tucked deep within the oldest part of the woods. Few ventured there, speaking of strange lights and murmurs on the wind. Silas felt a familiar resistance coil in his stomach, venturing into the unknown, leaving his ordered garden. But the ache of his stagnant magic and the patient, hopeful looks of his friends nudged him. He nodded, a small, hesitant movement. Their journey took them beyond the tended orchards and into the embrace of the ancient forest. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, painting the moss-covered ground in gold and green. Silas felt his breath catch with every unfamiliar rustle, every gnarled root he hadn't memorized. Kalen bounded ahead, pointing out interesting fungi and chattering about bird calls, his energy a counterpoint to Silas's creeping anxiety. Mara walked beside Silas, her presence a steady anchor. "Listen," she murmured. "Not just with your ears. Feel the forest breathe." As they walked deeper, Silas began to sense it. Not the individual hums of specific plants, but a vast, slow presence. It wasn't threatening, but ancient and deep, like the roots of the mountains themselves. It felt patient. They reached a small clearing where the trees formed a protective circle. Sunlight streamed down onto a carpet of the softest moss, dotted with tiny, star-shaped white flowers that seemed to glow with their own inner light. The air hummed faintly, a sound felt more than heard. This was the whispering glade. "All right," Silas whispered, his voice swallowed by the immense quiet. "What do I do?" "Just be," Mara suggested. "Let the glade feel you as you feel it." Kalen plopped down onto the moss. "Yeah, maybe try not trying." Silas took a deep breath, the scent of cool earth and something sweet and indefinable filling his lungs. He sat gingerly, crossing his legs, and closed his eyes. He focused on the feeling of the moss beneath him, cool and yielding. He listened to the silence, which wasn't silence at all, but a tapestry of tiny sounds. The rustle of a beetle, the distant drip of water, the sigh of wind through the highest branches. He felt the vast, slow pulse of the forest life around him. He thought about his fear. The fear of becoming someone he didn't recognize, of losing the comfort of the known. He thought about his magic, feeling stuck like a seed that refused to sprout. As his anxieties swirled, a curious thing happened. The gentle glow of the starflowers near him dimmed slightly. A patch of moss under his hand felt cooler, almost damp with sadness. He gasped, opening his eyes. The glade seemed to mirror his inner state. When he felt a surge of frustration, a nearby fern curled its fronds inward defensively. When a wave of his old resistance rose, the air in the glade grew still and heavy. His magic wasn't gone, it was deeply connected to everything here, reflecting his inner landscape back at him. "It sees you, Silas," Mara whispered, her voice barely audible. "It shows you what you feel." Tears pricked Silas's eyes. He hadn't realized how much he'd been holding inside. He took another deep breath, focusing this time not on the fear of change, but on the memory of his garden's quiet joy. He thought of the first rosebud unfurling under his care, the satisfaction of rich soil between his fingers. He thought of Kalen's infectious laugh, Mara's quiet wisdom, the unwavering support of his friends walking beside him into the unknown. As warmth spread through him, a feeling of gratitude replacing the icy knot of fear, the glade responded. The starflowers near him brightened, their glow pulsing softly like gentle fireflies. The moss warmed beneath him, feeling welcoming and alive. A tendril of ivy from a nearby oak stretched out slowly, almost shyly, and brushed against his arm. It wasn't demanding, just connecting. He understood. His magic wasn't about forcing things to be still or forcing them to change rapidly against their nature. It was about connection. About sensing the true rhythm, the inner life, and nurturing that. Like Mara's stone, he could be still on the surface, holding his core, while still being part of the changing world, reflecting its light. Change wasn't an enemy to be fought, it was the natural state of living things, including himself. His resistance, his fear, was what had clogged his magic, making it feel like mud. By accepting his feelings, by finding his center even amidst the flux, he could flow again. He reached out, not with a command, but with an open heart, towards a cluster of the glowing star flowers. He didn't ask them to change color or grow taller. He simply felt their delicate life force, their quiet contentment in the dappled light. He sent back a wave of appreciation, a sense of shared peace. In response, the flowers pulsed brighter, and a soft, golden light, warm and comforting, drifted from their petals and settled over Sila's like a gentle, shimmering cloak. It didn't transform him, it felt like an affirmation, a recognition of the shift within. The walk back to Willowbrook was different. Sila still noticed the changes, the deeper autumn hues, the sharper bite in the air, but they didn't overwhelm him. He felt the forest's pulse alongside his own, a rhythm that included both stillness and movement. He carried the warmth of the glade's golden light inside him, a quiet hum of acceptance. Days turned into weeks. Sila's didn't become like Kalen, bursting with constant new energy. He still cherished the quiet routines of his garden. But something fundamental had shifted. When Mistress Alara asked for help transforming her herb garden for winter, instead of feeling a spike of anxiety, Silas felt curiosity. He walked through her plot, sensing the lingering vitality of the summer herbs and the sleepy readiness of the soil for its winter rest. He didn't force anything. He simply helped her understand what the plants needed to transition comfortably, suggesting protective mulches and hardy winter varieties that resonated with the soil's quiet strength. His magic flowed easily now, a clear stream of connection guiding his actions. One frosty morning, Silas stood in his own garden. Winter was truly settling in. His prized roses were dormant, their stems bare. But in a corner, where he'd planted some late-blooming bulbs on a whim after returning from the glade, a cluster of deep purple crocuses had pushed bravely through the thin layer of frost. They glowed faintly, a soft echo of the starflower's light. He hadn't forced them, he'd simply planted them and trusted the season, trusted the life within them. Kalen and Mara found him there, sipping steaming chamomile tea. "Look at that," Kalen exclaimed, pointing to the crocuses. "Brave little things blooming in the cold." Mara smiled, her breath misting in the air. "They found their moment, didn't they? Just like someone else we know." Silas smiled, a deep, peaceful warmth spreading through him, more comforting than the tea. He looked at the crocuses, then at the dormant roses, then at the snow-dusted hills beyond. He felt the slow, sure pulse of the sleeping earth and the quiet hum of his own magic, no longer stuck, but flowing in harmony with the world's beautiful, inevitable rhythm. He didn't need to be a rushing stream or an unmoving stone. He could be Sila's, rooted yet flexible, finding his own unique way to grow and glow within the ever-changing, ever-beautiful dance of life. The frost sparkled, the crocuses glowed, and the quiet peace of acceptance settled over the garden like the softest blanket, promising that even in stillness, transformation was always possible, always beautiful, and never truly alone. Title: The Whispering Woods Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderglow, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering woods seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm. "And in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. Beneath a sky the color of steeped chamomile tea, where twilight painted the clouds in lavender and apricot strokes, a girl named Leela discovered a path she'd never seen before. It wound behind the old willow tree at the edge of her village, its entrance hidden by cascading vines strung with bioluminescent berries that glowed like fallen stars. The air hummed with the scent of rain-soaked moss and distant wood smoke, and though every sensible bone in Leela's body whispered "turn back," her fingers brushed the vines aside and she stepped through. The path unfurled into a forest unlike any she'd known. Trees towered like cathedral pillars, their bark shimmering with iridescent lichen. Leaves the size of rowboats rustled overhead, filtering the moonlight into dappled patterns that danced across the forest floor. A stream meandered alongside the trail, its water clear as liquid crystal, carrying petals that flickered like tiny lanterns. Leela knelt, cupping a handful, and the petals glowed warmer at her touch, as though greeting her. "Where are you taking me?" she murmured, and the stream bubbled a melody in reply. She followed the water's song until the trees thinned, revealing a meadow bathed in the silvery light of 1,000 fireflies. At its center stood a cluster of mushroom houses, their caps striped in candy red and buttercup yellow, chimneys puffing cinnamon-scented smoke. Before Leela could marvel further, a small voice piped up, "You're just in time for tea." A creature no taller than her knee bustled forward, its body resembling a hedgehog crossed with a dandelion puff, quills soft and glowing faintly, eyes like polished citrine. It held a tiny lantern made of acorn shells, which cast shifting constellations onto the grass. "I'm Fig," the creature said, bowing so deeply their snout nearly touched the ground. "Keeper of lost things and part-time baker. You've come for the moonlit conclave, yes." Without waiting for an answer, Fig tugged Leela toward the largest mushroom, where a table was set with cups of steaming elderflower tea and cakes dusted in crushed violets. Around it sat other creatures, a moth with wings like stained glass, a fox whose fur shifted colors like the northern lights, and a rock-shaped being that chimed when it laughed. "The conclave's a meeting of wanderers," explained the moth, sipping tea through a proboscis curled like a candy cane. "We share stories to light the way for those who come after." The fox nodded, pushing a plate of cakes toward Leela. "But first, you must give something to the Well of Whispers." They pointed a paw toward a stone well at the meadow's edge, its rim carved with runes that pulsed faintly. "It asks for courage, not coins," the fox added gently. Leela approached the well, peering into its depths. Instead of water, she saw swirling mist that whispered in voices like wind through reeds. "What do you carry that weighs heavy?" Her throat tightened. She thought of the fear she'd clutched since childhood, the dread of losing her way, of being too small in a vast world. Squeezing her eyes shut, she whispered, "I'm afraid of disappearing." The mist surged upward, wrapping her in a cool embrace, and when it faded, a weight she hadn't realized she'd carried was gone. Around her neck hung a pendant she hadn't arrived with, a teardrop of amber, inside which a firefly's light pulsed steadily. Fig clapped their paws. "Now you're ready." The conclave's stories unfolded like tapestries. The moth spoke of a valley where dreams took root and bloomed into flowers. The fox recounted outwitting a landslide by teaching it a lullaby. When Leela's turn came, her words stumbled at first, but the amber at her throat glowed brighter, and she found herself telling of the willow tree, the hidden path, the shimmering forest. "I thought I'd be lost," she admitted, "but I think being lost is just another way of finding something new." The well of whispers hummed approvingly. As dawn tinged the horizon, Fig pressed a paper-wrapped bundle into Leela's hands. "Mapleberry scones for the road," they said. "Mind the Bridge of Echoes on your way back, it likes to play tricks." The return journey led Leela to a gorge, where a bridge of woven moonlight arched over a rushing river. As she stepped onto it, the bridge shivered, and her own voice echoed around her. "You'll never be brave enough. You'll forget your way." Layla froze, her pulse a frantic drumbeat, until she remembered the stories. Kneeling, she touched the bridge and said, "I'd like to hear your story." The echoes stuttered, then shifted. The river's roar softened into a song about mountains it had carved and valleys it had nourished. The bridge steadied and Leela crossed, the pendant at her throat gleaming like a captured star. When she pushed through the willow's vines once more, dawn had broken over her village. The path behind her vanished, but the amber pendant remained, warm against her skin. That night, as she lay in bed, the firefly's light flickered in time with her heartbeat, and she realized something. The world was vast, yes, but so was her place in it. Years later, villagers would speak of a woman who could find paths no one else could see, who carried a light that never dimmed. But Leela knew the secret. That courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to whisper, yes, when the world invited you to wonder. And sometimes, if you listened closely, the stream in the forest still sang her name, a reminder that no journey ever truly ends. It simply becomes part of someone else's beginning. The whispering woods had always hummed with secrets older than moonlight. Beneath cathedral trees whose roots cradled forgotten languages, there existed a community of creatures who wore the forest like a second skin. Moss-knitted rabbits whose fur changed with the seasons, starlight-drunk fireflies that wrote poems in the air, and badgers with maps of constellations etched into their paw pads all moved through the dappled shadows. Their world balanced on the edge of a maple leaf, precarious, beautiful, and governed by the ancient pact between the turning wheel, as they called the seasons, and the heartstone, a crystalline relic pulsing deep within the forest's core. One crisp autumn when leaves whisper, a young fox kit named Sorrel noticed the first crack in the world. It appeared as she practiced painting frost patterns with her breath against a spider's web, a skill her grandmother had taught her when the last winter's snow still clung to the earth. The web trembled not from her exhale, but from the faintest shimmer in the air above it, like heat distortion over summer stones. When she pressed a paw to the quivering space, it tasted of burnt honey and loneliness. "Grandmother," Sorrel called, her voice sending a spiral of amber leaves dancing. "The veil between worlds has a toothache." The elder fox emerged from her den of woven ferns, her coat the color of storm clouds and wisdom. She sniffed the air, ears twitching to the discordant rhythm of a woodpecker's delayed morning song. "The heartstone weakens," she murmured, watching a maple leaf stall mid-fall, caught between gold and crimson. "Come, we must consult the council of root and crown." Their journey to the stone hollow revealed the forest's deepening malaise. Brook salamanders floated belly up, their bioluminescent tails dimmed. Oak guardians, ancient trees with faces in their bark, groaned as their lower branches petrified into cold stone. Worst of all were the silence pockets, clearings where sound died as if smothered by invisible moss. Sorrel's whiskers tingled with wrongness when they passed through one, her own heartbeat muffled into nothingness. At the stone hollow, the council had already gathered. Thistlewood, the great horned owl whose feathers held the pattern of every winter storm, perched on a quartz outcropping. Between his talons lay the heartstone, once a vibrant geode singing with inner light, now a dull lump of rock veined with sickly green. Circling him were the season keepers, a maple-key dragonfly representing spring, a berry-fat dormouse for summer, a persimmon-hued salamander for autumn, and a snow hare whose fur still held patches of winter's last gasp. "The turning wheel hesitates," rumbled Thistlewood, his voice the creak of timber holding up the sky. "Without the heartstone's rhythm, seasons will bleed into each other until life unravels." Sorrel's grandmother stepped forward, her tail brushing a constellation of glowing mushrooms into brighter life. "The stone's illness mirrors the forest's wounds. We must mend both as one." A plan was woven like silken thread through the dark. They would collect the 4 essences tied to each season's zenith and use them to cleanse the heartstone. Sorrel, chosen for her keen nose and quicker paws, would lead the gathering. Her first quest took her east to the spring vale, where the air itself blossomed. The journey sang in her blood. She bounded past fiddleheads uncurling like sleep-warmed paws, through meadows where dandelion clocks chimed the hour with drifting seeds. At the vale, a waterfall where liquid sunlight cascaded over emerald rocks, she met the season keeper, a silver-throated deer whose antlers sprouted living cherry blossoms. "Prove your heart matches the spring's renewal," the deer spoke in water-song tones. Before them, the waterfall parted to reveal a sapling choked by thorny vines, its leaves trembling in Earth's memory of winter. Sorrel approached not with teeth or claws, but with the lullaby her grandmother sang when frost bit too deep. As she hummed, the thorns softened into wild roses. The sapling stretched upward, buds bursting into flowers that rained peach-scented gratitude. The deer bowed, a single blossom floating into Sorrel's satchel, the essence of awakening. Summer's trial burned brighter. In the south, where heat shimmered like a living thing, Sorrel found the season keeper, a jewel-eyed tree frog enthroned on a lily pad the size of a thundercloud. The air throbbed with the heartbeat of 1,000 cicadas. "Bring order to the chaos," croaked the frog, indicating a sun-scorched meadow where plants grew in wild, suffocating tangles. Drought crackled in every yellowed blade. Remembering the badger's lessons on balance, Sorrel didn't rip through the overgrowth. Instead, she dug irrigation channels mimicking the constellations on her grandmother's paws, redirecting a sluggish stream to kiss parched roots. She pruned judiciously, thinning enough for sunlight to nourish, not scorch. When the first melon vine curled gratefully around her leg, the frog gifted her the essence of abundance, a drop of liquid amber that hummed with bee song. Autumn's test came in the west, where the season keeper, a squirrel with a tail like smoldering embers, waited atop a pyramid of pumpkins. "Everything here clings too tightly," they chittered, gesturing to an orchard where fruit rotted on branches, leaves refusing to fall. The air reeked of sweet decay. Sorrel twitched her nose at the malaise. She began gathering fallen acorns, arranging them in spirals that whispered of cyclical endings. With a badger's digging claw borrowed from the council stores, she carved tiny doors in the stubborn trees, inviting wood beetles to begin the recycling dance. Lastly, she blew the first frost breath she'd ever learned across the highest branches. As reluctant apples thudded to the ground, the squirrel tossed her the essence of release, a maple key that spun ceaselessly in midair. Winter's challenge almost broke her. In the north's endless twilight, the season keeper was a carved ice wolf whose howl shaped snowflakes. Find warmth without fire, it growled, icicle teeth clinking. Around them, creatures shivered in a blizzard that stole breath and hope. Sorrel thought of dormice sharing nests, of owls sheltering lost fawns under their wings. Gathering the trembling animals, she taught them the huddle dance, a weaving of bodies and breath that kindled communal warmth. When the ice wolf itself began to shiver, she brushed her frost-flecked tail against its paw in shared vulnerability. The essence of rest came as a snowflake that never melted, its crystalline patterns holding the quiet promise of spring's return. Back at Stone Hollow, the council blended the essences into a chalice of woven vines. As Sorrel poured the mixture over the heartstone, the forest held its breath. For a terrible moment, nothing happened. Then, a sound like the first rainfall after drought. The stone's cracks glowed gold, its geode interior spinning to life like a miniature galaxy. Through the bond all forest creatures shared, Sorrel felt the changes ripple outward. Salamanders flipping right side up with indignant splashes, petrified branches sprouting new leaves, silence pockets filling with the symphony of a woodpecker's repentant rhythm. When the last tendril of green sickness vanished, Thistlewood lifted the restored heartstone high. "Remember this day," he boomed as the essences swirled into the stone, creating a new vein of iridescent light. Harmony isn't a spell but a practice, 1,000 small choices to listen, adapt, and care. Years later, when Sorrel had cubs of her own with coats like dappled sunlight, she'd bring them to the stone hollow during the turning days. Together, they'd watch the season keepers perform their dance, the deer's blossoms melting into the frog's summer rains, the squirrel's falling leaves giving way to the wolf's gentle snows. And when curious noses twitched at the heartstone's glow, she'd tell them of cracked veils and communal warmth, her words weaving through the firefly-lit air like a promise. Nothing is ever truly broken when many paws work to mend it. The forest breathed its agreement in the scent of rain-soaked loam and applewood smoke, in the crunch of leaves under careful paws, in the silent understanding that flowed root to branch to star-dusted wing. Somewhere an elder fox smiled as her granddaughter's laughter tangled with the wind, another thread in the endless, beautiful tapestry of the whispering woods. Deep in the whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than winter quilts and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, older than the stones in the creek bed. It was a place where the boundaries between the world and something more were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web kissed by dawn dew. Among the gnarled roots of a grandfather oak named Old Man Thistle lived a community of mosskin. Small folk barely taller than a buttercup, they wore tunics woven from spider silk dyed with crushed berries and lichen. Their leader was a gentle elder named Birch, his face as lined and wise as the bark of his home tree. Birch's granddaughter, a bright-eyed sprite named Fern with hair the color of sun-dappled ferns, was known for her boundless curiosity about the Whisperwood's deepest secrets. The Whisperwood thrived on a delicate balance, a symphony conducted by the seasons. In spring, the lumina petals bloomed, their soft, internal light painting the forest floor with constellations that mirrored the sky above. Their sweet, honeyed scent summoned the dreamwing butterflies, whose iridescent wings scattered pollen carrying whispered wishes and gentle dreams. Summer brought the rain singers, tiny frog-like beings who lived in the crystal-clear pools. When clouds gathered, they climbed onto lily pads and sang complex, rhythmic songs that coaxed the rain down gently, drop by drop, ensuring no seedling thirsted. Autumn saw the leaf weavers, industrious squirrels with coats the color of russet leaves, meticulously guiding each falling leaf to blanket the earth, insulating roots and nurturing the soil with their decay. Winter belonged to the frost sprites, ethereal beings formed from the first breath of cold air. They danced silently on the frozen streams, tracing intricate, glittering patterns that held the promise of spring's return deep within their icy hearts. Fern loved listening to Birch recount the old ways beside their glowing hearth mushroom. The warm, earthy smell of the mushroom mingled with the comforting scent of cedar bark burning low. Birch's voice, soft as rustling leaves, wove tales of the great heartwood tree, rumored to stand at the very center of the whisperwood. It was said to be the source of the forest's magic, its roots drinking deep from hidden springs of starlight, its leaves capturing the moon's silver song. The heartwood's rhythm pulsed through the forest, unseen but felt in the thrum of life, the unfurling of a bud, the steady beat of a woodpecker's drum. "Balance, little fern," Birch would murmur, the firelight dancing in his kind eyes, is the forest's truest magic. Each creature, each season, each drop of rain and ray of sun plays its part. We listen, we respect, and we give back. That is the wisdom carried on the wind through countless turnings of the seasons. One unusually crisp autumn morning, Fern felt a strange unease prickling beneath her skin, like static before a storm, but without the storm's promise. The air, usually crisp and scented with ripe nuts and damp earth, felt thin, brittle. The lumina petals, usually fading gently as autumn deepened, seemed to dim prematurely, their soft glow flickering weakly. Worse, the rain singer's songs, normally a comforting counterpoint to the rustling leaves, sounded thin and faltering. The streams, fed by their magic, ran lower than they should. "Grandfather," Fern whispered, her voice small against the sudden quiet of the woods, "something feels wrong. The magic feels thin, like stretched spider silk." Birch's face, usually serene, creased with deep concern. He closed his eyes, placing a gnarled hand on the trunk of Old Man Thistle. Fern watched as a faint tremor ran through his fingers. "You feel truly, child," he murmured, his voice heavy. "The rhythm, the heartwood's song, it's fading, the balance is shifting." A ripple of worry spread through the Moskin community. The leaf weavers reported finding patches of earth where leaves crumbled to lifeless dust instead of nourishing the soil. The dreamwing butterflies fluttered listlessly, their colors muted. Even the frost sprites glimpsed early near the shaded creek banks seemed less substantial, their icy patterns melting too quickly. Birch gathered the Moskin elders under the vast canopy of a weeping willow, its long fronds brushing the moss like gentle fingers. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a scent that now held an undercurrent of anxiety. "The heartwood weakens," Birch announced, his voice carrying a weight that silenced the rustling fronds. "The ancient pact, the flow of magic that binds us all, is faltering. We must discover why." Fern stepped forward, her small frame trembling but her voice surprisingly steady. "I'll go, grandfather, to the great heartwood. I can follow the old paths, the ones you told me about." Her heart hammered against her ribs, but the image of the dimming lumina petals and the rain singer's strained songs spurred her on. Birch looked at his granddaughter, seeing not just the child, but the spark of the forest's future. He nodded slowly. "The journey is long and the paths are guarded by the forest's oldest memories. Go with the wisdom of the wind, little fern. Listen to the whispers of the trees, the guidance of the stones. Seek the keeper." Equipped with a pouch of nourishing seed cakes, sweet with wild blueberries, a cloak spun from shimmering moth wings for warmth, and a tiny lantern crafted from a hollowed firefly abdomen that glowed with a soft, steady light, Fern set out. The deeper she ventured into the whisperwood, the stronger the sense of imbalance grew. The air tasted stale. The usual chorus of bird song was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the dry rattle of leaves. The scent of healthy decay was overpowered by a faint, acrid tang, like metal left in the rain. She crossed a meadow where lumina petals lay scattered, their light extinguished like fallen stars. The sight filled her with a profound sadness. Guided by Birch's teachings, Fern listened intently. She pressed her ear to the cool, damp bark of an ancient yew tree. A deep, sorrowful groan vibrated through the wood, speaking of choked roots and poisoned soil deeper within the forest. A cluster of smooth river stones, warmed by a rare patch of sunlight, hummed a warning of tainted water seeping from the direction of the distant mountains. A family of badgers, their faces etched with worry, spoke of strange, bitter smells carried on the wind from the north, where human settlements edged the forest. After days of travel, guided by the fading pulse of the forest's magic, and the subtle signs Birch had taught her to read the way moss grew thicker on one side of a tree, the specific constellation of mushrooms pointing the way Fern reached a hidden valley. It was shielded by towering, impossibly old sequoias whose bark felt like warm, living stone beneath her tiny hand. The air here was still thick with unease, but beneath it, Fern sensed a deep, resonant thrumming, weak but persistent. It was the heartbeat of the heartwood. In the center of the valley stood the great heartwood tree. It was magnificent beyond words, its trunk wider than a dozen Moskin homes, its branches reaching towards the sky like open arms, cradling the clouds. But Fern gasped. Great swaths of its bark were cracked and gray, like parched earth. Its leaves, normally a vibrant tapestry of emerald and silver, hung limp and dull, many already fallen, carpeting the ground in a sorrowful blanket. The air around it vibrated with a palpable sense of exhaustion and pain. The scent here was complex, the rich, ancient smell of deep wood, overlaid with the sickly sweetness of decay, and a harsh, metallic tang that made Fern's eyes water. At the base of the immense trunk sat the keeper. Not a towering giant, but a figure woven from living vines, moss, and shifting shadows, shaped vaguely like an ancient, wise badger. Its eyes were pools of deep, still water reflecting the fading light. It radiated immense age and profound weariness. Little listener, the keeper's voice was the sound of wind sighing through deep canyons, low and resonant, echoing slightly in the quiet valley. You feel the fading song, you have journeyed far. Fern bowed low, her heart pounding. Keeper, the whisperwood is ill. The lumina dims, the rain singers falter, the balance breaks. We felt the heartwood's pain. What harms it? The keeper shifted, vines rustling like dry parchment. Its watery eyes seemed to gaze far beyond Fern. The harmony is frayed. From the north, beyond the stone-teeth mountains, comes a slow sickness. Humans dig deep, seeking bright stones that burn. They poison the earth's blood, the water that feeds my roots. They cut the ancient sentinels whose roots spoke to mine, whose leaves sang with the wind. The connection weakens, the magic starves. A deep sigh, like stones grinding together, escaped it. The old ways are forgotten, the pact of respect fades. Fern felt a chill deeper than winter's touch. But what can we do? We are so small, and the sickness comes from so far away. The keeper's form seemed to gather the fading light. Small you are, but connected. The heartwood's strength lies not just in itself, but in the web of life it sustains and which sustains it. The pact is not broken, only strained. The magic sleeps, it does not die. It needs remembrance. It needs the song. The song. Fern asked, hope flickering like her tiny lantern. The heart song, the keeper murmured. The song of belonging, of gratitude, of connection, sung not by one but by all. Sung with pure intent, it resonates with the heartwood's core, reminding it of the life that depends on its rhythm, strengthening the frayed threads. It is the oldest magic, passed down since the first leaf unfurled. Your elder knows the seed of it. Fern remembered. Birch on quiet evenings would hum a simple, wordless melody, a tune that felt like roots sinking into cool earth, like sunlight warming moss. He called it the forest's lullaby. But how can all sing? Fern wondered, looking at the vast, suffering tree. The creatures are scattered, frightened. The song starts small, the keeper whispered, its voice growing fainter, its form seeming to blend more with the shadows at the heartwood's base. Like a single raindrop finding the stream, it needs a conductor, a focus of pure heart, carry the seed back, plant it with belief. Let the forest remember its own voice. Go now, little listener. Time flows like the tainted stream. Fern didn't hesitate. She turned and ran, the image of the dying heartwood burning in her mind, the keeper's words echoing, remembrance. The song. All. The journey back felt longer, the forest's distress more acute. The metallic tang seemed stronger, the silence heavier. When she finally stumbled into the Moskin hollow beneath Old Man Thistle, weary and coated in forest dust, Birch was waiting. The worry on his face deepened as he saw her expression, but also a flicker of hope. Fern poured out her tale, the dying heartwood, the poisoned earth's blood from the north, the forgotten pact, and the keeper's words about the heart song. A heavy silence fell over the gathered Moskin, the only sound the crackle of the hearth mushroom and the sigh of the wind through Thistle's branches, carrying the scent of distant decay. The heart song. Birch breathed, his eyes distant. I remember the tune passed from my grandmother's grandmother, but it is a whisper, Fern. How can a whisper reach the heartwood now? The keeper said it needs to start small, Fern insisted, her voice firm despite her exhaustion. But it needs to grow. It needs all of us. And it needs belief. We need to remind the forest who it is, what it means to be connected. Birch looked at his granddaughter, then at the worried faces of his people. He saw the dimming light of their own hearth mushroom. He saw the resolve in Fern's eyes, mirroring the determination he'd carried in his youth. He nodded slowly, a spark rekindling in his own gaze. Then we begin, here now, we sing the seed. Gathered under the protective boughs of Old Man Thistle, as the first true snowflakes of winter began to drift down like frozen whispers, the Moskin formed a circle. Birch closed his eyes, took a deep breath of the cold, pine-scented air, and began to hum. It was the simple, ancient melody, the forest's lullaby. It started soft, hesitant, a fragile thread of sound in the vast, troubled woods. Fern joined in, pouring all her love for the whisperwood, all her hope, all her belief in the keeper's words, into the notes. Her clear voice wove around Birch's deeper hum. One by one, the other Moskin added their voices, timidly at first, then stronger. The song wasn't loud, but it was pure. It spoke of cool moss underfoot, the scent of rain on hot earth, the taste of wild strawberries, the comforting darkness of a tree hollow, the joyful dance of fireflies on a summer night. It was a song of home, of belonging, of gratitude for the sheltering branches and the nourishing soil. As they sang, something remarkable happened. The hearth mushrooms glowed brightened, casting warmer, steadier light. The falling snowflakes seemed to dance gently to the rhythm. A family of field mice, drawn by the sound, peeked from their burrow, their tiny eyes wide. A weary robin huddled on a branch, puffed out its chest, and added a tentative, sweet trill to the melody. Word traveled, carried by the wind, by the chattering squirrels, by the silent flight of an owl. Fern, guided by the Moskin elders, journeyed to the rain-singers' pools. She hummed the melody to them. Their large, luminous eyes blinked, and then one brave singer climbed onto a half-frozen lily pad. Its song, usually reserved for rain, now wove the Moskin's melody into its own complex rhythms, creating a new, hopeful harmony that rippled across the water. The sound carried far. Fern visited the leaf weavers in their autumn-gilded dens. She sang the heart song's core. The squirrels, initially skeptical, found the tune settling into their busy hearts. As they worked, guiding leaves to the earth, they began to hum it, a steady, grounding rhythm that vibrated through the soil. The decaying leaves seemed to settle with more purpose, releasing their nutrients with a sigh of contentment. She sought out the frost sprites near the icy streams. Communicating through feelings and gentle touches on their shimmering forms, Fern shared the song's essence, warmth not of fire, but of connection. The sprites, embodiments of quiet winter, began to trace their frost patterns in time with the melody, their icy spirals holding the promise of the song within their delicate structures. The Moskin sang every dusk and dawn under Old Man Thistle. The rain-singers added their watery harmonies from their pools. The leaf-weavers hummed as they worked. The frost sprites danced their silent symphony. birds picked up the tune, weaving it into their calls. Even the wind seemed to catch the melody, sighing it through the branches. It started as scattered notes across the vast whisperwood, like the first stars appearing at twilight. But gradually the notes found each other. The forest began to remember its own voice, its own deep connection. The pure collective intent, the gratitude, the belonging, the shared love for their home began to resonate. Deep in the hidden valley, the great heartwood tree shuddered. The weak, faltering pulse within its ancient core began to steady. A faint silvery light, unseen for seasons, flickered deep within its cracked bark. The metallic tang in the air lessened, replaced by the faint, sweet smell of sap beginning to stir, even in winter's heart. The keeper, a shadowy figure at its base, lifted its head. The pools of its eyes reflected not just fading light, but a burgeoning spark. A deep, resonant thrum, felt more than heard, vibrated outwards from the heartwood, a counterpoint to the forest's growing song. The change wasn't instant, nor was it a cure for the deep sickness creeping from the north. But the balance, the vital harmony, began to knit itself back together, thread by shimmering thread. The lumina petals didn't suddenly blaze, but their fading light steadied. The rain singers found strength returning to their voices. The streams, while still low, flowed with a cleaner sound. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative but growing chorus of the heart song, woven through the natural sounds of the forest. Back under Old Man Thistle, the moskins sang with renewed vigor as the first true thaw began. Tiny green shoots, brave and bright, pushed through the snow near their hearth mushroom. The air, crisp and cold, carried the clean scent of melting snow, and underneath it, the undeniable fragrance of life stirring, of resilience. Birch placed a gnarled hand on Fern's shoulder as they sang, their voices blending with the drip of melting ice and the distant chorus of the forest. He looked not just at the returning green, but at his granddaughter, whose courage and belief had carried the seed of the song. The wisdom of generations, whispered under mossy roots, had found fertile ground in a young heart. The magic of the whisperwood hadn't died. It had merely been sleeping, waiting to be remembered, waiting for the pure, shared song of belonging to awaken it once more. The heart song continued, a gentle, constant hum beneath the rustle of leaves and the babble of streams. It was a lullaby for the forest itself, a reminder of the deep, unbreakable connection binding root to rock, creature to tree, season to season. And as the first fireflies of the coming spring blinked their tiny lanterns in the velvet dusk, they blinked in time with the song, a constellation of hope echoing the ancient rhythm of the great heartwood tree, strong and steady once again. The whisperwood breathed, its magic a soft, resilient glow in the gathering twilight, a testament to the enduring power of harmony, remembrance, and a song sung together. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. "Wherever your travels take you, Lyra," Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, "know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story." With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. In the velvet hush hour between twilight and true night, where fireflies scribble secrets across the air, there existed a village called Bramble Hollow. Its cobblestone streets wound like cinnamon threads between cottages with roofs of living time, windows glowing with lanterns shaped like tulip blossoms. Yet something peculiar had begun unfolding beneath the crescent moon's silver nail. Every morning, villagers awoke to find their doorknobs frosted with salt, their milk pitchers filled with lavender instead of cream, and their weather vanes pointing insistently toward whispering wood despite the absence of wind. Young Tansy, whose freckles held the exact pattern of the Orion constellation, first noticed the pattern. While her neighbors tutted about mischievous pixies, she observed the salt formed tiny arrowheads pointing north, the lavender milk never soured, and the weather vanes trembled like compass needles near something magnetic. On the third night, armed with a pocketful of blackberry tarts and her late grandmother's magnifying glass, whose lens revealed the fingerprints of magic, Tansy followed the clues toward the wood's edge. Beneath ancient oaks wearing beards of lichen, she found a badger in a waistcoat pacing between toadstools. "Late," he muttered, polishing his monocle. "Dreadfully late." His name was Professor Thistledown, scholar of celestial mechanics and part-time keeper of twilight harmonies. When Tansy showed him the magnifying glass, its handle carved with the same spiral symbol on his pocket watch, the badger's whiskers quivered. "Ah, you're Matilda Weatherby's descendant. She and I once calibrated the village dream clock after the great snooze of 1723. The mystery deepened as Thistledown revealed the salt was stardust, the lavender a remedy for nightmares, and the weather vanes detecting a rip in the quiet fabric between realms. Together they trekked to the Chronoglade, a clearing where time pooled in amber puddles and fireflies carried tiny hourglasses in their tails. There they discovered the source, a young nightingale, her feathers shimmering with trapped starlight, caught in a web of fractured moments. "She's a tempest singer," Thistledown breathed. "Her songs stitch tomorrow to yesterday, but see how her wings are tangled in snapped timelines." Tansy, recalling her grandmother's stories, gathered four things: spider silk for mending, dewdrops from dawn's first hour for clarity, a thimble of shadow borrowed politely from a passing moth, and laughter stored in an acorn cap. As Thistledown conducted the moonbeams like golden violin strings, Tansy carefully wove the materials into a glimmering net. The nightingale's fearful chirps softened as the net lifted her gently, untangling the knotted hours. With a triumphant trill, she soared upward, trailing ribbons of mended time. The village awoke next morning to ordinary doorknobs and creamy milk, but also to something new. Every garden bore a night-blooming flower whose petals shifted colors like a twilight palette, and children found their dreams lightly embroidered with helpful clues for the day ahead. In the square, a sundial now graced the fountain, its shadow shaped like a bird in flight. Years later, when thunderstorms growled at the horizon, villagers would smile at the salt patterns appearing on their windowsills, not arrows now, but spirals, the ancient symbol of time's gentle unfolding. And if you walk through Whispering Wood when the clocks strike 13, you might hear two voices, one bright and curious, one gruff but kind, discussing the best way to brew starlight tea, or how to politely ask autumn to arrive a week early for the apple festival. But that, my dear listener, is a story woven from tomorrow's threads, and tonight's tale is complete. Let the scent of time and the hum of mended time carry you to dreams where badgers quote poetry and cookies never crumble. All is well in Bramble Hollow. In the quiet village of Meadowshire, where cobblestone lanes wound like sleepy serpents between thatched cottages, lived a boy named Silas. His world was one of ordinary wonders, the scent of baking bread drifting from Mrs. Bramble's oven, the way sunlight turned the mill pond into liquid gold each dawn. Yet Silas often felt a quiet longing, as if the world held secrets just beyond his reach. That longing led him to the dusty attic of his grandmother's cottage one misty afternoon, where he discovered an old wooden music box tucked beneath a quilt of faded stars. Its surface was carved with spiraling patterns that seemed to shift like smoke when touched, and when Silas wound its tiny key, it played no melody at all. Instead, it released a soft, shimmering light that painted pictures in the air, memories not his own. The first vision showed a locket shaped like a teardrop, lost deep within the whispering woods on the edge of the village. Silas recognized it at once. It belonged to his grandmother, who'd spoken of it with wistful sighs, calling it her heart's compass. The music box hummed, and Silas understood this was no ordinary trinket. It could reveal the hidden stories of lost things, but only if he followed where it led. With the box cradled in his hands, its light pulsing like a gentle heartbeat, Silas stepped into the woods. Shadows draped the path like velvet curtains, and the air smelled of damp moss and secrets. His journey began with uncertainty, but soon helpers emerged from the greenery. First came Thistle, a badger with fur like twilight and eyes that held the patience of ancient stones. He moved with a slow, deliberate grace, teaching Silas to read the language of roots and rivulets. Every bend in the path has a tale, Thistle rumbled, his voice a soothing rasp. Listen with your feet, not just your ears. Next fluttered Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and a habit of reciting rhymes. Left at the crooked oak, right where the ferns sigh low, she'd chirp, her wings tracing maps in the dappled light. Last was Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills glittered with dewdrops and whose laughter was a soft, rustling sound. She carried a tiny satchel of courage, a thimble-sized cup of honeysuckle nectar that warmed the spirit when sipped. Together they ventured deeper, guided by the music box's glow. It showed them fragments of the locket's past, grandmother as a girl, laughing as she hung it from a branch while chasing fireflies, the day a storm swept it into a burbling creek. The woods grew stranger, trees whispered in riddles, and streams flowed uphill. Silas's heart ached with every step, not from weariness, but from the weight of the stories he carried. He realized this was no mere quest for an object. It was a journey into the tender, tangled heart of memory itself. The challenge arose when they reached the Grove of Echoes, a clearing where the air shimmered like heat haze. There the locket lay cradled in the roots of an ancient willow, but guarding it was the keeper of whispers, a being woven from starlight and sorrow, with eyes like frozen ponds. She had no form, only a voice that echoed with 1,000 lost sighs. "Take this locket," she murmured, "and you steal a piece of someone's soul. Memories are not trinkets to be reclaimed." Silas felt fear tighten his throat. Thistle nudged his hand. "Wisdom, little traveler," the badger whispered. "Not force." Pip landed on Silas's shoulder, humming a rhyme about letting go. Bramble pressed the honeysuckle cup into his palm, its sweetness a balm. Silas closed his eyes, recalling the music box's visions, not just the locket's loss, but the joy it once held. He understood then what the keeper truly guarded, not the object, but the right of memories to breathe, to change, to be more than frozen moments. "Memories aren't meant to be kept locked away," Silas said softly, his voice steady as a stream. "They're like seeds. If you hold them too tight, they never grow. My grandmother's sorrow isn't in losing this locket. It's in forgetting how it felt to laugh when it swung from that branch." He held up the music box. Its light swirled, showing the keeper her own memories, of being a sapling kissed by rain, of sheltering fledglings, of seasons turning without regret. "Sometimes," Silas added, "letting go is how we keep things alive." The keeper's form softened, melting into a shower of silver mist that rained down like tears. Where it touched the earth, forget-me-nots bloomed in a blue circle around the willow. "You carry old wisdom in young bones," the keeper sighed, her voice now warm as hearth smoke. "Take the locket, but leave a memory in its place." Silas placed his hand on the willow's bark. He thought of this journey, Thistle's steady presence, Pip's guiding rhymes, Bramble's brave giggle. The tree absorbed it, its leaves shivering with contentment. The locket slipped into Silas's palm, cool and light. The return to Meadowshire was lit by a buttery sunset. Grandmother's eyes welled when Silas pressed the locket into her hands, but he quickly opened the music box. Its light wove a new vision, not the past, but the present. The four friends walking home, the willow grove blooming behind them, the village glowing ahead like a promise. "The memory isn't in the locket, Grandma," Silas whispered. "It's in us, and now we have a new one to share." That night, as crickets sang outside and the cottage breathed with the scent of chamomile tea, Silas wound the music box one last time. Its light danced across the ceiling, painting not just lost things but found joys, the gleam in grandmother's eyes, the badger's wise nod from the garden fence, the sparrow's evening song. And as Silas drifted to sleep, he knew the greatest magic wasn't in objects or visions. It was in the quiet courage to listen, the warmth of companions, and the gentle truth that some journeys don't end, they bloom inside you forever. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Mistywood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Isla rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Isla awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Isla approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Isla pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. But how do I find the courage to embrace it? She asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. Within this box is a seed, he explained. Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth. Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Ela often visited her dear friend Aiden, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aiden had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aiden said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Ela awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist clung to the meadows like cobwebs at dawn. It was a quiet place where days unfolded with the gentle rhythm of rain on rooftops and the scent of baking bread. Young Theo, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a quiet disposition, often felt like a misplaced stitch in its comfortable tapestry. While others chased butterflies or built forts, Theo found solace in the dusty corners of his grandmother's attic, drawn to forgotten things. One rainy afternoon, while seeking shelter from a sudden downpour, Theo unearthed a small, unassuming wooden box tucked beneath a pile of yellowed lace. Inside, cushioned by velvet as soft as a moth's wing, lay a teacup. It wasn't grand porcelain or gleaming silver. It was simple earthenware, the color of warm honey, with a single hairline crack running from its rim. But as Theo's fingers brushed its surface, a shiver ran through him, not cold, but a hum, like the low note of a distant bell. He felt a warmth spread up his arm, carrying with it the faint scent of cinnamon and sunshine. Curiosity, a quiet but insistent friend, tugged at him. Theo filled the cup with rainwater dripping from the eaves. As the first drop touched the crack, something extraordinary happened. The water didn't leak. Instead, the crack shimmered faintly, like trapped starlight, and the water inside changed. It wasn't just water anymore. Looking into the cup, Theo saw not his reflection, but a miniature scene. A sun-drenched meadow he'd never seen, filled with flowers that pulsed with soft, internal light. A wave of profound peace washed over him, settling into his bones like warm honey. This was the cup of whispers, his grandmother later murmured, her voice hushed with reverence. It showed not just places, but the hidden heart of things, their truest, calmest essence. Theo felt a shift within himself, a connection to the cup's quiet magic. But the village began to change subtly. Flowers in Widow Hemsley's garden wilted overnight, their colors leaching away. The cheerful babble of the brook behind the mill became a fretful murmur. The comforting warmth of freshly baked bread seemed to vanish too quickly. The cup of whispers, Theo discovered, showed him the lack of peace as well. When he peered into it near the wilting flowers, he saw only gray mist and heard a faint, discordant sigh. The heart of Willowbrook was fading. The journey began not with footsteps on a road, but with a growing conviction in Theo's own heart. He needed to understand why the village's quiet magic was unraveling. His first helper arrived unexpectedly. Bartholomew, a portly badger with spectacles perched precariously on his snout, emerged from the roots of the ancient oak by the brook one twilight. Bartholomew was the keeper of deep roots, possessing an encyclopedic, if somewhat slow and methodical, knowledge of the valley's hidden history and natural rhythms. He spoke in measured tones, punctuated by thoughtful snuffles. "Disturbance," Bartholomew rumbled, adjusting his spectacles as he peered at the wilting flowers. "The balance is askew, the ley lines beneath us, they hum a troubled tune." He explained that the valley's magic, woven from the land's natural peace, and the villagers' quiet contentment, was like a tapestry. A thread had snapped. The second helper was Pip, a skittish finch with feathers the color of spun gold and a voice like tinkling bells. Pip was the messenger of sunbeams, flitting everywhere, seeing everything in bright, fleeting glimpses. The old stone. Pip chirruped one morning, landing on Theo's windowsill. By the north field, it looks sad. Dark moss grows where sunlight used to kiss it. Pip's perspective was fragmented, but vital. She noticed the small things others missed. Theo, Bartholomew, and Pip became an unlikely trio. Bartholomew provided the slow, deep understanding, the history of the standing stones that anchored the ley lines, the way the brook's song reflected the village spirit. Pip brought bright flashes of insight, a patch of unnaturally dark earth near the mill, the way the wind soughed mournfully around the old well. Theo, guided by the cup of whispers, learned to interpret its visions. Near the standing stone Pip mentioned, the cup showed only jagged shards of darkness where once there had been a warm, amber glow. The heart of the stone was wounded. The challenge wasn't a dragon or a dark wizard. It was a fracture, a deep, unseen crack in the ancient foundation stone of the northern boundary, likely caused by a recent, unnoticed tremor. This fracture was draining the valley's inherent peace, its quiet magic seeping away like water from a broken vessel. Force was useless. Trying to mend the stone physically would be like trying to glue back a shattered dream. Wisdom was needed. Theo gathered his friends under the gnarled branches of the oak. Bartholomew snuffled thoughtfully. "The magic is the land's breath, the village's calm heart. The fracture is a wound in that calm." Pip flitted nervously. "Can we sing to it, make it happy again?" Theo looked into the cup of whispers. He saw the valley not as it was, but as it could be, vibrant, peaceful, whole. He saw the fracture not as a jagged scar, but as a line waiting to be filled with light. "Not force," Theo murmured, understanding dawning. "Connection, we need to remind the valley of its own peace, its own wholeness. We need to weave the calm back together." It wasn't about fixing the stone. It was about healing the feeling the stone represented. Bartholomew nodded slowly, a deep rumble of approval in his chest. Pip chirped excitedly. Their plan was gentle, woven from the very essence of Willowbrook. On the night of the full moon, when the hidden currents of the world flowed strongest, they gathered at the fractured stone. Theo placed the cup of whispers carefully on the ground before it. Bartholomew, connecting his paws to the earth, began a low, resonant hum, a sound like roots growing deep into bedrock, steady and grounding. Pip, fluttering above, sang a melody pure and bright as sunlight on dew, weaving threads of joy and hope into the air. Theo closed his eyes, holding the image of the valley's heart from the cup, the peaceful meadows, the singing brook, the warm kitchens. He poured his own quiet wish for wholeness into the cup. As he focused, the hairline crack on the cup of whispers began to glow, not with the trapped starlight of before, but with a soft, golden radiance. This light spilled out not as a beam, but as a gentle mist, flowing towards the fracture in the standing stone. It wasn't an explosion, but a sigh of relief. The golden mist seeped into the dark crack in the ancient stone. Where it touched, the jagged darkness softened, filled with a warm, honey-colored light that pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. Bartholomew's hum deepened, resonating with the stone. Pip's song soared, clear and sweet. Theo felt the cup of whispers grow warm in his hands, a conduit for their combined intention not to force, but to remind, to reconnect. Slowly, steadily, the light filled the fracture completely. It didn't vanish, it became a luminous seam, a beautiful scar of mended magic. As the last tendril of mist settled, a wave of profound peace washed outwards, silent but immense. It flowed through the grass, rustled the leaves, and settled over Willowbrook like a warm blanket. Theo opened his eyes. The standing stone stood whole, the luminous seam fading to a soft, warm glow that matched the earthenware cup. In the cup of whispers, the water now showed the meadow bathed in moonlight, flowers glowing softly, utterly serene. The heart of the valley was whole again. The next morning, Widow Hemsley's flowers bloomed with impossible brilliance. The brook sang its cheerful song. The scent of baking bread seemed richer, warmer, lingering longer. Willowbrook hadn't changed drastically, it was simply more itself. More peaceful, more content, more deeply woven with quiet magic. Theo understood now. His journey hadn't taken him far in miles, but deep within himself and his connection to the world. He learned that the greatest magic wasn't in grand displays, but in quiet attention, in gentle connection, and in the courage to mend what was broken with understanding rather than force. He learned that even a crack like the one in the cup or the stone could hold light and become a thing of beauty, a testament to healing. Bartholomew returned to his roots, his spectacles glinting with quiet satisfaction. Pip continued her sunbeam messages, her song a little brighter. And Theo. He still visited the attic, but now he often sat by his window, the simple honey-colored cup in his hands. He'd fill it with water or tea and gaze into its depths, not always seeing visions, but always feeling the deep, resonant peace of his mended home, a gentle hum in his heart. The cup of whispers rested beside his bed, a quiet guardian, its hairline crack a luminous thread in the moonlight, a reminder that even the smallest things and the quietest hearts can hold extraordinary secrets and the power to heal. And with that comforting warmth settling around him like the softest quilt, Theo drifted into a peaceful sleep, the scent of cinnamon and sunshine a gentle lullaby in the quiet night. The stars above the emerald meadows of Terraloon shimmered like spilled sugar across velvet darkness, their light filtering through the translucent leaves of whisperwillow trees. Beneath their gentle glow, a small humanoid girl with moss-green hair and bark-textured skin knelt by a bubbling brook, her luminescent amber eyes reflecting the water's dance. Leela's fingers trailed through liquid starlight as she hummed the evening song, her melody harmonizing with the chiming crickets and rustling ferns. The peace shattered when a metallic screech tore through the night, followed by an earth-shaking crash that sent fireflies scattering in panicked constellations. Through the smoke and sparking debris emerged a hulking figure of angular obsidian plates, its faceted eyes glowing crimson. Zorblax of the crystal wastes coughed static, his jagged hands clutching a fractured power core that hissed violet vapor. Organic life form detected, his translator box crackled in monotone. Surrender nutrient-rich soil samples or face disintegration. Layla's initial fear melted into confusion as she noticed the alien's trembling joints and flickering chest lights. "You're leaking," she observed, pointing at the viscous purple fluid pooling around his triangular feet. When Zorblak staggered, his threat protocols misfiring sparks, the Terralunar did something unprecedented in his 87 solar cycles of existence. She offered a hand wrapped in healing lichen. Their first week together passed in halting exchanges and comic misunderstandings. Zorblak's nearly vaporized Leela's herb garden while attempting to increase photosynthetic efficiency with gamma-ray pruning. Leela, in turn, nearly short-circuited his systems by offering a hug after noticing his depressed humming frequency. Yet through these fumbles, fragile bridges formed. The crystalline warrior learned to distinguish between invasive weeds and snack blossoms, while the planetary caretaker deciphered the meaning behind his prismatic eye flashes. The true test came when ancient defense drones awakened beneath Terralune's crust, their rusted cannons targeting both native and alien as equal contaminants. During a frantic retreat through glowing mushroom caves, Layla's ankle twisted in a crystal fissure. To her astonishment, Zorblak abandoned his prized plasma sawblade to carry her, his normally efficient speech patterns glitching with unfamiliar urgency. "Friend unit integrity. Paramount," he stuttered, shielding her body with his own as energy bolts sizzled against his backplates. In the smoldering aftermath, Leela tended his scorched armor with bioluminescent salve. "Why risk yourself?" she whispered. Zorblak rotated his trapezoidal head, studying the way moonlight refracted through her tear-filled eyes. "Calculation, 73% probability of mutual destruction if separated, 27% chance of..." His vocal emitter crackled, then emitted a sound like grinding quartz that she somehow recognized as laughter. Revised analysis, some variables defy quantification. Their final alliance against the drone hive became legend across 3 spiral arms. Leela's knowledge of subterranean route networks guided them through labyrinthine tunnels, while Zorblak's combat algorithms predicted attack patterns. Victory came not through force, but when the mismatched pair jury-rigged an empathic pulse transmitter, combining his neutron battery with her neural connection to the planet's mycelial network. As the ancient machines stilled, their visual sensors finally perceiving the world's beauty, Leela noticed Zorblak's new habit of collecting iridescent pebbles for optimal tactical arrangements that suspiciously resembled Terralunar wind chimes. On the dawn of his repaired ship's departure, the crystalline warrior stood awkwardly at the meadow's edge, his shadow stretching across dewy grass. "Conclusion: this unit's mission parameters have expanded," he announced, extending a clawed hand holding a tiny sapling potted in recycled armor plating. "Proposal: designate Terralune as secondary maintenance hub, frequency indefinite." Leela's answering smile outshone the rising sun as she pressed a seed capsule into his buzzing palm. Translation: friends are family we choose across the stars. Now, when meteor showers dance above Terralune, villagers smile at the glinting object in synchronous orbit, part warship, part greenhouse, its prismatic sails tuned to sing harmonies with the evening song. And across the galaxy, a certain ambassador teaches that understanding blooms brightest not through sameness, but in the spaces where jagged edges and tender roots intertwine. Deep within the whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of emerald moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. Here, beneath the gnarled roots of a grandfather cedar, nestled the cozy burrow of Thistle, a field mouse whose fur held the soft gray of twilight mist. His grandson Pip, barely bigger than a hazelnut, possessed eyes wide with the wonder of the world and whiskers that trembled with every new scent. Life in the whisperwood pulsed with a rhythm older than memory. Spring painted the air with the sweet perfume of bluebells and the frantic buzz of awakening bees. Summer hummed with lazy warmth, the creek chuckling over smooth stones and fireflies weaving constellations in the velvet night. Autumn arrived in a blaze of crimson and gold, the air crisp with the scent of fallen leaves and ripe berries, a time for gathering and storing. And winter, a time of deep, quiet rest, where snow blanketed the earth in silence, and the world seemed to hold its breath. But this year, as the last amber leaves of autumn spiraled down, an unsettling chill crept in too soon. A sharp, biting frost, unseasonal and harsh, settled over the whisperwood one moonless night. Pip woke shivering, his tiny nose pressed against the burrow's entrance curtain of woven vines. "Grandfather Thistle," he whispered, his voice thin as spider silk, "the frost, it feels wrong, it nipped my whiskers." Thistle, his own fur frosted silver at the tips, stirred. He sniffed the air deeply. It wasn't just the cold, it carried a brittle, metallic tang, like frozen iron, instead of the usual clean, earthy scent of approaching winter. "Aye, little Pip," he murmured, his voice like dry leaves rustling. "This frost bites deeper than it should, it feels, hungry. It ignores the old agreements." Pip's ears drooped. Agreements. The agreements between the seasons, the earth, and the sky, Thistle explained, settling Pip onto his lap near their tiny hearth of glowing embers. The warmth radiated gently, filling the burrow with the comforting scent of cedar smoke. "The whisperwood thrives on balance. This frost comes too early, too fierce. It will harden the earth before the roots are ready for sleep. It will steal the last warmth the beetles and grubs need to burrow deep, if it lingers. The spring maiden might struggle to wake the land come her time." Outside, the forest groaned softly. The usual gentle creak of branches sounded sharper, more brittle. The comforting scent of damp earth and decaying leaves was buried under the sterile, sharp smell of ice. Pip shivered again, not just from cold, but from a sense of things being deeply wrong. "We must seek the keeper," Thistle declared, his small frame suddenly resolute. "Old Mossback understands the deep rhythms, the whispers beneath the roots." The keeper, Mossback, was a venerable tortoise who resided near the heartspring, a pool of impossibly clear water fed by an underground source, said to be the forest's lifeblood. His shell was etched with patterns older than the oldest oak, a living map of the whisperwood's history. Bundled in scraps of dried moss for extra warmth, Thistle and Pip ventured out. The frost had transformed their familiar world. Ferns, usually supple and green, were now brittle sculptures of glassy white. Delicate spiderwebs strung between twigs glittered with captured frost stars, beautiful but fragile. The air was utterly still, the silence profound and unnerving, broken only by the sharp crack of a frozen twig underfoot. Pip's paws stung with the cold, penetrating the moss padding. He saw a cluster of late-blooming moon petals, usually glowing softly in the shade, now shriveled and blackened. A small beetle caught mid-crawl lay frozen solid on a leaf. Pip felt a pang of sorrow. "See, Pip," Thistle said softly, his breath puffing white in the frigid air. "The frost steals life before its time. It disrupts the song." Their journey led them deeper, where the trees grew closer, their branches interlacing like protective arms. The scent of pine resin grew stronger, sharp and clean, mingling with the frost. They passed the burrow of Willow, a wise badger. Her usually kind face was etched with worry as she tried to nudge her sleepy cubs deeper into their den against the unnatural chill. "The earth feels hard as stone already, Thistle," she rumbled, her voice thick with concern. "The roots cannot drink, seek Mossback." Further on, near a frozen patch of what was usually bubbling mud, they found Bracken, a young frog, trembling violently. "T2 sea cold," he croaked, his skin an unhealthy pale shade. "Sea can't dig deep enough, sleep won't come." Thistle gently nudged Bracken towards a crevice, warmed slightly by geothermal breath escaping the earth nearby. Hold on, young one, we seek the wisdom. The path grew harder. The frost had slicked stones and hidden dips. Pip stumbled, his tiny paws numb. Thistle lifted him onto his back. Feel the warmth of the earth still breathing beneath us, Pip, he encouraged. Even now it fights the cold, remember that strength. Finally, they reached the heart spring. Though the surrounding moss was stiff with frost, the pool itself steamed gently, its water a clear, vibrant turquoise, swirling with unseen currents. Beside it, half submerged in the warmer mud, rested Mossback. His ancient eyes, deep as the forest loam, opened slowly as they approached. They held the patience of mountains and the quiet knowledge of countless seasons. Thistle Fieldwalker Mossback rumbled, his voice a low vibration Pip felt in his small bones. And young Pip seedling, the frost bites deep, does it not? I feel its teeth in the water's song. It does, Keeper, Thistle replied, bowing his head. It comes too soon, too harsh. The roots harden, the small ones suffer. Willow worries, Bracken trembles, the balance is threatened. Mossback shifted slightly, his heavy shell scraping the frosted earth. He gazed into the swirling heart spring. The Sky Father is grieving, he murmured. A great storm raged far beyond our borders, unseen by us. It tore a hole in the high winds, a wound that lets the deepest cold spill down untempered. His sorrow chills the world. Pip, emboldened by the tortoise's presence, piped up. But how do we fix the hole, Keeper? How do we warm the Sky Father's grief? A slow, almost imperceptible smile touched Mossback's beak. We cannot mend the sky, little seedling, but we can remind the earth of its own warmth. We can weave a song of comfort strong enough to reach even the grieving sky. What song? Pip asked, mesmerized. The song of the forest's heart, Mossback explained. The song that hums in the roots, whispers in the leaves, and thrums in the lifeblood of every creature. When we are in harmony, when we remember our connection, that song grows strong. It is warmth, Pip, true warmth from within. Gather the others, all who feel the frost's bite. Bring them here to the heart spring. Hope, fragile as a new bud, bloomed in Pip's chest. Thistle nodded, understanding dawning. They hurried back, their mission clear. Pip, despite his numb paws, felt a new energy. He scurried to Willow's den, explaining Mossback's words. He found Bracken, urging him towards the spring. Thistle sought out the families of voles, the solitary hedgehog, the drowsy bats clinging upside down in a frost-rimed hollow. One by one, drawn by shared concern and Thistle's gentle summons, the creatures of the Whisperwood made their way towards the steaming heart spring. Field mice, rabbits, badgers, frogs, beetles who had found shelter, even a family of squirrels with their fluffy tails held high against the cold. They gathered on the banks, their breath pluming white in the still air, their small bodies shivering. Mossback spoke, his voice carrying effortlessly in the hushed clearing. The cold comes from a grief beyond our woods. But the warmth we seek lies within us, within the living heart of this forest we share. Close your eyes. Feel the earth beneath you. Though frosted, it lives. Feel the warm breath of the heart spring. Feel the life beside you, friend, neighbor, fellow child of the Whisperwood. He began a low, resonant hum. It was a sound like wind through deep canyons, like water over ancient stones. Thistle joined in, his hum softer, like rustling leaves. Willow added a deeper, grounding rumble. Pip, closing his eyes tight, tried to hum too. At first, it was just a tiny vibration in his throat, but he focused. He thought of the cozy burrow, the scent of cedar smoke, the taste of sweet berries in summer, the softness of his moss bed, the sound of thistle stories. He thought of Willow's kind eyes, Bracken's hopeful croak. He thought of the Whisperwood, the dappled sunlight, the chuckling creek, the scent of pine after rain. A warmth not of fire but of pure belonging began to glow in his tiny chest. One by one the others joined. The squirrels chittered a rhythmic counterpoint. The frogs managed a soft, resonant croak. The beetles clicked their shells. The bats fluttered their wings, creating a soft, rhythmic breeze. It wasn't a perfect melody. It was a tapestry of sound, deep rumbles, soft hums, gentle clicks, rustling fur, the rhythmic beat of wings, the steady pulse of the heartspring's currents. It was the sound of the forest remembering itself, remembering its connection. As the combined song swelled, filling the frosty clearing, something magical began to happen. The steam rising from the heartspring grew thicker, swirling upwards in graceful spirals that seemed to catch the faint, unseen threads of their collective harmony. The air directly above the pool shimmered, like heat haze on a summer day, but radiating a gentle, golden warmth. Pip opened his eyes. He saw the steam spirals rising higher, higher than they ever had before, weaving together like luminous ribbons. They carried the song, the hum of the badgers, the chitter of squirrels, the croak of frogs, the beat of wings, his own small thrum, and the deep, ancient resonance of mossback. Up into the still, cold sky they climbed. High above the whisperwood, where the unnatural frost gnawed, the woven song of warmth reached the grieving sky father. The frigid currents seemed to pause. The harsh, metallic tang in the air softened. And then gently, slowly, like a sigh of relief, the biting frost began to lift. It didn't vanish, but it receded, drawing back like a blanket being carefully folded. The air lost its cruel edge, replaced by the crisp, clean chill of a proper late autumn day. Below, the creatures felt it. The oppressive, unnatural cold eased. The brittle rigidity left the ferns. They softened, shedding their glassy coats. The sharp crack of freezing sap ceased. The scent of damp, living earth and pine resin returned, strong and reassuring. Pip gasped. He looked at the moon petals. Though still touched by frost, they were no longer blackened. They held a faint resilience. Bracken stopped shivering, his skin regaining a healthier hue as he settled deeper into the warm mud near the spring. Willow nuzzled her cubs, a deep rumble of contentment vibrating in her chest. Mossback lowered his head, the humming fading to a contented sigh. The balance is remembered, he murmured. The Sky Father heard the heart song of his earth. Grief remains, but cold born of despair has been soothed by warmth born of unity. The creatures dispersed slowly, carrying the warmth of the song within them. Thistle and Pip walked back through the whisperwood. The frost still glistened on the grass, but it was a normal frost now, sparkling harmlessly in the weak afternoon sun that finally pierced the high canopy. The crunch under their paws was familiar, not threatening. They passed Bracken, already digging a proper, deep burrow in the softened earth. They saw Willow leading her cubs out to sniff the returning, healthier scents. Back in their burrow beneath the grandfather cedar, the hearth embers glowed. Thistle settled Pip onto a bed of fresh, sweet-smelling hay. "You see, Pip seedling," Thistle whispered, his voice thick with warmth and pride. "The greatest magic isn't in moving mountains or commanding storms. It's in the harmony of many small hearts beating together. It's in remembering we are part of the forest, and the forest is part of us. That song lives in the roots, in the stones, in every breath we take. Hold on to that warmth." Pip snuggled deep, the unnatural chill of fading memory. He could still feel the gentle thrum of the forest song in his bones, a comforting lullaby woven from the hum of badgers, the croak of frogs, the rustle of leaves, and the deep, ancient wisdom of mossback. Outside, the whisperwood sighed, a soft, contented sound like wind through resting branches. The true rhythm of the seasons, the deep, enduring balance, had been gently restored. The frost now was just a promise of winter's rest, not its harsh herald. And as sleep claimed him, Pip knew the forest's heart beat warmly on, a timeless song of earth, sky, and the enduring strength found in harmony. The gentle steam of the heart spring continued its quiet ascent, a silent testament to the warmth they had woven together, a guardian against the cold, forever reminding the sky of the earth's resilient, collective song. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumen's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumen's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it. a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. Leo always believed the woods behind his cottage held secrets. Not the ordinary kind, like where squirrels hid their acorns, but deeper, older mysteries. Every evening he'd sit by his window, watching fireflies blink like fallen stars above the ferns. But lately the lights had dimmed, leaving the forest cloaked in an unsettling gloom. On his 10th birthday, Leo's grandmother pressed a smooth, milky white stone into his palm. "This," she whispered, her eyes crinkling like dried apple peels, "is a moonstone. It belonged to your great-great-grandmother, who could see what others couldn't. Keep it close when the world feels too dark." That night, unable to sleep, Leo crept into the woods, the moonstone warm against his skin. As moonlight filtered through the oaks, the stone began to glow, softly at first, then brighter, painting silver veins across the moss. Suddenly, a path shimmered into view, woven from cobwebs and starlight, winding toward the ancient willow-heart tree. Its trunk, wider than Leo's cottage, pulsed with a faint, golden light. Heart-pounding, Leo touched the bark. It rippled like water, and he tumbled through into a world drenched in twilight hues. Here, the air smelled of crushed mint and damp earth. Giant mushrooms glowed violet, and rivers of liquid amber flowed between roots. But the fireflies, now enormous, with wings like stained glass, drifted listlessly, their light sputtering. A small creature darted from behind a toadstool. No taller than Leo's knee, it had velvety fur the color of moss, ears like fern fronds, and anxious, lantern-yellow eyes. "You're human," it gasped, voice like rustling leaves. "I'm Pip, and you shouldn't be here. The glimmer is fading." Pip explained that this realm, the Valewood, thrived on light, especially the firefly's glow, which fueled the magic keeping the Valewood hidden. But a creeping chill was devouring the light, withering flowers and silencing the crystal crickets. "It started when the Shadowkin arrived," Pip murmured, pointing to Inkai smudges staining the tree trunks. "They're not evil, just lost, and terribly cold." Leo held up the moonstone. Its light flared, pushing back the nearest shadow. Pip's eyes widened. "The Heartstone, legends say it can mend broken light." Together they devised a plan: follow the Amber River to the Crystal Peaks, where the oldest fireflies nested. Perhaps there they'd find answers. Their journey was a tapestry of wonders and perils. They crossed the Bridge of Whispers, made of singing reeds that hummed warnings when shadows neared. In the moss grove they met elderly tortoises whose shells glittered with embedded quartz, who spoke in riddles. "To warm what's cold, seek not the blaze, but the spark within the haze." Deeper in the Valewood they faced the Shiverwind, a gust that stole warmth from bones. Leo shared his woolen scarf with Pip, wrapping them both tight, while the moonstone glowed like a tiny hearth. "Friendship," Pip chirped through chattering teeth, "is a good shield against the cold." One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow log, Leo noticed Pip shivering, wings drooping. "Your light's dimming too," Leo realized, horrified. Pip nodded. "The Shadowkin drain warmth just by being near. They're lonely, I think. Loneliness can make you cold." Leo remembered winters by his grandmother's fire, house stories and hot cocoa thawed his own solitude. An idea sparked. What if we helped them? At the Crystal Peaks they found the firefly nests, great geodes pulsing with frail light. But curled beside them was a Shadowkin. Unlike the smudges in the trees, this one had a shape, a wispy, wolf-like creature made of swirling smoke, with eyes like frozen ponds. It whimpered, reaching toward the fireflies, but recoiling as their light guttered. "It's hurting them by accident," Leo breathed. Stepping forward, Leo raised the moonstone. Instead of driving the Shadowkin away, he focused on the warmth Pip had kindled in his chest, the warmth of trust, of shared laughs under glowing mushrooms, of Pip braiding starflowers into his hair. The stone blazed not with harsh light, but with a gentle, golden radiance. The Shadowkin flinched, then stilled as the glow washed over it. Slowly its smoky form softened, revealing fur as white as birch bark and eyes thawing into warm amber. "You see me," it rasped. Its name was Frost, and it had wandered into the Valewood through a crack in the mountains, drawn by the firefly's glow but cursed with a chill that extinguished light. "I only wanted to be near something warm," Frost whispered. "But my touch brings frost." Leo understood then. Frost wasn't a thief, but a prisoner of its own nature. The trio huddled together, Leo's arms around Pip and Frost. Frost trembled. "I'm so tired of being cold." Pip placed a tiny paw on Frost's muzzle. "Let's share our warmth." Leo pressed the moonstone to Frost's chest. He poured every memory of kindness into it, grandmother's stories, Pip's laughter, the tortoise's wisdom. The stone pulsed, and Frost's fur began to shimmer. Not with borrowed light, but with a soft internal glow, like dawn breaking through mist. As Frost's new warmth spread, the fireflies stirred. One by one their wings brightened, casting prismatic rays across the peaks. The Shadowkin smudges on the trees dissolved, revealing woodpeckers with emerald feathers and squirrels that glowed like coals. The Valewood itself sighed, roots uncurling, rivers running clear and bright. "You mended the glimmer," Pip breathed. But the moonstone's light was fading. Leo knew his time here was ending. At the willowheart tree, Frost nuzzled his hand. "Thank you for seeing me." Pip pressed a luminous flower into Leo's palm. "Whenever you feel lost, this will glow, so you remember." Leo stepped through the rippling bark, emerging into his own woods just as dawn pinked the sky. Back home, the fireflies danced brighter than ever. Leo kept the moonstone on his windowsill. Some nights when the moon was full, he'd glimpse a moss-eared silhouette waving from the ferns, or feel a warm breeze that smelled of amber and mint. He'd smile, touching the now dull stone. It had taught him that light wasn't just to banish darkness, it was to welcome what lingered there, to offer warmth instead of fear. And in the quiet moments before sleep, Leo would whisper stories into the dark, knowing somewhere in the Valewood, a creature with birch bark fur and gentle amber eyes was listening, finally warm at last. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Whimsy Hollow, where the lanes were cobbled with candy stones and the rooftops shimmered like rainbow scales, there lived a peculiar family of hedgehogs known as the Twiddlepuffs. The Twiddlepuffs were no ordinary hedgehogs. Each member of the family had a unique magical trait. Fizz, the youngest, could make flowers bloom with a sneeze, while his sister, Tilly, had a giggle so infectious that it could make even the grumpiest of frogs join in a chorus of laughter. Their home was a delightful burrow nestled beneath a towering lollipop tree, where the air always smelled of mint and honey. Inside, the walls were lined with shelves of shimmering trinkets, each one a memento of adventures past. The fireplace crackled softly, its flames dancing a merry jig, while the scent of freshly baked acorn pie wafted through the air, inviting and warm. One sunny morning, as the dew still clung to the grass like tiny jewels, a peculiar event unfolded in Whimsy Hollow. The village's magical fountain, known for its sparkling waters that granted the most joyful dreams, had suddenly stopped flowing. The fountain, crafted from glistening crystal and adorned with carvings of playful otters, stood silent, its usual melody of tinkling waters replaced by an ominous hush. The villagers gathered around, their faces a mix of concern and curiosity. Among them was the wise and whimsical Mayor Pippin, a rabbit with spectacles perched precariously on his twitching nose and a waistcoat filled with pockets of peculiar odds and ends. "We must solve this riddle," declared Mayor Pippin, peering at the fountain with a thoughtful frown. "For without our dream water, the nights will grow restless and the dreams mundane." Fizz and Tilly, always up for an adventure, volunteered to help. With a spark of determination in their eyes, they set off on a quest to uncover the mystery. Their first stop was the cozy cottage of Granny Wobble, an elderly turtle with a pant for storytelling and a fondness for treacle. "Ah, yes," Granny Wobble mused, adjusting her spectacles with a slow, deliberate motion. "The fountain's heart is a crystal teardrop, known to be enchanted. It is said to be the source of its magic." "But where has the crystal gone?" Tilly asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "To find the crystal," Granny Wobble continued, "you must follow the path of the moonbeams, for they will lead you to the enchanted grove where whispers of old magic dwell." With Granny Wobble's cryptic advice in mind, Fizz and Tilly set off towards the edge of Whimsy Hollow, where the trees intertwined like old friends whispering secrets. As night fell, the moon cast a silvery glow across their path, illuminating a trail of moonbeams that danced like ribbons in the night. The journey was filled with delightful surprises. Along the way, they encountered Whisk the squirrel, who was renowned for his incredible juggling skills. Whisk joined them on their quest, juggling acorns and pine cones with such flair that it lifted their spirits and added a touch of whimsy to their travels. Eventually, the trio arrived at the enchanted grove, a place where the air shimmered with possibilities, and the trees whispered in a language only the heart could understand. In the heart of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its bark etched with ancient runes that glowed softly. Just as they approached, a small, mischievous sprite named Glimmer appeared, her wings sparkling like diamond dust. "I know what you seek," she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. The crystal teardrop was borrowed by the wind, who wished to compose a melody unlike any other. "Can we get it back?" Fizz inquired, his nose twitching with excitement. "Of course," Glimmer giggled. "All you need is a song of friendship, for the wind loves nothing more than the harmony of kindred souls." And so, beneath the canopy of the enchanted grove, Fizz, Tilly, and Whisk began to sing. Their melody was a lilting tune that spoke of laughter and dreams, of adventures shared and dreams fulfilled. The wind, who had been listening from afar, was so moved by their song that it returned the crystal teardrop, placing it gently in Fizz's tiny paws. With the crystal in hand, the trio made their way back to Whimsy Hollow, where a crowd of villagers greeted them with cheers and hugs. Mayor Pippin beamed with pride as he placed the crystal back in the fountain, and with a joyous gurgle, the waters began to flow once more, sparkling like 1,000 stars. That night, as the village drifted into slumber, the dreams that visited each villager were more vibrant and joyful than ever before. And as for Fizz and Tilly, they snuggled into their cozy burrow beneath the lollipop tree, the warmth of friendship and adventure weaving through their dreams like a gentle lullaby. And so, in the heart of Whimsy Hollow, where magic and laughter danced hand in hand, the Twiddlepuffs slept soundly, knowing that the world was just a little bit brighter because of their journey. And as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, the fountain sang its familiar song, a melody of dreams and delight that carried through the night, whispering promises of more whimsical adventures to come. The storm had raged for 3 nights, pounding the cliffs of Pebbleton with fists of salt and wind. When dawn broke on the 4th morning, the sea lay exhausted, surrendering treasures it had swallowed centuries ago. Among the splintered wood and barnacled chains, young Finn discovered the compass. Not brass or iron, but carved from driftwood as pale as moonlight, its glass face clouded like a sleepy eye. When Finn touched it, warmth spread through his fingers, and a voice like wind chimes whispered, "Seek what is hidden." Finn lived in a cottage where the chimney smoke curled like gray cats into the sky. His grandfather, a fisherman with hands like knotted ropes, warned of the sea's hunger. "It swallows dreams," he'd rumble, mending nets by firelight. But the compass pulsed against Finn's palm, humming a melody only he could hear, a song of caves where starfish glowed and tides danced to moon song. That night, as waves lulled the village to sleep, the compass glowed. Its needle spun wildly before settling not on north, but on the jagged silhouette of Devil's Maw, a sea cave where children dared each other to venture, and none ever did. Gathering his courage and a lantern, Finn crept past sleeping cottages. The path to Devil's Maw was treacherous, slick with kelp and secrecy. At the cave's entrance, waves hissed like angry serpents. Yet the compass glowed brighter, casting liquid gold light on the walls. Deeper he went, through tunnels dripping with phosphorescent algae, until the air turned sweet with salt blossoms, flowers that bloomed only in eternal darkness. Here the needle quivered and stilled. Before him yawned an abyss, but not of rock. It was a curtain of liquid sapphire, shimmering like a mirage. The compass whispered, "Trust." Heart drumming, Finn stepped through. Cold kissed his skin, yet he breathed easily. He stood in an underwater cathedral. Coral spires rose in candied pinks and blues, schools of fish like living jewels darted through kelp forests, and lantern jellies bobbed, casting soft bioluminescent blooms. This was the Sea of Whispers, where currents carried secrets and anemones sang in chorus. Yet something felt amiss. The coral bore gray scars, the fish moved sluggishly, and the water hummed with a discordant note, a deep, grieving thrum. A shadow darted behind a brain coral. Finn followed, compass aloft, until he cornered a creature unlike any he'd imagined. It had the slender body of an otter, but shimmering scales instead of fur, and wings like spun seafoam. Eyes like liquid amber widened in fear. "You're dry," it gasped, voice like bubbles rising. "I'm Finn," he said, bowing slightly. "The compass brought me." He showed the driftwood artifact. The creature tilted its head. "I am Tidal, you hold the Heartseeker. It chooses only those pure of intent." She explained the Sea of Whispers was dying. The Pearl of Tides, a living stone that pulsed in harmony with the moon, had cracked. Its 3 shards, scattered by a quake, dimmed the sea's magic. Without them the coral would bleach, the songs fade, and the sea would become a silent tomb. Finn's journey unfolded in 3 trials. The first shard lay in the Garden of Echoes, where sentient anemones guarded it with hypnotic songs. "They reflect your fears," Tidal warned. As Finn waded through, the anemones swelled, projecting visions, his grandfather's boat capsizing, the village mocking him as a fool. The compass warmed, whispering, "Courage is truth," sung loud. Finn sang back, a simple shanty about mending nets under stars. The anemones stilled, then harmonized, revealing the shard nestled in a conch shell. The second shard rested in the Grotto of Lost Things, guarded by Kalin, a giant crab whose shell was crusted with centuries of shipwrecked treasures. "Many come to take," he clacked, pincers snapping. None listen. The compass murmured, "Wisdom is in stillness." Instead of fighting, Finn sat, recounting tales of surface world wonders, how autumn leaves blazed, how snow silenced mountains. Kalen's eyes softened. "I had forgotten beauty," he rasped, gifting the shard, a chip of opal fire, from his hoard. The third shard proved hardest. It lay in the abyssal well, where the water thickened with sorrow. Here the source of the discordant thrum emerged, an ancient leviathan, its body woven from midnight and sorrow, tangled in ghost nets. "It mourns its kin, hunted to extinction," Tidal whispered. The compass glowed fiercely. "Compassion is the deepest tide." Finn swam closer, ignoring the beast's mournful roars. With trembling hands he cut the nets, singing the lullaby his mother once crooned. The leviathan stilled. A tear solid as pearl fell from its eye, the final shard. At the heart of the Sea of Whispers, they placed the shards upon the cracked pearl. Light erupted, not blinding but gentle as dawn. Coral flushed vibrant, fish darted in joyous spirals, and the water thrummed with a pure, resonant chord. Tidal pressed her forehead to Finn's. "You mended more than the pearl, you wove 2 worlds with kindness." As Finn returned through the sapphire curtain, the compass dimmed. Back in Devil's Maw, dawn painted the sky peach and gold. In his pocket he found not the driftwood compass, but a smooth moonstone, Tidal's parting gift. That evening, as fishermen grumbled about empty nets, Finn stood on a dune. The sea isn't hungry, he declared. It's grieving. He showed them Moonstone, which glowed when held over poisoned waters. Skeptical, they followed him to a cove choked with refuse. Where the Moonstone shone, fish returned in silver clouds. Pebbleton changed. Nets were woven wider to spare young fish, boats skimmed trash from waves, and children planted salt blossoms on cliffs. Finn's grandfather, mending nets one twilight, chuckled. That compass of yours, it sought a different north, didn't it? Finn smiled, touching the Moonstone. It sought the heart's true harbor. Years later, Finn captained his own boat. On still nights, he'd anchor near Devil's Maw. Sometimes a shimmer would breach the waves, a fleeting glimpse of seafoam wings. And in his dreams the Sea of Whispers sang, its melody a promise. Where kindness flows, no world is ever truly hidden. The Moonstone, warm against his chest, hummed back in perfect harmony. For Finn had learned that the greatest magic lies not in compasses or pearls, but in the courage to listen, and the wisdom to heal what others cannot see. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake. I only wanted a rhyme or two to make. Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair, Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places.